Uchiha Rin at Senju Hashirama at Senju Tobirama. Your grandson Senju Nashu is going to die soon. If you give me would release or flying thunder god, I can think of a way to save him. In the classroom, an 8-year-old Uchiha Rin was sleeping on the table. In fact, he secretly entered his golden finger, the chat room of the dead in the sky. Add on 2 of the skirt members. Except for herself, the skirt members inside are all dead people in the world. For example, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, as well as Ace and Whitebeard from the pirate world, and Jin Ichimaru from the death world. These old immortals have nothing to do in the underworld all day long, they just like to inquire about what is happening in the real world from Uchiha Rin, especially since most of them are still the shadow of a village. Therefore, we pay special attention to the subsequent development of our village. Not to mention that it is now the period of the Second Ninja War. These old guys can send 99 plus messages in 1 minute. Uchiha Rin was so forced that he had to turn on the shielding function. Originally, Uchiha Rin planned to turn on the shield today so that these real dead ghosts would not bother him. But today he heard something very interesting. The Thousand Hands clan was going to the front line, and Tsunade's younger brother Senju Naoki was among the team. If nothing else goes wrong, Senju Nashu will be responsible for this battle. Uchiha Rin suddenly realized that the opportunity had come. Senju Hashirama, real or fake? I will post the skirt order immediately. Comrade Xiaolin, you must save my grandson. I received a reply immediately. Uchiha Rin rubbed his little hands excitedly. Zushin chat room has various functions. One of them is that you can get rewards from the other party by completing the request of the other party. Among these immortals, Uchiha Rin has the most coveted abilities. Senju Hashirama's would release is definitely second to none. Mater beat up Madara Uchiha and the strongest tailed beast Kyuubi to the point where he was as good as his grandson. Senju Tobirama, wait, big brother. What ability does this kid have to save the rope tree? At this moment, another skirt member spoke. It was Senju Tobirama who had been prejudiced against Uchiha until his death. Uchiha Rin secretly pouted. Mater almost succeeded. Senju Tobirama is such a damn troublemaker. As someone who has fought against Uchiha all his life, Senju Tobirama didn't want his elder brother's unique skill to fall into the hands of Uchiha. God knows what Uchiha Rin will do after he gets would release. Uchiha Rin, oh, you are indeed the selfless second generation Hokage. When you heard the news that your grandson was dying, you were busy analyzing it. I don't care. At worst, I will broadcast it live for you two to watch when I attend your grandson's funeral. Uchiha Rin was so excited that he brought down the method. Senju Hashirama, the Bodhisattva, was really worried. Senju Hashirama, Tobirama, don't stop me. I will never watch the rope tree die. Chien Shufujian, who was in the pure land of ultimate bliss, was silent for a long time and spoke. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha brat, I can never give you my big brother's would escape, but as long as you save the rope tree, I can teach you my water escape. Puff. Uchiha Rin in the classroom almost laughed when he heard Senju Tobirama's words. Uchiha, read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels Rin Night Aim. Are you begging for help? And you're sending people begging for food? Why do I, a member of the Uchiha clan, need water escape? He didn't like Senju Tobirama's condescending attitude. When asking for help, just show some attitude of asking for help. You are already dead, how can you pretend to be so stupid? At this moment, another skirt attendant spoke up. Uchiha Izuna haha. Well said, boy, I just said that the Thousand Hands clan has nothing good to offer, and my grandson is about to die, so why bother bargaining, ancestor? But it was within Uchiha Rin's expectations. If we say Senju Tobirama is the most staunch anti-Uchiha person, then Uchiha Izuna is the most determined anti-Senju activist. Uchiha Izuna, boy, I'm issuing a skirt commission. Don't worry about the life or death of the boy named Rose Tree. I'll give you my kaleidoscope. When Uchiha Rin heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Immediately afterwards, a prompt sounded, ding. Skirt member Uchiha Izuna issues a commission, just sit back and do nothing mission content, sit and watch thousand-handed rope tree die on the battlefield mission reward, Mangekyo Sharinan, Uchiha Izuna version. Seeing the news about the skirt commission, Uchiha Rin's eyes suddenly lit up. Damn it, you are worthy of being an ancestor, so generous. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna. You are crazy. Kinju Tojian, who was also in the underworld, was shocked. As a qualified politician, on the first day he entered the skirt, he kept thinking about using this chat room. To be precise, he took advantage of Rin Uchiha, who was the only living skirt girl in the chat room. Although he is an Uchiha clansman, after this period of observation, Senju Tobirama discovered that Uchiha Rin and Uchiha Madara were completely different. Uchiha Madara is the type of hero who wants to lead a clan to dominate the world. Uchiha Rin, on the other hand, feels like he has a much smaller scale and is completely an egoist. In this case, you can take advantage of it. If you use it well, you might be able to lend his hand to make Konoha great again. Therefore, he felt that he could not give Uchiha Rin too much sweetness at once. It's about giving at the right time. This will prevent his appetite from getting too big. However, Senju Tobirama never expected that Uchiha Izuna would act so randomly. Just give it to Kaleidoscope. Uchiha Rin at Uchiha Izuna, uncle, this commission is too simple. It makes me a little embarrassed to take advantage of you. How about I kill a few people from the Senju clan to calm you down? Hearing what Uchiha Rin said, the faces of several members of the Senju family in the skirt changed. Good guy, don't you know we're still here? Uchiha Izuna haha. Your boy suits my taste, no need. Labor and management just don't like Senju Tobirama, so they like to go against him. He killed his labor and capital, and his labor and capital will be recovered from his grandson. When waiting for the funeral, remember to broadcast live with your skirt up. Labor and management should watch this good show. P.S. The results on the first day can basically determine the life or death of a book. Asking for flowers, asking for review votes, and asking for book reviews. This book is an absolute harem, a cool read. The inspiration is very good, you are welcome to take a look. A month later, a piece of news from the frontline shocked Konoha. No, it could even be said to have shocked the entire ninja world. The Senju clan's army rushing to the frontline battlefield accidentally fell into the enemy's trap, resulting in heavy casualties. As the eldest grandson of Senju Hashirama, Senju no Ju is also the younger brother of Tsunade. It was even more because he accidentally fell into the detonating charm trap. The body was fried to the point where there was no good piece of meat left. Today is the day for burial under the 1,000-hand rope tree. His name will also be engraved on the memorial tablet. And Uchiha Rin opened the live broadcast function of the chat room to find something to watch for these dead ghosts who were sitting in the underworld with nothing to do. Brother Shenshu is my senior, can I come and offer him incense? Uchiha Rin asked aloud as she arrived in front of the cemetery. Tsunade, who was dressed in black, with red eyes and tears on her cheeks, was stunned when she heard the words. After a few seconds, she silently moved away, and with a slight gesture the voice said thank you. And just as Uchiha Rin was putting incense on the Senju rope tree, the chat room prompt sounded, ding. Complete skirt commissioned by Uchiha Izuna. Sit back and watch the skirt reward. Mangekyo Sharinan, Uchiha Izuna version, has been distributed to skirt member Uchiha Rin, and inside the skirt, the atmosphere was rarely in a state of deathly silence. Although Uchiha Izuna was happy to see Senju Tobirama become angry with embarrassment, but he didn't add insult to injury at this time. Ace, what a pity, this child is still so young. Yamamoto Genri of Saishiji Kuni, what are leaders doing? How could such a young child be allowed to go to the battlefield? Senju Hashirama, nose tree, it's Grandpa's fault. Grandpa didn't protect you well. Senju Tobirama, brother, don't cry, it's not your fault. Uchiha Izuna, that is to say, it is obviously Senju Hashirama's fault. If he hadn't been stingy, how could your grandson Senju Hashirama have died? Senju Tobirama, shut the fuck up. Uchiha Izuna. It wasn't you who added fuel to the fire before the enemies started fighting each other in skirts again. Senju Tobirama secretly thought about whether he could entrust this boy, Uchiha Rin, to avenge the rope tree. But if you want to instruct this kid to do things, you have to pay for it. However, ordinary rewards may not be enough to satisfy this boy's appetite. Do we need to take out the Flying Thunder God? The Thousand Hands Tobi Jian in the underworld frowned secretly. If the Flying Thunder God is given to Uchiha Rin, plus the Mangekyo Sherry, read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, none he already possesses. What if he wants to rebel in the future? Can his disciples Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shinmura, and others stop him? Just when Kinju Tobijian was entangled. After finishing the incense, Uchiha Rin walked to Tsunade. Little hands patted her shoulders. Sister Tsunade, my condolences, Brother Naishu would definitely not want you to be so sad in that world. Tsunade didn't answer, but just looked at the smiling photo of Nezuki on the tombstone. She couldn't help crying again. Uchiha Rin stopped talking and took out a tissue to wipe Tsunade's tears. For a moment, the atmosphere in the chat room was a little weird. Whitebeard, gulala, this is the first time I have seen this boy so gentle. Ikigan Maru, indeed, he has never been nosy in the past. Dio Brando, Lord Bendio has a guess. Do you think this boy is interested in this woman Ace, huh? No way. There's a 10-year age difference between the two of them, right? Dior, boxers. What's a teenager? The woman I slept with was 100 years younger than me. Senju Tobirama, shut up. Kinju Tobirama's face turned dark. He wished he could be resurrected on the spot and strangle the little bastard Uchiha Rin to death. Are you dating my granddaughter in front of me? You, an Uchiha scoundrel, deserve it. Senju Hashirama did not express his position, holding his chin in deep thought. He suddenly felt that it would be great if Tsuna and Uchiha Rin could become a couple. The two represent the future of Senju and Uchiha respectively. If they become a couple, from now on, everyone will live in harmony and work together for the development of Konoha. It is not good? Thank you. At this time, Tsunade also realized her gaffe. He quickly stood up, turned his face to the other side, and wiped the tears on his face with the handkerchief Uchiha Rin handed him. Sister Tsunade, who killed Brother Nashu? Uchiha Rin asked. Sancho Fish Hanzo. It's that guy's detonating charm trap. When mentioning this matter, Tsunade was so angry that she almost bit her teeth into pieces. Sanshouyo Hanzo can be said to be the shadow-level powerhouse who is best at using detonating talismans in the ninja world. After saying that, Tsunade was about to turn around and leave. She doesn't have it now. Time to cry for her brother. She was going to the battlefield, killing that old guy Sancho Hanzo, and avenging the rope tree. At this moment, Uchiha Rin suddenly spoke. Sister Tsunade, take me with you. You, Jiraiya and Orochimaru alone can't kill Hanzo. Hearing Uchiha Rin's words, Tsunade turned around and laughed angrily. Speaking of which, it seems like I can defeat Hanzo with you. Although Tsunade is eager to avenge her brother, she has not lost her mind. She, Jiraiya and Orochimaru can only say that they have barely touched the threshold of the shadow level. And Sancho Hanzo is a veteran who has been in the shadow level for many years. To be honest, the odds of winning are indeed slim. But what can an 8-year-old Uchiha kid do with him? Uchiha Rin didn't say much, just closed his eyes and opened them suddenly in the next second. In the black eyes, 3 Megatama suddenly gathered into a human shape. It was the Mangekyo Sharinan of Uchiha Izuna. This is. Tsunade was so frightened that she almost fell to the ground. As a princess of the Senju clan, she had of course heard the story of the Mangekyo Sharinan from her grandfather. But, I didn't expect that Madara Uchiha had been dead for so long, can be seen in an 8-year-old child. Now do you think I'm qualified? Sister Tsunade, Uchiha Rin said with a joking smile. Tsunade was silent for a long time. After half a minute, he took a deep breath and asked again, why do you want to help me? Is your relationship with Rope Tree that good? What a fart. The two of them were 4 years apart. When Uchiha Rin entered school, Senju Naoki graduated a year apart. Not to mention a good relationship, they didn't even exchange a few words. Uchiha Rin blinked, smiling lightly. Our relationship can only be said to be pretty good, but I want to help you. Hearing the 4 words behind Uchiha Rin, Tsunade's heart subconsciously accelerated by 3 points. She quickly turned around and pouted with some stuttering. Say, what do you say? You little brat. So what if you have the Mangekyo Sharinan? Just an 8-year-old kid. With that said, Tsunade quickly left the cemetery as if fleeing. Uchiha Rin smiled slightly and waved at Tsunade's back. Meet us at the village gate tomorrow morning and set off together, don't forget. When I saw the scene through the live broadcast, the chat room exploded. Dior, ha ha ha. I'll just say it. This boy really wants to start a business with this bitch. Not bad, this woman is of high quality. I, Mr. Dior, have never slept with such a high quality woman in my lifetime. Whitebeard, goo la la, what a waste of youth if you are not romantic. Ace, wow. Rin's appetite is a bit heavy. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. After being more than 10 years older, hearing the voices of these damn ghosts, Uchiha Rin cursed. Ace, you know nothing. You will still be a fool from Chunan until the day you die. Ace, what did you say? I just didn't have time. Senju Tobirama, brat. If you dare to take action against Xiao Gang, I will never let you go. Uchiha Rin, ouch, Naidame-sama is so angry. I want to know why you don't let me go. Can you still follow the network cable to the earthly world and hit me? Uchiha Izuna, ha ha ha. Boy, I support you. It's better to make that little girl's belly bigger and let her give birth to more fat boys for us Uchiha. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna. I will fight with you. The chat room was in chaos again. At this time, Senju Hashirama finally spoke. Senju Hashirama, Rin, do you really like Tsuna? Uchiha Rin, as long as they are beautiful girls, I like them all. I also hope Yui Kurane, Hinata, Samui, Terumi-me, Senju Pillar, well, even if he has the character of Madonna. I can't help but want to hit Uchiha Rin. For days later, the border area of the Kingdom of Rain. Tsunade, why did you bring such a brat here? Seeing Uchiha Rin entering the military camp with Tsunade, Jiraiya looked confused. Tsunade's red lips parted slightly, but when the words came to her lips, she didn't know how to explain. Find an 8-year-old child as a foreign aide? I feel a bit embarrassed. It's really strange that Uchiha and Senju would go together. Orochimaru also walked up at this time and said half-jokingly, Sister Tsunade, I'm going out to play for a while, and then call me when you're about to officially start the fight with Hanzo. Uchiha Rin waved his hand and walked out of the military camp. At present, Orochimaru has not become a pervert who is neither male nor female, but Uchiha Rin still does not want to get too close to him. Although Jiraiya is a good person, his stance is biased towards the monkeys. Flying Hiruzen's old foxes. Uchiha Rin also didn't want to have too much social contact. Tsunade rolled her eyes and ignored them. She thought that she was really a child, like a monkey, and Tsunade immediately channeled the spirit. Take out a slug and let it lie on Uchiha Rin's shoulder. It is convenient to contact you at any time. Tsunade is currently the only one among the Sunin who can skillfully use psychic beasts. But Uchiha Rin did not intend to follow the Sunin to fight against the army of a Megakure village on the battlefield. He was only prepared to join the fight when Sancho Hanzo took action. Let this cage-level ninja, nicknamed Demigod, become the whetstone for his Mangekyo Sharinan. By the way, you can also gain Tsunade's favorability. Boss, have a bowl of ramen. Put more noodles, more onions, more meat. A few months passed in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Rin ran to a faraway place again and ordered a bowl of ramen. There was no way, the food in the military camp was too bad. As a hedonist, Uchiha Rin couldn't bear it. Ouch, kid, you have so many things to add, why don't you just ask for 2 bowls? The shop owner said with a wry smile. Stingy, Uchiha Rin casually chatted with the shop owner. Boss, the war will spread here at any time, why don't you run away? What's the use of running? This store has been my life's work. If I don't run away, I won't necessarily be beaten to death. If I run away, I will definitely starve to death. The shop owner smiled bitterly while looking down. Uchiha Rin shrugged and didn't say anything. He just added an extra banknote when paying. He is not a saint, and he doesn't like to meddle in other people's business. Occasionally showing kindness is the limit. Ah ha ha ha, here comes the noodles. The shop owner happily served a large bowl of noodles. And just when Uchiha Rin opened the disposable chopsticks and was about to eat, he found a thin and petite figure outside the shop, was standing blankly at the door. His messy light blue bangs covered his eyes. But Uchiha Rin could still tell that this little beggar was looking at him. Little brother, don't worry about it. The country of rain is now full of people with broken homes and homeless people. The store owner was not surprised by this, he said. Could it be that this little beggar is? Uchiha Rin touched his chin and an idea came to his mind. Immediately, Uchiha Rin waved to the other party and motioned for her to come over. The little beggar was obviously frightened. He saw Uchiha Rin waving to him again. After hesitating for a while, Weinyo plucked up the courage to walk into the store. Eat. Uchiha Rin pushed his face in front of the other person. The little beggar sitting opposite was trembling all over and didn't dare to move his chopsticks. If I don't eat it, I'll be mushy anyway. Uchiha Rin pretended to throw the bowl into the trash can. Don't want. The little beggar was startled. He quickly picked up his chopsticks and started eating with big mouth. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, Fools. It's a girl. From the voice just now, Uchiha Rin judged the gender of the little beggar. May I have your name? When the girl finished eating and lowered her head, Uchiha Rin asked. Xiao, Zionin, the girl said submissively. Hearing this, the corners of Uchiha Rin's mouth curled up slightly. Come with me, I won't let you go hungry. Uchiha Rin stood up and walked out of the store. Zionin Zheng looked at the other person's back. After a moment, he ran hard to keep up. 3 hours later, in the Konoha military camp. You teach her how to concentrate chakra. Uchiha Rin brought Konan to Tsunade after taking a bath and changed into clothes that were obviously one size larger than her own. Looking at this 5-year-old lowly with her head lowered and a shy look on her face, Tsunade's eyes rolled. He stared wide open, with a dangerous arc at the corner of his mouth. What a good boy, why are you kidnapping a child bride? No, not, I just, Zionin hurriedly explained, but couldn't explain why. Uchiha Izuna ha ha ha, killing me. Did Tobirama see it? Your granddaughter's expression is like that of your first wife when she saw her mistress. He actually likes a kid who is more than 10 years younger than him. The women of the Thousand Hands clan are surprisingly easy to deceive. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna. You want to fight, right? Uchiha Izuna, do you think I am afraid of you? I was just careless back then and didn't see through your flying thunder god. Whitebeard, according to my experience, the little girl with yellow hair doesn't fall in love with Rin, she just feels that what belongs to her has been robbed. Ace, wow dad, do you understand so much? Nearly half a year has passed. Konoha finally invaded the area under the jurisdiction of a Megakure village. As a result, Sanshouyo Hanzo can no longer watch the excitement from the rear. You have to do it yourself. The decisive battle between Konoha and a Megakure. On the verge of breaking out, Tsunade came to the military camp where Uchiha Rin lived and found the boy lying on lowly Konan's lap, letting him massage her head and feed her fruits. She resisted the urge to slap him and sneered, "You kid is enjoying it a lot. I am recharging my energy." Uchiha Rin stretched out and looked into Tsunade's eyes. "Don't worry, you can take the head of Sanshouyo Hanzo and worship the rope tree today." Tsunade's heart trembled, she pursed her lips and responded in a low voice, on the battlefield only more than 10 miles away from Yuin village. Under Hanzo's poison gas attack, Konoha's entire army was wiped out. The only ones who remained standing were Tsunade, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who had not yet obtained the title of Sunin. I never thought I would be pushed to this extent. Hanzo stood on top of his psychic beast Sanshouyo and said condescendingly, "Let's stop here. If we continue to fight, we will only lose both sides. I give you the name of Konoha Sunen. The victory or defeat will be reserved for next time. Hanzo felt that it would not be good for him to continue fighting. Even if he could kill the 3 young men in front of him, he would still have to face attacks from the Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Wind. He really didn't want to waste any more energy. Moreover, Hanzo felt that soon the 3 of them will agree to their proposal. After all, they have been able to withstand their own poisonous gas until now, all thanks to the timely treatment of the slug summoned by Tsunade. Do it, you lustful immortal. However, at this moment, a childish voice echoed on the battlefield. His face suddenly changed. Only then did he realize that out of the slug summoned by Tsunade, a kid who was estimated to be less than 10 years old actually jumped out. You told me not to call me lecherous fairy. Brat! Jiraiya yelled in protest, quickly forming seals and using the few remaining chakra to release ninjutsu. Fire release fire dragon flame bullet. The roaring fire dragon head blasted towards Hanzo. This level of ninjutsu can't do anything to me. Hanzo didn't have any panic on his face, and he formed a seal with one hand. Water escape, water teleportation technique. Hanzo's water teleportation speed is probably only better than Senju Tobirama. Moreover, it rains heavily all year round in the land of rain. In such a situation, under the circumstances, cooperate with Shuushuushin. I am afraid that only Namikaze Minato, who completely understands Flying Thunder God after a few years, can cure him. However, Uchiha Rin has other methods. Uncle Snake, 80 meters away at 10 o'clock. Uchiha Rin spoke again. When Orochimaru heard this, he pressed his hand to the ground without hesitation. Latent shadow snake hands. Countless big snakes poured out from Orochimaru's sleeves. They rushed towards the location mentioned by Uchiha Rin. When the sea of snakes arrived, Hanzo, who used water teleportation, just appeared. He was trapped by endless pythons. Nanny! Sancho Hanzo's expression changed, and he looked at Uchiha Rin in disbelief. Then, why did that kid know where I would appear? Well, those eyes are. The next second, Hanzo's expression changed again, because he saw the human-shaped pupils in Uchiha Rin's eyes. Okay, Sister Tsunade, you can take revenge. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Uchiha Rin wrote lightly. Tsunade rushed forward without saying a word, and blasted Hanzo directly with a fist that was powerful enough to cut through a hill. Bushi. Hanzo, who was tied up by the python, hissed and called to his psychic beast. The Sancho fish was equally astonishingly fast in the heavy rain. He stood in front of his master one step faster than Tsunade, opened his big mouth, and spurted out a deep breath. Purple poisonous mist. Poisonous mist spray. Oops. Tsunade. Jiraiya's expression changed, but just when he was about to take action, he stumbled and fell to the ground. There was no way, his physical strength and chakra were at their lowest. Orochimaru's voice sounded indifferently, don't worry, someone will save your beauty for you. Hearing this, Jiraiya looked up. He saw that Uchiha Rin had already rushed forward, with his left eye closed and the pupil of his right eye dilated. Tick-tock, a drop of blood and tears overflowed from his eye sockets. Violent black flames poured out of the air, covered in the poisonous mist that attacked Tsunade head-on. Amaterasu. In an instant, the huge poisonous mist was swallowed up by black flames. Then, the immortal flames continued to attack the big salamander and it unabated. The master behind the scenes pounced. The next second, the screams of the man known as Demigod echoed over the battlefield. It's so exciting, this is the power of the Sharingan. 10 minutes later, Orochimaru held Sancho Hanzo's head, licked the corners of his mouth, and looked at Uchiha Rin eagerly. Uchiha Rin got goosebumps when he saw it. Mad, this guy can't do this. Did he transfer his thoughts on bringing up a filial son to labor and management 20 years in advance? If he really dares to do anything, he must kill him. Then, Uchiha Rin raised his hand to wipe the blood and tears from his right eye. Don't use your hands. Beware of infection. At this time, Tsunade knelt down and used the disinfectant tissue she carried with her to wipe Uchiha Rin's right eye. How about it? Uchiha Rin vaguely smelled the blood-spraying breath emanating from the other party, and smiled teasingly at Tsunade. Forget it, you're a good kid. Tsunade barely choked out a sentence. So how do you repay me? Uchiha Rin asked with a smile. Boo! The next second, Uchiha Rin felt a soft touch on his forehead. Jiraiya shouted beside him in grief, no. Snowflakes were fluttering and the north wind was blowing immediately afterwards. Uchiha Rin saw Tsunade take off a pendant from the inside of his collar and put it around his neck. He said with an awkward expression, this is a thank you gift. Once Hanzo died, he and Tsunade returned to Konoha. As agreed in advance, Tsunade will use Hanzo's head to worship the rope tree, and also report the battle situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hanzo is dead. When he heard the news, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was not yet 50 years old this year, was so frightened that he almost jumped up from his stool. Tsunade, who was responsible for the report, had no expression on her face and just flashed the head in her hand to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then left without looking back. It was because of the misjudgment of Konoha's top leaders, headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, that many Senju clan members, including Nojeki, fell into Hanzo's trap. Their vitality was severely damaged. This also became the cause of the growing distance between Tsunade and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Unexpectedly, after Uchiha Madara, another Uchiha person has the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the frontline report just sent by Tsunade. When I learned from it that it was Uchiha Rin's Mangekyo Sharingan that made the final decision, the joy originally brought by Hanzo's death was instantly overturned. Most of it was scattered, because he had witnessed with his own eyes Madara Uchiha's control of the power of the kaleidoscope. That was simply a nightmare that would linger throughout his life. What should be done with him? Sarutobi Hiruzen crossed his arms and frowned. In Konoha Cemetery, Tsunade placed Hanzo's head in front of the rope tree tombstone and was cremated. Uchiha Rin stood behind her and silently opened the dead person chat room. Uchiha Rin at, your precious disciples must be thinking about how to deal with me now. Uchiha Izuna, I think so. Knowing that Rinboy you have the Sharingan, Tobirama's disciples were scared to death, right? Are you afraid that they will target you? I heard that after the founding of Konoha, my eldest brother was targeted by Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama, humph. The existence of Uchiha is a time bomb. I am just taking reasonable precautions. Uchiha Rin, don't worry for the time being, there is still the old lady Mito who is keeping them in check. Yes, that's why Uchiha Rin showed his Mangekyo Sharingan so unscrupulously. And he is not afraid of the civil war kings of Konoha elders targeting him. It's because of the first Hokage's wife, Mito Uzumaki is not dead yet. With this big boss under their control, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others did not dare to do anything too extreme, even if he is from the Uchiha clan. Moreover, he is still kind to Uzumaki Mito and helps her avenge her grandson. No matter what she did, there was no way she would allow those old foxes like Sarutobi Hiruzen to do anything to her while she was still alive. Not to mention that I still have a relationship with Tsunade. Uchiha Rin, I still have a few years to go. I just need to become strong enough that those old foxes can't do anything to me. Senju Hashirama, Rin-chan, you seem to have a strong opinion against Hiruzen and the others. I think you are biased against them. This is not good. Uchiha Rin, wait 2 years and I will let you see how the 4 of them have ruined the foundation you left behind, to be honest, let alone the world of Naruto. Looking at the entire second dimension, a leader like the Konoha elders who started with a bad start and played a poor hand with good cards. It is also an extremely explosive existence. In the later period, Orochimaru almost wiped out Konoha. If Senju Hashirama saw that the Foundation read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, Ed was also ruined by Sarutobi Hiruzen. I don't know if I will be so angry that I vomit blood. At this time, Tsunade stood up and walked out of the cemetery with Uchiha Rin, and suddenly said, I'm going back to the front line, do you want to come with me? Don't want. Uchiha Rin refused without hesitation, stretched and yawned, I went there because of you before. I can fight for you, but I have no interest in fighting for Konoha. A faint blush flashed across Tsunade's fair and pretty face. Yep, you're a slippery-tongued brat. After leaving these words, Tsunade walked quickly towards the main entrance of the village. Suddenly, she stopped again and half turned her head, with waves in her beautiful eyes. You, wait for me to come back. Tsunade hesitated for a long time before she could barely hold back these words. Senju Tobirama in the chat room felt that her blood pressure was even higher. Uchiha Izuna, it seems that the day when the little girl from the Senju clan will leave the big fat boy for us Uchiha is just around the corner. Then, there is the daily routine of Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama squirting each other in their skirts. I'm exhausted. Zionin, come over and let me lie down on your knees. After returning home, Uchiha Rin shouted feebly. Konan Loli's face was slightly red, but she still lifted up her short skirt and knelt down, letting Uchiha Rin pillow on it. Uchiha Rin closed his eyes and fell asleep, but in fact then they entered the dead person's chat room. Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama were still squirting at each other. Uchiha Rin at Whitebeard at Ace, can we discuss something? Ace, Whitebeard, Uchiha Rin, I will most likely travel to your world in the future. Then I will kill Blackbeard to avenge you. In exchange, how about you two giving me the 3-color Haki and burning fruit abilities respectively? Although Uchiha Rin is more greedy for Senju Hashirama's would release. But with Senju Tobirama as a troublemaker, I feel like I can't get it for the time being. Uchiha Rin could only make plans for Ace and Whitebeard, the father and son. Uchiha Rin is not greedy for the Gengen fruit, that thing is more suitable for those muscular men in Hidden Cloud Village. His fighting style is more like Uchiha Madara's rose-flavored battlefield style. Xiao Xiao fruit is more suitable for you. Whitebeard, gula la la boy, I don't know how long it will take before you go to our world, so asking for it so early would be a big deal, right? Ace, actually, Luffy will definitely defeat Teach without you taking action. Damn, these two guys are surprisingly hard to fool. Uchiha Rin pinched his chin and thought for a while before speaking. Uchiha Rin, I will definitely take action against Wang Luffy in the future. Ace, as long as you give me the power of the burning fruit, I will promise to spare his life. How about that? Ace, what are you going to do? Luffy, where did he offend you? It was obvious from his tone that Ace was angry. There are so many disciples everywhere in the second dimension. Uchiha Rin, because I want to steal Nami Robin, so I have to have a conflict with one Luffy. If I want to blame it, I blame his crew because they are too beautiful. Ace: Whitebeard, Uchiha Izuna, Senju Pillar, Ace, Whitebeard and the others are not from the Naruto world. Regarding the grievances and resentments between Uchiha and Senju, we only have a slight understanding of them through Uchiha Rin's perspective, and the mutual quarrels between Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobi, but not much interest. After all, they were not members of the Senju or Uchiha families. Just watch the fun as a melon eater. However, when Uchiha Rin said that it was very likely that he would travel to their world in the future, and after planning to attack Juan Luffy, Ace lost his composure for a moment. He was relieved about his death. He even wondered whether he could seek revenge on Teach, also respond with a Buddhist attitude. But Juan Luffy is undoubtedly his reverse scale. This guy's level of control over his younger brother is not inferior to that of Uchiha, a filial son. Uchiha Rin at Portkas D. Ace, how is it? Ace, there is no shop like this after passing this village. As long as you give me the ability to burn the fruit, I promise that no matter how Juan Luffy provokes me, I will definitely keep him alive in the future, Uchiha Rin tirelessly told Ace, induce. Although the Mangekyo Sharingan is powerful, the side effects are too strong. I haven't taken out the Susanoo yet. It was just that he used Future Sight and Amaterasu in the previous battle with Hanzo. It feels like my originally excellent eyesight has improved to about 200 degrees. If Mad used Susanoo, wouldn't he have to raise it to 500 degrees in one go? It's so fucked up. Under such circumstances, Uchiha Rin felt that he needed to find new abilities. The Burning Fruit and Flying Thunder God are undoubtedly blocking the abilities that are most suitable for them. Just Senju Tobirama's attitude towards Uchiha. Flying Thunder God Uchiha Rin no longer had any hope. I can only put my mind to Ace. This ace in the underworld secretly gritted his teeth and fell into entanglement. Although he is in soul form now, there are no teeth for him to bite. To be honest, he was a dead man. It's useless to keep the ability to burn the fruit. Just give it. But the problem is that he is afraid that after he gives it, Uchiha Rin will not keep his promise. Use your own abilities to deal with Luffy. On the other hand, wasn't it him who harmed Luffy? Ace, Whitebeard, Yamamoto Genryan Agasai Shijikuni and other non-Naruto World Skirt members joined the chat room. It's been a while. I basically have a preliminary understanding of Uchiha Rin's character. There are only 3 things I like: strength, beauty, and freedom. In other words, lawlessness. Overall, it's due read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels St. That, a little bit of conscience, but not much. Ace was really unsure whether he could trust this guy. After all, he was already in Blackbeard. Marshall D. Teach suffered a loss once. Uchiha Rin, I admit that I am not a good person, but I do what I say, so please think about it carefully. After it Ace again, Uchiha Rin went offline. Ace was still in a tangled state, while Ichimaru Jin, who had been in a diving state, watched all this silently, thoughtfully. In the real world, Uchiha Rin stood up from Konan's lap. Then he took her little hand and said, "Let's go and take you to the entrance exam." Konan is 6 years old this year, which is exactly the age when new students enter the ninja school. For such a little Alita with film-level potential, Uchiha Rin will not let her be a vase maid who can only serve him tea and water. Well, I'll do my best. Having been with Uchiha Rin for more than half a year, Konan's character has gradually moved closer to the gentle and virtuous self she was when she first appeared in the original work. It's not like when she first met Uchiha Rin, like a second-generation Hinata. Can't say a word. Rin, do you want to go out? The weather is nice today. There are newly arrived fruits from the land of the river. Do you want to try them? Rin, I heard that you, well, it's nothing, just be careful when you go out. Walking on the streets of the Uchiha clan, every tribesman who met him greeted him with a complicated expression. The expression included shock, yearning, envy, but more of it was awe. This is for Uchiha. For Harin, the former little transparent member of the family, it is simply unimaginable. The reason is very simple. The fact that he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan has spread throughout the family. After the Uchiha Madara brothers, it has been decades since another owner of the Mangekyo Sharingan has appeared, and he is less than 10 years old. He has a bright future. Many people feel that it has been more than 30 years since the village was founded in Konoha, and it has gone through 3 generations of Hokage. Now it is finally our turn for Uchiha. People are sitting. P.S. This book is absolutely enjoyable, and I beg you all to support it with your support. By the way, why is the evaluation vote 0? It's too horrible to watch. Please give me some advice. Although it is a chat flow type, it does not use chat text. It is more about the protagonist living happily in his own world. The playground was already filled with a large number of new students preparing to enter school, as well as their parents. Uchiha Rin, who brought Konan here, looked around and found no familiar figures. In the same class as him, there are Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, Nara Shikaku and other parents of the original 12 Xiaoqiang. And it is said that Uchiha Rin knows that the flagwood is 50-50 in bloom, the sunset is red, and Metkai's generation, just born now. Therefore, Zionan's age at school is rather embarrassing, right in the middle of these two generations. I don't feel like there's anyone worth making friends with. Long time no see, Rin. At this time, a voice came from the side. Uchiha Rin and Konan turned to look. Two white-eyed patients came into view. There was a boy about 13 or 14 years old, and a boy who was about the same age as Konan. A white-eyed Lolita about 5 or 6 years old. "Oh, it's Rizu-senpai, long time no see," Uchiha Rin greeted. Hinata Hisashi was 1 year older than Senju Noeki. When Uchiha Rin entered school, he happened to be in the graduating class. The two of them didn't speak much, but they were still considered acquaintances. "Who is this?" Uchiha Rin looked at the white-eyed loli next to Hinata Hinashi. This is my fiancé, Hikaru Hinata," Hyoga Hisashi said with some embarrassment. "Good guy, this is almost 10 years younger, right?" Uchiha Rin said that Hinata Hisashi is very forced, but I feel that I am not qualified to criticize others. After all, Uchiha Rin is more greedy than a waiter. Where is the teenage Hinata? If Uchiha Rin told Hinata, "If you don't abandon me, Rin would like to be your father-in-law," would Hinata be desperate for her? But that's fine, Uchiha. Rin immediately asked Konan and Hinata to get along well. After all, they will all be a family from now on. "Have you really awakened the Mangekyo Sherinan?" After the two little Lolita got to know each other and played together, Hinata Hisa seized the opportunity and asked Uchiha Rin in a low voice. "Oh? It seems that this matter has spread within Konoha." Uchiha Rin showed a half-smile. Hinata opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say for a moment. At least judging from Uchiha Rin's answer, this matter is true. The reason why he took the initiative to say hello to Uchiha Rin, who is not very close to him, it is because he is the heir of the Hyaga clan. It is necessary to have a good relationship with the strong people in the village. Although the relationship between Hinata and Uchiha is not good, at least it is not as good as Uchiha and Chien. The hands are so tit for tat. Everyone is quiet for a moment. Next, the Hokage is invited to give a speech. At this time, the instructor standing on the podium shouted. Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, was not completely white and under 50 years old, walked onto the podium. After coughing dryly, he said with a kind face, "Where the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to grow. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. This is the will of fire. Here we go again." Uchiha Rin showed an extremely disgusted expression. "Damn it, every time new students enter school, Sarutobi Hiruzen will come out and brainwash these kids. Zionan, just think of these words as farts, don't listen to them." Uchiha Rin lowered his head and reminded Konan. Madu said that other gods are the strongest illusion. In the view of Uchiha Rin, a time traveler, this will of fire is the strongest illusion, right? So many people in Konoha have been she was fooling like a fool. Although Zionan didn't understand why Uchiha Rin said that, she would definitely do what he said. She nodded obediently. Senju Hashirama at Uchiha Rin, "I think the monkey is right, Xiao Rin, why do you have such a big opinion?" In the chat room, Senju Zujian at Uchiha Rin, "Haha, there is nothing wrong with saying this from you or Senju Tobirama, but from the mouths of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, it is simply a big joke. The will of fire thing is difficult to explain. Very simple. That is, the older generation should dedicate themselves to becoming the soil of the younger generation and pave the way for them." Even if Uchiha Rin doesn't like Senju Tobirama at all, he has to admit that he does implement this. When he was chased by Golden Horn and Silver Horn, even though he is not old yet, he still chooses to sacrifice himself to let Sarutobi Hiruzen and others escape, which is enough to prove this point. Not to mention Senju Hashirama. But what about people like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo? TMD, it's completely the other way around. Let the younger generation sacrifice themselves to become the nourishment for them to consolidate their power. White Fang, Sunan, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Shisui, so many young and strong men were left to die. The four immortals in Konoha's Elder Council have tightly held the highest power in Konoha for nearly half a century. During the 12 Xiaoqian period, Orochimaru almost destroyed Konoha. You know, one of the above powerful people is still in Konoha. Orochimaru can't even make any waves. After Hiruzen Sarutobi finally finished talking on the podium with a lot of jabbering, the opening ceremony is officially over. Zionan, Hinata Hikari and other freshmen who have just entered this year. They also entered the teaching building and looked for their respective classes according to the previous class list. Uchiha Rin turned around and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly said, "Rin, wait." As soon as these words came out, many parents stopped and looked over. Among them were Inyazuka, Inazukeko, Abarame and other big family members. "Can we have a chat? I love chatting with you young people," Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with his iconic kindly old man smile. "Next time, Hokage-sama, I have an appointment with Mito-sama." Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is not as crazy as he is in the future, Uchiha Rin still chooses not to be wronged. Staying in a room with these old foxes like the elders makes him feel sick. Sarutobi Hiruzen keeps smiling. The corners of his lips couldn't help but twitch violently. He didn't expect this boy to be so disrespectful, but he couldn't find a reason to refute. After all, Uchiha Rin moved out the giant Buddha of Uzumaki Mito. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen had already become, having been Hokage for nearly 20 years, he did not dare to compete with Uzumaki Mito. "Then I'll take my leave, Hokage-sama." Uchiha Rin left without looking back. Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly clenched his fists behind him. He kept reminding himself in his heart, bear with it, bear with it. Anyway, Uzumaki Mito doesn't have a few years to live. By the end of the day, isn't it time for him to be alone in the world? And Hinata watched this scene silently. He was thinking in his heart whether he should stay away from Uchiha Rin. Isn't this too disrespectful to the Hokage? Even if Uchiha Rin is now, he fell in love with Uzumaki Mito. But how many years does that old lady have to live? In the next few decades, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not be in charge. However, Hinata couldn't have imagined that. Uchiha Rin was just preparing to return to Uzumaki Mito. In the past few years of his life, he has raised his strength to a level that the elders dare not act rashly. Of course, Mito Uzumaki didn't ask out Rin Uchiha. Uchiha Rin said that just now because he didn't want to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen's monkey face anymore. However, he still went to the fruit shop to buy a fruit basket and walked towards the Thousand Hands clan's land, planning to pay a visit. Normally, it would be basically impossible for Uchiha people to enter the Senju clan, but because the whole clan now knows that Uchiha Rin helped their eldest master take revenge, so no one stepped forward to stop him and enter the Thousand Hands clan. Uchiha Rin found that the atmosphere of the entire Senju clan was lifeless. It's no wonder that in the previous battle where Senju Nashu died, not only Senju Nashu, as the eldest young master, died in the battle, most of the young men of the Senju clan also died. This vitality is damaged, and it will never recover in less than 20 or 30 years. This also led to the near breakdown of the relationship between Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen. That blind commander was fooled by the enemy. Uchiha Izuna at Jupiler Senju Tobirama, do you think your precious disciple did this on purpose? Good guy, the ancestor is starting to stir up trouble again. Not surprisingly, Senju Hashirama has not answered yet. Senju Tobirama had already started to squirt with him. Every time Uchiha Rin enters the skirt, the news can read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels 99+, these two are indispensable. However, Uchiha Rin personally believes that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not do it on purpose. After all, Uzumaki Mito is still here. Even if the elders don't like Thousand Hands, they don't have the guts. It should be purely because their command skills are so bad. After all, judging from the original work, this group of people only has some fighting ability compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Apart from being an expert in internal fighting, his talents in other areas are simply inferior to those of a pig or a dog. I don't know how Senju Tobirama was so blind that he chose them as his heirs. Grandma, eat a peach. At Uzumaki Mito's house, Uchiha Rin handed the peeled peach to Uzumaki Mito, who was now over 70 years old and had wrinkles on his face. Haha, thank you, Xiaolin. As expected of a couple, Uzumaki Mito called Uchiha Rin exactly the same as Senju Hashirama, and seeing his old wife, sister-in-law, now, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama in the chat room both, I can't help but feel a lot of emotions. Even Uchiha Izuna is a little bit embarrassed. What about mine? Sitting next to Uzumaki Mito, a red-haired loli with a big face blinked at Uchiha Rin. She was Uchiha Rin's classmate, and was about to inherit the second-generation Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, Uzumaki Kushina. Currently staying with Uzumaki Mito, preparing to become the next Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Damn you, you are not my grandma-in-law, Uchiha Rin said with a look of disgust. Uchiha Rin, I'll fight you. Uzumaki Mito hated people calling herself Tomato at school. Many male students laughed at her like this, so Kushina beat them all up and got the nickname Blood Red Pepper. And big faceplate was obtained by Uchiha Rin for Kushina. She also hated it. Okay, stop making trouble. Uzumaki Mito stopped him in time. Kushina didn't dare to be presumptuous and sat back down. Xiaolin, do you really like Xiazuna? Uzumaki Mito restrained his previous kind smile and asked seriously. Uchiha Rin also straightened his face and nodded. Kushina was heartbroken. This unscrupulous person actually wants to pursue Tsunade-senpai? After Uzumaki Mito was silent for a while, he slowly spoke, then, can I betroth Xiao Gang to you? In fact, before Uchiha Rin came, Uzumaki Mito had considered this issue. The Senju clan is now severely weakened and needs someone to rely on. And he has only a few years to live, so he must find a new one to rely on. Less than 10 Uchiha Rin, who awakened the kaleidoscope at the age of 10, is undoubtedly a good choice. It's just that the Uchiha's origin is a bit troublesome. But what if they get married? Wouldn't this problem be solved perfectly? And Uzumaki Mito can also see from Tsunade's attitude, my granddaughter also has a good impression of this little guy. At least he is more reliable than Jiraiya, right? This, however, unexpectedly, Uchiha Rin looked embarrassed and spread his hands. Grandma, it's okay to fall in love, but it's not appropriate to get married, unless Sister Tsunade allows me to take a concubine. Uzumaki Mito, Kushina, dead man chat room everyone, good guy, you are obviously a scumbag, right? Looking at the one hanging in the middle of Uchiha Rin's collarbone, it was given to his granddaughter by her husband, Senju Hashirama. Then the pendant was given to Uchiha Rin by her granddaughter. Uzumaki Mito was caught in a huge tangle. She suddenly wanted to get the pendant back for her granddaughter. What kind of scumbag is this? Fortunately, Uzumaki Mito was still very well educated and did not curse. Finally, with a smile on his face, he sent Uchiha Rin away. Kushina, on the other hand, was furious, pointing at Uchiha Rin's leaving back and shouting, Grandma Mito, this guy is really ignorant. With Tsunade-senpai actually still thinking about other women, no, shameless. Kushina can't find any adjectives to describe this guy. He just said what many men really think. Now Uzumaki Mito has calmed down. If you think about it carefully, there is nothing strange about Uchiha Rin's behavior. Not to mention the sparse population during the Warring States period, the heads of the major ninja clans risked their lives to have children. My husband has 3 brothers. It is said that Uchiha Madara's side is even more exaggerated, 5 brothers. Although the current environment is much better than that of the Warring States period, among those powerful people, which one does not have a group of wives and concubines? If I like this kind of boy, I wonder how Zayazuna will live in the future. Mito Uzumaki rubbed his temples in distress. She was a little afraid to die. The next day, ninja school. Long time no see, Rin. As soon as Uchiha Rin entered the classroom, a yellow-haired man who was not inferior to him in appearance showed a bright smile and took the initiative to say hello. The official future 4th-generation Hokage, Namifang Shuiman. He is also one of the few in Uchiha Rin's class who can say that the person who spoke. That's right, Uchiha Rin hasn't graduated yet. Before he went to the front line with Tsunade, he asked Minato Namikaze to take a leave for him, and then left directly. This departure lasted half a year. To be honest, yesterday he left Chien when the Han clan came out. Sarutobi Hiruzen actually sent someone to inform him to go to the ninja school, which really shocked Uchiha Rin. He thought he had been expelled long ago. After all, he missed half a year of class. And seeing Uchiha Rin's arrival, the whole class was in a commotion. Apparently, they had heard some rumors from their parents. Minato, stay away from this scumbag. At this time, Kushina also walked into the classroom and pulled Minato Namikaze to sit in the corner of the classroom. She was afraid that Minato Namikaze would be led astray by Uchiha Rin. Uchiha Rin shrugged. Anyway, he didn't care what Kushina thought. Himself. He didn't regard her as a target. The main reason was that Uchiha Rin, as the second thorny monkey, was spoiled by a lot of beauties in the second dimension. He was only interested in the kind of tea. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, Op Beauties with a score of 95 or above. What kind of outline? Hands, Terumi Mei, Hayaga Hinata, or Nami, Robin, Hancock. Like Kushina, who scored 88 points in the sky, he has no interest in it. Ichimaru Jin at Uchiha Rin, can we have a chat? Seeing this news, Uchiha Rin was stunned for a moment. Because since entering the skirt, Ichimaru Jin has basically not spoken. Many times Uchiha Rin forgets that there is such a person. Suddenly at what happened to me? Uchiha Rin, what's going on? Ichimaru Jin, you like beautiful women, right? Can I ask you to protect someone? Don't worry, it's a beauty. Ichimaru Jin didn't say it clearly, but Uchiha Rin had already guessed who that person was. Rain Jiku Matsumoto, Bleach Vice Captain of the 10th Division of the World Gotei 13th Division. She is also Ichimaru Jin's childhood sweetheart. It can be said that the reason why Ichimaru Jin lurked around Aizen for hundreds of years was to help Matsumoto Rain Jiku regain the part of his soul that Aizen took away. But after hearing Ichimaru Jin's words, Uchiha Rin's expression was a little strange. Is this asking me to take the initiative to love him? It doesn't really count. The main reason is that Ichimaru Jin has heard about the current situation in Soul Society through Yamamoto Genri Asai Shijikuni. A man named Waiwak led an army of Quincy to conquer Soul Society, killed countless Shinigami, even the strongest Shinigami Yamamoto Genri Asai Shijikuni died at their hands. At that time, Yamamoto Genryu married Saishiji Kuni, but Ichimaru Jin was frightened. So, what about Rain-jiku? Is Rain-jiku okay? Ichimaru Jin is really afraid of meeting Rain-jiku in this skirt, and after hearing that Uchiha Rin might be able to enter other worlds in the future, Ichimaru Jin thought for a long time and felt that he might be able to entrust him to protect Rain-jiku. As for whether the two people will develop that kind of relationship, to be honest, Ichimaru Jin didn't care that much. He even thought it wouldn't matter if Rain-jiku got a new man and forgot about him, that would be better for her. After listening to Ichimaru Jin's elaboration, Kwan's skirt fell into silence. Yamamoto Genryu Nagasai Shiji Kuni, Ichimaru Jin, at first I only thought you were a sneaky kid, but I didn't expect you to be an affectionate person. Whitebeard, goo la la boy, I can see that you like that girl named Rain-jiku very much. Uchiha Izuna, I thought you were mute, but I didn't expect you to be a lover. Rin, what do you think? Help him. Ichimaru Jin ignored the teasing of other skirt members, and again at Uchiha Rin. Ichimaru Jin at Uchiha Rin, how is it? If you agree, I will give you my Zanpakuto Divine Spear. The whole skirt was waiting for Uchiha Rin's reply. After a long while, Uchiha Rin finally spoke. Uchiha Rin, but I like Haribel more. Although Ace, Senju Hashirama and others don't know who Haribel is, but according to their understanding of Uchiha Rin, you can roughly guess why he said this. It's just that Uchiha Rin doesn't like Matsumoto Rain-jiku and he prefers Haribel. Ichimaru Jin was even more shocked and speechless. Good guy, he even sacrificed his childhood sweetheart. In the end, I didn't like this product. You should know that Rain-jiku and the Godei 13 are the most beautiful beauties. Alquira, can Kin do that? What a rare thing, like Ichimaru Jin, who has not spoken since he got into skirt. Alquira, who has been in a state of diving, came to complain. Uchiha Rin, you'll know after you try it. Speaking of which, it's rather awkward to remember the location of Haribel's void hole, but it shouldn't be a problem. After all, there are still 2 holes, right? Ichimaru Jin at Uchiha Rin, are you serious? Uchiha Rin, haha, I'm just kidding. For your ability actually still very greedy, although Ichimaru Jin's Divine Spear is compared with Yamamoto Genryu Saishiji Kuni's Ryakan Wakakaku, Aizen's Kyoka Suijutsu and other Zanpakutos with incredible effects. It feels really bad, but it's definitely enough. If possible, of course Uchiha Rin would want it. Uchiha Rin then explained the reason. Uchiha Rin, it's just that I don't plan to go to your world in the short term. There are too many masters there, and I won't rush to die. In the world of the Sea of Deathfire, the Death God's combat power is undoubtedly the highest. Especially the Invisible Empire is a lot of perverts. Before reaching the 6th level, Uchiha Rin would not consider going there at all. Uchiha Rin, I won't go to your world for at least a few decades, and I'm not sure I can protect you in front of that pervert Waiwak, and I won't trick you into giving me the knife until I have it. When your confidence is gone, you can issue the commission again. As soon as Uchiha Rin said this, the mentality of everyone in the chat room could not help but change slightly, because in the eyes of many of them, Uchiha Rin could completely deceive Ichimaru Jin's ability, and then regret it and not fulfill his promise. Wouldn't it be over? Why don't you eat the duck that reaches your mouth? Uchiha Rin explained indifferently, I am the most honest person in business. I don't recognize people but read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, their abilities. Give me your abilities and I'll do things for you. I will never defraud you. After traveling through time for so long, Uchiha Rin has figured out his golden finger ability. It's more of a legal transaction than a golden finger. Maybe in the beginning, I can gain a few abilities by cheating and cheating, but what about after that? After you lose your integrity, who among the big guys in your skirt will do business with you? Therefore, Uchiha Rin also made up his mind that as long as he took the job, he would definitely do it. And the commission put forward by Ichimaru Jin, it's something he can't do currently, that's why he chose to refuse. And after hearing Uchiha Rin's words, Ace suddenly expressed his stance. Porcas D. Ace at Uchiha Rin, you said before that as long as I give you the power of the burning fruit, you will never kill Luffy even if you take away the 2 crew members on the spaceship. Does this promise still count? Uchiha Rin, it's none of my business whether Wong Luffy wants to be the pirate king or wants to liberate the world. I only want the 2 beauties on his boat. Uchiha Rin at Isai, since you are looking for me, I will give it to you whether you do it or not. Remember, I will never let Wong Luffy go if he loses 1 piece of money. Ace : the atmosphere of silence lasted for about half a minute. The sound of the chat room system suddenly sounded, ding. Skirtman Portkas D. Ace releases commission mission, don't kill my brother mission content. After entering the pirate world, Skirt member Uchiha Rin cannot kill Monkey D. Luffy mission reward, burning fruit ability hem. It's okay not to kill, but I can't miss Nami, Robin Hood Cook. I don't know why, but it feels more exciting to rob Nami and the others who have become Wong Luffy's crew. What's going on? P.S. The first day's outbreak was complete. Let me ask you something. Brothers, they like the protagonist to go to another world after staying in one world. Or do you want to be like other chat streams and move around in different worlds? My younger sister is better at clearing one world before moving on to the next. Please leave your comments in the book review area. Also, kneel down and beg to throw something in. The moment you hear the system beep, Uchiha Rin's arm roared with flames. I saw a flame about 10 centimeters a day suddenly shooting up from his elbow, but surprisingly he didn't light his clothes on fire. So hot. Uchiha Rin himself was startled. Then he quickly calmed down. The originally uncontrollable flames gradually extinguished and returned to calm. What is that? And Minato Namikaze, who was sitting in the back corner of the classroom with Kushina, happened to see this scene. His eyes widened in shock. Ace at Uchiha Rin, the things have been given to you, we have agreed. You are not allowed to kill Luffy. Actually, to be honest, Ace wants to announce that Uchiha Rin is not allowed to attack Luffy. He even asked him to assist Luffy in his mission to become the Pirate King, but Ace himself knew it very well. If he really issued such a mission, Uchiha Rin would never accept it. Uchiha Rin, don't worry, although I don't like One Luffy, but since I took your order, I will keep my promise. Uchiha Rin felt that he had never found Ace to be such a talkative person before. After talking for a long time, he finally felt relieved. Ring, ring, ring. Finally, the school bell of the ninja school rang today. Zionin, how do you feel? Uchiha Rin walked to the door of the first grade classroom and smoothed the blue hair on the little loli's head and asked, "It's too simple compared to what Tsunade-sama taught," Konan said confidently. After all, he has film-level potential. This answer did not surprise Uchiha Rin. I no longer want to waste time here, so I should apply for early graduation, Uchiha Rin decided. The original book did not say the specific age when Kushina became a Jinchuriki, but through yesterday's conversation with Uzumaki Mito, he knew that Konoha's top management planned to wait until Kushina's body was fully developed and she was nearly an adult. The transfer of the 9 tails will be carried out when the time comes. With any luck, the elders will not dare to make any big moves within 7 or 8 years. But who can guarantee that Uzumaki Mito can survive until that time? As soon as the second ninja war ends in the original work, Tsunade left Konoha immediately. If Mito Uzumaki was still alive at that time, would Tsunade leave so simply when facing her elderly grandmother? Uchiha Rin thought it was safe. He should have obtained it during World War II, a power that those old foxes dare not covet. There is no time for mushrooms in school. Ha! Rin, have you decided to graduate early too? Coincidentally, Namikaze Minato came up with Kushina. Also? Uchiha Rin raised his eyebrows slightly. The third Hokage came to me yesterday and said that he hoped I could graduate early and planned to send me to the front line to become Jireya's disciple. Having said this, Namikaze Minato said with a grateful expression, "The Sandaime-sama was so kind to me." Seeing Namikaze Minato's grateful express, read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Zion, Uchiha Rin secretly thought, Minato, I probably won't kill you in the future, right? In the later period, the son of Konoha seemed not to have a good relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen, although Jiraiya despised some of the actions of the elders. But when the critical moment came, he would definitely side with Sarutobi Hiruzen without hesitation. The same is true for Namikaze Minato, who will become Jireya's disciple. In the original work, after he became the fourth Hokage, he was actually able to allow Hiruzen Sarutobi to listen to politics behind the curtain. It's also cowardly enough. If it were him, he would have kicked this old immortal out and told him to get out. In the future, 99.99% of the time, I will work with the elders. If Minato Namikaze sides with them, then don't blame me then. After leaving these words that confused Namikaze Minato and Kushina, Uchiha Rin took Konan and left the ninja school. Is this what you came up with? Hiruzen. At the same time, in the highest conference room of Konoha, Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi were sitting opposite each other, with a flash of disdain on their faces. Also sitting in the seats were Koharu and Mito Katoen. The topic that the four people talked about at this gathering was the containment plan for Uchiha Rin. The plan given by Sarutobi Hiruzen was to train Namikaze Minato. He observed it through the telescope technique. Namikaze Minato was born as a commoner but was talented, outstanding, with solid cage-level potential. And more importantly, he has a simple personality and is obedient enough. To put it simply, he is easy to fool. Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to cultivate him and cultivate him. Create another genius to contain Uchiha. Rin is a young genius. But Danzo feels that Sarutobi Hiruzen's method is really tortuous. Wouldn't it be enough to just transfer that boy Uchiha Rin into my roots? I will kill him to death. Danzo, who is not yet blind in one eye, showed a greedy expression. He can kill Hanzo's Mangekyo Sharinan. He is so greedy that he drools. Hee, you are too naive, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen said funnily, do you think he will agree? If he doesn't agree, do you want to use force? Will Mito-sama agree? Danzo, who asked 3 consecutive questions, was speechless. Indeed, no matter how arrogant Danzo is, he dare not ignore the meaning of the Empress Dowager Uzumaki Mito. That bastard boy is really lucky. Take the line of Uzumaki Mito. But don't get too complacent. When Uzumaki Mito dies in 2 years, I will dig out your kaleidoscope and put it in my own eye socket. 2 days later, Konoha Ninja School. When they heard Uchiha Rin's words, all the Konoha ninjas around him, including Namikaze Minato, were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. I'm going to do this, why don't you give the Hokage face? Just now Namikaze Minato, who tied the forehead protector of Konoha to his forehead, thought to himself. It can be seen from the forehead protector on his head and Uchiha Rin's hand. The two have successfully become Konoha's official genin. The early graduation exam has not how many waves it caused. After all, one is the owner of the Mangekyo Sharinan who assisted the Sunin to kill Sancho Hanzo. The other is a genius who has firmly dominated the school's top honors students since he entered school. Many readers don't have time to come here. Uchiha Rin and Namikaze Minato received forehead protectors. The reason why Uchiha Rin cursed just now was because as soon as they received the forehead protectors, the examiner told them to go to the front line immediately to report. This is from Hokage-sama. Meaning, Uchiha Rin said that he was really in trouble. How could he be sent to the front line just after becoming a genin? Is this old immortal deliberately sending himself to the battlefield to die? Uchiha Izuna, it shouldn't happen. I think that old monkey feels that although he can't do anything to you in a short time, he still wants to squeeze out the last bit of value from you as much as possible. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna. Don't judge a gentleman with a villain's heart. Uchiha Izuna, ho-ho? Are you still a gentleman based on the virtues of your disciples? Do you think it's still the warring states period? Should a kid under 10 years old be allowed to go to war? Uchiha Izuna silenced Senju Tobirama after saying one word. Yes, his eldest brother's original intention in founding Konoha. I just don't want children to have anything to do with war. But now, Sarutobi Hiruzen let 2 9-year-old children go to the battlefield. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? Yamamoto Genri Asai Shijikuni, I don't understand, since there is a shortage of people on the front line, why doesn't Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, come on his own? Good guy, the captain killed the game with one sentence. That's right, since there is a shortage of people on the front line, then why don't you, the Konoha elders, go on your own? Uchiha Rin almost laughed. Thinking about it carefully, the 4 members of Konoha's elder group have experienced the first 3 wars, but basically they sit back and enjoy the results. During the first ninja war, they were a bunch of brats, following Senju Tobirama's but to gain experience. This is understandable. After that, he never went to the battlefield. The second ninja war relied on the White Fang Heitake Sakumo and the Konoha Sunin. The same is true for the third time. He is clearly only in his early 50s and fully capable of going to the front line in person. But in time, the 50-50 were opened, and 12-year-old brats like Runta were sent up. Not going either. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, or myself. Completely relying on Namikaze Minato to risk his life on the front line. The fourth time, the gods fight, I won't talk about it. However, Koharu and Mito Minion are still living in the rear areas. I'll sell batches to your mother. What is the use of your body of elders? Senju Pillar, Thousand Hands Tobirama, the Senju brothers were also silenced by the captain's words. No matter how much they try to excuse the 4 of them, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I really can't find any excuse. That's enough, Rin, this is Hokage-sama's order. As a Konoha ninja, your only job is to execute. At this time, a serious voice came. Uchiha Rin turned his head and looked around, slightly twitching the corner of his mouth. Ouch, hello, Uncle Zhenhong. Ui Mahong, Konoha's leading genjutsu ninja. Ui Mahong came over and said, I will serve as the command captain of this operation for you two. I will be responsible for taking you two to the front line. I will prepare before going back and set off at dawn. Uchiha Rin spread his hands. Forget it, going to the battlefield is not entirely a bad thing. After all, practicing in front of wooden stakes in the training ground is not as effective as practicing with living people, right? Hey Uncle Zhenhong, I heard your daughter was born, congratulations. When leaving the ninja school stone, Uchiha Rin asked abruptly. Oh, thank you. Ui Mabii nodded blankly. More than 10 years later, Ui Mabii said that the thing she regretted most in her life was letting Uchiha Rin meet her daughter. After all, what old father can tolerate his son-in-law having more than one daughter? His daughter is a woman. Grandma Mito, Zionin has been having trouble with you for a while. Subsequently, Uchiha Rin led Zionin to the Senju clan's territory. Are you so worried about Hiruzen and the others? Uzumaki Mito asked with wrinkles on his face. She has lived for so long, what big scene has she not seen? Uchiha Rin did this because he was afraid of what the elders would do to Konan when he was gone. They are a bunch of scum. Uchiha Rin sneered disdainfully. Aren't you? Kushina rolled her eyes and asked. I'm just a scumbag. Uchiha Rin straightened his chest and tightened his abdomen and said, Kushina, good guy, you're quite proud, aren't you? Uzumaki Nito sighed and finally agreed. But the thought of not daring to die became stronger and stronger. Because Uzumaki Nito had a premonition. Once he dies, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others will no longer be restrained, and Uchiha Rin will also show his fangs. Once these two groups get together, I can't imagine it. When Uchiha Rin and 3 others were preparing to set off, many people came to see them off. For example, Yuhijin Kurene's wife, and Yuihi Kurene who is still a baby in her arms. Kushina and Konan delivering lunch boxes to Uchiha Rin and Namikaze Minato. And the one who occupies the majority is the Uchiha clan. There is no way, mainly because Uchiha Rin, who awakened the Mangekyo Sharinan, is the favorite of the Uchiha clan. Many people believe that he will become the first Uchiha to become Hokage since the founding of Konoha. Rin, you have to be careful. Run away when you encounter an enemy you can't deal with. I believe you can make great contributions. By the way, this is a photo of my daughter. Please think about it. Uchiha Rin, who was surrounded by 3 layers of people inside and outside the clan, had a dark look on his face. Mad Lao is not interested in the position of Hokage at all, is it? Rather than being the man who is Hokage, it is better to be the man who is Hokage. Originally, Hanzo started the Second Ninja War. As a small country sandwiched between three kingdoms, Hanzo felt that he must find a way to strengthen the country of Rain, so he launched a war. And once Hanzo dies, the kingdom of Rain will naturally stop fighting. But even so, the war did not simply end. Because Tsunagakur village in the Wind Country also had the same idea as Hanzo. Located in the desert, most crops cannot grow, and the Kingdom of Wind, which relies entirely on imports, has long coveted the fertile land of the Kingdom of Fire. Never underestimate the Kingdom of Wind during this period. Although in Naruto's time, they had already become the last among the 5 major countries, but right now, Sand Hidden Village is at its strongest stage. The second generation Kazekage Samina's sword is still young, and the chief puppet master Cho is also in trouble. And there is also the third Kazekage who invented the iron sand technique and has already booked the position of the next Kazekage. And although he can't perfectly control Shikaku, he can still use part of the tailed beast's power to share his blessings. There are 4 shadow levels. Such capital makes Tsunagakur fully qualified to challenge Konoha. On the way to the front line, Ui Mahong explained the situation on the battlefield to Uchiha Rin and Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato listened attentively, for fear of missing a detail. Uchiha Rin asked abruptly, "Can you put me in Tsunade-sama's team? The sunset is so red labor and management want to give you 2 a nest." 4 days and 3 nights later, the 3 successfully arrived at the Konoha military camp located on the border between the Kingdom of Rain and the Kingdom of Wind. Long time no see, Sakumo. Ui Mako stretched out her hand and patted the shoulder of Heitake Sakumo, an old friend who was the commander-in-chief of the front line. Heitake Sakumo nodded with a smile. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, lanced at Namikaze Minato, and praised, being sent to the battlefield by Hokage-sama at such a young age, he has a promising future. By, Lord White Fang has given me a reward. Namikaze Minato responded nervously. He was born as a commoner and reached the peak of the cage level without the limit of blood inheritance. Konoha White Fang, Heitake Sakumo. That was his idol. Eh? What about the other one? Heitake Sakumo turned around and looked around, but couldn't find another figure he was interested in. He was a genius who awakened the legendary Mangekyo Sharinan when he was under 10 years old. The corner of Ui Mahong's mouth twitched crazily and pointed diagonally to the opposite side. Heitake Sakumo Mao looked in the direction of his friend's finger. "Sister Tsunade, do you miss me? I feel your shoulders are a little stiff. Come on, let me press them for you. Hi, you are quite a talented boy. You still want to take a concubine, right?" Tsunade smiled and stretched out her hand to grab Uchiha Rin's neck. "Give me back the pendant. How can there be any reason to take back something that has been given away?" Uchiha Rin showed a nasty smile while dodging. "By the way, Grandma Mito told you? You are willing to marry me? Ghost, who wants to marry you?" Although Tsunade's tone was extremely disgusting, there was still a flash of blush on her fair face. Senju Tobirama's blood pressure could not help but rise when she looked at the chat skirt. Senju Hashirama, on the other hand, looked quite calm. He was cheerful, and occasionally he couldn't help but smile like an ant. It's true that he took CP at the scene. Heitake Sakumo, who silently watched this scene, was silent for a long time, and reluctantly gave a comment. "This kid has quite a personality. You'll know right away how much trouble he is. He is really red, she has a headache and is stroking her head." Half an hour later, the main camp was in the tent. As the commander-in-chief of the front line, Heitake Sakumo stood in front of a map and said to everyone, "Let me tell you about the current battle situation. The first thing you should pay attention to is the Tsunagakur charge led by Shikakujin Hiraki Bunfuku." Just when Heitake Sakumo was explaining the battlefield situation to everyone, Jiraiya approached Uchiha Rin and winked. "Boy, do you know you have a love rival? Better be careful, or you'll end up with a little green on your head at any time. Ever since Tsunade gave the pendant to Uchiha Rin, Jiraiya knew in his heart that he would most likely have no chance. But this did not prevent him from occasionally wanting to mess with Uchiha Rin. Uchiha Rin followed his own path. Leia glanced around and found a young man with white hair reaching his waist and a pale face. Kato hide, oh no, Kato Dan. Under the leadership of Hatake Sakumo, the Konoha army rushed to the battlefield. Then there was no sign of the Tsunagakure army. A tsunami of yellow sand tens of meters high came rushing towards us, blocking out the sky and the sun. It's this trick again. What a bunch of sand-playing bastards. With the enemy at hand, Tsunade had no intention of settling accounts with Uchiha Rin. She bit her pink lips and cursed in a low voice. Looking at the natural disaster-level sand waves, Uchiha Rin, a time traveler, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The attack of the sand the scope has surpassed Gaara during the Fourth War, right? But it's not surprising. The second-generation Kaze Kage Samana, who is currently the supreme ruler of Sand Hidden Village, is a sand player, and he is also one of the developers of the puppet technique, coupled with the blessings of the Jinhyuriki, who can control part of Shikaku's power, and the future third generation of Kaze Kage. In total, there are 3 sand-playing cages in Tsunagakure village during this period. Therefore, they can use such a large-scale sand control. The art is not uncommon. Hatake-style sword technique Thunder Flash. The next moment, I saw Hatake Sakumo taking the lead and suddenly pulled out his blade. The whole person turned into a blue and white flash of light and flew high into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it fell like a meteorite from the sky, directly split the tens of meters high sand sea into 2 like tofu. The Tsunagakure army, which was originally hidden behind the sea of sand, also exposed their position under the sword. So awesome. Senior White Fang, Namikaze Minato said with his eyes shining. Other Konoha ninjas also cheered and applauded. As long as Sakumo-sama is around, the Kazekige's blessings and the like are not worth mentioning at all. Everyone, come on, kill Tsunagakure and end the war. Go to hell. Cho old woman. Hatake Sakumo's blow to Tsunagakure gave Konohagakure great confidence. Compared with the surrounding villagers who seemed to have been pumped and excited, Uchiha Rin's expression was as calm as ever. The group of people kneeling down and licking white teeth now are probably the same group of people who shouted for him to die later. Just listen to what the wallflowers say and don't take it seriously. In less than a minute, thousands of people from both sides fought fiercely on this sea of sand. As the #1 fighting force in Konoha now, and possibly even in the ninja world, Sakumo Hatake, one person can resist the second generation and third generation Kaze Kage for 2 levels. But even so, Tsunagakure still has 2 cage levels, Cho and Bunfuku. They were resisted by Tsunade and Jiraiya, 2 Sunin who had just reached the threshold of cage level. Orochimaru is currently guarding another battlefield, not here. And Uchiha Rin's target was not set on these shadow-level powerhouses from the beginning. He's not an idiot. I came here just to find sandbags to level up, and I have no interest in working as free labor for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Therefore, Uchiha Rin's goal from beginning to end has been on those sand ninjas whose strength ranges from special jounin to jonin elite level. This kind of opponent has no strength to threaten his own life, but can read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Put some pressure on him in the battle. It's the best experience package. Do you want to dance too? Uchiha Rin trampled a Sunin ninja under his feet. When he said this condescendingly, he instantly activated the PTSD of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama in the chat room. Boy, the battlefield is not a place for you to play house. Suddenly, a sand ninja rushed from behind and pierced Uchiha Rin's abdomen with a knife. Cold. Not far away, Namikaze Minato, who was fighting with a Tsunagakure Chuyunin, had a complex expression on his face. Whoosh. However, the next second, including Namikaze Minato, there were many Konoha and Tsunagakure ninjas nearby. I heard a strange sound. The sound of flames whistling. After a closer look, I found that the abdominal cavity of Uchiha Rin that was pierced by the sand ninja actually ignited with flames. It burned all the way along the blade of the knife to the body of the sand ninja. Aha! Feeling the burning sensation of high temperature coming from his hands, the sand ninja subconsciously screamed in pain and quickly let go of the knife handle. What is this? Flame ring fire pillar. Uchiha Rin's understated voice suddenly sounded. The surrounding sand sea floor with a diameter of 10 meters changed from light yellow to deep red due to the high temperature. The eyes of all the sand ninjas in the area widened in shock. However, before they could take any action, boom, the flames suddenly rose from the red ground and turned into a pillar of fire that was more than 10 meters high. Aha! The painful screams of more than a dozen sand ninjas were particularly harsh on the battlefield. Okay, so powerful, is it Uchiha's secret fire escape technique? Namikaze Minato also widened his eyes in astonishment. Plop! Suddenly, there was a loud crash. Namikaze Minato turned around and saw a ninja, who was hit hard by the Tsunagakure Jinchuriki with Shikaku's arm. Flying. After flipping around in midair, he staggered to his knees. Seeing this, Fenfuku immediately controlled the sand to condense into Shikaku's arms and launched a pursuit. He just wanted to strangle the opponent to death. Gaara would also use this trick in the future. Careful, Namikaze Minato didn't think much and threw the shuriken directly towards Shikaku's arm. The shurikens turned into dozens of shurikens in midair and turned into a rainstorm of pear blossoms. The shuriken shadow clone technique. This is currently the only technique in the art. The strongest move of the ninja-level Namikaze Minato. However, how could it hurt the shadow-level Fenfusion? Seeing that the Konoha ninja was about to be strangled to death, Namikaze Minato was helpless and could only fight back. Uchiha Rin, who was gaining experience, shouted, "Rin, save him. Use your Mangekyo Sharinan." When Uchiha Rin heard this, he glanced over here casually, and then continued to gain experience. If it was Tsunade, that would be another matter. But letting himself use Kaleidoscope to reduce his vision to save a sidekick who didn't even know his name? Looking at Shikaku's hand getting closer and closer to him, the Konoha ninja who collapsed on the ground, estimated to be 14 or 15 years old, screamed in fright. Seeing that Uchiha Rin had no intention of taking action at all, Namikaze Minato gritted his teeth, picked up the kunao and rushed over. However, before Namikaze Minato could take 2 steps, a blue light flashed away, and Shikaku's arm was split into 2. Lord White Fang. Seeing the back standing in front of him, Namikaze Minato exclaimed in surprise. Damn White Fang, he almost killed the Hokage's son. Fenfu couldn't help but curse in a low voice and took 2 steps back in fear. Although they are both cage level, Heitake Sakumo's strength is beyond the reach of a Jinchuriki who can only control part of Shikaku's power. Are you okay? Shina shook. Heitake Sakumo lowered his head and glanced at the young ninja who was scared to death. No, it's okay. The boy who was called Shinashuk quickly got up and stared at Uchiha Rin with resentful eyes. Although he was frightened just now, he could clearly see that the brat of the Uchiha family was actually looking at him. Don't save me. Sharing blessings, are you okay? At this time, the second-generation Kazekage Samana also rushed to Fenfu's side and asked, I'm fine, Kazekage-sama. Fenfu said in a low voice, it's a pity that he almost killed Sarutobi Hiruzen's son. Samana raised his hand to indicate that he didn't need to worry about the blessing. It doesn't matter, the main reason is that I couldn't stop him, this guy is too fast. So that's it, that Yakuza is the eldest son of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Uchiha Rin glanced at the little Yakuza who was glaring at him and thought to himself, although his strength is not great, killing him can indeed greatly damage Konoha's morale. At least it can disgust Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Uchiha Rin's first battle after arriving at the front line. Konoha and Tsunagakure were locked in an inseparable fight that lasted from noon to dusk. In the end, both sides suffered losses. At the end of the war, there is no time to pay. I remember that the 4th Ninja War only lasted 3 days or 4 days. Is this gap too far? But it's not surprising if you think about it carefully. After all, the situation in the 4th battle was that the shadow level was everywhere, and the super shadow was not as good as a dog. Those who really control the war are those 6 levels. Whoever wins between them will determine the outcome of the 4 battles. Others are just soy sauce. That's why the 4th war ended so quickly. Why didn't you save me then? As soon as the army returned to the military camp, Sarutobi Shinashuk rushed to Uchiha Rin, pointed at him and yelled at him. As soon as these words came out, everyone in Konoha, including Heitake Sakumo, Jiraiya and others, paid read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, attention. Attracted. Why should I save you? Why is your father the Hokage? Compared with Sarutobi Shinashuk's anger, Uchiha Rin's face was full of fun. Now that you are on the battlefield, you must be prepared to die at any time. If you don't even have this awareness, why do you still put aside the moral kidnapping of labor? Uchiha Rin mocked in a sinister way, I think you shouldn't stay here anymore, go home and live your 2nd-generation rich life. I heard that your brother was also born, right? Just in time to go back and drink your mother's milk. Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato was so frightened that his eyes almost popped out of his sockets. Good guy, this mouth is quite poisonous. Kato-dan even had the illusion that Uchiha Rin's evaluation of him at noon today was quite good. You ride a horse. Sarutobi Shinashuk's words were slurred, his face turned red, and he wanted to punch Uchiha Rin. However, a big hand blocked his fist. It's Heitake Sakumo again. Facing Heitake Sakumo who just saved his life today. No matter how arrogant and domineering Sarutobi Shinashuk was, he had to give the other party some face. After Sanzan retracted his fist, he turned around and left with a few of his fellow Sarutobi clan henchmen. You could have saved him today. After Sarutobi Shinashuk left, Heitake Sakumo turned around again and said to Uchiha Rin solemnly, why should I save him? Uchiha Rin said the reply to Sarutobi Shinashuk just now to Heitake Sakumo again with a funny look on his face. Everyone is a companion of Konoha. Heitake Sakumo said with a more solemn expression. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Rin let out an exaggerated Joe-style laugh. I feel that this is simply the funniest joke I have heard since I traveled through time. Still a companion, I really hope you will still be like this when you are scolded by your companions and commit suicide in 2 years. Think. Ouch, this is where I'll sleep from now on. After returning to the camp, Uchiha Rin lay lazily on the slightly crude bed. There was still a faint fragrance coming from the sheets and pillows. Brat! Get up! However, as soon as Uchiha Rin lay down, Tsunade rushed in with a roar and wanted to kick him off. This is my mother's tent, right? Grandma Mito has approved our relationship, so what's wrong with sleeping together? Uchiha Rin half opened his eyes and said lazily, "Are you embarrassed to mention Grandma?" Tsunade wanted to punch this kid more and more. When she met her grandmother for the first time, she actually dared to mention concubinage. When Tsunade saw these 2 words in the letter sent to her by Uzumaki Mito, she almost couldn't help but run back to Konoha and strangle this little bastard to death. I'm just telling every man's true inner thoughts. Don't worry, Sister Tsunade, even if I have other women, you are still the main palace, and those concubines are at your mercy. Uchiha Rin took Tsunade's delicate hand and chuckled. Tsunade only felt that her hypertension was about to be cured. This damn boy is quite proud, isn't he? After taking several deep breaths in succession, he managed to suppress the fire. Tsunade sat down and said, "When something happened to Sarutobi Shinnishuk today, you should at least act like it. If she doesn't change the subject, Tsunade is really afraid that she won't be able to help but fight with this kid." Tsunade agrees with Uchiha Rin's decision not to save Sarutobi Shinnishuk. Let's not talk about her relationship with the master Sarutobi Hiruzen. They had broken up a long time ago. And Tsunade also learned from Uchiha Rin that using the Mangekyo Sharingan has the risk of reducing vision and even blindness. Therefore, Tsunade also felt that Uchiha Rin did not need to pay such a high price to save a white-eyed wolf. But the problem is that Sarutobi Shinnishuk is Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife. Tsunade thinks that even if she doesn't save, she should at least show it. And Uchiha Rin doesn't even want to pretend, and even directly insults her. His behavior will definitely be marked in the heart of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tisk, it's such a tiring life to live like that. I'm too lazy to do those empty things. Uchiha Rin lay on his side and rested his head on Tsunade's round thigh. Damn, it's so exaggerated. You can't even see Tsunade's face from this angle. Because it was blocked by the pair of canteens, Tsunade didn't pay attention. Seeing the change in Uchiha Rin's face, she said in a gentle tone that rarely revealed the intimate elder sister, "Now that grandma is keeping them under control, those old foxes don't dare to do anything outrageous, but how long can grandma last? By then if they want to take action on you." As a top medical ninja, Tsunade was quite aware of Mito Uzumaki's physical condition. According to her speculation, Uzumaki Mito can only last 4 or 5 years at most. By then, Uchiha Rin would only be 14 or 15 years old. Don't look at it, Sarutobi Hiruzen has gradually been corrupted by power, but it is also a film-level advanced strength. And Uchiha Rin wants to reach the senior Kage level at the age of 14 or 15. Tsunade really doesn't think much of him. After all, my grandfather Senju Hashirama and his old enemy Uchiha Madara were probably not at this level at this age. Not to mention that behind Hiruzen Sarutobi there are Danzo Shimura, Koharu, Mito Katoen and many other old foxes. As well as the entire Sarutobi family and all the ninja. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, Clan in Konoha who support him. Tsunade tried to persuade her sincerely, but after a long time, Uchiha Rin didn't reply. She couldn't help raising her eyebrows and asked, "Hey, why did you stop talking all of a sudden?" After a few seconds, I still didn't hear the boy's response. Tsunade couldn't help but lower her head, moved away from her canteen and continued to look down. Then she saw Uchiha Rin's regretful expression. "Now, where is Tsunade? Do you know what this damn boy was doing just now? Get out of here." The next second, the Uchiha official was driven out mercilessly. In desperation, Uchiha Rin could only go back and be a roommate with Minato Namikaze. Mad, wait 2 years for the little brother to be used, let's see how I deal with it. You. After returning to the double military tent where he and Namikaze Minato lived, Uchiha Rin lay on the bed and opened the dead chat room that had just been closed. I am not a pervert, and when I am not interested in being intimate with my woman, I am surrounded by a group of dead ghosts. And it happened to be when Uchiha Rin opened the chat room. The long-lost system prompt sounds, ding, the new skirt member came. Senin enters the skirt. New skirt member Klin enters skirt. Damn it. Uchiha Rin's eyes lit up. There are 2 fierce people. But to be precise, it's not them who are fierce, but their apprentices and friends. Senju Hashirama, oh, a new skirt friend has arrived? Let's chat together. I like to hear stories from other worlds the most. Uchiha Izuna, when was the last time a new skirt member came? Dio Brando, I remember it was the dead old man named Yamamoto Genryanagasai Shijikuni, and the guy named Ichimaru Jin. Their world is quite interesting. Lord Bendio is interested in playing with that Waiwak. Senju Tobirama, stop being a vampire, you are the worst in this skirt, Whack will kill you with just one look. Dio, ho, do you also want to try my power of smashing Varido, Turtle Immortal? Hey, what's going on? I must have been killed. Could it be that Bulma and the others found the Dragon Balls and resurrected me? But apart from the fact that my consciousness can communicate with you, my eyes can't see my body and I can't move. Clin, Teacher Wu Tian, is this the underworld? Uchiha Rin, everyone, be quiet. Everyone, be quiet. Let me explain the situation to the two new skirt members first. Seeing the only living person in the skirt speak, the dead ghosts who were originally talking about each other finally calmed down. Krillin, although I'm a little unaccustomed to not having a body, it feels pretty good. It feels like living in another form, but there are less things I can do. After Uchiha Rin's explanation, came Sen, and Krillin also basically understood it. Status. Whitebeard added, "Goo la la la, now that we have figured out the situation, let's talk about your affairs." Recently, Rin, a brat, is busy looking for women and doesn't even broadcast live broadcasts. He is bored to death. Ace, yes, I can't wait. Whenever a new member joins the group, the first thing she does is to tell the stories of her world to the older members. The main reason is that these dead ghosts with only their souls left are too bored all day long. Without a body, they can't even hold a tube to pass the time. In the past, Uchiha Rin could be allowed to broadcast live for their entertainment. However, after getting involved with Tsunade, there are no live broadcasts anymore. Now that new people have finally come in, the moldy old skirt attendants who are already idle will naturally not let them go. Came Senin, there's actually nothing much to say about my experience. I just tried to seal Demon King Piccolo but failed and was killed. By the way, is there a beautiful lady in this dress? Even if you don't have your body, it's okay to talk together. Krillin, I was even worse. I was killed by one of Piccolo's men. Wukong, you have to avenge me. Because they had nothing to do, came Sen and Krillin also talked to Whitebeard and the others. Tell about your experiences in that world. And Uchiha Rin, who was silently peeping at the screen, also secretly listened to the descriptions of the two people. It can be inferred that the Dragon Ball timeline should be in the Piccolo Demon King chapter. Piccolo is still the first-generation Demon King, not the exclusive nanny of the Sun family later on. Kamizenin tried to seal Piccolo alone but was killed. Clin was even more unlucky and was killed directly by the opponent's men. Ace at Clin, you were too weak and were killed by the Demon King's men. And I feel that the Demon King was not very good either. Dad, I will definitely be able to kill him easily. Uchiha Rin at Ace, speak with respect. Ace, the man in front of you is the strongest man in the universe. The strongest man in the universe. In Uchiha Rin's words really scared everyone in the skirt. Even Clin himself was stunned for a moment. The strongest in the universe? Are you that awesome? However, the next second, Uchiha Rin answered three more words, gay friend. As soon as these three words came out, all the skirt members suddenly had a dark look on their faces. Can you please stop talking and only half talk? But even so, read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. It'll scared many people. Ace, the strongest in the universe? By the way, are there other creatures in the universe? Although there is the concept of universe in the pirate world, it is just a concept. Uchiha Izuna, this is the first time I have met someone who can make Rin give such a comment. Is that person still alive? I don't know who is stronger or weaker compared to my elder brother Turtle Immortal. What is a gay friend? Krillin at Uchiha Rin, what you are talking about, is it Gaku? But he is only slightly better than me. Hearing Krillin's words, Uchiha Rin couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, the early stage was at least during the 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai. There is not much difference between Sun Wukong and Krillin. However, at the 23rd martial arts tournament, especially after entering Namek, that is no longer of the same dimension. But if Uchiha Rin had to choose, he thought it would be good to be Krillin. The Earth is in danger, and gay friends are at the forefront. She only needs to be a Melon-eater in the rear area, and she can also be ranked number 18, the most beautiful woman in the Dragon Ball world. A sure winner in life, right? Uchiha Rin at Kamizenin, Mr. Kamizenin, can you share how to use Ki and Kamizen Ryu martial arts? Uchiha Rin is not in a hurry to spoil the story, and it will not do him any good. Came Senin, my little friend, I already have 2 apprentices and I don't plan to accept new ones. Why are there no female skirt attendants in this place? Oh, it's really boring. I want to take a nap first. I hope Gaku and the others can successfully find the Dragon Balls and resurrect me. Well, he is indeed the leading old pervert in the second dimension. It feels like compared to him, Jiraiya has to stand back a little bit. Ace, oh my god, is there a way to resurrect in your world? Clin, yes, there is a treasure called Dragon Balls that can make all wishes come true. What? Don't you have one? Senju Tobirama, what is there to be proud of? I have developed a technique called Dirty Earth Reincarnation, which can achieve similar results. Senju Hashirama, Tobirama. I told you not to use the technique indiscriminately. I saw that the building was getting more and more crooked. Uchiha Rin felt that he needed to take some extraordinary measures. After all, after some time, Bulma and the others should find the Dragon Balls and resurrect these two people. This can be said to be one of the most commonly used skirt functions in dead chat rooms. The main usage is to share your memory fragments for other skirt members to watch. Because there is no body, only the soul consciousness is left. These dead ghosts prefer oral narration. After all, it is more fulfilling to say it yourself than to simply share the memory. But in the final analysis, oral description is still not as convincing as video. Therefore, dressers still often use this function. For example, old man Genria Yamamoto, Saishiji Kuni, shared his battle with Waiwak. Oh no, to be precise, it's a battle video with Waiwak as imposter, Lloyd of the Knights of the Star Cross. Until now, this battle is regarded as the ceiling of strength within the skirt. Uchiha Rin himself rarely shares memory videos. Most of the time he still broadcasts live. Even though they just at Kamizenin, many people in the skirt still downloaded the skirt file to watch out of curiosity. Ellie will never admit that that man is Ellie's father. At the beginning of the video, there is a young girl about 16 years old, with double ponytails, but a curvy figure. With a look of disgust on her face, she looks at another person with the same figure next to her with great disgust. The hot brunette girl shouted, "Senju Hashirama, is this girl having a conflict with her father?" Alas, educating children is very hard, sometimes even harder than fighting. As one of the few married people in the dress, Senju Hashirama talked endlessly about his parenting experience. But after only 5 minutes, he was speechless, because he saw the father of the heroine, Chiyu Zayasen, take out the spray and spray it on Ellie's face. After Ellie fell asleep, Kozo also showed the kind of smile that makes men move. The next plot, if I write it, I won't be able to pass the review. Ace, damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Yamamoto Genria Saishiji Kuni, which world is this Chiyu Kozo from? I'm going to kill him. Senju Tobirama, what a beast. Don't let me meet this scumbag. Whitebeard, he is unforgivable to his own daughter, even his stepdaughter. Uchiha Rin expressed his calmness. Can't stand this? If I could show you some more Night Service Ward School.Day series. Are these old antiques going to be pissed off? By the way, Makoto Ito won't wear skirts in the future, right? Even if he's not going to be killed, oh no, he's already dead. Uchiha Rin at Kamizenin, old man, are you satisfied with this junior's thoughts? After D said this, Turtle Immortal did not reply for a full 10 minutes. Uchiha Rin thought to himself that this LSP had passed out, right? But that's not right. How can you faint without even having read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, G Your Body? It's just an eyesore. Thinking of this, Uchiha Rin couldn't help but sympathize with these dead ghosts. 1 and 2 were forcibly castrated. Came Senin at Uchiha Rin, young man. You are so talented. Kamizento, whether it's the change in Ellie's attitude toward Kozo from disgust to obedience, or the contrast between Marina's mental resistance and physical obedience when faced with her boyfriend being forced to play poker, it's all a stroke of genius. After reading this masterpiece, the god of martial arts who has always been disliked by his apprentices in Bulma and others, I can't help but feel that there is someone in the world who understands me. Uchiha Rin, old man, it's great that you like it. In addition to this kind of unethical themes, there are also various types of minotaurs, evil degenerates, sexual transformations, small horses and carts, etc. Uchiha Rin, like Tachibana family male Akane polluted by picking. Even so, I still love my wife is also a masterpiece. Turtle Immortal, really? You are such a malleable talent. Quick, send it over quickly. Uchiha Rin, oh these are the very treasured collections of this junior. Master, is it too much for you to leave for free? Ding. The skirt member Kamizenin sends an exclusive red envelope to the skirt member Uchiha Rin. Kamizen Ryu Practice Method Turtle School Kagong Practice Method Kamizen Ryu Martial Arts. A series of exclusive red envelopes came down. As a disciple of Kame Senin, Klin was dumbfounded. Damn it. Just for these colorful things, my master really spent all his money. As for that? But Klin seemed to have forgotten. At first, Kame Senin only planned to accept Sun Wukong alone. He himself relied on Xiao Lu Bei to bribe the Turtle Immortal, and then he reluctantly joined the Gaixian section. Came Senin at Uchiha Rin, okay, I will give you everything I can. Send it over quickly. By the way, is there a follow-up to Ellie's Good Dad? I can't wait any longer. Skirt member Uchiha Rin uploaded skirt files of Ellie's Good Daddy Part 2, Part 3, and Part 4, Akane polluted by picking Takabana male Uchiha Rin at Kamizenin. How could a junior deceive you, the old man? Now I can be considered as half a disciple of Kamizen Ryu. After you are resurrected, sensei, please go out and say good things about me in front of senior brother Gaku. All the big guys in the skirt were numb. Krillin, who had heard about Uchiha Rin's various deeds from Ace and others, couldn't help but scratch his bald head. Oh no, he had no head. But he really felt that Uchiha Rin and his master Kame Senin were so damn compatible. One LSP and one XSP. Turtle Immortal, wow. The story of my Shiranui and the 3 children is also so exciting. By the way, are children developing so well nowadays? From time to time, the voice of Kame Immortal could be heard commenting on those works. Hearing this made Clin and Ace, young men who had never tasted meat, feel itchy. I couldn't help but stretched out my sinful hand and clicked on the skirt file. I didn't expect that Li Fan, who I had seen in his previous life, could still come in handy. Uchiha Rin couldn't help but sigh as he exited the chat room. The chi cultivation method of the Dragon Ball world provided by Kame Sennin, as well as the Kame Senrya martial arts. Although compared with the big moves in the later period that can destroy the world and destroy the world, it seems a bit. It's not enough. But if I get the Xian physique from Sun Wukong in the future and want to climb to the height of the top powerhouse in the universe, what Kami Zenin gave me today will undoubtedly help me lay a good foundation. Yes, Uchiha Rin will not be satisfied with the chi training method in Kamizen Ryu martial arts. What he wants is the Xian physique of his cheap senior brother Sun Wukong. Now his favorability in Kami Zenin's heart has basically exploded. After he is resurrected, I should say a lot of good things to myself in front of Sun Wukong when I go back. When Sun Wukong dies, I can trick myself into a Xian physique. It shouldn't be difficult, right? Oh my, the future is bright. Rin, did something good happen? Noticing the smile that couldn't be concealed on Uchiha Rin's face, roommate Minato Namikaze asked out of curiosity. I became more determined that I should find more lovers. Uchiha Rin put his hands behind his head and crossed his legs. After all, he is a man who will become a Super Saiyan in the future. Although Tsunade has good fighting ability, she will never be able to withstand her own impact. I want to find more for him. Is it normal for several sisters to share the burden? Oh, I am so considerate. Namikaze Minato had a dark look on his face. He couldn't help but sympathize with T. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels Tsunade. He thought to himself, what did Tsunade-sama find? A long time followed. In the Konoha military camp on the front line of the battlefield, you can always see a scene that makes people feel more frightened. The sun has not yet risen above the horizon. A boy about 10 years old, carrying a huge turtle shell on his back, kept running back and forth around the camp, which covered an area as large as 2 football fields. Run laps start with at least 3 digits. Uchiha Rin looked like he was training with a turtle shell on his back, sweating like rain. All Konoha ninjas in the military camp were in awe. He was originally a genius who awakened the kaleidoscope when he was less than 10 years old, and he was still so powerful. Why don't you let others live? But rather than awe, what more people really feel is fear, because what they saw in Uchiha Rin's eyes was bottomless ambition. After a day of Kamizen Ryu training, Uchiha Rin returned to the camp dripping with sweat. Tsunade frowned. Is your study a little complicated? If you have the Mangekyo Sharingan, you should focus on ninjutsu and genjutsu. Why put so much energy on the training of taijutsu if you are not Mat Dai? A mage uses the tank training method. It seems strange no matter how you look at it. Uchiha Rin raised his index finger, chuckled and shook it. You don't understand. The prerequisite for having the power of a Super Saiyan is that your body is strong enough to withstand it. But even so, Uchiha Rin does not intend to become a power crusher like Kakarot or Vegeta. However, Sun Wukong should not be considered a pure power-crushing style. He should belong to a balanced style that combines strength and skills. Broly is the real power-crushing style. Uchiha Rin's current training reference is the skill-level Super Saiyan, Trunks. To be precise, he is a great warrior from the future. Although Uchiha Rin's own character is also quite rough, it does not prevent him from admiring the only one who is not rough. Super match. The fighting style of Dai Te is indeed beautiful and suits Uchiha Rin very well. But even if you want to be a skill stream, you must have enough physical support. For a long time, the battle between Konoha and Tsunagakur reached a stalemate. Without Uchiha Rin showing off his true abilities, the overall combat power of both sides was indeed about the same. During this period, Cho and Tsunade were basically fighting. Cho researched new types of poisons and poisoned a large number of Konoha ninjas. Tsunade, on the other hand, quickly researched the antidote and continued to detoxify. After another war ended, Tsunade looked at Uchiha Rin in her military tent and said angrily, "Are you fishing on the home front again today? It has been a long time since the battle in a Megacore village to avenge the rope tree." It is no exaggeration to say that Tsunade is the person who knows Uchiha Rin best in the Naruto world. How can you not see that this guy is always on the battlefield? Is it indolence? It sounds strange to say that. Every day, Uchiha Rin gets up early to practice, which is called a roll. It feels like he is practicing to death with the purpose of killing himself. So that every night, Tsunade has to use medical skills to repair him. Damaged muscles that bear the burden of breaking through the limit. However, when it comes to the actual battlefield, this kid seems to be a different person. He just stays in the rear and kills a few people casually. To be honest, there is only one Uchi in these battlefields. Uchiha Rin is going all out. Konoha's army may not have advanced to the Kingdom of Wind early, When Whitebeard and Ace were watching the live broadcast, they felt that Uchiha Rin's fighting style was very similar to what they encountered when they were alive. A navy. What good will it do to us if the war ends early? Uchiha Rin laughed in amusement, walked at Tsunade's side, and hugged her slender waist with ease. Princess Senju's face was slightly red. She tried to struggle but couldn't break free, so she could only let him hold her in his arms. After all, this kid is so cute. She has grown a lot taller. Tsunade secretly murmured in her heart. When they first met and avenged the rope tree, they could barely reach the position of her moon chest. Now they are almost reaching the tip of their nose. Uchiha Rin was relaxed and content. Explain his thoughts to Tsunade. First of all, he is not in the mood to be a spearman for Sarutobi Hiruzen. More importantly, ending this war early will not be good for himself or Tsunade. As long as Konoha is in a war situation, the old foxes and the Elder Council have to rely on Tsunade's medical skills and themselves. But once the war is over, they can do whatever they want without restraint. Just like the later stage of the Third Ninja War. At that time, Konoha still needed the power of Uchiha to help them fight the war. However, as soon as the three wars were over, the peace period came. To destroy the entire Uchiha clan without blinking an eyelid. In the final analysis, it was death to the cunning rabbit. Therefore, for Uchiha, read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels Rin. The longer this war is delayed, the better. This way he will have more time to become stronger. To be honest, Uchiha Rin still wants to let Tsunade let go. Everyone fishes together. Unfortunately, Tsunade's moral level is obviously much higher than hers. Even though her relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen has broken off, she still devotes herself conscientiously. Mainly because of her devotion to the Leaf Village founded by her grandfather. Still very emotional. It seems that Yuyan Village has elected a new leader, called Ju. Feeling Uchiha Rin's increasingly unruly dog paws, Tsunade slapped her hard and then changed the subject. Clam? Hearing this name, Uchiha Rin looked confused. Zetsu? Is it that Zetsu? Oreos covered in plants that look like a mixture of pitcher plants and aloe vera. If it is really that Zetsu, there is absolutely no secret behind it. Uchiha Madara's Yinbai was blocking it. But it's not surprising. The Blackened Runta controlled the Kirigakure village by controlling the fourth generation of Mizukage. What's the big deal if the old Madara controls the Kirigakure village? I just don't know how to grow. What will happen to that kid's future? Forget it, I have saved Zionin from the Sea of Misery anyway. I don't care about the rest. Can I just sleep tonight? After talking for 3 rounds, Uchiha Rin couldn't help but take the initiative to attack. Don't even think about it. Tsunade refuted without hesitation. There are so many people in the military camp, what do you want to do? I can't do anything. Uchiha Rin looked innocent. What's that thing pushing against me? Tsunade said with a glare. On the other side, in a dark cave. Madara-sama, all the disobedient guys in a Megakure village have been killed. White Zetsu with only half of his face came out of the wall and reported to the white-haired old man sitting on a chair under a dead tree. You can tell from these words of White Zetsu, Uchiha Rin's guess is right. Megakure the village is already under the control of Uchiha Madara. What happened to the guy who asked you to investigate? Lao Ban asked in a low voice with his hands hanging on his legs, his temples all gray and even his teeth missing. Well, to be honest, it's really surprising that someone can actually awaken the exact same Mangekyo Sharinan. The only left half of Baiju's face showed an expression of interest, and he continued to report, the kaleidoscope owned by that boy named Uchiha Rin is really exactly the same as your brother's. As soon as these words came out, the face of Madara Uchiha, who was sitting on the dead tree and hanging old, suddenly changed. The battlefield on the border of the Kingdom of Wind. The powerful flame pillar fell heavily. Seeing this, Fenfu below quickly raised his hand. The Shukaku's arm, which can be said to be comparable in size, resisted from below. For a moment, the flame giant, the arms of the pillar and the quicksand moved up and down, colliding together. At this moment, most of Fenfu's body had been occupied by Shukaku, showing a ferocious expression. It was the dependence body that Gaara used during the Chunin examination in later generations. Mode. In this state, the Jinchuriki can borrow more of Shukaku's power. The next step is to completely transform into a body-tailed beast. However, the compatibility between Fenfu and Shukaku is obviously not as good as Gaara. The dependent body is already his limit. He didn't have the ability to become a complete body. The two sides were in a stalemate for about 4 or 5 seconds. Suddenly there was a boom and explosion. The flames of the giant pillar suppressed Shukaku's arm, and along with the blessings at the bottom, it blasted into the ground. Boom! After the explosion, several seconds passed, and the smoke gradually dispersed. A deep pit with a diameter of more than 20 meters appeared on the battlefield, and Fenfu was lying in the center. Share the blessing. The second-generation Kazekage who was resisting White Fang shouted sharply. Walala! A large amount of sand fell off from Fenfu's body. Fenfu put his hands on the ground, took a few deep breaths and then stood up reluctantly, breathing heavily and saying, "I'm fine, Lord Kazekage." At this time, Uchiha Rin also fell back to the ground from high altitude. "Quite interested, oh the armor of sand? I didn't expect to meet you here. Cold. The one-tailed Jinhyuriki is very weak now. Use your Sharingan to control him, and this will help Konoha gain another Jinchuriki." Jiraiya, who was busy dealing with the third Kazekage iron sand, shouted a reminder. The Shikaka sand that originally adhered to Fenfu's body also fell off in large quantities along with the sand armor. This can be seen that Fenfu is now at the end of his life. It is in a withered state. There is no need to use the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Sharingan can easily control it. Then get it back to Konoha, and get another tailed beast after the 9 tails. Haha, Uchiha Rin sneered in response. If Tsunade was the Hokage, or if Namikaze Minato was the Hokage, he might not mind being a favor. But now the old foxes of the Elder Council are in power. Why should he help Konoha? Strengthen their combat power? Help them become stronger to deal with themselves? Therefore, no matter whether it is public or private, it is impossible for Uchiha Rin to follow Jiraiya's suggestion. Even if he beats Fenfu to death on the spot, he will read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Not guard it. Crane captured Konoha. However, the Sand Ninja side did not know about the grievances between Uchiha Rin and the elders. After hearing Jiraiya's words, both Samana and Cho's expressions changed. Regardless of anything else, hurry towards Uchiha Rin. It goes without saying how important the tailed beast is to the ninja village. If it is snatched away by Konoha, it will not only mean the failure of this war, it will also be equivalent to losing a weapon. Just as the two sides were about to enter a big melee, rumble, the ground shook violently. Before all the shadow-level experts on the scene could react, huge cracks opened up quickly on the battlefield in the main film, and continued to spread to all directions. "Help! Help me! What happened? Grab my hand! Damn it! Our men have fallen!" Cage-level experts have not yet reacted, let alone those unknown people. The sudden earthquake caught many ninjas below Jounin level off guard. Their bodies tilted and fell directly into the endless abyss between the cracks. Fenfu used up his last bit. With his strength, he controlled the flowing sand, dragging several sand ninjas around him like floating clouds, floating in the air. Kame Sennin, who was originally concentrating on enjoying the newly uploaded "Sorry Husband, but I Really Want to Play Poker" by Uchiha Rin, saw this one scene. I couldn't help but sigh, oh. I didn't expect that sand could be used in this way, a bit like a somersault cloud. And during the earthquake, a crack happened to appear directly below Uchiha Rin. He also lost his footing and fell down. "Cold!" Minato Namikaze yelled. But Tsunade, who was supposed to care about Uchiha Rin the most, acted very calmly. "He can't die." Yes, just like Tsunade said. Uchiha Rin had just fallen 5 or 6 meters when his body seemed to freeze in midair. Turtle Immortal gave a thumbs up again. "Are you able to use Wukong's skill skillfully? You are worthy of being my third disciple." Uchiha Rin, the principle of Wukong Jutsu is not complicated, as long as you are proficient in Chi. Wushin teacher Uchiha Rin's name for Kame Sennin has also changed. Now in the skirt, he is most compatible with the other person. If Kamizenin was a Sien, Uchiha Rin would have captured him long ago. Just when Uchiha Rin was about to use the dancing sky technique to fly back, a gloomy and playful voice suddenly came from the side. "This is really surprising, I can actually fly." Immediately afterwards, a spiral mask face emerged from the wall of the earth's crust next to it. Uchiha Rin subconsciously showed an expression of, "You must be sick when riding a horse." But after seeing the other person's face clearly, it suddenly didn't feel strange anymore. The special white Zetsu in front of him was the future-possessing Obito Uchiha, the kind of spiral-faced Baiju who helped Madara Fool run to around. But the name is too convoluted. Let's call him a Fei for now. This guy has a funny personality. Many readers of Uchiha Rin's previous life even suspected that during the Shippuden period, Obito's funny image in the early stages was played by Fei. Seeing Uchiha Rin staring straight at him, a Fei spread his hands and said, "Oh, if you don't come with me, I will have a headache. Originally, my plan was to take you away after you fell into the ground and passed out. Who would have thought that you could actually fly?" Uchiha Madara, that old Yinbai, won't he transfer the target from Runta to himself? Uchiha Rin's brain is running rapidly. Go, or not? This is a major decision that will determine his own future, and even the future of the entire ninja world. Lead the way. Uchiha Rin did not hesitate for too long. Since Madara has already targeted him, even if he kills a Fei here, he will still send a new white Zetsu to stare at him. Instead of going on like this endlessly, it is better to take the initiative to see him. Let's see what the old immortal wants to do. With the Mangekyo Sharingan plus the burning fruit plus the beginning of the Kamizen style, Uchiha Rin doesn't believe that he can't deal with an age spot that has been buried to his forehead and has given away the Rinnegan. "Tsunade-sama, it seems Rin hasn't come out yet." Namikaze Minato frowned and looked at Tsunade. Tsunade frowned and stood in front of the cliff looking at the bottomless ravine. She also felt strange. Indeed, this is too long, right? What's going on? Isn't that kid? Can it fly? 2 days ago, Uchiha Rin showed Tsunade the dance technique. This ability, which is so bad in the world of Dragon Ball, is extremely rare in the world of Naruto and One Piece. So far, Tsunade I learned about ninjas with the ability to fly. There was only the old Tsuchikage from Iwagakure who was a few years older than Hiruzen Sarutobi. Could it be that he had defected? Sarutobi Shinnishuk said with bad intentions. As soon as he said this, many people around him frowned secretly. After all, these two words are not something that can be said casually. Even if he chooses to rebel, he cannot defect. Tsunade looked at Sarutobi Shinnishuk with an arrogant look. The second-generation ninja almost fell to his knees when he looked at it. Jiraiya quickly pulled Sarutobi Shinnishuk behind. He was both a defector and a rebel. Let's continue. I am afraid that before the war is over, Konoha itself will start fighting among itself. Everyone, please go back to the barracks first, I'll find someone. Jiraiya clapped his hands and read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels D as a peacemaker, then bit his finger to summon a toad and began to search around. Although Tsunade felt that it would be impossible to hurt Uchiha Rin to the extent just now, but she really didn't expect it at this time. Where will he run? Hopefully nothing will happen. That night, Hanzo's future responsibility was controlled by Nagato in the central iron tower of a Megakure village. But seeing the old man sitting in the center of the iron throne, Uchiha Rin said with empty eyes, as expected, it was you who took over Yuin village. The white-haired old man sitting on the steel seat slowly raised his head, and his left eye, which was not covered by bangs, looked at Uchiha Rin. The moment the other party reveals his or her face. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna in the chat room were all dumbfounded. Uchiha Izuna, big brother, yes, is it big brother? Senju Hashirama, Madara, there is no mistake, it is definitely Madara. He is still alive, he is actually alive. Senju Tobirama, what's going on, brother? Wasn't he killed by you in the Valley of the End with your own hands? Didn't you say that you were sure over and over again that he was dead? The whole skirt was in a mess. And Uchiha Rin has no intention of chatting with these dead ghosts now, and looks at Uchiha Madara intently. What do you want from me? When he said this, Uchiha Rin did not relax at all. He secretly clenched his fists, ready to activate the ability to burn the fruit at any time. At the same time, the three Megatama in his eyes rotated crazily and turned into a human shape. In the eyes without the Samsara eye, under such circumstances, Uchiha Madara should not be able to control the outsider demon fighting behind him. But in the original book, this old guy also used Susanoo when he was blind. How many trump cards does he have? Even as a time traveler, Uchiha Rin is not sure. Sure enough, the same eyes as Izuna. Uchiha Madara sighed with a trace of remembrance passing by on his wrinkled face. I never expected that among the increasingly decadent Uchiha clan, there would be someone who could awaken the same eyes as Izuna. Uchiha Izuna brother, that's what I gave him, Uchiha Izuna complained in the chat room. He was surprised before that he and his annoying Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama were both in the chat room. Why isn't my eldest brother here? Now the answer is finally revealed. Because he is still alive. It couldn't be simpler, but it's an answer that people never dare to think of. Thanks. Please give me flowers, review votes, and book reviews chat group picking up Tsunade in front of Senju Tobirama chapter 025 MTL books. Did you call me all the way here just to look at the same eyes as your own brother? Uchiha Rin took the initiative to bring up the topic. Ha! Have you guessed my identity? Uchiha Madara's remaining left eye flashed something strange, and his curiosity about Uchiha Rin increased by 3 points. An old man with a Sharingan lives in seclusion in a place like this. Since the establishment of Konoha village, there has never been a rebellious ninja from the Uchiha clan. Let's guess based on their appearance and age. Uchiha Rin seemed to be possessed by Dip Pang Pang. After analyzing it, he focused his eyes and said in a deep voice, although it is unbelievable, this is the only guess, Madara Uchiha, the only Uchiha rebel in Konoha so far. After hearing these words, the corners of the mouth with age spots turned up slightly. Oh, what a good boy, he has a good vision. But to be honest, I wish you were dumber, the age spot said with emotion. If you are too smart, you can't be fooled. Let's be honest. You, an old guy who survived the first Hokage battle in the Valley of the End, why did you find me? Uchiha Rin had no intention of obeying the rules and sat down directly on a giant water pipe next to him. It seems like your life in Konoha is not going well. After awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, those disciples in Tobirama must be very wary of you, right? Age Spot still didn't rush to get to the point, but started talking about everyday things like an ordinary old man. Senju Hashirama Madara has really changed a lot. He would never sit and chat calmly like this before. Senju Tobirama, humph. Something shady must be brewing again. Uchiha Izuna could it be possible to see people for the things you did? I see that your 4 disciples are so mean because they learned it from you. It seems that the whole of Konoha is under your surveillance. Uchiha Rin glanced at the white Zetsu hanging in a row at the bottom of the heretic demon statue. There is no need for Baizetsu's surveillance at all, it can be inferred just from the characters of the current Hokage and his deputies. The aged spot said slowly, now that Mito is included, you can still be unscrupulous, but I don't think she can live much longer. Although they are all members of Konoha, they have to fight with each other. In the end, Hassie's dream of making everyone happy when she enters the era of the ninja village is just empty talk. Senju Hashirama in the chat room felt quite uncomfortable when he heard this, but, I found a way. Suddenly, H Spot's tone became excited, and his voice suddenly raised a world without struggle, a world without read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels Lee Love, a world where everyone can be happy. Uchiha Izuna blinked in the chat room. She felt that she didn't match the image of the big brother she knew during her lifetime. Come on, stop talking, stop talking. Uchiha Rin raised his hand to stop him and pretended to be confused. I don't know what you want to do. Don't want to know either. But I roughly guessed that you want me to do something for you, right? Sorry, I am very happy now and have no interest in your so-called perfect world. The 8-spotted man's tone became lowered, and he said with his remaining left eye, you can't understand it now, but one day you will, reality is hell. As soon as these words came out, an astonishing killing intent burst out from Uchiha Rin's body. Because in the original work, Uchiha Madara always tricked Obito to death after saying these words. And I felt that Uchiha Rin with the change in their aura, Uchiha Madara and Baizetsu's expressions also changed suddenly. What's going on? Why did this kid suddenly release such exaggerated killing intent? Uchiha Rin said coldly, you hate Senju Tobirama because he killed your brother, but in my opinion, you are very similar to him and are both good at conspiracy. I already said I'm not interested in what you want to do. But if you want to use some dirty trick to force me to submit, that will be your worst decision. Uchiha Rin continued with a smile, there aren't many things in this world that can shake me. At the moment, I think it's just Tsunade and Konan. You're not going to take action against them, are you? The aged spots in his eyes dimmed slightly. He sighed in his heart again that this kid is too smart. Then I'll leave it at that. Once they make any mistake, whether it's your fault or not, I will blame you for it. The same kaleidoscope of Uchiha Izuna in Uchiha Rin's eyes slowly rotated. How about it? Let's make an agreement. I don't care what you want to do, and you don't bother me and my people. We don't interfere with each other. How about that? Uchiha Madara's left eye Sharingan transplanted from another person looked directly at Uchiha Rin. The two sides stared at each other in this chilling atmosphere for more than half a minute. This kid is difficult to control. Aged spots I shook my head secretly in my heart. Sure enough, I still need to find someone who is stupid and easy to fool. Looking at Uchiha Rin gradually moving away, shrinking more and more into a dot, until his back completely disappeared. By Jewel I asked the aged spots, can you guarantee that boy keeps his promise? In the end, the two sides still did not fight. Faced with Uchiha Rin's proposal that the two sides would not interfere with each other, aged Madara finally chose to nod in agreement. But Baizetsu and the others felt that something was wrong. After all, Uchiha Madara's original plan was to find a puppet support, wait for Madara's death and wait for the opportunity to resurrect him. The whole plan will span decades. What if Uchiha Rin regrets it midway? You can tell by the look in his eyes that he will not go back on his promise. The wrinkled face with age spots raised his eyes slightly and said with determination. After experiencing so many storms, Uchiha Madara thought that his ability to read people was still online. And even if the kid regretted it midway, so what? He didn't tell him UI plan. What can he do when it is implemented in the future? Are they the reincarnation of Senna? Uchiha Madara thought of another question, and said to himself with a lowered gaze. The reason why he agreed to Uchiha Rin-2's proposal so easily. There is also a personal factor, that is, Uchiha Rin owns and his brother Uchiha Izumi Nana-like eyes. If Nohara Rin was the trigger for Obito's blackening, then Uchiha Izuna's death was the turning point for Uchiha Madara on the road of no return. When he saw the look in Uchiha Rin's eyes when facing a kaleidoscope that was exactly the same as Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Madara, who was already in his 70s, was shaken in his heart. Senju Hashirama, it really scared me to death. How did that guy Madara survive back then? I left after confirming over and over again that he had really expired. Senju Tobirama, the guy is obviously planning something shady. Senju Tobirama at Uchiha Rin, you shouldn't have saved Madara just now. You should have found a way to find out Madara's true purpose. Uchiha Rin, pull me down, you keyboard warrior. If you knew this, how could he let me go so easily? Uchiha Rin wondered if Senju Tobirama's brain had deteriorated after death. The reason why Konoha Dance King let himself go so easily. It's because he feels that he doesn't know the specific implementation plan of the unlimited monthly reading plan. Otherwise, if this forced king knew that he came from time travel, he would know every step of his next plan. Even if this guy fights with his old bones, he will never let himself leave easily. Of course, Uchiha Rin has not told the person in the skirt the identity of the time traveler. He is different from other chat article protagonists. It won't be like others revealing their identity as a time traveler and read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels Reborn Person. The main reason is that there is no benefit to doing so, and it will only make others wary of you. Although sometimes Uchiha Rin also wants to tell these dead ghosts some weird futures, then look forward to seeing how they react. For example, telling Ace that your brother is actually the sun god. Well, when he thinks about this, Uchiha Rin can't help laughing. Suddenly I felt like Ace was such a clown. The fire protects the sun god from the magma. The level of weirdness is not inferior to that of Danzo Kunao and Susanoo. If you hadn't helped him block the war, Wang Luffy would probably have evolved into Wang Nika 2 years earlier. By the time Uchiha Rin returned to the camp of the Konoha army, it was already the sun was about to rise the next day. Why did you go? Seeing that familiar figure, Tsunade shouted angrily. Went to meet your grandfather's old lover. Uchiha Rin said with a bad smile. Clam. Tsunade immediately showed the same emoticon as a husky. Don't be anxious, sit down and I will tell you slowly. Uchiha Rin did not intend to hide the matter. After lying on Tsunade's lap more and more, he told what happened yesterday. You, Uchiha Madara? No way, everyone knows that he was killed by my grandfather in the Valley of the End, and if he is still alive, how old is he? After hearing this, Tsunade was dumbfounded. After all, this kind of thing is too terrifying. In the Uchiha clan, only a few people know the forbidden technique, Izanaga, but what I am more curious about is how he made the blind eye regain light. Uchiha Rin shrugged. Would he want to do anything to Senju? Tsunade said in shock. After all, her eldest grandfather Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara's old enemy relationship is well known to the world. Her second grandfather Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara also have quite a lot of conflicts. Don't worry, that guy has no obsession with Senju anymore. Even if he wants to attack, it should be against Konoha or even the entire ninja world. Isn't that worse? Tsunade said angrily. It doesn't matter, I will take action. Uchiha Rin wrote lightly. Normally, he wouldn't like to meddle in other people's business. But Uchiha Rin doesn't approve of Madara's unlimited Tsukuyomi plan. Everything he wants can be obtained through reality. Get rid of illusions. What's the purpose of the illusion world? Only Obito, a stubborn bitch like Obito, would put his hope in such an illusory world. Speaking of which, Uchiha Rin has always been strange. After a while, Tsunade barely recovered from the shocking truth that Uchiha Madara, an old guy who was the same generation as her grandfather, was still alive. Then he thought of another thing and asked, do you want to tell Grandma about this? Uchiha Rin thought for a moment and shook his head. Forget it, Grandma Mito is so old, so don't let her worry anymore. Uzumaki Mito was originally worried about the fact that after her death, Uchiha Rin and the Konoha elders might fight at any time. If she knew that Uchiha Madara was still alive, the old man would without calming down. It's not impossible to drive Hexy directly. As the war continued, it's not just Tsunade who knows Uchiha Rin best. Even cage-level masters like Heitake Sakumo and Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato as a classmate, and even the enemy Tsunaga Core ninjas. They all found that Uchiha Rin's strength was getting more and more terrifying. In the past, when he first entered the battlefield, Uchiha Rin only looked for those special Jonin-level enemies to practice against, then gradually transitioned to the Jonin level, the Jonin elite level. After that, even against a shadow level like Fenfu, he seemed calm and at ease. It's only been less than 2 years. The progress has been too fast, right? Uchiha Rin expressed a small scene. This group of people had never seen the deserter Wankabi. In 2 years, he went from a weakling with less strength than ordinary people to the strength of a general candidate in one breath. Compared with this one, Uchiha Rin felt that his growth rate was slow. But while marveling at Uchiha Rin's terrifying growth speed, more and more people are discovering it. This guy is really hard at work. For example, he clearly had several opportunities to kill or capture the enemy's shadow-level warriors, but he just didn't want to kill him. Alas, labor and management don't kill, labor and management just play. What can you do to me? Ace in the chat room couldn't help but complain, your surname is not Uchiha, but Porisalino, right? Got it. 2 lines of snake-shaped quicksand suddenly sprang out from the earth and wrapped around Uchiha Rin's ankles. In the blink of an eye, they quickly spread to his whole body, covering Uchiha Rin's entire body. The second Kazekage Samina's face was filled with joy, making a seal with one hand on the left hand, clenching the right hand into a fist. Sandstorm Funeral. With the clenching gesture of Samina's right hand, the sand covering Uchiha Rin's body was squeezed hard inside. If it were an ordinary person's body, the internal organs would definitely be squeezed out. However, a relaxed and carefree laugh suddenly came from the quicksand. Bang! A huge explosion sounded. The sandstorm funeral of the Sandman was exploded from the inside. But Uchiha Rin, who was originally in it, did not move a step. just clenched his hands into fists, and an invisible wave of air continued to overflow from his body. It blew the white clothes and the slightly long black hair on the top of his head. Turtle immortal, oh, Rin's use of energy is not inferior to mine. Among my disciples, only Wukong can compare with him. Klin has been pushed further and further away. Klin, teacher Wu Tian, I'm still in my skirt, can you save some face? This kid is growing up too fast, right? As an enemy, Samana can understand Uchiha Rin's terror more deeply than Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, and others. When Uchiha Rin first entered the battlefield 2 years ago, faced with the read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, Strength of a Shadow Level Person, he would choose to avoid his sharp edge and direct his attention to Heitake Sakumo and others. However, now he can challenge himself without any pressure. And he seems to be so comfortable, as if he is playing a game. Your sand play is not as good as Gaara's. Uchiha Rin suddenly spoke and said something that left Samana confused. Who is Gaara? However, the moment Uchiha Rin said this, Samana was surprised to find that Uchiha Rin who was standing opposite was missing. The next moment, Samana only vaguely saw a blazing red shadow coming towards him at a high speed. His brain had no time to think. Out of an instinctive reaction to the crisis, Samana slapped the palms of his hands on the ground. A wall of sand about 10 meters high rose up from the ground. Rise. It is also one of Gaara's moves. After fighting with Suna Ninja for so long, Uchiha Rin also discovered that the combination of Sand Gate and Fenfu's moves is Gaara at his peak. In the eyes of the beholder, I only saw the hot explosive flames that were difficult to detect with the naked eye slamming into the sand wall. The violent explosion caused the sand wall to explode violently. In just a moment, Shaman judged that his sand wall could not stop Uchiha Rin. He hurriedly activated chakra all over the body. This is a battlefield in the desert. More than 70% of the yellow sand forms a sea of sand to attack the blood-red demon star that is coming towards me. Quicksand waterfall, and the raging flames charged forward without flinching. Blazing flames vs wild sand. The two elements with extremely wide attack ranges seemed to each occupy half of the world, refusing to give in to each other. Both wanted to devour the other. This extremely impactful scene made many people on the battlefield subconsciously stop what they were doing. Great Yanja Yandi. Uchiha Rin's calm voice came from the flames. The flames, which were originally only the size of a meteor, expanded rapidly and turned into the size of a planet, completely suppressing the sandstorm. What a fire escape this is. There were also many Konoha ninjas who were good at fire release, such as Jiraiya, the Uchiha clan and the Sarutobi clan. However, after seeing this scene and recalling the fire release they knew, they couldn't help but feel ashamed. Boom! The fiery planet fell down. The flames merged with the wind pressure. It spread to all directions and occupied everyone's field of vision. Some weaker ninjas were even blown away directly. It took more than a minute for the aftermath to spread. It gradually calmed down, but before others could open their eyes, they heard Uchiha Rin shouting in a regretful tone, "Gan, I accidentally used too much force, don't die." Hearing this, neither Konoha nor the ninjas of Tsunagakure knew what expressions to show. What's so weird about this? It's a war, and you're not happy that the enemy is dead? Cho reacted first and shouted sternly. When the red-haired man standing next to Cho heard this, he quickly controlled the puppet with chakra strings and rushed over. He would lie on the ground in a classic Yamcha lying posture. Already it was the dying salmon who picked him up and placed him in front of Cho, who was far less skilled than Tsunade but was also a medical expert. Cho hurriedly leaned down and examined the salmon who had severe burns all over his body. "There is help." Cho's face was filled with joy, but the guard in his eyes did not relax even a little bit. He waved and shouted, "Everyone covered. I will escort Mr. Kazekage back to the village for treatment." As soon as these words came out, the future third Kazekage and many other sand ninjas hurriedly stood in front of Cho, covering them and taking the second Kazekage away. "Don't let them get away." Chase, Heitake Sakumo, who is the commander-in-chief of Konoha's front line, shouted sternly. The morale of Konoha's army was greatly boosted, and they waved their weapons and rushed forward like hungry beasts seeing a lame rabbit. And Uchiha Rin, he was unmoved. He yawned and followed the army as if taking a leisurely stroll. He highlighted the attitude of a Buddhist worker. That night, he could almost kill the second Kazekage. As long as he dies, Tsunagakure's morale will suffer a devastating blow, and the end of this war will be just around the corner. In the military camp, Heitake Sakumo punched the table with regret. He was just a little bit close to being able to kill the Samana himself. If someone hadn't been slacking off, the war would have ended long ago, Sarutobi Shinashuk pointed out. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at Uchiha Rin who looked uninterested. "You are positive? How many enemies have you killed?" "Young Master Sarutobi." Uchiha Rin half closed his eyes and glanced at Sarutobi Shinashuk without hesitation, his tone containing indescribable disgust. "You are so weak and still keep running forward. If White Fang hadn't been protecting you because he thought you were the son of the third Hokage, you would have died so many times. What did you say? Sarutobi Shinnishuk was furious. Hey Shinnishuk, calm down. As the Sunin of Konoha currently has the best relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is also the only disciple who still has some feelings. Jiraiya quickly grabbed Sarutobi Shinnishuk to act as peacemaker. In today's battle, we lost 422 people, but thanks to Uchiha Rin's performance, the opponent lost at least 1,000 people. As long as we continue to maintain this situation, we will definitely win this war. Ui Mahong also stood up in time to change the topic. Although Uchiha Rin's passive sabotage caused dissatisfaction among some people, but I have to admit that every time he goes to the battlefield, he kills the most enemies. Therefore, whether it is Heitake Sakumo and Jiraiya basically turned a blind eye to his various behaviors. Only the Sarutobi clan represented by Sarutobi Shinnishuk. I don't know if it was because Uchiha Rin didn't have it before, the relationship that saved him, or he inherited his father's fine tradition of being jealous of talents and talents. Anyway, he just didn't like Uchiha Rin. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels A. Kato Hyde. Oh no, Kato Dan is also in it. Uchiha Rin noticed that Kato Dan didn't come to the meeting and asked curiously. Kato Dan Jonin died heroically in this war, and his name will be engraved on the memorial tablet. Zihi Zhenhong said sadly. Oh, how pitiful, why did such a good comrade die so young? Uchiha Rin sighed, pretending to be dying. The corners of Tsunade's eyes twitched crazily next to her, because she noticed the crazily raised corners of Uchiha Rin's mouth. Kong Ming cried for Zhou Yu, right? It's a pity that after trying hard for a long time, I still couldn't squeeze out a single tear. Uchiha Rin simply stopped pretending, looked straight at Sarutobi Shinnishuk and said with a smile, I don't know who will die next. Sarutobi Shinnishuk's face was extremely gloomy. He wanted to draw his sword and rush over to fight Uchiha Rin for 300 rounds. Jiraiya once again pressed Uchiha Rin in time and whispered in his ear, Road, do not impulse. If it weren't for your father being an old man Sarutobi, he might have found an opportunity to take you. As he spoke, Jiraiya made a gesture of wiping his neck. Sarutobi Shinnishuk looked at Jiraiya in disbelief as if he was struck by lightning. After being stunned for a while, Sarutobi Shinnishuk lowered his voice and said incredulously, how dare he? Jiraiya smiled bitterly and spread his hands. There is a huge gap in political wisdom between Sarutobi Shinnishuk and his father. After all this time, you still notice the way Rin Uchiha looks at you, like a tiger looking at a fat pig. Want to swallow you whole? At this moment, there was a commotion outside the military tent door. Not waiting for everyone to go out to check, an old man wearing a gray Umbu vest led 2 masked Umbu ninjas into the camp. But if you are someone who knows Umbu, one look at the mask and you can tell from the tiniest details that this group of people is not Umbu, but Roots. Not to mention, the old man walking at the front is the leader of the group, Shinura Danzo. Danzo-sama, what happened from Konoha to the front line? Heitake Sakumo quickly stepped forward to ask for instructions. I'm here to convey Hiruzen's order, Danzo Shinura said after looking around at everyone present, and his eyes obviously stayed on Uchiha Rin for 2 more seconds. Although he tried his best to hide it, he could still find the greed hidden in his eyes. Tisk Tisk, a member of the elder group called Naruto not Hokage-sama but by his first name. Uchiha Rin couldn't help but laugh. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a weirdo, raising 3 uncles for himself. Shinura Danzo continued Road, this is a Super S-level mission assigned by Hiruzen himself, to assassinate the second Kazekage Samana. The mission leader is Heitake Sakumo, and the team members are Uchiha Rin, Namikaze Minato, and Sarutobi Shinnishuk. After hearing the content of this mission, the expressions of everyone present changed. Assassinating the shadow of the clan is indeed a Super S-level mission, but why bring a burden? Although everyone present is used to Uchiha Rin's character of being quiet and never-ending, but when I heard this sentence, my heart couldn't help but beat twice. Even Shinura Danzo looked at Uchiha Rin with disbelief. Good guy, how direct. To carry out a super difficult task like assassinating Kazekage. Naturally, an elite-level team must be dispatched. Needless to say, the strength of Heitake Sakumo and Uchiha Rin goes without saying. Don't talk about Konoha's own people. Even hostile countries are intimidated by their reputation. And Minato Namikaze wasn't bad either. After officially accepting Jiraiya as his master, after so long observation, Jiraiya also judged that Namikaze Minato was indeed a good candidate who inherited the will of fire and was suitable to be Hokage. And last year, he went back to Konoha and asked Hiruzen Sarutobi for the Flying Thunder God technique that was sealed in the sealed book and developed by the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't learned the advanced space-time ninjutsu. Who would have thought that Minato Namikaze would become proficient in just 1 year? Although now he is only at the level of a Jonin elite. But with Flying Thunder God, you can definitely arm wrestle with a cage-level ninja. And Sarutobi Shinnishuk, well, he achieved Jonin qualifications before he was 20 years old. Not bad, but compared to the previous 3 monsters, that's really a huge difference. Not to mention performing a super S-level mission like assassinating Kazekage. That's not how you do it for your son's military exploits, right? Uchiha Rin said with disgust. The reason for Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrangement is simply Sima Zhao's heart. He just wanted to improve his son's record. This happened often in the history of the Dragon Kingdom and Uchiha Rin's previous life. For example, the man who lived his whole life it's hard to see a Li Guang. Several times Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty couldn't stand it anymore and asked him to go to the battlefield to gain military merit, but he just couldn't grasp it. And now Sarutobi Shinashuk is in a similar situation. He obviously has no ability, but his father just tried every means. I should give my son more credit, but comparing Li Guan with Sarutobi Shinashuk is really insulting. Sorry. This is what Hiruzen means, do you want to disobey it? Danzo Shinura said with a gloomy face. To be honest, he was a little expecting Uchiha Rin to disobey the military order. In this way, he could find an excuse to put Uchiha Rin in prison and find an opportunity to seize his kaleidoscope. That's not true, but I need to read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. I've our Hokage-sama a warning. Uchiha Rin pointed at Sarutobi Shinashuk, disgusted to the extreme. If this guy lags behind, I won't save him, I will just watch him die. Shinura Danzo was a little shocked by these words. How brave. How dare you say in front of the public that you won't save the Hokage's son? Even he, Shinura Danzo, didn't dare to say such a thing publicly. Even if you are, I can't say what I'm thinking. After a brief shock, Danzo Shinura sneered inwardly. It turns out that he is just a stupid boy with no strength and no brains. I really thought that Uzumaki Mito, who has only a few years to live, can protect you. After she dies, I will be the first to dig out your eyes. Don't worry, I will tell Hiruzen. After leaving these words, Danzo Shinura sneered and strode away with his 2 subordinates. I'm going back to sleep. Please let me know when you set off, Captain. Uchiha Rin waved his hand and left the camp. Heitake Sakumo sighed repeatedly. This team is not easy to lead. Whitebeard, this kind of task is too difficult for Sarutobi Shinashuk. Sarutobi Hiruzen is too unqualified as a father. He should not let his son take risks. The chat room began to discuss again. Whitebeard thought Sarutobi Hiruzen's behavior was irresponsible, because Whitebeard himself once failed to stop Ace from chasing Blackbeard, which triggered a series of subsequent tragedies. In his opinion, what Sarutobi Hiruzen is doing now is very similar to what he was doing back then. Uchiha Rin, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not as much as you think. Most likely, he just feels that the Sarutobi clan did not make any great achievements in this war, so letting his son participate in this mission will erase his existence. Just feeling Uchiha Izuna, I've never seen a leader who didn't go to the front line during the war. What valuables did you find to become your apprentice? Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna's mortal enemy, was speechless this time. Indeed, the frontline ninja war is in full swing, but as the supreme ruler of Konoha, his 4 disciples were sitting in the rear drinking tea and enjoying the results. The second-generation Kazekage Samana was seriously injured in the previous battle. He has now returned to Sand Hidden Village for training. Cho, who was good at medical ninjutsu, also brought her son and daughter-in-law back to the village to stay by Samana's side. Currently, the third-generation Kazekage serves as the frontline commander of the Tsunaigakuor army. Since an assassination is to be carried out, it must be done quickly. The day after Danzo conveyed the order, Heitake Sakumo called Uchiha Rin and the others and set off without stopping. In order to avoid Tsunaigakuor's eyeliner, Heitake Sakumo decided to take a long detour. First go north to the Kingdom of Rain, and then enter the Kingdom of Wind through the Kingdom of Rain. In the Land of Wind, yellow sand is flying all over the sky. It is almost impossible for ordinary crops to grow in such an environment. Therefore, in terms of food, the country of Wind can only rely on imports. No wonder they have always coveted the fertile land of the Fire Country. In order to prevent foreign invasion, each ninja village has implemented different types of defense measures. For example, Konoha asked the Yamanaka clan and the Hyuga clan to jointly establish a surveillance barrier covering the entire village. Once a stranger enters the village, the Yamanaka clan's perception ability and the Hyuga Byakugan's clairvoyance function can immediately locate the stranger. This was shown when Pain invaded Konoha. It's just that being able to detect intruders and being able to resist intruders are not the same thing. Compared to Konoha's barrier monitoring, Sand Hidden Village seems much more primitive. A huge mound of nearly 100 meters high was built simply with yellow sand, surrounding the entire village. Leave only one entrance and exit. And every few meters on the top of the mound, a sand ninja was placed to look out. It feels like a low-end version of the Great Wall. Sakumo-sama, how are we going to get in? On a huge rock about 2 miles away from Tsunaigakuor village, looking at the 100-meter-high fortress wall standing outside the village, Namikaze Minato frowned and asked Heitake Sakumo. At least he couldn't do anything in this situation. He sneaked into the enemy village silently. Heitake Sakumo stared at the only entrance and exit of Sunagakure village in the center of the earth barrier, and spoke after a few seconds. Send one person to attack head-on to attract the attention of the guards, and others will take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the village. Is this too dangerous? Namikaze Minato was startled. A rough estimate is that there are at least several hundred Suna ninjas standing on the wall responsible for guarding. This is only the number of people near the main gate. Once the alarm is sounded, and the Suna ninjas come for reinforcements, it will be easy can exceed 1,000 people. Therefore, we need to find a former who can fight 1 against 1,000 to be the bait. Heitake Sakumo took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Come on, I'll attract the enemy's attention. While the situation is chaotic, the 3 of you sneak into the village and assassinate the second Kaze cage." Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Namikaze Minato couldn't accept it for a while, but he was also speechless. After all, he knew that he did not have the strength to fight 1 against 1,000. Moreover, his killer move, Flying Thunder God, is not suitable for group fights. Forget it, let me do it. Uchiha Rin waved his hands and patted the sand on his body and stood up. Cold. Namikaze Minato's expression changed again. My moves are more suitable for group fights than yours, aren't they? Uchiha Rin looked at Heitake Sakumo and said, "Very dangerous." Heitake Sakumo did not deny what Uchiha Rin said. Indeed, the attack range of his thunder-style sword technique is far inferior to Uchiha Rin's self-created fire style. At least in terms of large-scale attack ninjutsu, looking at the entire ninja world except for Jinchuriki's tailed beast Tama, Heitake Sakumo felt that no one could compare to Uchiha Rin's fire release. Currently in the ninja world except for you, the third Raikage, and some old guy hiding in the shadows, there is no one in the ninja world who can make me feel dangerous. Uchiha Rin twisted his neck and made a click sound, strolling towards the main gate of Sunagakure village. Oh, by the way, let me remind you, after taking 2 steps, Uchiha Rin turned his back to Heitake Sakumo as if he remembered something. If someone is holding you back, you'd better give up on him without hesitation, otherwise you will regret it for the rest of your life. After leaving these words, Uchiha Rin continued to walk forward leisurely. Sarutobi Shinoshuke's face was ashen. No matter how low his emotional intelligence was, he couldn't understand that the so-called holding back in Uchiha Rin's mouth was him. If he were an ordinary person, he, the Sarutobi eldest son, would have whipped him with a big dick. But facing Uchiha Rin, whose strength has obviously entered the shadow level, he really doesn't have the courage. Not even his employer Uchiha Rin. Take it seriously. Let alone his son. Heitake Sakumo didn't take Uchiha Rin's reminder to heart. He inherited the will of fire and believed that people who don't follow the rules are useless, but he who abandons his companions is the waste of waste. But Heitake Sakumo would not have thought of this. This would be the last words he exchanged with Uchiha Rin. "Stop, who is it? You need to show your pass to enter the village." When he saw the figure approaching in the distance, a guard guarding the entrance of Sunagakure village shouted. Uchiha Rin raised his hand and took off the bamboo hat covering the upper half of his face. The burning flames will right arm covered. You are. Seeing the burning arm and the 3 Megatama slowly rotating in the eyes, many sand ninja guards guarding the main entrance were frightened. Fire punch. The iconic large-scale flames. Along with the billowing black smoke, it rose into the sky at the main gate of Sunagakure village. It immediately attracted the attention of the whole village. "That's my pass." Uchiha Rin put his hands on his waist and made a cocky smile. "Mother, are you free now? We want to take a family photo with you and Scorpio?" In the Kaze Cage building of Sunagakure village. As soon as Cho came out of the Kazekige's office, his son quickly came up and asked. Cho frowned. Because the second-generation Kazekige's condition is not optimistic. He is already old. And in the previous battle, he was severely injured by Uchiha Rin's fire release. Even if he could survive, he probably wouldn't be able to fight. Fortunately, among the misfortunes, the successor to the Kaze Cage position has been decided. Even the second Kaze Cage after abdicating, the third-generation Kaze Cage who was on the front line could immediately take over. But without the second-generation Kaze Cage, it was impossible to continue fighting this battle. After hearing his son's request, Shiamoto was in a bad mood. "I planned to refuse. But when I heard the name of my grandson Scorpion, I softened my heart and agreed." Grandma Cho. Cho and her son came to the photo studio. A red-haired Shota who was 1 or 2 years younger than Uchiha Rin and Namikaze Minato shouted with a smile. Seeing his grandson's innocent smile, Cho finally felt better. "Cho-sama, please stand on the right side of the child." The photographer began to signal the family of 4 to change positions. However, just when the photographer was about to press the shutter, boom! The deafening crosstalk shocked the puppet master's family of 4. Cho turned her head and looked out through the window. In the direction of the main entrance of the village, the flames burning on the city wall dyed the sky crimson red. The towering black smoke shrouded the village, as if the night had entered early. That fire escape is. Cho's pupils shrank sharply. He guessed the reason almost in an instant. Beep beep. Just at this moment, the piercing siren sounded throughout the village. A large number of Tsunaigacore ninjas gathered at the entrance of the village. What happened? Although he had already guessed in his heart, Cho still stopped a sand ninja and asked, "Cho-sama, Uchiha Rin is causing trouble at the front gate. How many people came? It is said that he is the only one nanny." Cho's expression changed drastically again. He attacked the enemy's base camp alone. Where did he get the courage? Did he think he was Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara? You two are optimistic about Scorpio. I'm going to meet this guy. Cho ordered his son and daughter-in-law, and then led a large army to the entrance of the village. Although I don't know what kind of medicine Uchiha Rin sells in the gourd, but if there is no shadow-level strongman present, maybe he really won't be able to take him down. It's okay, Scorpio. Xiao's mother squatted down to comfort her son. Xiao, who was less than 12 years old, nodded obediently. However, the next second, Xiao noticed several figures flashing quickly in the distance. Dad, Mom, what is that? The young scorpion raised his hand and pointed to the opposite side. The scorpion father and mother turned to look. They saw three figures quickly shuttled across the roofs of the village, and quickly rushed to the Kaze cage building in the center of the village. In the sky full of yellow sand, Tsunaigacore village. The white and yellow hair are extremely conspicuous. As for the last one with blue hair, well, I don't know him. He should be a follower. Whoa, read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels OD, Kanaha White Teeth and Golden Flashes. The expressions on the faces of the scorpion father and mother scorpion changed. At this time, they also reacted. This horse riding is a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Scorpion, stay here and don't run around. Scorpion's father left only these words and took his wife to chase him. And this became the last words between Scorpion's parents and him. The main entrance of Sand Hidden Village. The originally endless stretch of yellow sand has been completely replaced by a sea of fire. 3 foreheads have the words monk written on them. Buddha, the puppets of Fa gathered together and stood in a triangle posture. They opened their hands together and erupted into a violent tornado. Puppet technique, 3 treasures absorbing collapse. This is Cho's iconic puppet. 10 people in Chikamatsu. What the hell? Uchiha Rin clapped his hands together. The interlocked hands slowly opened like blooming flowers. Fire bode Hashirama. Dark green high-density green flames flew out of the open palms. They collided with the tornado. Bang, 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 bang. A violent series of explosions sounded. It was about to blow up the 3 puppets together. And 3 more puppets rushed up, opening their arms to form a protective shield to resist. But even so, 2 of the 3 puppets responsible for defense had their arms blown to pieces. Kame Sennin, this is Ace Boy's move, right? It obviously requires the same charging time as the Kame style Kigong, but the attack speed is too slow and flashy. Rin, it's better not to use this move when facing a real strong person. After Uchiha Rin's triple bombardment of Ribbon plus Benza plus Neon Teacher, Kamizenin has completely regarded Uchiha Rin as a member of Kamizen Ryu. She often helps and gives guidance when he fights. Although in the later period, he was pushed further and further away by his disciple Super Sailor Sun Wukong, but the eyes of the god of martial arts are still not blind. Uchiha Rin, I understand, Teacher Wuten, that guy Ace just liked this kind of flashy things, so he died at the hands of Akainu. Ace, first of all, I didn't mess with any of you. Although he gained the ability to burn the fruit, Uchiha Rin did not have the unique skill to simply cause Ace. Instead, the ability to burn the fruit is combined with the Sharingan and combined with the Kamizen style. At this time, Uchiha Rin noticed 3 figures coming towards this direction. Not only Uchiha Rin, Cho and many other sand ninja also noticed. Kanaha White Fang? When did they go in? Cho and the others were so frightened that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How about it? Have you killed the Samana? Then Uchiha Rin's next words scared Cho and his party to the point of almost cardiac arrest. If it fails, it just comes close. Namikaze Minato looked regretful. Uchiha Rin glanced at Sarutobi Shinnishuk, who didn't dare to look at him, pointed at him and asked, "Hey, take Sakumo, you wouldn't give up the mission just to save this burden, would you?" The 3 of them were silent. Uchiha Rinrya King disdained the same expression. Fortunately, you are leading the team, otherwise if someone dared to hold me back, I would have killed him and the enemy long ago. Facing Uchiha Rin's humiliation, Sarutobi Shinnishuk bit his lower lip desperately. Want to refute but have nothing to say. If you fail, just fail, it's not a big deal. Uchiha Rin clapped his hands nonchalantly. Let's go back first. There is so much sand here that I don't dare to take a deep breath, and my diaphragm is so panicked. Uchiha Rin himself doesn't care at all whether this mission can succeed. Anyway, whether it's a war or a mission, as long as it provides him with a place to practice and gain experience, and let himself gain some insights, it's enough. As for whether it will succeed or not, that's irrelevant. Yes, own affairs. Sunagakure village is not a place where you can come and leave whenever you want. Cho was furious. He controlled the 10 Chikamatsu people and led the Sunagakure army around them to rush towards Uchiha Rin and the 4 others. Uchiha Rin still maintained a relaxed smile on his face. Facing the rushing Sunagakure army, he raised his hand. With a wave. Ha! The tens of meters high flame wall was like a natural barrier. It divided the two sides into two. The white beard in the chat room felt that this scene was very familiar. It reminded him of the time when he was in the war. The time when he split Marina Vando in two in order to cover his son's escape. Damn it, damn it. Facing the wall of flames that was blocking them, Cho was helpless for a moment. After all, there were not many people in Sand Hidden Village who were good at water escape. If you have time to chase us, why not go see your son and daughter-in-law? Cho, old woman. Uchiha Rin's teasing voice came through the wall of fire. Cho's expression changed after hearing this. He quickly turned around and rushed towards the village. There was only less than 50 meters away from the Kaze Cage building. A large number of corpses of Suna ninja guards were piled on the street. On both sides. From the smooth and complete cuts in their throats, you can tell who did it. In the entire ninja world, there is no other person with such sharp sword skills. And just when Cho rushed to the door of the building, lying at the end they are the 2 people she cherishes most besides her grandson Xia. No, Cho's heartbroken roar echoed through Sunagakure village. Damn Konoha White Fang. And when he saw his son and daughter-in-law's throat, the head and neck were almost split into 2, leaving only a terrifying incision connected by a layer of skin. Cho gritted his teeth and let out the same roar as the original. The Super S-level mission issued by the Hokage himself failed. As the executors, the 4 people naturally have to report back to Konoha. Except Uchiha Rin was still talking and laughing as freely as ever. The other 3 were not in any better mood. Heitake Sakumo and Namikaze Minato missed the great opportunity to assassinate the second Kaze Cage and end the war completely. Sarutobi Shinnishuk was afraid of taking responsibility. Because this mission failed. It's entirely because, read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. He's holding the team back. Originally, it was a journey that could be reached in 4 days and 3 nights with the foot power of a jonin. It took nearly a week to reach Konoha. I haven't breathed the fresh air of Konoha for a long time. Uchiha Rin stretched. I'll go to the ninja school to pick up Konan first. First, go meet the Hokage-sama to report the results of the mission. Heitake Sakumo said in a desperate tone. Uchiha Rin shrugged and said okay. Failed. 10 minutes later, in the Hokage's office. After listening to Heitake Sakumo's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Hokage-sama, the failure of this mission was all due to my poor command. Please punish me. Heitake Sakumo bowed. Lord White Fang, it's not your fault. Namikaze Minato couldn't bear it and said. If it's not his fault, whose fault is it? Is it Master Sarutobi's fault? No way. Can the Hokage's son make mistakes? Or is this a major unforgivable mistake? Uchiha Rin said with a strange smile. This, Namikaze Minato was speechless for a moment. Sarutobi Shinnishuk, on the other hand, lowered his head and pretended to be mute. Sarutobi Hiruzen took 2 strong puffs from the cigarette stick and exhaled a thick puff of smoke. The other 3 did not dare to speak. Uchiha Rin walked to the window with a look of disgust and raised his hand to fan himself. The corners of Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes twitched twice, and half a minute later he spoke slowly. This task is inherently difficult, and failure is expected. You should go back and rest first, and don't think too much about it. Thank you, Hokage-sama. The 3 of them bowed and responded in unison. Uchiha Rin turned over and jumped out of the window. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen very angry. Have you heard about it? A Super S mission assigned by the Hokage himself before was completely failed because of White Fang? Real or fake? What kind of mission is it? I'm not sure, but I heard that if it succeeds, this ninja war can be completely ended. However, due to White Fang's error in judgment, the mission completely failed. Now Sunagakure has sent more troops to attack us. No wonder my husband was temporarily deployed to the front yesterday. Damn White Fang. It's all his fault. Fortunately, I used to think that he was suitable to succeed the 4th Hokage. I was really blind. If he still has any sense of responsibility, he should commit harakiri. 2 days later in the afternoon, Uchiha Rin took Konan's little hand and was about to go home. He heard the malicious discussions of countless villagers on the street. When he heard the content of these villagers' discussions, in the chat room, people such as Ace and Klin, the younger skirt members, were all dumbfounded. Ace, I don't understand. No one should blame White Fang for the mission failure. Krillin, you're right. If someone needs to be held responsible, shouldn't it be someone named Shinnishuk? Lemon, human thinking is indeed different from that of us Digimon. Compared to the confused young man, the older man could see the reason at a glance. As the most staunch anti-Senju activist, Uchiha Izuna never misses the opportunity to mock his old enemy. Uchiha Izuna if you want to say that this happened without your precious apprentice behind it, I don't believe it. Whitebeard if he really has to be responsible, that Sarutobi Shinnishuk should indeed be responsible, but his father is the leader of this village, so naturally his subordinates need to take the blame. Dior, ha ha ha. Humans are so ugly. So this Dio is no longer a human being. Senju Hashirama monkey, how could you fall to this level? Obviously, the old fritters can be seen in the skirt. There was definitely Sarutobi Hiruzen behind this, trying to put all the blame on Heitake Sakumo. After all, he couldn't let his own son suffer, especially if the Hokage's son made a big mistake. The Hokage's own reputation will also be implicated, not to mention the reason why Sarutobi Shinnishuk was able to participate in such an important mission, or because his father wanted to help him gain military exploits. So many factors add up. It was destined that Sarutobi Hiruzen had to find a scapegoat to take the blame for his son. So who is suitable? There are only 3 candidates. Heitake Sakumo, Uchiha Rin, and Namikaze Minato were on the mission with their son. Uchiha Rin didn't act together at all at that time, and I felt that even if I wanted to, it would be difficult to rely on him. And this guy has such a difficult personality. It's like a barrel of dynamite, it's very likely to go off at once. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it and felt it was not appropriate. Both Heitake Sakumo and Namikaze Minato are honest people, easy to bully. Just choose one of them. After struggling for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose Heitake Sakumo. There are 2 reasons. One is the apprentice of Jiraiya Namikaze Minato, the equivalent of Sarutobi Hiruzen's apprentice. The relationship is closer than that of Heitake Sakumo. The other is that Heitake Sakumo was too popular and had too much credit. It is necessary to suppress it. After all, Heitake Sakumo made many military exploits in this great ninja war. Many villagers even said that they, the 3rd Hokage, could retire and let Heitake Sakumo succeed as the 4th Hokage. Is this okay? You must know that although Sarutobi Hiruzen has been the Hokage for 20 years, he is still under 50. I haven't tasted enough power yet. He felt that he could continue to work for another 20 years. How can we tolerate the appearance of a 4th Hokage at this time? Suppress. Must be suppressed. So, it evolved into the current situation. Heitake Sakumo became the one who took the blame. The skirt friend in the chat room, after listening to Uchiha Rin's analysis, he rarely fell into silence. No words for a long time. Ace, fortunately, I didn't listen to Old Man Garp and join the Navy. Otherwise, I would have to face this kind of intrigue every day. Yamamoto Genri Asai Shijikuni, the leader of this village, is too small-minded, nepotistic, and jealous of talents, but this is a big taboo for a commander. And read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Chief Whitebeard, if any son on my ship can surpass me, then I will only be happy for him. First Hokage, these disciples of yours are indeed too small-minded. Uchiha Izuna, ha ha ha. I just said that the Senju clan is not a good thing. The disciples they trained are also a bunch of cowards. Senju Tobirama, when the Hokage position was originally established, a rule should be added that each Hokage should not serve for more than 10 years. Senju Hashirama at Uchiha Rin, can you help persuade Hiruzen? Seeing this news from Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Rin couldn't help but laugh. Advise? This was Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been completely corrupted by power. Even if Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama were resurrected to persuade him, it might not be useful. Can you do this yourself? I'm not Naruto, I have a mouth to escape from. Rin-san, Zionin learned how to cook a few dishes from Granny Mito. I will cook them for you tonight. After coming to Konoha, Konan, who has become more and more cheerful, laughed. Okay, then I'll wait, Uchiha Rin replied with a smile. But as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed a familiar figure walking beside his shoulder. Heitake Sakumo. Hey Uncle Heitake, huh? Uchiha Rin subconsciously said hello, but when he saw Heitake Sakumo's face, he couldn't help but froze. Because at this moment, Heitake Sakumo's face was ashen, as if he was a walking corpse that had lost his soul. His steps were slow. It was a bit stumbling. It was in sharp contrast to the all-powerful Konoha White Fang on the battlefield. Many people in the chat room were also shocked by Heitake Sakumo's state. Ace, wow, it seems like he was hit hard. Came Senin, although this young man is good in strength, his mentality is not strong enough. Yamamoto Genri Asai Shijikuni, people's words are scary, but it is true that as Kamizenin said, his character is not as good as his strength. The people in the skirt still recognize Heitake Sakumo's strength. But obviously I didn't expect his mentality to be so bad, although he was scolded badly. But, it's not so exaggerated, right? Uchiha Rin, he's going to die. Looking at Heitake Sakumo's state, Uchiha Rin guessed that White Fang was going to follow the old path of the original work. Senju Hashirama, no, that's not the case, right? Uchiha Rin, did the look in his eyes just now look like that of a living person? Senju Tobirama at Uchiha Rin, can you save him? I can fly Thunder God to you. Senju Tobirama is more knowledgeable than his brother. At a glance, it was obvious that Heitake Sakumo's eyes just wanted to die. After struggling for a long time, Senju Tobirama finally decided to take out his trump card, Flying Thunder God. He still admired White Fang, especially when White Fang took the initiative to volunteer and expressed his willingness to serve as bait. It reminded Senju Tobirama of the time when he took the initiative to be the bait when faced with the pursuit of Jin Jiao Yin Jiao, such a powerful man who was dedicated to Konoha. Senju Tobirama really didn't want to watch him die. However, just when Senju Tobirama thought that Flying Thunder God was enough to impress Uchiha Rin, now he really doesn't like Flying Thunder God anymore. If Kame Sennin has not yet mastered the skill, he can indeed use Flying Thunder God as a transitional skill before mastering more advanced abilities. However, now, he has mastered the operation method of Chi. Maybe Kakarot will come in after a while. Why do I need your Flying Thunder God? You have to throw the Kunao out before you can teleport. Isn't everything solved by the teleportation of labor and management? Without any exaggeration. If it weren't for Uchiha Rin not having administrator or skirt master privileges, he even wanted to kick Senju Tobirama out. After all, this thing has no use value to him. Kinju Tobirama was so angry. Unexpectedly, he regarded the Flying Thunder God as a treasure, to be criticized as worthless by this kid. Uchiha Izuna laughed and made a pig noise. Senju Hashirama at Uchiha Rin, can you help persuade that young man named Heitake Sakumo? I can give you my immortal arts training method and would escape. Oh? Yubo Lin's eyes lit up. To know. Since the battle with Hanzo, he has never used the kaleidoscope again. It's because the burden is too heavy, but he has the ability of Senju Hashirama. There is no need to worry about this issue at all. Why is it also the Kamui Sherinan? Heitake Weavyu is so tired after just one use, and Runta can be used as casually as throwing a kunao without fear of blindness at all? It's because Obito has Hashirama cells. Senju Tobirama brother. This is inappropriate. Chien Shu Fijian said anxiously. In his opinion, his eldest brother is so capable. Even if he had to give it, he should give Uchiha Rin a more difficult request, such as stopping Uchiha Madara's conspiracy, or protecting Konoha. But now, just to persuade Heitake Sakumo, he gave him the 2 trump cards of Senjutsu training method and would escape. It's such a loss. Senju Hashirama, Tobirama, I don't want such a promising young man to die because of Hiruzen's selfish desires. Senju Hashirama's tone sounded extremely firm, although Heitake Sakumo is a bit glassy. But during such a time, through Uchiha Rin's live broadcast, Senju Hashirama saw that Heitake Sakumo was an outstanding ninja who dedicated himself to Konoha and was willing to go through fire and water for his companions. If he was born while he was alive, presumably I would choose him as the 3rd Hokage instead of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The only drawback may be that he is a bit glassy, but that doesn't matter. The most important thing is, with the heart of the Holy Mother of Senju Hashirama, he couldn't bear to watch Heitake Sakumo die due to the persecution of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he feels that he also has his own responsibility in this. If he were still alive, he could teach Sarutobi Hiruzen and others not to be too greedy for power. Maybe they won't be like this now. Thousand Hands Tobirama, big brother Uchiha Rin, you can persuade me, but I don't guarantee success. If you can accept it, just send me a commission. To be honest, Senju Hashirama's commission request is not easy to handle. After all, the initiative in this matter lies with Heitake Sakumo himself. Even if I persuade him not to commit suicide today, but what if another Konoha villager criticizes him tomorrow and he wants to commit suicide again? You can't let yourself be a nanny and provide psychological counseling to Heitake Sakumo every day, right? Senju Hashirama, yes. Okay. Senju Tobirama, no. Brother, is this tea? Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Oh simple. If it weren't for physical reasons, Senju Tojima would have wanted to punch his brother. Just persuasion is enough. It doesn't matter whether it succeeds or not. Isn't this a free gift? But it's too late. Senju Hashirama has already issued a skirt commission task. Ding. Skirt member Senju Hashirama issues a commission to persuade White Fang mission content. The skirt member Uchiha Rin is required to persuade Heitake Sakumo to give up his suicidal thoughts, regardless of success or failure. As long as you persuade, you will get a reward. Mission reward: Immortal Technique Training Plus would release. Good guys, I got the Susanoo Buddha. Although Uchiha Rin thinks that the Susanoo-tailed beast is more handsome. After accepting the skirt request, Uchiha Rin, who was having dinner with Konan and Uzumaki Mito, put down his bowl and chopsticks and said, "Zionin, Grandma Mito, I suddenly remembered that I had to go out for something." Before Konan and Uzumaki Mito asked what was going on, Uchiha Rin had already disappeared into the living room. On Konoha Street. Bastard Kakashi. Come and compete with me. Don't bother me. Dad said he would teach me sword skills today and he has no time to care about you. Just when Uchiha Rin came to the door of Heitake's house, he happened to find 2 3 or 4-year-old brats fighting. One of them was wearing goggles and had an unconvinced look on his face. The other had a droopy fish face and used the mask covered the lower half of his face, and he had gray and silver hair. The man with a dead look on his face that I met this afternoon. Snort. We'll see. My score in the entrance exam will definitely surpass yours. Finally, the goggles guy turned around and left angrily. Is it just because of your stupidity? The masked white-haired man looked mockingly, then walked to the door, picked up the key and prepared to open the door. Wait a minute, let's go in together. Uchiha Rin saw this and stepped forward to say hello. Kakashi turned around and looked stunned after hearing this. You are Emperor Yan? Just like Heitake Sakumo's White Fang, Tsunade Jiraiya Orochimaru's Sunin. In this ninja world war, Uchiha Rin and Namikaze Minato also received their nicknames. Namikaze Minato's nickname is the same as his original one, Konoha's Golden Flash, and Uchiha Rin's is Enti. Although he doesn't think it's very good, that's it. Well, this is our first meeting. I'm looking for your dad. Please open the door. Uchiha Rin signaled Kakashi to open the door quickly. Oh, this may be the first time I have met such a big shot. Yukai, who is less than 4 years old, seems a little nervous. After twisting the key several times, I managed to open the door. Dad, I'm back. The two entered the entrance hall together, and Kakashi turned on the light while shouting inside. Later, when the two entered the living room, I happened to see Heitake Sakumo kneeling on his knees, holding his short blade that had killed countless enemies and pressing it against his abdomen. It happened that the moment Uchiha Rin and Kakashi walked into the living room. Poke it hard. No, Dad, Kakashi yelled. Uchiha Rin also widened his eyes in surprise. Mother usually does big things, but I have never seen you so active. You rushed fast enough to let you die. Things are still going to turn around, are you so anxious? To be honest, although Uchiha Rin has always disliked Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he probably doesn't want Heitake Sakumo to die. After all, he is a peak shadow level powerhouse. No matter which ninja village it is a treasure. The reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen hired the Navy Army Kurohake Sakumo, it was simply because his contribution was too great, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was afraid that it would affect his status. It should not be that he wants to kill Heitake Sakumo, but who would have thought that Heitake Sakumo would be so blast-hearted? The dead man's chat room was also silent. Even the top powerhouses such as Yamamoto Genri Osai Shijikuni, Kame Sennin, Whitebeard, etc. were dumbfounded. It seems that he didn't expect that Heitake Sakumo, who has great strength, has such a bad mentality. He was rushed to death just after being scolded by a villager for a few days. Brother, are you okay? In the pure land of ultimate bliss, Senju Hashirama's mouth is wide open, but Senju Tobirama's mood was more complicated. Don't know whether to be happy or sad. I was happy because this way, Uchiha Rin wouldn't be able to get his elder brother's immortal body and would escape. The sadness is naturally due to Yu's own disciple's greed, which led to the innocent death of a Konoha talent. After a short silence, Uchiha Rin glanced at the body of Heitake Sakumo with a knife in his mouth in the center of the living room, and the young boy Kakashi next to him had fainted from fright. After thinking for a few seconds, Uchiha Rin lifted Kakashi and placed him on the sofa. Then he walked out of the door, pinched a Konoha Chuyunin who was passing by, and said in a cold tone under the fearful eyes of the other party, "Go and inform Sarutobi Hiruzen that White Fang is dead." Half an hour later, Minato Namikaze, who was resting at home, rushed to the door of Heitake's house. I saw that at least hundreds of people had gathered here, and there was a lot of discussion. After a while, Konoha's medical ninjas carried a stretcher out. See the signature silver hair peeking out from the top of the white cloth. Namikaze Minato almost fainted from fright like Kakashi. Seiku, Sakumo senpai, after all, he is still a young man who has just graduated from elementary school. When he saw Heitake Sakumo's cold body, Namikaze Minato was so frightened that he staggered and almost fell to his knees. Konoha White Fang, Heitake Sakumo's death caused a huge uproar in Konoha. Well, okay, actually not as much as Jinfa. Mainly because before White Fang died, his reputation had been tarnished under the deliberate guidance of Konoha's elders. So even if someone heard about his death, most people would just indifferently say, "Oh, that unruly loser is dead?" That's all. A standard keyboard warrior. Completely forgetting how many contributions Heitake Sakumo had made for Konoha through life and death. Even Heitake Sakumo's name was not engraved on the commemorative monument. There were only a few scattered people at Heitake Sakumo's funeral. In addition to hearing the news of his death, friends Yuha Mako and his wife quickly returned from the front line, as well as their 4-year-old daughter Yuahiko who still stutters when speaking, the 10,000-year Genin Mat Dai and his son Metkai who have a good relationship, and Minato Namikaze, who had carried out the mission to assassinate the Kaze Cage together. Who would have thought of the funeral of a peak shadow level powerhouse? It would be so shabby. Ah, cold. Just when everyone was preparing to bury Heitake Sakumo's body, another familiar figure came to the cemetery. It was read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, Haiharin. Uchiha Rin did not say goodbye to Heitake Sakumo like Namikaze Minato did, exchanging greetings. Holding only a white flower, he placed it in front of Heitake Sakumo's tombstone, and then stood aside and watched quietly. Thank you for coming to see Sakumo off on his last journey. Ui Zhenhong nodded gratefully to Uchiha Rin. Whitebeard, is this what little Lin always talks about? When the flying birds die, the good bough is hidden, the cunning rabbit dies, and the lackeys are cooked. Yamamoto Genri Asai Shijikuni. Although there are people behind the scenes who are adding fuel to the flames, when there is a mismatch between character and strength, it is easy for this kind of thing to happen. Uchiha Izuna, I just said that the Senju family are all hypocritical liars. The same goes for their disciples. In order to retain his power, he abandoned his subordinates without mercy. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama did not speak, but it's enough to think that their mood at the moment is definitely not much better. Ding new skirt member Heitake Sakumo has joined the chat. While a group of skirt members were chatting endlessly about the death of White Fang, no one expected it. The real owner got into the skirt at this time. Heitake Sakumo, huh? Where is this? Me, am I not dead? The atmosphere in the entire chat room suddenly stiffened. The next second, Heitake Sakumo became everyone's object. Uchiha Izuna at Heitake Sakumo, you loser. Since he was going to die, why not kill those villagers before dying? Whitebeard at Heitake Sakumo, have you forgotten that you have a son? Your behavior is not worthy of being a father. Ace at Heitake Sakumo, uncle, are you too glass-hearted? He committed suicide just after being scolded for a few words? I don't know how many times I was scolded when I was a kid. Speaking of which, Ace, you don't seem to have the right to mock him. During the war, if you hadn't been provoked by Akainu with just a few words, in all likelihood, neither you nor Whitebeard will die. Heitake Sakumo, who was bombarded with messages from more than a dozen skirt members, was completely stunned. I can't understand the current situation at all. At this time, Senju Hashirama, the peacemaker, stood up and explained the situation to this junior whom he admired quite a lot. Heitake Sakumo, no wonder I have never heard of the moves Rin used. It turned out that I learned them here. And I didn't expect that the first and second generations were also here. Uchiha Izuna at Heitake Sakumo, I have never seen a cage-level ninja as cowardly as you. He commits suicide after being scolded for a few words. Isn't it embarrassing? Heitake Sakumo, at that time I just felt that living was boring. Senju Hashirama at Heitake Sakumo, I want to apologize to you, Sakumo-kun, because I didn't teach Hiruzen and the others well. Uchiha Rin, don't be in a hurry to apologize, your precious apprentice will send away talents one after another in the future. When mentioning this matter, Uchiha Rin, a time traveler, found it funny. The main reason is that the behavior of the foursome of Sarutobi and Hiruzen is too stupid. If a strong and loyal dog like Heitake Sakumo were placed in their village, it must be protected like a treasure. But what did Sarutobi Hiruzen and his group do? Directly to death. And it's not just Heitake Sakumo. None of the subsequent Sunin stayed in Konoha. Not to mention the equally loyal Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Shisui and others. If Uchiha Itachi is the first filial son in the second dimension, the four of them, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are definitely the most prodigal sons in the second dimension. Through the events of White Fang's death, they can see it too. His four disciples have been completely corrupted by power. Anyone who threatens their status, no matter who they are, they will definitely be targeted for purge. Heitake Sakumo is the first, but he will never be the last. Senju Hashirama at Uchiha Rin, can you please protect Konoha? After what happened with Heitake Sakumo, Senju Hashirama felt that it was time for Konoha to change its manager. But Senju Hashirama is now in a similar mood to his still-living wife Nito Uzumaki. They were all afraid of a fight between the two groups, Uchiha Rin and the elder group. It was Konoha that was hit hard. The bottom line of Senju Hashirama is that if Uchiha Rin wants to rebel, he can do it. But I hope Uchiha Rin will take over the power of Konoha at the same time, can also shoulder the responsibility of protecting Konoha. Uchiha Rin, did you misunderstand something? Having been in a skirt for so long, do you think I will be as greedy for power as your apprentice? Uchiha Rin's favorite things are those three things: power, beauty, freedom. Or the last item can also be understood as lawlessness. He really has no interest in power. The reason why Uchiha Rin doesn't deal with the elders, don't care if they are good guys or bad guys, it's because these old foxes are too jealous of others. No matter how prodigal you are, Sarutobi Hiruzen, it has nothing to do with me. The problem is that you always bother me. Uchiha Rin himself has no interest in the position of Hokage or the power of Konoha. Senju Hashirama, well, it was a slip of the tongue. Can I ask you to protect Konoha? Faced with this plea from Senju Hashirama, After Uchiha Rin thought for a moment, he replied, I am not interested in Sarutobi Hiruzen's Konoha, but if it's Tsunade's Konoha, I can at least ensure that no one dares to mess around. Senju Hashirama, okay. It's a deal. Senju Hashirama's tone sounded very excited. Although he felt that it was a bit unreliable for his eldest granddaughter, Tsunade, who was spoiled by him and learned all her bad habits of gambling to become Hokage. But who said that Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions in the past 2 years had disappointed him so much? Ding! Skirt member Senju Hashirama sends an exclusive red envelope to Skirt member Uchiha Rin on how to practice Senjutsu with escape training method. Senju Tobirama brother. Everyone in the Thousand Hands Gate was numb. To be honest, his current sense of Sarutobi Hiruzen is similar to that of Senju Hashirama. Rather than letting them continue to fuss, might as well let my granddaughter try it. But isn't Senju Hashirama being too generous? Why don't you issue a commission task? Isn't it too much to give it away for free? What if this kid regrets it? Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Rin, don't worry, Night Aim, I'm different from your disciples who do one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes. I do what I say. Uchiha Rin considers himself not a good person, but at least he will do what he says. It was like he had made a promise with Ace before. When they meet the Straw Hat Pirates in the future, they will only steal Nami and Robin, but will also save one Luffy's life. And Ichimaru Jin also wants to use the magic gun as a bargaining chip. Hire Uchiha Rin to protect Matsumoto Rainjiku. But Uchiha Rin didn't agree, because he also knows, now I am unable to confront Waiwak. If it were Danzo's duplicitous character, Juibayan first verbally agreed to Ichimaru Jin, get the magic gun in hand. Finally, he goes back on his word and turns his back on others. Kinju Tobirama suddenly fell silent, because he also understands it in his heart. His own disciple. You've really become that kind of person. During this period, 2 major events occurred in the ninja world. One was the death of White Fang. That's ironic. This incident did not cause much trouble in Konoha itself. It actually caused an uproar in the outside world. After hearing about this incident, the Kingdom of Wind, Kingdom of Thunder and many other enemy countries couldn't help but applaud. After all, Konoha is too strong now. Not even counting Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shinmura Danzo who were drinking tea and eating melon in the rear area. White Fang, the Sunin plus the new generation Uchiha Rin, Namikaze Minato. Damn, there are almost 10 shadow-level experts in Konoha. It's so fierce. In this situation, White Fang's death would certainly excite the enemy country. By the way, is it true that the Konoha Council of Elders are not undercover agents? Why do they like to persecute their own geniuses so much? The second thing was that the second-generation Kazekage Samana died of illness. Yes, although the assassination mission failed, Samana still died. Originally, he was not too young. He was severely injured in a previous battle with Uchiha Rin. After being sent back to Sand Hidden Village, resuscitation efforts failed and he died. But the battle between Konoha and Tsunagakur did not end with the deaths of White Fang and Samana. However, the fighting became more intense. Cho, who acted as Kazekage, died of his son and daughter-in-law. The conductor was hysterical. He attacked fiercely and vowed to avenge his son and daughter-in-law. Although White Fang is dead. But Cho knew that Uchiha Rin and Namikaze Minato were also involved in this matter. Entei and the Golden Flash. In order to avenge her son and daughter-in-law, she could be said to have gone completely crazy. Acting on behalf of the Kazekage, she launched a fierce attack on the Konoha army at all costs. I feel like I can't get any benefit from it. He also insisted on biting off a piece of meat from Konoha. The mad woman made such a fuss that the Konoha elders who were drinking tea in the rear were a little embarrassed. Quickly call back Orochimaru, who was originally stationed in the north to guard against the raids of the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Earth. Prepare for Orochimaru to go to the front line of the Kingdom of Wind to take over the position of frontline commander of the deceased Heitake Sakumo. After all, among the 3 ninjas, Orochimaru's personality is more suitable for taking command. Then he called Uchiha Rin and Namikaze Minato. Prepare to send them to the battlefield a second time. After all, the reason why that crazy woman Cho is crazy, mainly because of them. Hokage's office. Orochimaru, who returned from the northern garrison, is already standing here. Later, Namikaze Minato also arrived with orders. Lord Orochimaru. Namikaze Minato came in and bowed to Orochimaru. I heard that Minato, you have mastered the Nidaime Sama's Flying Thunder God. You are really a genius. Orochimaru licked his lips. That was an advanced spacetime ninjutsu that even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't learn. I didn't expect that it would be given to him by a 13-year-old child. You're lucky, you're lucky. Namikaze Minato scratched the back of his head and said modestly. Next, only one was left. Orochimaru squinted his eyes and muttered to himself. About 5 minutes later, the visitor did not knock on the door, but opened the door directly. He dared to do this in the Hokage's office. You don't need to look to know that, in addition to being at the same level as Sarutobi Hiruzen, those three old foxes, only Uchiha Rin had the courage. After entering the house, Uchiha Rin neither said hello to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, nor did he say hello to Orochimaru and Namikaze Minato. Instead, he sat down on the sofa nearby. He half squinted his eyes and entered a state of sleep. For Uchiha Rin, even if he was as strong as Mudan, it was just a springboard for him, but he didn't expect to practice Chien with Uchiha's Yin-type physique. The Yang-type sage technique between hand hashirama was so tiring, it felt like asking a water-type Pokemon to learn a fire-type trick. I was almost dead from exhaustion. Seeing Uchiha Rin's unruly virtue, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes twitched hard. After getting off, he coughed twice and quickly told the reason why he called the three of them. It was to let Orochimaru go to the front line to take over Heitake Sakumo's position. Uchiha Rin and Namikaze Minato joined the fighting force as before. Since the front line is so tight, why doesn't Mr. Hokage go there himself? Uchiha Rin suddenly half opened his eyes and asked Sarutobi Hiruzen in a lazy tone. As soon as he said this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit. Orochimaru subconsciously showed a gloating smile, but yet he reacted quickly and quickly suppressed his smile. After all, although his relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen is not much better now, it is far from the point of breaking up. It cannot be too obvious. And in the chat room, many Skirt members, I'm also very curious about this issue. Ace, I'm also curious. Since there is a shortage of people on the front line, why doesn't the leader of Khan read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels? Oha, go to the front line himself. During the war, my father was more than 20 years older than him and he was still at the front. Dior Brando, the older you get, the less courage you get. Yamamoto Genri Asai Shijikuni, the 100-year-old kid in front of me, I can't pretend I didn't hear what you said. Uchiha Izuna, what about the will of fire? The result is that young people are sent to the front lines to die, and they sit at home and enjoy the benefits. Heitake Sakumo, the Saname probably wanted to give young people more opportunities. Uchiha Izuna at Heitake Sakumo, fuck your mother, you were killed by them, why are you still here? Is he your father? The Thousand Hand brothers fell into autistic state again. So embarrassing. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was ashen, he didn't know how to answer for a moment. Uchiha Rin stood up and smiled strangely. It doesn't matter, I just need a sandbag to practice new tricks with me anyway, but I hope that if I lose, no one will scold me. Although I will not be so heartless that I will commit suicide if I am scolded, I will definitely kill the person who scolds me. Hearing Uchiha Rin's words, the expressions of the three people present were extremely complicated. They couldn't tell that Uchiha Rin was referring to the White Fang incident when saying scolded. Why? Sarutobi Hiruzen said that he was also a victim. What's wrong with him for wanting Sakumo Heitake to take the blame for his son? In the final analysis, he can only blame Sakumo Heitake for his poor mentality. That's right. He's not wrong. As the Hokage, how could he be wrong? A few days later, the frontline battlefield was located on the border of the Kingdom of Wind. Looking at Uchiha Rin standing at the front of a group of pinkies, Cho shouted hysterically, "Attack!" The next second, Cho himself also took out his killer weapon, the 10 Chikamatsu people. They rushed in together with Tsunagakure's army. The smile on Uchiha Rin's face seemed to be seeing grasshoppers in the grass, and he wanted to catch them and torture them, like a child. Suddenly, the three Megatama that rotated sharply in Uchiha Rin's eyes connected into the shape of a human. The red flames boiling and burning in both arms turned into black under the gaze of his right eye. Black flames? Tsunade, the look on her pretty face was fused. Well, didn't that guy say that kaleidoscope would reduce eyesight? Why do you still dare to use that trick? Dark Fire Fist. The astonishing jet black flame spread tremendously the moment Uchiha Rin flew into the air and punched. It almost covered the sky on the Tsunagakure side. The next second came. There were only the sad wails of countless Tsunagakure. The roar of flames that almost pierced the eardrums echoed in the center of the battlefield. The violent shock waves seemed to shatter the sky. The violent aftermath formed a hurricane and swept around any ninja below the Jounin level. It is basically unbearable to bear this terrifying shock wave. He was blown away directly. Some of the stronger Jonin put their hands in front of themselves to protect themselves. It was difficult to resist this terrifying shock wave. He reluctantly opened his eyes and looked forward. I saw two dark energies constantly colliding. They both try their best to devour each other. The one on the left is Dark Flame, and the right is Black Iron Sand. Yes, they are fighting now. It is Uchiha Rin, and the third-generation Kazekage who is determined to inherit the position of shaman and use the Iron Sand technique. The impact hurricane was mixed with Iron Sand and Amaterasu's flames, and continued to spread toward the periphery. Even ordinary Jounin-level ninjas dare not approach. Whenever you are touched by that thing, Iron Sand can peel off a layer of your skin. Amaterasu can make you lose a piece of meat. After all, that thing can't be extinguished with water. You can only cut off the affected area. The third generation. I'm here to help you. Funfu, who entered the possession body mode, raised his hand to create a huge Shikaku arm. It hit Uchiha Rin condescendingly. Uchiha Rin raised his eyes slightly. Boom! The next second, the Shikaku arm struck hard. Smashed down. Successful hit. Did you make it? Cho's younger brother Ebizo shouted excitedly. However, Shikaku's arm seemed to be blocked by something. Although he successfully fell down, he just couldn't touch the ground. Click, 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 as if he was cracking his knuckles. Fenfu only felt a snap. A powerful force came from the lower end of Shikaku's arm, but before he could see clearly what it was, the force pushed Shikaku's arm away. Everyone looked at it again. Only Uchiha was seen. The whole body is covered with a silver-white rib-shaped shield. That, could it be what Grandpa said? Tsunade's expression changed. Although she has never seen it with her own eyes, she heard it from her great-grandfather Senju Hashirama. The forbidden technique that can only be awakened by opening the Mangekyo Sherinan in both eyes, Suzanu. Huge bony hands then grew on both sides of the ribs, and holding a Mo Deo-shaped chakra machete. Uchiha Rin, whose eyes were shaped like the character human, slowly raised his hand. Then wave. Susan's arms wielding machetes wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Every cut. They can take away the lives of at least 10 sand ninjas. Too strong, that's Rin's true power now. Namikaze Minato, who was holding a flying thunder god kunao in each hand, was stunned. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Ui Zhenhong, and Oth. Read more novels by visiting our website. Night Novels ERS also had similar expressions. Come rush with Master Rin. The Uchiha clan is undoubtedly the most excited group in the entire battlefield. Uchiha Taihuo, who is the same age as Uchiha Rin, yelled excitedly and shouted at the pink-eyed people around him. As the mainstay of the future Uchiha radicals, he feels that the era of Uchiha has finally come. I, Uchiha, will decide the position of the fourth Hokage. I can't keep Senju Hashirama, I'm telling you. Looking at this group of people with red eyes like chicken blood, Uchiha Bo-Rin looked like a slut. It seems that the labor and management said that they are not interested in the position of Hokage? You don't understand, right? We can't continue fighting. In the Tsunagakure barracks, the third Kazekage slapped the table with his hands and shouted. Although Cho's authority and qualifications in the military were far above his own, but after today's battle, the third Kazekage realized that if it is used by Cho for personal use in fights with Konoha to the end, the consequences will be unbearable for Tsunagakure, no, the entire Wind Kingdom. Not every cage is like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who likes to raise a child on his headmaster. The third Kazekage feels that he must let Cho know. He is the Kazekage. No matter how senior you are, Cho, no matter how great your credit is, you are just my subordinate. Faced with the third Kazekage's prestige behavior, Cho also she did not say the words Fengying, you will regret it. Although until this morning, all she could think about was revenge for her son and daughter-in-law. But after fighting this battle, she gradually became sober. Come over. We can't continue fighting. After struggling for a long time, Cho finally chose to put aside his personal grudges for the sake of the overall situation. He followed the wishes of the third Kazekage and negotiated peace with Konoha. Naturally, Tsunagakure's peace agreement was first delivered to the desk of Orochimaru, the commander-in-chief of the front line. Then Orochimaru was handed over to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in charge of the rear. Ask him to make a decision. Is this peace? It's so boring, I want to play for another 2 years. Uchiha Rin looked regretful. In the original work, the second ninja war seemed to have ended when Namikaze Minato was 15 years old. But this kid only turned 13 2 days ago. Compared with the original work, it did shorten a lot of time. Hearing what Uchiha Rin said, Ebizo, who came to deliver the letter, was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. Mud also claimed that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage in power in Konoha, was a coward. The second ninja war is over. After all, they all knew Sarutobi Hiruzen's character. A typical conservative king. To put it mildly, he is a pacifist. To put it bluntly, he just wants to keep his own 1/3 of an acre of land. And the next development. It was just as everyone expected. The Tsunagakure diplomatic delegation represented by Ebizo soon arrived in Konoha, and sent the peace agreement to Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. An agreement was reached in less than a day. Konoha and Tsunagakure sign a non-aggression pact. The second ninja war is over. After the news came back to the front line, all the Konoha ninjas had smiles on their faces. Pack your bags and prepare to return to Konoha. Survived and could go home. This is the happiest thing. Senju Hashirama, the war is finally over, peace is indeed the best. In the chat room, the Upskirt live broadcast function was enabled by Uchiha Rin. I saw 2 Konoha ninjas with happy smiles on their faces. Senju Hashirama, who is in the pure land of ultimate bliss, smiles from the bottom of his heart. Senju Tobirama brother, now is not the time to be happy yet. Kinja Tobirama's tone sounded worried. Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance in this war really disappointed him as a master, but he felt that Uchiha Rin was not a good person either. Of course, Uchiha Rin himself did not hide it, he also admitted that he was not a good person. Although the foreign war ended, the civil war became increasingly fierce. Even Senju Tobirama, a first-rate politician, is unable to judge the current situation in Konoha. What's next? A week later. The main entrance of Konoha village. A large number of Konoha villagers crowded the streets on both sides. Welcome back, our hero. The war is finally over. Long live Tsunade-sama. Long live Lord Orochimaru. Minato-kun is so handsome. He is indeed our rising star in Konoha. Lord Rin, the position of the fourth Hokage must be yours. The sky full of colorful ribbons danced over the village. The villagers cheered the names of the heroes they admired. Among them, Tsunade, who saved countless lives with her superb medical ninjutsu on the front line, is undoubtedly the most popular one. And the not yet perverted Orochimaru, and Minato Namikaze, who has a sunny and cheerful boyish face, followed closely behind. Calling Uchiha Rin's name means he is basically a member of his own family. After all, his style of doing things is really not pleasing. But Uchiha Rin has no interest in being popular with this group of people. Wasn't White Fang very popular before? Wasn't he still abandoned at the critical moment? As the frontline commander, Orochimaru walked at the front of the team and led the team to receive the welcome from the villagers. Go all the way to the Hokage building at the end. A senior member of the Elder Council headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. I've been waiting at the door for a long time. Well done to you guys. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with his signature kindly grandfather smile. I didn't do anything, I was due read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels ST temporarily transferred here to make up for the leak later. Can I leave? Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru was extremely uncomfortable with this lively scene. Now he just wants to go home and study ninjutsu. During this war, he realized that life is too fragile. Therefore, eternal life is what he should strive for target. Although Orochimaru was verbally asking Sarutobi Hiruzen for instructions, but after saying these words, before Sarutobi Hiruzen could reply, he turned around and left. And when he first entered the village gate, Uchiha Rin and Tsunade left the main force. At the celebration ceremony, only Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Ui Maka and others were left. It seemed quite deserted. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became more and more serious. I also realized that my position may not be stable. Ding! The skirt member Kamizenin is about to be removed from this skirt. The countdown is 60 seconds, 59 seconds, 58 seconds. Ding! The skirt member Kamizenin is about to be removed from this skirt. The countdown is 60 seconds, 59 seconds, 58 seconds. Uchiha Rin, who returned home, had just untied his dirty robe and put on new casual clothes under Konan service. I saw these two skirts as a reminder. Ace, huh? Removed? What's the situation? Ichimara-jin, I don't know, it's been a while since I joined this skirt, and this is the first time I've encountered this situation. As a time traveler, Uchiha Rin saw this scene, frowned and thought for a few seconds, and came to an inference. Uchiha Rin, it should be that the people in their world found the Dragon Balls and were going to resurrect them, so they were forcibly removed from the skirt. Ace, oh my god. Are there really beads that can bring the dead back to life? Although Klin also talked about the Dragon Balls before, but Ace and the others never believed it. A bead that can make any wish come true? Isn't this too exaggerated? The big secret treasure piece is probably not that powerful. Uchiha Rin at Kamizenin, Krillin, master, brother, walk slowly, come on for the next world #1 martial arts tournament as the person in the skirt who gets along best with Uchiha Rin. Uchiha Rin was really reluctant to leave Kamizenin. Although I have no social contact with Clint, after knowing that you have a beautiful wife. I knew you were my friend. Clint, goodbye everyone, we had a great time getting along with each other. Kamizenin at Uchiha Rin, I have nothing to teach you anymore. What a pity. I haven't finished watching The Lustful Homestay yet. Uchiha Rin at Kamizenin, mentor, Turtle Sennin at Uchiha Rin, sage. Looking at the two people performing a tender scene, everyone in the skirt had black lines on their faces. Two SP leaders. Filled with all kinds of cute creatures, the Pokemon world is a must-visit for tough guys. The world of JoJo's stand-in with weird style and weird abilities. Or maybe it's a little too difficult for you now, but you're in a world of body sculpting that's amazing and filled with masters. He longed for it very much. But, what the hell is the first dimension that opens is the Dragon Ball world? This is like you just got the initial Uzinjia from Jingxin Town. Let you go to the Road of Champions to challenge the 4 Heavenly Kings. How can you play like this? But after a few seconds, Uchiha Rin regained his composure. Wait, there's no need to rush. After all, the timeline was speculated based on the information provided by Kamizenin. The current Dragon Ball world should be at a stage where Son Goku has just opened the first generation of Piccolo. The first generation Piccolo had just given birth to the second generation Piccolo, which was the period of the Sun family's nanny. In other words, the Dragon Ball world still has at least 3 years of peace, and Raditz hasn't come to Earth yet to reveal Son Goku's Saiyan identity. Those monsters that explode with one move. It will take at least 7 or 8 years before it comes out. Therefore, Dragon Ball in this period can be regarded as an enhanced version of the pirate world. No need to be too afraid. Thinking of this, Uchiha Rin completely calmed down. Uchiha Rin at Kamizenin, Klin, wait, Teacher Weishin, Brother Klin, I'll go with you. I glanced at the time for the two of them to take off their skirts, and there was only less than 5 seconds left. Zionin, I'm going on a long trip, so I'd like you to look after my house during this time. Uchiha Rin turned to Zionin and said, Konan opened his eyes wide in surprise. Didn't you just come back? But before Konan could react, Uchiha Rin in front of him was wrapped in a white light. He suddenly disappeared from the place the next second. Konan was stunned for a moment. Stunned. Lord Rin is missing. It took more than 10 seconds for Zionin, whose reflex arc was a bit long, to finally react and shouted, Another dimension. Dragon Ball World. Shenlong, please resurrect the people who were fooled by Demon King Piccolo. On the small island of Gaixianyu, Bulma stood together with Oolong, Yamcha, and others. She made a wish while chewing the breath of the dragon entrenched in the sky. I understand, Shenlong nodded. A bright golden light shot out from the dragon's body and shot straight into the sky. Then his body returned to the dragon beads. The 7 dragon beads also rose into the sky again, dispersed, and scattered to every corner of the earth. A few seconds finally, 3 white lights fell from the sky, landed in front of Bulma and others, and gradually turned into human shapes. Dumpling. Tianjin Fan hugged the dumplings excitedly. Very good. Klin, you are alive. Yamcha also hugged Klin excitedly. Bulma, let's give you a warm hug too. Seeing this, the turtle immortal also shamelessly stretched out his hand towards Bulma. However, what greeted him was a flying kick from the other party. Get out! You old pervert. Ouch, still so violent, came Senin raised his sleeve and wiped his nose that was gushing blood. Teacher! That is. At this time, Klin pointed to the sky. Everyone looked up after hearing the words. They saw another white light piercing the sky and landing on the island. Yokai, read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, Lin, Teacher Wutian. Uchiha Rin waved and said hello. Is there anyone resurrected among us? Old man, Klin, is he someone you know? Bulma frowned slightly, subconsciously thinking that this was also the person who was resurrected by Shenlong. Faced with Bulma's question, Kame Sen and Krillin were stunned for a few seconds. Then they walked up to Uchiha Rin and smiled, cold. I didn't expect you to actually come to our world. No problem? You still have a lot of things to deal with, right? It seems to me that the Hokage doesn't like you very much. Uchiha Rin laughed. Don't worry, with Grandma Mito controlling them, they won't dare to do anything, not to mention they won't be able to jump around for long. Seeing the 3 people chatting happily, Bulma looked at Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and others in confusion. Several people also looked confused. Obviously they didn't know this young man. Hey, it's okay if you want to reminisce about the past. Can you explain the situation to us first? And this little brother, who are you? Bulma came up and interjected. Uchiha Rin smiled when he heard the words. He didn't deliberately conceal the chat room. He spent about 5 minutes briefly recounting the reasons for the incident. This is incredible, right? After listening to Uchiha Rin's explanation, Bulma was dumbfounded. A chat room where dead people from different worlds can come together to communicate? If it weren't for Kame Senin and Krillin who were next to her nodding their heads in assurance, she would never have believed it. The expressions of Yamcha, Dumpling, and the others in the back were also not much better. Speaking of incredible, the Dragon Ball in your world that can grant any wish is also incredible, isn't it? Uchiha Rin asked with a chuckle. That makes sense. Bulma scratched the side of her face. Don't waste time. By the way, Rin, can you please get out the lustful homestay? I haven't finished reading it yet. Kame Senin rubbed his hands in anticipation. Uchiha Rin spread his hands and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Wooten, you are no longer a member of the chat room, so naturally you can't read it. Turtle Immortal, why is this so? As soon as these words came out, Kame Sento suddenly had a look of doubt on his face. I feel like I will never be happy again, and happiness has nothing to do with me. It seems that those heavy-flavored books that Uchiha Rin gave him, how could the little Liu Bei in the room be satisfied with him? It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. By the way, little brother Uchiha Rin, what did you come to our world to do? Bulma asked curiously. What are you doing? The question Bulma asked stumped Uchiha Rin. Just now, he just felt that he had finally opened the dimensional passage to another world. Moreover, the Dragon Ball world during this period was in a period of peace. So let's take a look. There really is no specific purpose. After a while, Uchiha Rin said with a smile on his face, I want to meet the strongest man in the universe. P.S. There is something I would like to ask for your opinions on. That is the solution for the character Yamato. Of course, it's the pirate Yamato, not the green-minded Hokage Yamato. This is where the creator of the Dragon Balls, Immortal, lives. It is also the current place of practice for Sun Wukong. In order to face the second-generation Piccolo who is about to come back 3 years later, Sun Wukong is practicing under the guidance of gods. At this moment, on the Temple of Heaven, Sun Wukong's slightly short body carries a large stone with a volume of 1 cubic meter on his back. The right hand is supported on the ground with one hand, and only the index finger is supported on the ground, doing one hand, oh no, one finger push UPS. While sweating profusely, I was still mumbling something, 501, 502, 503. Just at this moment, the sound of footsteps hitting the ground interrupted Sun Wukong's thoughts. Before he could raise his head to see who it was, I heard a joking voice coming into my ears. Really hard work, senior brother Wukong, who are you? Sun Wukong still maintained the posture of supporting the ground with the index finger of one hand. He looked at Uchiha Rin who walked up to him in confusion. I originally planned to fly up directly, but the cat downstairs insisted that I climb up, otherwise it would not show me the way. It was so rigid. Uchiha Rin spread his hands and said, get up and talk? Sun Wukong shook his head and said, no, the deity said that you have to do 1000 before you can start the next practice. As he spoke, Sun Wukong began to do push UPS by himself again, and continued to mutter, 504, 505, 506. Yes, another dead head. Uchiha Rin didn't bother much, but walked to the other side, sat cross-legged and rested his hands and fingers on the lower part of his abdomen. Start absorbing natural energy. A warrior, a mage. In this way, each of us started to practice in our own way. God, that person is, at the entrance of the temple not far away, Bobo asked the green-faced god for instructions. A soul that does not belong to this world. Well, he has some evil thoughts in his heart, but not many. Let's observe it first. The god hesitated for a moment, but in the end he did not choose to take action. 998, 999, 1000. After Sun Wukong finally completed the amount of training assigned by the gods, he stood up sweating profusely. Turning his head left and right, he noticed Rin Uchiha sitting cross-legged in the distance, and trotted up and asked, well, what do you want from me? It's nothing, I just want to meet my senior brother. Uchiha Rin stretched out his hand to Sun Wukong. I am Uchiha Rin who recently joined Kamizen Ryu. We can be regarded as students from the same school. Eh? Has teacher Wu Tian accepted another disciple? I don't even know. Sun Wukong opened his eyes in surprise, and then held hands with Uchiha Rin. I am Sun Wukong, just call me Wukong. Listen to your words, have Grandpa Turtle Immortal and the others been resurrected? While the two were chatting with each other, a group of people in the chat room were also observing this little man who was obviously 2 years older than Uchiha Rin, but he was half a head shorter in height. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Ace, this is the strongest man in the universe. He feels, surprisingly ordinary. Whitebeard, don't judge a book by its cover, Ace, but at least for now, I don't think he can live up to the title of the strongest in the universe. Hey, take Sakomo, I didn't expect that this skirt would not only allow us dead people to gather together and chat, but also allow people here to travel to other worlds. However, Rin is the only living person here, which means that only he can go to other worlds. Bar? Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shiji Kuni, it would be great if he could help defeat Waiwak. Kurosaki Ichigo thinks it's a little bit worse. Interested in having one? Wukong. After a brief greeting, Uchiha Rin quickly got to the point. Facing the strongest man he knew, the blood in Uchiha Rin's body could not help but boil. No problem, I haven't fought in a long time. Sun Wukong, who has the blood of the first fighting nation in the universe, has no nonsense. For Xians, fighting is like eating and drinking. It has been completely integrated into their blood. The moment the two put into a fighting posture, there was a sound. Sun Wukong flew out, leaving only a small steam wave in place. 80% of the people in the chat skirt had not yet reacted. They heard bang. There was a loud sound. Uchiha Rin was punched out by Sun Wukong. The soles of his feet dragged out 2 long parallel ravines on the ground, and they pushed out for more than 20 meters before stopping. And the Susanna armor on the body also opened a crack. I've never seen your moves before. Sun Wukong's eyes became more and more excited. Uchiha Izuna here, this kid smashed Susanna with his fist. Uchiha Rin's expression also became excited. His right arm ignited with blazing flames, and his right eye pupils turned into the shape of a human. The red flame instantly turned to black. Dark Fire Fist. The super-large black fire pillar with a diameter of more than 10 meters burned the air in the Temple of Heaven and roared forward. Sun Wukong's face became more solemn. He could feel it. If he encountered this thing, he would be in trouble. Just in the black the moment the fire fist was about to hit, Sun Wukong's figure suddenly disappeared. Like an arrow flying at high speed, it flew to the side. Almost close to the flames of Amaterasu, it rushed towards Uchiha Rin. Uchiha Rin's kaleidoscope eyes turned. Dark fire fist he turned around and chased Sun Wukong. But no! It was too fast. Amaterasu's flame couldn't catch up. I am coming. Cold. Sun Wukong rushed towards this side while raising his small but powerful fist. Then I won't be polite. Uchiha Rin roared back with the same excitement. The silver-white chakra giant rose out of the air and let out a fierce roar. Each hand held a chakra machete burning with Amaterasu flames. This was the second time Uchiha Rin endured world war, a form that has not been shown yet. Hit Sun Wukong's forehead. The picture is frozen here. The white clouds that originally gathered around the Temple of Heaven had long been washed away without a trace. The heavenly temple, which was not too big to begin with, was now in ruins. There are countless potholes, large and small, mixed with cracked ditches. In the center of the ditch, black flames can still be seen burning. About half a minute passed. Two figures climbed out of the deep pits on the left and right of the heavenly temple with difficulty. The clothes on his body can't be considered clothes, but two rags. It barely covers the lower end of the Armstrong Gyrojet Armstrong cannon. Bang! Bang! However, the two of them just climbed out of the pit. Then he fell straight forward. Uchiha Rin coughed twice, feeling the most difficult battle since he traveled through time. Let's go, the Xian's physique is really abnormal, this damn thing is not going to fall? On the opposite side, Sun Wukong was also exhausted. He put his tongue at the corner of his mouth, panting like a little urha. Okay, so tired. I have never been so tired, whether it was fighting with Krillin, Tianjin Fan, or fighting that guy Piccolo. No, but I win. Sun Wukong tried his best to stand up. However, his ankle became weak and he fell flat on his face to the ground. Uchiha Rin couldn't help laughing. What should I say? In fact, even if I win this battle, there is no benefit. I just wanted to fight Sun Wukong, so I took action. This kind of inconvenience purpose, the act of simply enjoying fighting. Unexpected inspiration. He. At this time, Sun Wukong on the opposite side couldn't help laughing, showing his big white teeth and said, "You are very strong." Uchiha Rin was stunned when he heard this, then sighed and said, "But I still didn't win you. Although I know that the guy in front of me is standing at the top of the two-dimensional battle. But as a time traveler, Uchiha Rin also has his own arrogance. Until now, he has not been lazy. He still didn't win. It's more or less regretful." Uchiha Rin took out the brocade bag tied around his waist and took out two fairy beans. One was thrown into his mouth and the other was thrown to Sun Wukong. This was when he climbed the tower yesterday and finally learned how to read from there. The scheming cat was recruited from the immortal Carlin. I have to say that this thing is really powerful. As long as you eat one, even if you are beaten to the point of being left with only one breath, it can drag you back from the hell. There is only one thing left all over your body. Uchiha Rin, who covered his bird with a piece of cloth, stood up again. Seeing this, Sun Wukong asked, Are you leaving? Well, let's meet again after you're dead. Uchiha Rin stretch read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels D out, and was about to leave. Sun Wukong looked confused, obviously not understanding the meaning of Uchiha Rin's words. Somersault cloud. Uchiha Rin raised his head and shouted. An orange cloud passed through the night sky and flew in front of Uchiha Rin. You also have? Sun Wukong blinked his eyes twice and said, Well, apart from this bag of fairy beans, the only thing I got from Karen's cat was the somersault cloud. Uchiha Rin reached out and touched the somersault cloud. Unfortunately, as soon as his hand touched it, he passed through the somersault cloud. There is no way, he is not a pure-minded person. The main reason is that if you want to become stronger in the world of Dragon Ball, you can basically just rely on self-cultivation. There are no cheating props such as the Nika fruit in One Piece or the tailed beast in Naruto, so there are not many things that can be harvested. Just a bag of senzu and somersault clouds. Uchiha Rin is both. It took a lot of effort to get it from the Karen Immortal. It's a pity that I can't use it for the same reason as the Turtle Immortal. But I've come here, and I can't go back empty-handed. Goodbye then, Wukong. Let's meet again after you die. Uchiha Rin extended his fist to Sun Wukong. Oh, okay. Regarding Uchiha Rin's words, Monkey King still made Monk Zhang confused. But in the end, he still punched the opponent, to show that the two recognize each other. After watching the battle between Uchiha Rin and Son Goku, Ace, who originally thought that the dwarf was nothing more than that, was so frightened that he could not speak. Ace, isn't this too exaggerated? Whitebeard, such a small body contains such terrifying power. This battle is no less impressive than the battle between me and Roger at their peak. Yamamoto Genri Asai Shijikuni, is it my illusion? I always feel that after the human child named Son Goku ate that bean, his aura became stronger. Hearing the words of Yamamoto Genryan Agasai Shijikuni, Uchiha Rin couldn't help but secretly sigh that he is indeed the current combat power of the skirt. I actually saw it. This is another abnormality of Xian's. Every time they cross the line of death, they can gain stronger power. After eating the fairy beans, if the two fight again, then you must be the loser. I really want it, Xian physique. Uchiha Rin shook his head and sighed. He glanced down at the senza beans hanging on his waist and the somersault cloud that followed him. Nohara Lin shouted crazily in her heart. The entrance exam for the ninja school was approaching. She just thought about asking her best friend Yuri Hong out to chat and relax together. Unexpectedly, within 2 steps of going out, they met Uchiha Rin and Konan, who came out of the Senju clan. I also happened to overhear his unabashedly rebellious remarks. Hey, these 2 little girls are. Uchiha Rin took a step forward and looked at the 2 little girls, who were about 4 or 5 years old. They recognized their identities at a glance. There is no need to say more about Yui Hong. I just met him when I attended Heitake Sakumo's funeral some time ago. Another little girl with a light purple tattoo on her face. Although there are not many scenes in the original work, it is the key to the blackening of Runtu and indirectly triggers the 4th ninja war. Nohara Rin. We didn't hear anything. Noticing Uchiha Rin's eyes looking at the 2 of them, Nohara Rin was so frightened that her teeth trembled, and she tried her best to muster up the courage to shout this sentence. Konan, who was following Uchiha Rin, couldn't help rolling her eyes. Really? When I hear you, you should just leave. Say this. Isn't there 300 taels of silver in this place? Uchiha Rin couldn't help but laugh. Not to mention these 2 little girls who can't make any waves. Even Saratobi Hiruzen and Danzo Shimura are hiding here. He will not hide his true thoughts at all. If it were not for the sake of giving the old man Uzumaki Mito some face, Uchiha Rin would have killed Kojiki Oden and Kaskaidao Sensei. What plan was used? Just crush them violently. But it's quite fun to tease these 2 little Lolita. Thinking of this, Uchiha Rin pretended to be angry and annoyed, and said with a dark face, exposed? There is no way, now that you have heard this secret, I can't let you live. Uchiha Rin said while reaching out to grab the 2 of them. No, do not want. No. Wow. Dad. Mother. Help me. Woo-hoo. The 2 Lolita were so frightened that they burst into tears. When Uchiha Rin saw this, he had to take his hands back. Tisk, it's not funny at all. Stop crying, let me start with you, huh? Uchiha Rin was about to explain when he suddenly smelled a fishy smell. He looked down in the direction of the smell. Below the 2 little Lolita, there was a tick-tock-tick sound of water dripping. The scene was very embarrassing for a time. Half an hour later, at Uchiha Rin's home. Although it's a bit big, it should still be wearable. Xiao Nan handed the 2 folded pants to the 2 younger sisters in front of her with a gentle look on her face. Thank you, Sister Zionin. The faces of Korone Uia read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. ND Rin Nohara were so red that they could almost bleed. How embarrassing. Don't be afraid, Rinasang was just joking. Xiao Nan explained with a hint of helplessness on her face. So bad, Nohara Lin was like a little frog, her pretty face puffed up angrily. Well, then he said he would give some adults from the elders. Yui Hong recalled what she just heard and subconsciously asked. Oh, that's the truth. Konan nodded calmly. Since Uchiha Rin himself thinks it's harmless to say it, then it's hard for Konan to pretend. Ui Korene, Zionin, good guys, why don't you all hide it? While being looked at by 2 little guys with shocked eyes, Uchiha Rin also held his chin with one hand, observing the 2 little ones who had not yet entered school. The future fate of both of them is very sad. When Korone Ui was pregnant, the unreliable Cheetah Suma was killed. Not to mention Nohara Rin, a little girl with a good heart. In the end, he just became a pawn in Uchiha Madara's plan to blacken Obito. Girl, when you grow up and choose a man, remember to choose a stronger one. Uchiha Rin patted lowly Korone's little head and said earnestly. It felt like Ui Korone and Tsunade were like sleeping dragons and phoenixes when it came to choosing men. They both chose a short-lived ghost and weakling. Then they put themselves. I have been confessed all my life. Lowly Hong's head was full of questions. I wondered if there was something wrong with this person's thinking. Why did he suddenly get involved in choosing a man? You think of ways to become stronger first. Uchiha Rin then rubbed Lowly Lin's head again. But unlike Lowly Red, Uchiha Rin couldn't give any good advice to Lowly Lin for a while. After all, her situation was much more complicated than Ui Korone. Originally, Uchiha Rin couldn't give her any good advice. A very kind girl. In the end, she became a tool for Uchiha Madara to turn Obito into a black man. Uchiha Rin still doesn't understand. What is that boy Obito doing with infinite Tsukuyomi? After you control Nagato, Kas is a handful of candy. 3. Come to a wave of resurrection. Isn't it enough, my love? When coming out of Uchiha Rin, Luo Lihong and Luo Lilan were still in a confused state. Nohara Rin was the first to speak. I don't think Mr. Rin is a bad person. Although she also couldn't understand Uchiha Rin's words, but he could feel the compassion for him in the other person's eyes. Although I don't know the reason. Yep, it's as if he can foresee the future. Age Spot sits on the Iron Throne as always. The back is filled with conduits connected to the heretic demon. Just like his generation Uzumaki Mito, his body has also reached the stage of exhaustion. If he hadn't relied on the energy of the heretic demon to forcefully extend his life, you may become a member of Uchiha Rin's dead person chat room at any time. Madara-sama spiral-faced Faye emerged from the wall and reported to Madara. Uchiha Jiraiya, a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, accepted Nagato and his little friend Yahiko as disciples, because Hanzo was killed by Uchiha Rin in advance. Before the Second Ninja War, Jiraiya did not meet Nagato, but it may be the corrective power of the world, or there is God's will in the dark. The war is in under the influence of the storm caused by the butterfly Rin Uchiha. The journey ended 2 years early, and Jiraiya also embarked on his journey 2 years early. Passing through the land of rain, he still met Nagato and Yahiko. He accepted them as disciples. After hearing Baizetsu's report, Uchiha Madara didn't pay too much attention. Originally, he planned to arrange for someone to teach Nagato ninjutsu so that he could use his eyes more skillfully so that he could resurrect himself in the future. How is it over there in Konoha? Have you found any good seeds? Uchiha Madara is more concerned about the situation in Konoha. He feels that it is not very safe if only Nagato is left after he dies. He also wants to choose another believer as a second insurance. Originally, he wanted to choose to have Uchiha Rin has the same eyes as his younger brother Izuna, but that kid doesn't give his ancestor any face. I did find one, but I feel like Yazi is not very smart. Fei scratched his head and said. Age Spot smiled and said, what I want is stupid. The reason why he didn't use Uchiha Rin as the second layer of insurance was because that kid was too smart? It's better to be dumber and easier to control. Madaraza, there is another thing. The main body by Ju leaned out his upper body from the other side of the wall and reported, Cloud Hidden Village has determined the candidate for the next 8 Tails Jinhuriki, an 8-year-old kid named Kiribi. The Age Spot said nonchalantly, don't report such small things in the future. In his opinion, the 9 Tails is just a dog that can be manipulated at will. Who is the 8 Tails? On the other side, Konoha Village. Because Zionin goes to school. There is only one person in the family, Uchiha Rin. And today, an unexpected guest suddenly came to visit. What a surprise that you would come to me proactively, Orochimaru-senpai. Uchiha Rin stretched out his hand to indicate to the other party to please sit down. Haha, neither of us likes to waste time, so I'll put it bluntly, Rin-kun. After Orochimaru sat down, he went straight to the road. Did you hear that Kumagakure Village recently elected a candidate for the 8 Tails Jinchuriki? Uchiha Rin raised his eyes slightly. The REA read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Sunway Kumagakure Village, which has a strong village style, did not participate in the Second Ninja War was because they were busy with the 8 Tails at that time. After a day and night of fierce fighting between the 8 Tails and the Third Raikage, one person, the battle in which all the beasts passed out due to excessive exhaustion. It happened during World War II. That battle also left the scars caused by the Hell's Thrust at the Third Raikage Tsukihongu. The current 8 Tails Jinhuriki is a man named Bulletin Ruby's young ninja. However, he was unable to control the 8 Tails. He went berserk many times and was suppressed by the Third Raikage. So what? Uchiha Rin asked back. I once heard Mr. Sarutobi say that when he was young, he saw with his own eyes that Uchiha Madara used the Mangekyo Sharinan to control the 9 Tails and engage in a life-and-death battle with the first Hokage, the god of the ninja world. Orochimaru said with a smile, as an Uchiha who also possesses a kaleidoscope, doesn't Rin-kun long to recreate the glory of his ancestors? Uchiha Rin's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he had obtained the wood release, Uchiha Rin always felt that the Susanoo Buddha was not as handsome as the Susanoo-tailed beast, and with his current understanding of the wood release, he could not use the Susanoo, Great Buddha. The Kulobai is currently in Mito Uzumaki's body. There is no way to take it out and try it, and the Kulobai's character is too difficult to deal with. Uchiha Rin thinks that he does not have the mouth escape like Naruto, and he is not interested in giving it. This big fox serves as a psychological counselor. In comparison, the 8 Tails is much more convenient. This can be seen from the fact that it can play with the living treasure Kiribi in the future. Although it is slightly inferior to the 9 Tails in terms of strength, Uchiha Rin doesn't care. Wait until he gets abilities like Ryurin Wakahu or Sin Physique. Not to mention the 9 Tails, even the 10 Tails will be useless. Orochimaru-senpai, what is your purpose? Uchiha Rin asked Orochimaru with a smile. He didn't think Orochimaru would give him information for free. Orochimaru didn't hide it, showing the same excited expression as Uchiha Rin. I want to study the secret of tailed beast immortality. That's right, eternal life. This is what Orochimaru is pursuing now and in the future. And what is there in the ninja world that can live forever? That is tailed beasts. Tailed beasts have always existed since the beginning of ninja history. Creatures. And even if the Jinchuriki dies, they will die. But after a few years, or decades, the tailed beasts will resurrect randomly somewhere. This greatly aroused Orochimaru's interest. Uchiha Rin suddenly remembered that Orochimaru had attacked the current Eight Tails Jinchuriki in the original work. The broken left horn of the Eight Tails was taken off by Orochimaru, but I remember it was in the early stages of the Third Ninja War. At that time, the third generation Raikage, as well as the future fourth generation Raikage AI and other powerful players were all on the front lines. This gave Orochimaru the opportunity to steal the chicken. And now we are in a time of peace. There are so many experts from Kumagakure staying in the village. If he wanted to attack the Eight Tails, he would naturally need a helper. But I have to say that Kiribi is really a genius at being a Jinchuriki. He only became a Jinchuriki during the early stages of the Third Ninja War. In the later stage, he will be able to initially control the power of the Eight Tails and fight with Minato Namikaze at his peak for several rounds. Uchiha Rin, Orochimaru. The two most dangerous beings in Konoha were walking side by side on the streets of Konoha, preparing to leave the village. When he was approaching the door, Uchiha Rin suddenly spotted a familiar petite figure. "Rin, do you want to go home?" Uchiha Rin took the initiative to say hello. Rin-sama, big Orochimaru-sama. Luo Lilan was startled and quickly bowed her head in response. "Me, I went to the ninja school to register. This year I'm old enough to enroll." When greeting Uchiha Rin, he dared to look at him. When facing Orochimaru, he was so frightened that his face almost shrank into his chest. There was no way, even though both of them exuded a dangerous aura. But who gave Uchiha Rin a handsome face? "Don't worry, you'll be fine. Come on." Uchiha Rin squatted down and encouraged. "Thank you." Nohara Rin nodded gratefully, thinking that Master Rin is indeed a good person. "Is Rin-sama going on a mission with Orochimaru-sama?" Nohara Rin asked casually out of curiosity. After all, Uchiha Rin plus Orochimaru. This combination is really rare. "We are going to catch the Eight Tails." Uchiha Rin chuckled. "Mr. Rin." Orochimaru frowned and chuckled. Then he turned his head left and right to make sure that no fourth person heard this. "You must know that this is not a trivial matter. If it is a wild-tailed beast, it would be okay. But the Eight Tails is one of the 5 major nations. The tailed beast of Kumagakure village. As Konoha ninjas, Uchiha Rin and Orochimaru went to catch him secretly. It was a crime. Even if one of them failed, it might become the fuse of war. "Oh, don't worry, Lin is a good kid and won't tell anyone." Uchiha Rin shrugged. He himself felt that it didn't matter if he said it. After all, didn't Kumagakure village do similar things? A few years ago, he tried to kidnap Kushina and then used her as Kumagakure. The Jinchuriki came to use. At that time, it almost triggered a war between Konoha and Kumagakure. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. However, Konoha's elders once again adhered to their administrative style of being submissive to the outside world and attacking internally. In the face of Kumagakure's behavior, I was so stunned that I didn't even dare to let go of a fart. Sarutobi-sensei is a coward, but the third Raikage is not. Orochimaru felt that this matter must be kept secret. He just wanted to study tailed beasts and did not want to cause a war. After all, he is not as crazy as he will be in the future. But he also admitted that his teacher is a coward. Lululin's the boss with a small mouth. It feels like every time I meet Uchiha Rin, he will make unsettling remarks that will never stop him. Last time he wanted to rebel, this time he wanted to capture the Eight Tails. So what will he do next time? Destroy the world? "Lin, can you keep our secret?" Uchiha Rin asked Nohara Rin with a smile. Nohara Rin struggled for a moment, but she nodded in agreement after 2 seconds. After all, she is such a transparent person with no background. It is better not to get involved in the disputes between these big guys. Just pretend that you didn't see it. "Yeah, Lin is such a good kid." Uchiha Rin stroked her head again. On the way to the Kingdom of Thunder, the two of them walked through the forest trees. Orochimaru suddenly said, "That little girl really knows how to keep secrets? If Sarutobi-sensei finds out, we will be in trouble." Uchiha Rin said calmly, "Don't worry, I'm very good at judging people. How are we going to get the Eight Tails? You said you want to infiltrate and fight, right? I'm not good at this." Orochimaru took out a small medicine bottle and explained, "This is a pill I developed that can throw Jinchuriki into chaos and cause tailed beasts to go berserk. I will sneak into the hidden cloud village and let the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Brubi eat it. When the Eight Tails goes berserk, it will be your time to appear. But your moves are so recognizable. Is there anything you can do about this?" Hearing this, Uchiha Rin blinked his eyes twice, and a malicious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That night, at a black market on the border of the Land of Fire, Uchiha Rin specially customized one side, the whole was orange-red, with spiral patterns, and a mask with only one right eye exposed is worn on the face. If there are other time travelers here, they can be recognized at a glance. Isn't this the mask that Obito will wear when he deceives people in the future? Mask? That's fine, it's better than rushing and swaggering. Uchiha Rin lowered his voice and spoke in a smoky voice. My name is Uchiha Madara. Just hearing Uchiha Rin's words, my name is Uchiha Madara, they guessed what Uchiha Rin wanted to do next. Senshou Tobirama, this kid has cheated even his own ancestors. Senju Hashirama, haha, I'm already looking forward to Madara's expression when she finds out about this. Uchiha Izuna, Rin boy, you are not authentic. Since you already know what release, why don't you pretend to be Senju Hashirama? Uchiha Rin, how can I pretend to be grandpa-in-law? A few days later, the outer boundary of Union Village in the Kingdom of Thunder. Konoha's method of preventing outsiders from invading is a barrier, and Tsunagakure's method is an earth barrier. Union Village is a huge canyon. Just wait here quietly for the Eight Tails to go berserk. Orochimaru stopped, half-turned his head and said to Uchiha Rin, who was wearing a mask. At this moment, both of them were covered with a layer of black cloaks, and the hoods covered the upper half of their faces. They looked like they had traveled from the Assassin's Creed set. Shape. Uchiha Rin clasped the tips of his thumb and index finger together, and made a OK gesture. It's better to leave this kind of thing to the professionals. Throughout the ninja world, no one can overtake Orochimaru in that infiltration skill. In other words, Baiju can BB. While waiting, Uchiha Rin entered the chat room again and chatted with the ghosts in the skirt. The Kame Sento whom I got along with the most was not here, and I was really not used to it for a while. He didn't know that the old man had studied so many masterpieces that he had sent to him. Facing those third-rate photo albums that are at best revealing in the Dragon Ball world, can I still stand up? Time gradually enters the night. Roar just when Uchiha Rin was thinking about whether to use wood to build a house to go in and lie down. There was a deafening roar, followed by an astonishing amount of chakra. From the other side of the valley, it came like a rolling tsunami. Even if you are not a sensing ninja, you can clearly feel it. This amount of chakra has easily exceeded the shadow level. There is no doubt that Orochimaru succeeded. Uchiha Rin stood up and twisted his waist. Putting on the same mask that Obito used to fool people 20 years later, he rushed towards Kumagakure with a wicked smile. Uchiha Madara, come on. Boom! The huge octopus's tail, with just one sweep, sent the surrounding houses flying high into the sky like building blocks. I don't know how many villagers were involved and died before they could react. Quick! Inform Raikage-sama quickly. Borobi went berserk. Dode, who was good at melting escape, used the melting escape technique to build a protective wall to reduce the disaster caused by the rampaging Eight Tails as much as possible. At the same time, he kept shouting to the surrounding Kumagakure ninjas. Dode became famous during the Fourth Ninja War. He serves as the assistant to the Fourth Raikage. But in fact, 20 years ago now, he has been the assistant to the Third Raikage for many years. Bastard stuff. There is no peace at all. Now less than 25 years old, the future 4th generation Raikage AI couldn't help but curse. His strength has not yet reached the peak of the 4th Ninja War in the future. Even if he reaches it, he will still be able to challenge the 8-tailed and 9-tailed ones. It's a bit more difficult. In the entire Kumagakure village, he is the only one with this ability. None of them doubted that someone was behind the 8-tails rampage incident. After all, as a Jinchuriki, it was difficult for Borahai to control the power of the tailed beasts. Before. They also went vile. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, Ently several times. In order to prevent accidents, Borobi lived on the edge of the village to ensure that when the 8-tails went berserk, the damage could be minimized. But they never expected it. It was precisely because Borobi lived in the corner of Cloud-Hidden Village. Orochimaru sneaked in so easily. Don't let it enter the village before Dad comes. AI's whole body exploded with lightning, and he was ready to go. Although his strength is far less than his father now, he can still hold the 8-tails for a while. Please, AI. Tao Tai nodded and said. AI responded, waved his thick arms, and was about to jump up and rush towards the 8-tails. Laylee is hot, ugh. However, AI just jumped up less than 2 meters and was about to use his special skill, Thunderplow Hot Knife. Suddenly he felt his feet being grabbed by a powerful force. He looked down. I saw at some point, several vines as thick as an adult's arms grew on the ground, tightly binding his legs. They also continued to spread toward his waist. This is new done. Many Kumagakure ninjas such as Dode around were stunned. The wood release was lost after the death of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Why, how could I meet here? Thunder level. When the vines had climbed to his chest, AI finally reacted. He quickly concentrated the lightning on his right hand and chopped off the vines with his knife. Would release King Kong moves wood. However, before the mid-air AI fell back to the ground, the broken wood chopped off by his knife expanded several times in one breath compared to just now. Each one was as big as an ancient giant python. This time, not only his legs, but also his limbs and throat were all tied together. Only one head was left exposed. Nanny, AI Jing's eyes almost popped out of his head. Tutai and the others around him were not much better either. Just stand there and don't move. I'm not interested in you. At this time, a deep voice came from the darkness. Everyone turned around and saw a man wearing an orange mask with spiral patterns walking towards them. Who are you? Tautai and dozens of Kumo ninja put into a fighting stance. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara didn't even look at them, he looked up at the Berserk Eight Tails. The moment his big round white eyes looked at the Sharingan under the eye hole on the right side of the mask, the Eight Tails' all-white pupils were filled with so much energy. Get 3 Megatama. That is, at this moment, not only AI and Dode. Even the third-generation Reikage, Troy, the young Kiribi and others who were rushing here from the center of the village were trembling with fear. And Dode, AI and others who were at the scene, I have completely believed that the man in front of me is Uchiha Madara. After all, the Battle of the Valley of the End. Uchiha Madara used the Sharingan to control the Nine Tails and fight against the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. It has only been more than 20 years. Many people still I've heard about this. The next second, Uchiha Madara jumped up and jumped on top of the controlled Eight Tails. This is the power of me, Madara Uchiha. Uchiha Madara shouted condescendingly. At this moment, far away in the Iron Tower of Yuyin village. The age spots buried on his forehead were caught off guard and he sneezed. The Ninja King quickly turned his head and looked around. When the third Reikage, who possesses the strongest Reikage, rushed to the scene. Seeing his son lying on the ground, his assistants, and many of Kumo Ninja's subordinates shouted loudly, AI, tear us! Roared the Eight Tails, which were as huge as a small mountain, shook their arms violently and roared loudly, echoing in the valley. What's even more eye-catching is the bloody 3 Magatama in the center of those white eyes under the bright moonlight. Could it be Uchiha Madara? There is no need for Uchiha Rin to deliberately deceive. The third generation of Reikage directly transformed himself. He is of the same age group as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he does not have the elders of Konoha to witness Uchiha Madara using the pupil technique, the magnificent scene of the tailed beast. But at that time, it was a famous event in the ninja world. For the younger generation, it was already a legend recorded in history. But for their generation, it was a fact that they had experienced personally. No, it's impossible. But as soon as he said this name, the third Reikage shook his head fiercely and objected. Uchiha Madara died in the Valley of the End more than 20 years ago. Even if he is still alive, he should be an old man who can't even walk. Why, how can he still have the power to control the tailed beast? Uzumaki Mito, who was in the same era as Uchiha Madara, had his neck buried in dirt and could not live for 2 years. Not to mention that Uchiha Madara was a few years older than that old woman. Because of this idea, mediocre people like you will never be able to reach the heights of Hashirama and me. The masked man above the Eight Tails had hugged Yu Hung with both hands and said condescendingly. Even the Senju brothers and Uchiha Izuna, who personally experienced the Warring States period with Uchiha Madara, had to admit that Uchiha Rin's cause was very good. That kind of pretentiousness that I am the boss and can only be ranked second in the world. It is really like riding a horse. Not to mention the habit of saying Hashirama in 3 sentences. Senju Hashirama feels that if he puts himself step into the perspective of the third Reikage, you might even believe it yourself. It doesn't matter who you are. If you dare to attack Union Village, this matter cannot be simple. The third Reikage's eyes signaled to his men to move the injured AI, Dode, and others for treatment. Then he raised his hand and pointed at Uchiha Madara and shouted, "Before I twist your head off, give me back the Eight Tails." Recalling that Uchiha Madara had tamed the nine-tailed beast into a psychic beast and controlled it to fight against the Senju Hashirama, the third Reikage also vaguely guessed what the masked man wanted to do. As the second most powerful among the nine-tailed beasts' existence, its importance to Kumagakur is self-evident. Never let this guy take it away. Oh really? Uchiha Madara let out a hilarious evil lag. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels H. Under his control, the eight-tailed ox demon opened his bloody mouth. Deep red and almost black energy condensed at the front at a very fast speed, and it quickly gathered into a sphere. Tailed beast Jade? Don't think I'm afraid. The third Reikage's whole body was covered with lightning, covering his whole body in the blink of an eye. If Heitake Sakumo is a peak cage-level powerhouse, then the third Reikage has tied with the Eight Tails many times, and even narrowly defeated him several times. Cage is just one level stronger than him. He is the first person in the world who has reached the super cage level that only Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara have reached so far. Others are afraid of tailed beasts, but he is not false at all. Whoosh! The third Reikage disappeared in an instant, and flashed in front of the Eight Tails in an instant. Before the energy of the opponent's tailed beast Jade had even been condensed, he was ready to kick the Eight-Tails' throat. The first thing to do was to keep the Eight-Tails away from Kumagakure, the residential area of the village. Otherwise, a fight will start here. I don't know how many innocent people will be affected. Bang! However, the third Raikage can usually kick the Eight-Tails at least dozens of meters away. This time, if it falls, the Eight-Tails, but he didn't move at all. Hearing a crisp sound like the collision of metal, the third Raikage looked down. He saw that the Eight-Tails' head had been put on a ghost-faced helmet. The Eight-Tails' entire head, including the neck, was armed, and it continues to spread to the chest, shoulders, and other parts of the body. Senju Hashirama appeared. It's Madara's move. This trick also made me suffer a lot back then. Uchiha Rin. Suffering a lot? Uchiha Rin suspected that Dazu was looking for face for the dance king of Konoha. Wasn't the king of dance crushed by your 1,000-armed Buddha at that time? But Uchiha Rin didn't care either. After all, he plays Susanoo Tailed Beast just to be cool. Eight-Tail. Use the Tailed Beast Jade. Uchiha Rin gave orders as if he was possessed by the Pokemon Master. At this moment, the Tailed Beast Jade in front of the eight-tailed mouth had already been brewed. He aimed at the third Raikage, who was still in mid-air. The spherical high-density chakra concentration turned into a concentrated body in the next moment. Ray-like, launch. For a moment, time in Union Village seemed to be silent. Boom! I don't know how long it took. The deafening explosion merged with the impact that crushed everything. It continued to spread towards the outside, and then spread again. Continuously. Spread to the entire Union Village. After the aftermath of the Tailed Beast Jade detonation gradually dissipated, another figure moved to the top of Eight-Tails' head using the teleportation technique. Looking at the invisible deep ditch in the middle that divided the entire village into two, or a chimera side, this is the power of tailed beasts, it's too exaggerated. It's good as a pet. Uchiha Rin did not hide his true voice, and his voice changed from a deep, smoky voice back to a teenage voice. Let's go. Uchiha Rin controlled the Eight-Tails and was about to pass through the canyon behind him and leave Kumagakure village. Aren't you going to kill the witnesses? Orochimaru asked with raised eyebrows. At the same time, he also glanced at the large number of Kumagakure ninjas who had fainted on both sides of the ditch. Among them were Troy, the magnetic version, Taotai, the molten version, and other high-level officials of Kumagakure. Orochimaru could feel that they were still there as a weak breath. They were the ones who witnessed Uchiha Madara attacking Union Village. Why did they kill him? Wouldn't it be more interesting to keep those who have experienced it personally to publicize this matter? Uchiha Rin said with a smile. The Eight-Tails were taken away. Under the Hidden Cloud Village, what kind of action will Ayamo take? Will it cause trouble for Konoha? After all, Uchiha Madara is also from Konoha. How will our third generation respond? I'm so looking forward to it. Orochimaru was speechless. He could see it. This kid is a fun-loving guy. Don't think that because he was born in Konoha, he will really consider issues from Konoha's perspective. But it's true, it's more fun this way. Orochimaru couldn't help but let out a sneer. Yes, things don't have to be purposeful. Many times, just the word happy is enough as motivation. In fact, Orochimaru also has some fun-loving attributes. From his Future the Konoha collapse plan that came out was enough to get a glimpse of it. Orochimaru also told Sarutobi Hiruzen at that time. He had no special purpose in launching this war. He just wanted to do it, so he did it. As for the two pillars, then it was only after he came to Konoha that he discovered that there was such a perfect container for him. After all, he had to go with something, right? Noon the next day. A small trading country located between the country of fire and the country of thunder, a wasteland in the country of Tang. Where is this? No, not in that guy Burabi's body? Looking at the unfamiliar environment around him, the Eight-Tails looked confused at first. After a few seconds, he realized that this was not the Jinchuriki's spiritual space, but the real world. While dancing excitedly, he also sang loudly. Oh yeah, although I don't know what happened, but ko.no Yatsuo is so free, let's take a bath first. Just as Yatsuo was humming an off-key tune, he was twisting his body like a mountain, ready to jump in on the lakeside next to me. A joking voice suddenly came from, the singing is really ugly, no wonder he can be mixed up with Kiribi. Who? The Eight-Tails suddenly turned his head, just in time to meet Uchiha Rin's eyes. Who are you? The eight-tailed white eyes stared at Uchiha Rin. Don't you even remember the face of your savior? Orochimaru's medicine is quite powerful, Uchiha Rin said slightly helplessly. According to Orochimaru, he developed the Genjutsu pill that read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, can make the Jinchuriki go berserk. It can make the Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts unable to recall any memories of the berserk afterwards. Then, Uchiha Rin showed off his Mangekyo Sharinan. The deterrent effect of this thing on tailed beasts is comparable to the relationship between a little boy and a neon man. It's you, although I don't remember what happened last night. But seeing these eyes, Eight-Tails guessed 80% to 90% of what happened. Be my son, oh no, companion, Eight-Tails. Uchiha Rin raised his hand to the Eight Tails and made an invitation gesture. Madhu stayed in the chat room for a long time and got some of the bad habits of those dead ghosts. You just covet the power of our tailed beasts, right? Just like your ancestor Uchiha Madara, the Eight Tails said with a gloomy expression. Although he had breathed fresh air for a long time, he didn't have the slightest fondness for the human brat in front of him. He felt that he was the same as the people in Hidden Cloud Village. He just missed the power of their tailed beasts. Not to mention, said he also has the most annoying eyes for tailed beasts. No, I have no interest in the power of your tailed beasts at all. The reason why I captured you from Kumagakure was because I suddenly wanted to raise a Pokemon. Uchiha Rin raised his index finger and shook it. To be honest, let alone the Eight Tails. Even the Nine Tails will not be of much help to Uchiha Rin's strength. If you have the skill, it is better to find a way to smash Dio's tiles earlier. Ludo or Yamamoto Genri Asai Shijikuni's Ryokan Wakatsuki were fooled over, and it was more efficient. Uchiha Rin suddenly wanted to experience what it was like to be a Pokemon master, so he did it. It was as simple as that. The Eight Tails was instantly I don't know what to say. Although it doesn't understand what Pokemon is, it also understands what Uchiha Rin wants to express. Its labor and management are not interested in you, I just raised something for fun mean. What are you going to do to me? Imprisoned in the Jinchuriki's body? Yaoi asked, suppressing his displeasure. How can I recruit you to fight in a cage? Uchiha Rin asked with a smile. Originally, I wanted to put you at the back of the Uchiha family, but there are a few old foxes that are getting in the way. You can play in the land of fire now. Sometimes I will use my psychic skills to ask you to work, real or fake. The Eight Tails felt that happiness came so suddenly and unbelievably. Doesn't that mean that apart from being a pet and being petted twice, or being a thug, the other 99% of the time is at your own discretion? Isn't this great? I don't have to lie to an octopus. By the way, my name is Uchiha Rin. Remember this name, I am your trainer. With that said, Uchiha Rin stretched out his right fist towards the Eight Tails. What the hell is a trainer? The Eight Tails muttered inwardly, but he looked at the fist handed over by the opponent. After a few seconds, he also extended his fist and touched it with the opponent. Together. I am the eight-tailed ox ghost who loves to sing. I will take good care of you from now on, trainer. Uchiha Rin smiled after hearing this. Although his thunder armor can withstand most ninjutsu attacks, but facing the tailed beast Jade, it can only reduce part of its power. Far from complete defense. In the past, to suppress the Eight Tails, one relied on speed to dodge. Make it impossible for the Eight Tails to aim. This is the first time I eight-tailed beast Jade from the front. What about the Eight Tails? Where is the Eight Tails? The first thing the third Raikage did after waking up was to question the tailed beast. Raikage-sama, the Eight Tails, Dode reported the fact that Borobi was dead and the Eight Tails was taken away with a sad look on his face. Immediately afterwards, the third Raikage looked through the window and saw the village divided into two. Damn it! This matter must not be left alone. The third Raikage angrily slapped the bedside table next to the hospital bed to pieces. But, Dad, we don't know where Madara Uchiha went. AI stood beside the bed with bandages on his forehead and half of his arms. He also wanted to take revenge, but he couldn't find anyone. The third Raikage thought for a moment, and then asked Dode, Tutai, what do you think we should do? Making suggestions is a bit difficult for muscular men like them, whose brains are full of muscles. Let the professionals do it. Tudai said after thinking for a moment, we can let Konoha take responsibility for this matter. The country of fire, Konoha village. In the ninja school, a large number of parents and some Konoha ninjas gathered in the playground to watch the excitement. Today is the entrance exam for this year's ninja school freshmen. But even though it is an entrance exam, but after all, they are all 5 or 6-year-old children, so the content of the exam will naturally not be as harsh as the Chunin exam in the original book. It's probably an enhanced version of Uchiha Rin's physical examination in his previous life. Physical long-distance running, reaction test, written test on the basic knowledge of ninja, etc. As a senior, Zionin also came to the entrance examination site today. Although Konan has already possessed Genin-level strength, even Chuyunin is not a problem. But Uchiha Rin didn't let her rush to graduate early. It didn't come out to contribute to Konoha's GDP by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Might as well enjoy campus life for a few more years. And this new class of freshmen all have unique skills, all familiar faces. The teachers of the future Konoha 12 are basically all there. For example, Korone Ui, Asuma Sarutobi, Genma Shiranui, Ebisu, and so on. Of course, there is also the trio that will change the trend of the ninja world in the future, Kakashi Hatake, Obito Uchiha, and Rin Nohara. It's just that through the long-distance running test of the first exam, you can see the difference between Ryukai and Runtu. The white-haired Kakashi wearing a mask can be said to be one of the best. Obito, on the other hand, stuck out his tongue and followed Urha as if he was desperate to follow the large army. First place in the endurance test, Heite Kakashi. A few minutes later, Kakashi and Obito crossed the key line at the same time. The invigilator only called Kakashi's name. Because Obito didn't finish the race at all, he was a full circle behind Kakashi, who was the first place. Damn, hate, he looked at Kakashi, who had an indifferent expression and looked at him with a hint of disgust. Rustic tears and sweat burst out together. He doesn't read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, want to lose to anyone like Kakashi, a pretentious guy. Come on, classmate. At this moment, Obito Uchiha saw a girl with a warm smile like an angel next to the playground, waiting to encourage him. Obito Uchiha's heart was directly hit by Cupid's arrow, and he jumped hard. The next moment, Uchiha Obito seemed to have endless energy in his body. He rushed forward as if he was in a rush. He actually kept up with the large army. The power of dog licking cannot be underestimated. A sigh of relief suddenly came. Lililin, who had originally sent encouragement to Obito, turned around and said in surprise, Master Rin, you are back? Well, I just came back and heard that today is the day for the freshman entrance exam, so I came over to see the excitement. Uchiha Rin chuckled. After all, there are some familiar faces in this class. He didn't have anyone to come over to watch the excitement. He didn't expect to see the scene of a dog licking his seed. Nohara Rin looked around and noticed the attention of the people around him. After all his energy was concentrated on Obito, Asuma and others who were still taking exams on the playground, he asked Uchiha Rin in a low voice, Rin-sama, that 8 tails matter, although Luo Lilan originally didn't want to get involved. But she couldn't help it. After all, the little devil at this age is the time when curiosity is most intense in life. Uchiha Rin smiled when he heard this. But before he could say anything, the Konoha ninjas surrounding the playground began to commotion. Hello, have you heard about it? The Kumagakure Ninja Village has sent a delegation to Konoha. I wonder what they want to do. Cloud Hidden? Those were a group of barbarians. It was they who failed to close the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, which led to the death of the second Hokage. Ouch, the Sandaime-sama has to thank Kumagakure. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't have been able to become Hokage in his early 20s. Uchihas, why are you so angry when you step on a horse? After hearing what these people were talking about, Nohara Lin secretly swallowed. Uchiha Rin, the front footer, said he wanted to catch the 8 tails. On the back foot, Union Village sent an envoy. It doesn't matter, Gui Xin. Lord Rin, this Luo Lilan's breathing became more and more rapid. SHH Uchiha Rin raised his index finger and put it in front of the little loli's lips. He signaled her to be quiet. What did Kumagakure's gang of well-limbed and simple-minded guys want to do in Konoha? The group of elders headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen again how to deal with it. Let's wait and see the show. P.S. When I was writing this chapter, I suddenly remembered that there should be a dead person named Eri in Dragon Clan. It should be by Yue Guang, a brother of many readers, right? It's a pity that I haven't read Dragon. When I was a child, my family was poor and I couldn't afford to read novels online. When I heard about this work, Jiangnan had already released it, so I haven't read it. It's a pity, and the protagonist Lu Mingfei seems to be too. Licking the dog and the author Jiangnan both seem to have a crush on their senior sister, and then they don't dare to have sex with her. I was shocked. Is it true? In reality, forget it if you don't have the guts. Don't you even dare to write a novel YY? I noticed the situation on Uchiha Rin and Nohara Rin's side. Another little loli came up, Ui Kurane. Children should not interrupt when adults are talking. Uchiha Rin waved his hand and signaled Lolita to go away. Lin is as old as me. Ui Hong's little face bulging in disbelief. Loli Hong was very unconvinced. She felt that she was obviously prettier than her best friend, but why did she feel that Uchiha Rin had a much better attitude towards Lin than towards her? Well, this mainly due to the difference in aesthetics between men and women. In terms of appearance, Ui Kurane is indeed better than Nohara Rin, but only a little. Mainly, Nohara Rin's personality has the upper hand. Her facial features are sweet but not ostentatious, plus she is gentle and gentle. The character of water. For example, Kurane Ui is the type of school beauty who is unattainable in school. This kind of girl is too unattainable for ordinary boys. In the end, she is basically picked up by the second generation of rich officials. And the result is still that's so true. Asuma, the second generation ninja, got it. And Nohara Rin is more like by Yue Guang, your childhood sweetheart who lives next door. It's a straight man's XP. It's no wonder that Runta forced Nohara Rin to die. After that, he was gone on the road to darkness, never to return. It is now announced that the freshmen who have successfully enrolled this year are, first of all, the first overall scorer, Heide Kakashi. At this time, the invigilator walked out, took the list and called out the names one after another. Sarutobi Asuma, Shiranui Genma, Nohara Rin, Obito, and the team clenched his fist tightly. Uchiha Obito. When he heard his name, Uchiha Obito almost couldn't help but raised his arms and shouted. The other watermelon head looked frustrated. He failed. Although he was much better than Obito in the physical skills test. But for Barons, however, the skill test and written test are all about stretching the crotch. This is fatal for a ninja. It's okay, Kai, there is still a chance to make up the exam. Youth always comes with failure, right? The other watermelon head next to him patted his son on the shoulder and said, "Yes, Dad, good. As a preview practice for the make-up exam, let's run 200 laps around the village today." Yes. Uchiha Obito was not in the mood to pay attention to these two idiots. He hurriedly looked for the angel who had just given him encouragement in the crowd. It was different from the joyful atmosphere of the ninja school. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office at this moment was extremely heavy, and there was even a hint of murderous intent. Could Mr. Tutai be joking with me? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a dark face to Dode, who was standing in front of him as the representative of Kumigakure's envoy. He felt that he was not here to tell a story to him. Uchiha Madara attacked Kumigakure village? He snatched the 8 tails? And he still uses wood release? Dan, you said that Senju Hashirama was resurrected. It's more credible than this. Hokage-sama, you think we came all the way just to joke with you? Tutai said in a cold voice, "We have found out that the 8 tails, which is currently in a state of release, is entrenched in the border area of the Land of Fire." Whoosh! At this time, an after image flashed next to Sarutobi. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels by Hiruzen. Namikaze Minato suddenly appeared. Seeing the scene, AI's face, standing next to Dode, changed suddenly. This speed. I'm afraid it's not inferior to his old self. How much is Dad? Hokage-sama, Minato Namikaze, who is now a member of the Jonin force, whispered into Hiruzen Sarutobi's ear and reported the results of his investigation. As Todai said, the 8 tails is indeed in a wild state, lying in the southeastern seaside area of the Land of Fire, basking in the sun. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked a little ugly. The 8 tails is actually in the Land of Fire? That's definitely a hot potato. No matter what, this matter has nothing to do with Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted in a deep voice. Dode shouted back without showing any signs of weakness, "Uchiha Madara is the rebellious ninja of Konoha. Since he attacked Kumigakure, Konoha should be responsible for it." Sarutobi Hiruzen, everyone knows that Uchiha Madara died in the battle with the first Hokage in the Valley of the End. Today, that's because Senju Hashirama failed to kill Uchiha Madara. Whether it's Sharingan or would release, they are Konoha's ninjutsu, and you must be responsible for it. Or do you want to use war to solve it? As soon as these words came out, it was really difficult for Hiruzen Sarutobi to find a reason to refute. Especially when he heard the word war, Hiruzen Sarutobi's momentum was obviously much weaker. The second ninja war, it hasn't been over for 3 months yet. Are we going to fight again? Although Konoha is the victor on the surface, the losses are not small. The Senju clan suffered heavy losses, and White Fang died. If it weren't for the great cause of the Konoha family, these 2 points alone would be enough. It's enough to be fatal. Not to mention there are countless nameless ninjas like Nohara Rin's parents who don't even deserve to be remembered by future generations. And Kumigakure did not participate in the Second Ninja World War. He is in his prime. This is going to start. Sarutobi Hiruzen really has no confidence that he can win. So what do everyone in Union think? Sarutobi Hiruzen barely suppressed the anger in his heart and asked with a dark face, "We need Konoha to help us capture the 8 tails, and then provide compensation for the damage caused by Uchiha Madara's attack on Kumigakure, 3 billion tails." Dode raised 3 fingers of his right hand. Standing next to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, one of the masterminds behind the scenes, almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Who would answer Mater's outrageous conditions? Ha! Just in Orochimaru, when Maru thought this, he suddenly noticed that his teacher Sarutobi lowered his head slightly, holding his chin with one hand, looking thoughtful. Orochimaru said he was convinced. No, are you really ready to agree? Although Orochimaru also knew that his teacher was cowardly, but he didn't expect that he could be so cowardly. When you dealt with the White Fang incident, weren't you very tough when you were dealing with your own people? How come you are so cowardly in front of outsiders? Konoha is so powerful, and don't people from other villages come to bully us? Because we are all from our own people, we will bully our own people? In the end, this tit-for-tat, oh no, negotiation that is hard on the inside and soft on the outside will be put on hold for now with the words of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Dode said that they will stay in Konoha temporarily. I hope that tomorrow, Hiruzen Sarutobi will give Union Village, will give an explanation. Otherwise, they will use war to solve the problem. After Dode and his group left the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately ordered, "Let 3 of your old buddies come to the conference room to discuss how to deal with this matter." After Orochimaru left, he glanced sideways at his teacher. They couldn't help but feel a little contempt. Isn't this too bullying and afraid of the strong? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. In the Senju clan, Uchiha Rin's bursts of laughter attracted the attention of the passing Senju clan people. I don't know what happened. How could this uncle laugh so exaggeratedly? At this moment, in the courtyard of the mansion, Uchiha Rin and Orochimaru sat opposite each other. After Orochimaru told Uchiha Rin what happened in the Hokage's office just now, Uchiha Rin laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. It was not just him, Dio in the dead man's chat room. Brando's condition is similar. Dio Brando, ha ha ha. Isn't this too cowardly? Lord Bendio has never seen such a cowardly strong man. Ace, this old man Sarutobi Hiruzen is really tolerant. If it were me, I would have killed him with a fire fist. Uchiha Izuna, I almost want to laugh. Isn't it too frustrating? Should the enemy still consider this condition? If you were slapped on the face, would you turn your other cheek to someone and let them slap you again? I didn't learn it from you, did I? Ha 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 ha. Dire Muid, are there such stupid monarchs in other worlds? What an eye-opener, Senju Hashirama, Hiruzen may not agree, right? Uchiha Izuna at Reima, haha, given the cowardly personalities of your disciples, do you believe this? Chien Shao Fijian had a dark face. Although he also likes to play tricks. But don't be a coward at all. If it were him who was sitting in the Hokage's seat now, Tudai dared to make such demands on himself. Senju Tobirama promised that he would chop off his head with one flying thunder god slash. Monkey, you evildoer. Do you know that my teacher has now become a joke in full skirts because of you? On the other side of the courtyard, Tsunade, who was teaching Konan ninjutsu, listened to what Orochimaru said. The expression is also in perfect sync with her second grandfather in the chat room. She had long been used to being surprised by what Sarutobi Hiruzen did, but this time, she really couldn't bear it anymore. Mater has simply embarrassed his own grandfather who founded Konoha. Taking a step back and getting angrier as she thought about it, Tsunade stood up and walked out the door. She wants to beat up the Kumagakuor envoys first, and then deal with those cowards in the elder group. Xiao Zhang, come back! Uzumaki Nito shouted loudly. Grandma, can you tolerate this? Those old immortals are such an embarrassment to Grandpa, Tsunade said with a pretty face. Uchiha Rin's expression was a little weird. In this case, calling Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others old and immortal is a bit wrong, right? Your grandma is older than them. I'll take care of this. Uzumaki Nito's face didn't look good. Obviously, read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. This matter had touched her bottom line. Uchiha Rin and Orochimaru also had a flash of curiosity in their eyes. What does this old lady who is nearly 80 years old want to do? Solve. Noon on the second day. The Kumagakuor delegation headed by Dode came to the Hokage's office again. The difference from last time was that Sarutobi Hiruzen was not the only one behind the desk this time. There are also 3 members of the Konoha Dotenden, Danzo Shimura, Koharu Koharu, and Mito Kaden. Hokage-sama must have thought about it. Do you accept our conditions? Taudai simply ignored the 3 people standing next to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He only came here to fight for greater benefits for Kumoin village. 3 billion taels, union is too much for a lion to open his mouth, right? Shimura Danzo stood up and said, let's do this, 1 billion taels, and our 2 countries will sign a truce agreement and will not invade each other from now on. Old thing, you send the beggar away. AI raised his hand and pointed at Danzo and scolded angrily. Dode raised his hand to stop AI and said coldly, Danzo-sama really likes to joke. Do you know how much damage Uchiha Madara has caused in our village? Let's do this, 2 billion taels, and Konoha will help us recapture the 8 taels. This is our bottom line. Hearing today's words, the 4 members of the Uchiha Tenden looked at each other. Mito Katoyan said in a low voice, 2 billion is barely within the acceptable range, otherwise, not even a tael. At this moment, the office door was pushed open. I saw the wrinkled Uzumaki Mito walking into the room aggressively, followed by Uchiha Rin, Tsunade, and others. Mito-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other 4 were so frightened that they quickly bowed their heads and said hello. Even if the old man had not left the Konoha clan for many years, they did not dare to show any contempt. As for Dode, AI and others, who had looked arrogant and domineering just now, there was also a clear look of fear in his eyes. The first wife of the god of ninja, the first 9 taels Jinhyuriki, and also the first Jinhyuriki in the ninja world. Who dares to underestimate him? Uzumaki Nito looked at Yun with half-empty eyes. Hidden mission. Are you saying that if Konoha doesn't pay compensation, it will resort to war? Could it be that Kumagakuor thinks that we Konoha are afraid of you? After what Uzumaki Nito said, the Kumagakuor envoys were completely stunned. Orochimaru, who was standing behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, found it inexplicably funny. As the supreme ruler of Konoha, there is no 180-year-old old ladies and gentlemen. At this time, AI, who had the most explosive temper, couldn't help but retorted, it's obviously Madara Uchiha from your village. Roar before he could finish speaking, a ghostly roar echoed throughout Konoha. The whole village was caught off guard and trembled. Then he turned and looked in the direction of the roar. Boom! At the moment when the whole village turned to look, the Hokage's administrative building in the center of the village was cut into two pieces. A silver-white ghost giant with only the upper body standing on the top of the half-remaining building holding two swords, and several dark-skinned ninjas wearing Kumagakure forward protectors were crawling under the giant's sword, their heads covered with blood and their faces full of fear. Attract Obito and others who had just finished their class placement and just walked out of the ninja school. I saw a big hole in the Hokage building. A silver-white ghost giant stands in the center. Uchiha Rin, who was standing inside, was hugging Yuseong with his arms, looking down at the Cloud Ninja who were knocked to the ground with a look of disdain. Nohara Lin's eyes suddenly shrank. Rin-sama. Korone Ui opened her mouth in surprise. Okay, so scary? What kind of move is that? Uchiha Obito, who originally wanted to talk to the goddess, also looked straight. So handsome. Is that the rumored Mangekyo Sherinan of our Uchiha? While excited, Uchiha Obito also didn't forget to show off to his goddess, shouting, Lin. I tell you, that's called Susanoo, and it's a power that only those of us Uchiha who have awakened the Mangekyo can master. I can learn that too in the future and become Hokage. Kakashi stood on the other side with a disdainful expression. He thought to himself that the rear end of the car is really amazing. It was obviously Uchiha Rin's hand, and it seemed like he had done it himself. But what happened? Did you do it? He actually did it in the village. And look at the attire of the target. It seems to be Kumagakure's ninja, right? Uchiha Rin, who showed his Susanoo, looked down at the Kumo ninjas who were lying down or kneeling. With a mocking look on his face, did I give you face? I haven't settled the accounts with you for kidnapping Kushina before, but you still dare to come over and ask for money while licking your face. AI gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain and managed to stand up. Although he is far from reaching the peak of the future Fourth Ninja War, but now he has also touched the realm of shadow level. Not finished? Don't you want to give Master Lin this face? Uchiha Rin raised his eyebrows slightly in disgust. He jumped down from the administrative building that had only half a floor left. It seems that you really want to compete with me. Do you have the strength to compete with me, Uchiha Rin? Uchiha Rin walked past AI with a face full of joking. As soon as he finished speaking, Susanoo's iron fist suddenly shot out. He hit AI on the back and slammed him back to the ground like a rice cake, and crushed out a deep pit with a diameter of 5 to 6 meters. Stop! AI Toki is the son of the third Raikage-sama. He is also a candidate for the next Raikage. You attack him again. It will definitely trigger a war between the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Thunder. Tutai put his hands on the ground and reluctantly climbed up from the ground and shouted, Shut up! Uchiha Rin said disdainfully, and Susanoo grabbed it with his other bone hand. Like an adult holding a sparrow, he held read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, e-platform firmly in his palm. When you sent assassins to arrest people, why didn't you think that it would trigger a war? You said it all, right? Uchiha Rin controlled Susanoo and gradually exerted force. Aha! The severe pain that all the bones in his body were about to be crushed made Tutai couldn't help shouting, Here, stop it! At this time, AI, whose head was covered with blood on the ground, grabbed Uchiha Rin's trouser legs and said bitterly, Come to me if you dare. Ouch, what? Don't dare to fight? Not awesome? Uchiha Rin taunted with a crooked mouth. Okay, I'll give you another chance. Uchiha Rin asked Susanoo to loosen the soil platform slightly, and raised his right index finger to point to the ground. Kneel down and call me master, and I will let you and your brothers go. How about that? AI's eyes were as wide as copper bells. Good guy, this is even worse than killing him. Seeing that AI didn't respond for a long time, he just stared. Susanoo increased the strength of his palms again. Tutai's screams sounded again. And all around, Uchiha Teka, Uchiha Inari and other losers who were of the same generation as Uchiha Rin, they all looked like villains. He pulled out his Tachi or Kunao and put it against the necks of the other Kumo ninjas. These few seconds made AI feel as painful as years. Plop! 2 seconds later, the future 4th generation Raikage fell to his knees as if he was about to smash the ground into pieces, and forcefully choked out 5 words through his teeth, Lord, I give up. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Rin smiled so hard that the back molars were exposed, and slapped AI on the back of the head. You can be considered a person who understands promotion. Susanoo then dissipated, and the platform fell from mid-air to the ground. Let me tell you clearly, from now on, whenever you see me or my brother in public, you must call me otherwise I will beat you every time I see you. Have you understood? Uchiha Rin smiled and touched AI's forehead. I understand, sir. AI almost gritted his teeth as he said these words. Uchiha Rin immediately waved his hand and pointed in the direction of Kanaha's gate. He signaled to Yunyin and the others to get out. A group of 5-year-old kids huddled in the distance, watching the excitement. Loli's red eyes shone and she whispered in a low voice, Good, so majestic, did you see that? Lin, I will be so awesome in the future. Obito pointed at Uchiha Rin and told Lulilin that he would definitely become a person like Uchiha Rin. This is considered a complete enemy of union, right? This Uchiha Rin is so messed up. When he went to bed, Xiaochun frowned and whispered to the three people next to him in shock. Orochimaru rolled his eyes secretly. He suddenly felt like he had cut open the heads of these four old guys. Study the differences between their brain circuits and normal people. Union pushed your faces to the ground and stomped on them. Uchiha Rin helped you vent your anger. It's okay if you're not grateful, you're complaining about him. Hiruzen, Danzo, Koharu, Menyan, your actions today really disappoint me, Uzumaki Mito suddenly said. As soon as he said this, the inner Do tendon shivered and lowered their heads like scumbags who were named by their class teacher. Water, Mito-sama, could it be that the strategy that Hashirama and Tobirama taught you when facing the enemy was to give in again and again? Uzumaki Mito, who has been hiding behind the scenes for many years, is really angry this time. She never thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen and the four of them were so cowardly. Kumagakure casually made up a bad reason for Uchiha Madara to attack the village. They were able to defraud 2 billion ryo from them? Uzumaki Mito couldn't even imagine it. If this money was given, then tomorrow Iwagakure would send someone to say that the fourth tail of their village had also been robbed by Uchiha Madara. The day after tomorrow Kirigakure sent someone over to say that their 3 tails had been robbed. Do they have to pay for it? Isn't this nonsense? Yes, that's what Mito-sama taught you. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others lowered their heads and did not dare to refute. Looking at Uzumaki Mito, who was angry for the first time since they met, Uchiha Rin suddenly felt a little lucky in his heart. Fortunately, the old lady left early. If she had known better more than 10 years later, Kumagakure tried to kidnap Hyuga Hinata in order to snatch the Byakugan. After being stopped by Hyuga Hinata, they instead asked Konoha to hand over Hyuga Hinata's body. But in the face of Kumogakure's behavior, they beat him up. Sarutobi Hiruzen TMD actually accepted it. It's really hilarious. This is equivalent to a robber trying to kidnap a child and being discovered by his father and shot dead. Then the robber's family sued the victim. In the end, the victim's family was actually sentenced to pay compensation to the robbers. When Uchiha Rin saw this plot in the previous life, he was completely dumbfounded. You must know that although Konoha had begun to decline at that time, Uchiha was still there. Although Orochimaru defected, there was still Uchiha Shisui, a loyal and strong man who devoted himself to serving as a spearman for the Eld. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, ERS. Under such circumstances, Sarutobi Hiruzen could still tolerate Kumagakure squatting on his head to shit. Uchiha Borin said, "Weren't you very majestic when you destroyed Uchiha? Why are you so cowardly when facing outsiders?" Xiaolin, Uzumaki Mito spoke again. "Grandma Mito," Uchiha Rin said, "it seems that the 8 Tails is still in the land of fire. Can you deal with this?" Hearing Uzumaki Mito's words, the corners of Uchiha Rin's mouth couldn't help but curl up, and he clapped his hands and said, "A piece of cake." Duenzo's face suddenly changed and he subconsciously shouted, "Mito-sama, if he goes like Sarutobi Hiruzen." Danzo also witnessed Uchiha Madara controlling the 9 Tails when he was a child. If Uchiha Rin gets the 8 Tails, wouldn't it be more difficult for their elders to control each other? However, before Danzo could finish speaking, Uzumaki Mito glared back at him. "Xiao Zhang, go back." Uzumaki Mito said nothing more. He turned around and left with Tsunade. If she stayed here any longer, she felt that her already short lifespan would be shortened by a few more years. "Cut it, coward." Tsunade made a contemptuous gesture learned from Uchiha Rin to the 4 of them. The faces of the 4 who had been in control of Konoha's highest power for 20 years turned dark with anger. Hateful. After Uzumaki Mito walked away, he turned to bed and kicked the coffee table beside him with a kick. "We all endured the humiliation for Konoha, what do they know?" "Calm down, Koharu." Mito Minion comforted him. "Mito-sama's time is running out, don't lose your sense at this time." When preparing to leave Konoha, Uchiha Rin met the Lolita duo Nohara Rin and Ui Kurane again. Rin-sama, do you want to go out?" Lori Hong mustered up her courage. The scene of Uchiha Rin insulting AI just now had a huge impact on her. She still hasn't recovered yet. "Well, I'm going to catch the 8 Tails." Hearing Uchiha Rin's answer, Nohara Rin's expression was a little strange. "I thought, weren't you the one who captured the 8 Tails? Are you going to capture it again? By the way, do you want to go and see it together?" Uchiha Rin invited. "Well, yes, can it?" Ui Kurane looked in disbelief. 2 rookies like me, who had just entered school and were not even genin, could participate in a Super S-class mission like capturing a tailed beast. It's just a matter of bringing the dog tied up outside, not a fight. Uchiha Rin smiled and said. Uchiha Rin, who was taking the 2 Lolita with him, was not in a hurry to go to the southeast where the intelligence said it was the habitat of the 8 Tails. Instead, he slowly came to Tansha Street, which is located in the southwest of the Land of Fire. That's where Jiraiya and Naruto found Tsunade in the original book. Rin-sama, aren't we going to catch the eight tails? What are you doing here? Ziyi Hong said with a head full of questions. Don't worry, let's eat something first. After giving the money, Uchiha Rin took 2 apple candies from the vendor and handed them to the 2 Lolita. They started shopping leisurely. Although I couldn't understand what Uchiha Rin was thinking, but the 2 were nearly 5 years old. The Lolita didn't say anything. She followed them obediently, eating and playing. When it was almost dusk, Uchiha Rin left the short book street with the 2 Lolita who had been crazy all day. Isn't this road back to Konoha? Rin-sama, we haven't caught the eight tails yet. Ui Korone was fooled by Uchiha Rin's manipulations again. Didn't she come to catch the tailed beast? How could she have to go back after playing for a day? Uchiha Rin sighed, thinking that this loli talked too much. Uchiha Rin bit the thumb of his right hand and quickly formed a seal. Haisuyu Shen Wei. Uchiha Rin's right hand suddenly pressed to the ground. The formation of dissatisfaction with the black runes spread rapidly. The smoke of gunpowder covered the entire forest. Rise suddenly. The eight-tailed Jyoki-sama makes a majestic appearance. With an off-key rap sound, a monster with an upper body like a cow and a lower body like an octopus rushed out of it. Eight tails. Nohara Rin exclaimed. Ui Korone even enlarged the small mouth to be able to put an apple in. She was completely confused. What exactly happened? Why was the eight tails, the target of capture, able to be channeled by Uchiha Rin? The eight tails turned around and looked around, then lowered his head to Uchiha Rin and asked with a curious look on his face, Rin, where is the enemy? Why didn't I see it? Uchiha Rin smiled lightly. I'm not asking you to fight today, I'm just informing you to move. From now on, you will live in the back of my house. Although it is a little small, it can better ensure your safety. The eight tails said quite unhappily, your home, Konoha? Where was the Kyuubi sealed? Please, I don't want to be too close to that stinky fox. It always claims to be the strongest among the 9-tailed beasts. We all don't like it. Uchiha Madara is still alive. Uchiha Rin's 7 words in an understatement scared the eight tails into swallowing the rest of the words. Nanny. Uchiha Rin said with a nasty smile, if you want to continue to stay in the wilderness and wait for Madara Uchiha to catch you, then I have no problem with that. Even if Madara doesn't take action, there will be ninjas from other ninja villages who will come to trouble you and want to reseal you into a new Jinchuriki. Eight Tails was so frightened that his voice trembled, and he waved his hands repeatedly and shouted, Stop talking, I'm going to Konoha. Isn't it okay to go to Konoha? After finally regaining freedom, it doesn't want to return to the narrow and small inner space of the Jinchuriki. After calling out the eight tails, Uchiha Rin was too lazy to walk on his own. Simply sit on the eight tails and slowly return to Konoha. But in this way, the return journey could be completed in one afternoon. It will take at least 2 days of work. The next day at dusk, the sun set. Uchiha Rin, Nohara Rin and Ui Korone were sitting on top of the eight tails, slowly moving towards read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, Konoha. Looking at the lower half of the sunset that had submerged into the horizon, Ui Hong stretched her body and said excitedly, while sitting on the tailed beast and watching the sunset feels like a dream. Tailed beasts are really magical. Until yesterday, I always thought they were very scary monsters. I didn't expect them to be so easy to talk to. Ui Hong turned to her best friend again. Nohara Lin said with a smile on her face, Rin-sama is also a magical person, and he gets along so well with the tailed beasts. The two best friends chatted for a long time and noticed that Uchiha Rin had not spoken. Nohara Rin couldn't help but ask, Rin-sama, what's wrong with you? Still silent? Lin, do you want to become a Jinchuriki? Uchiha Rin just kept quiet and said with a sudden surprise. The eight tails break suddenly. Loli Lin and Loli Red, who had not yet mastered chakra absorption, were almost thrown off. Fortunately, Uchiha Rin reached out in time and caught them. Rin, what do you mean? Yaoi's tone was shocked, panicked, and with a touch of hatred. Calm down, Haki, I'm not talking about you. If Lin really wants to become a Jinchuriki, I will catch another one. Uchiha Rin put the two girls down and patted the eight tails on the forehead. And you don't need to be so excited. Who said that being together with a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast means it's unfortunate? This sentence stunned the eight tails. Who said that it is unlucky for a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast to be together? The two Lolita were equally frightened. Nohara Lin asked incredulously, Rin, Lord Rin, what did you say? With your physical condition, the only way to become stronger is to get you a physics plug-in. After thinking about it, becoming a Jinchuriki is the most suitable one. After getting along with each other for the past few days, Uchiha Rin also gradually understood why Runta was obsessed with such a little girl who didn't have top-notch looks. He was born in a civilian ninja family. Both parents died in the second ninja world, the battlefield of the war. However, the family environment where both parents died did not make her withdrawn. Instead, she infected everyone around her with her gentle personality. When her friends were with her, they would feel like they were being healed. Even a hedonist like Uchiha Rin couldn't help but feel a bit of compassion. After several minutes passed, Nohara Rin finally regained consciousness, pursed her pink lips tightly, lowered her head and said, "Rin, Master Rin, why are you so nice to me? Her parents died in the Second Ninja War. But because of this, she is more likely to feel the care from others than ordinary people. This is how Uchiha Rin makes her feel now. Just think of it as a moment of sympathy." Uchiha Rin clasped her little head and rubbed it twice. Although he likes beauties, he really doesn't want to set his sights on a 5-year-old girl. That would be too crazy. This time it was really just a pity attack. Of course, Uchiha Rin also admitted that he was taking advantage of his face. Wasn't Kakashi miserable? It took him so long to die. He didn't even say a word of comfort. There was nothing he could do, it was just so realistic. I wish. He raised his head and met Uchiha Rin's eyes. Luo Lilan's heart beat hard, and she subconsciously wanted to agree. "No, you better not rush to agree to me. Go back and talk to Grandma Mito. Becoming a Jinchuriki is very hard." Uchiha Rin waved his hand, signaling Nohara Rin not to make a decision in a hurry. After all, being a Jinchuriki is not that simple. Look at how Gaara was tortured in the early stage. And after becoming a Jinchuriki, you will be tied to the tailed beast for the rest of your life. Think about it, when you and your boyfriend play poker in the future, there will be a beast in your belly watching the two of you making little humans. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Uchiha Rin said again. Nohara Rin's little face suddenly turned into a red apple, and she almost fainted from shame. "Rin, Lord Rin, how could you say such a thing? Defamation. Absolute slander. I've never seen a Jinchuriki do something like that." The Eight Tails protested loudly. I don't know if the Eight Tails has seen Uchiha Rin, but Nine Tails has seen it. In fact, Uchiha Rin is also very curious. The original Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito, Namikaze Minato, and Kushina when waiting for others to work. What is the mood of Kyuubi? Does it feel like participating? It's okay to be in Naruto's body. At least it's a male perspective. But what about when it was in Uzumaki Mito and Kushina's body before? Then isn't this a grassroots perspective? Gee, I feel like I can ask that fox if I have a chance. Anyway, Uchiha Rinchi doesn't want his woman to become a Jinchuriki. He doesn't have the hobby of showing others when playing poker. Unless one dragon, 2 phoenixes, or Sanfon. With you at this time, Uchiha Rin found that Loli Hong was puffing up her cheeks and staring at him angrily. "What's wrong with you?" Uchiha Rin asked in confusion. "Why didn't you ask me if I wanted to be a Jinchuriki?" Loli Hong said displeased. She always felt that when she was with Lin, Uchiha Rin showed more concern for each other. This made Loli Hong, who had always been very confident in her appearance, quite unhappy. "Why? I'm obviously cuter, right?" Uchiha Rin said that you won't be targeted by that old Yinbai from Madara. Just stay away from the bearded phoenix man like Sarutobi. The next morning, the whole of Konoha was completely silent. There was silence for a radius of 4,000 kilometers, because the size is comparable to the eight-tailed mountain. Walking slowly through the streets of Konoha, "I don't like the way they look at me, like I'm looking at a monster," Batao said displeasedly. "You read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, a monster, right?" Uchiha Rin walked in front, leading the Eight Tails all the way to the Uchiha clan, pointing to the hilltop behind Nanga Shrine. "That will be your territory from now on, so remember not to make too much noise." The Eight Tails scratched the back of his head. He felt that this was too small compared to his previous territory. But when he thought about Uchiha Madara being alive and eyeing him, the Eight Tails felt that it was still acceptable. It was better than being imprisoned. Is it better to be alone in the dark Jinchuriki's belly? And after the Eight Tails figure completely disappeared into the jungle at the back of the Uchiha tribe, the Konoha ninjas, villagers, and Uchihas were all around with their mouths wide open in shock. The clansmen all came to their senses one after another. Uchiha Taihuo shouted while holding his head, "Rin, Lord Rin. So, that's the Eight Tails, right? Isn't it true that the eight-tailed beasts are the eighth among the nine-tailed beasts? Oh my gosh. Now the Eight Tails belongs to us Uchiha." Uchiha Inari also yelled excitedly, "Even the Eight Tails is in our Uchiha's possession. What else can stop me, Uchiha, from now on? The fourth Hokage must be Rin-sama's." There are ninjas among the surrounding Konoha villagers. Especially the ninjas from the Sarutobi and Shimura clan couldn't help but cast a shadow on their faces. "Good guys, our Hokage-sama is only less than 50. You start planning the fourth generation in broad daylight. The position of Hokage. Isn't it too arrogant?" Uchiha Rin kicked Uchiha Inari on the butt, and he was upset. "Labor and management have said many times that I have no interest in becoming Hokage. The position of the fourth Hokage belongs to Tsunade." The fallen Uchiha Inari rubbed his butt and stood up. Yes, I understand, we are all one family, Uchiha Inari said with a flattering look on his face. However, my subordinates think it is appropriate for the child of Rin-sama and Princess Tsunade to inherit the position of Hokage. After all, the child will have the blood of Uchiha and Senju, and his surname will be Uchiha. The villagers and ninjas present, except for the Uchiha family, felt bad. The Uchiha group is really more arrogant than the other. The Uchiha tribe said that Uchiha Rin would become the fourth Hokage. Uchiha Rin said that Tsunade would become the fourth Hokage. Who doesn't know the tidbits about Uchiha Rin and Tsunade? From now on, they will directly let their children become Hokage. After all, it's all members of your family who are Hokage? Ding! The dimensional passage has been opened, and skirt members can enter the dimensional world One Piece at this moment. The long-lost system prompt suddenly sounded. The moment I heard the words One Piece, Uchiha Rin felt that the Minotaur soul hidden deep in his body was beginning to move. To be honest, now that Ace is dead, Nami and Robin should have become Juan Luffy's crew. Hancock has also fallen in love with Juan Luffy. It didn't make Uchiha Rin feel disappointed. And I was inexplicably excited, and I didn't know what was going on. Uchiha Rin said that he eats pure love warriors. A warrior of pure love who likes others is also a warrior of pure love. Hearing these two words from Uchiha Rin's mouth, Tsunade's expression was a little strange for a moment. She subconsciously thought of the time when all the ninjas were running around, euphemistically calling it collecting materials, but in fact it was about little Liu Jiraiya. Well, that's very interesting. Do you want to join us? Uchiha Rin invited. Tsunade frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Ahem, at this time, Uzumaki Mito's weak cough came from the next room. Tsunade's eyebrows suddenly furrowed even more tightly, and she shook her head in reply. Forget it, Grandma may not be able to hold on much longer. I want to be with her during these last days. In the Second Ninja War, she lost her parents and her younger brother. Now Uzumaki Mito is her only relative. In the last few years, Tsunade wants to be with her last relative. Uchiha Rin he touched his chin and said, then why don't I? If you want to go, go ahead. We will feel embarrassed if you stay here. Tsunade shook her head. Where is the awkwardness? I think we get along pretty well. Uchiha Rin said, unconvinced. Tsunade glanced at the dog's paw on her thigh and wished she could punch this kid twice. Don't you have any idea when you step on the horse? Is this the only thing your kid thinks about all day long? Tsunade said angrily. I'm not a hedgehog cat male protagonist. If the female protagonist is still unmoved even though she's naked, I'm going to be scolded to death, right? Uchiha Rin had no intention of stopping and gradually attacked inside. And although I covet the body of a beautiful girl, that's just for relaxation in my free time. I'm not some 8-year-old heroic boy whose parents just died, so I'm looking for milk all over the world. Uchiha Rin sometimes thinks about one thing: which one is more annoying, the Konoha elders or the Kojiki family? This question really stumps Uchiha Rin as a time traveler. After all, both groups are the classic representative characters of the dimensional world who are terrible at playing good cards. They are also the ones whose brain circuits are completely different from ordinary people. But to say which one is more disgusting, Uchiha Rin thinks that the Kojiki family is better. Mainly, Momonosuke is the worst of the worst. Your mother risked her life to send you to the world 20 years later, so that you could recruit reinforcements to avenge your father. As a result, you were addicted to human milk all day long and couldn't extricate yourself. In the end, I relied on Wang Nica to do sit UPS to kill Mr. Kai. It was as if it was all your fault. In the battle on Onigashima, you wanted to surrender and take advantage of Yamato except when you were at a disadvantage. What else did you do on horseback? To be honest, Uchiha Rin is so looking forward to this pirate journey. Momonosuke will definitely make a great contribution. Stop it. Grandma is still next door. Noting Uchiha Rin's glance at people, Tsunade suppressed her voice and warned the other party with shame and anger. Go to my side. In Tsunade's exclamation, Uchiha Rin picked up his princess and used the dance sky to cut through the night sky of Konoha. On the way, Tsunade only felt that there was something pushing against her. She became more and more mature, as if a peach face seems to be dripping with water. Early the next morning, he looked at Tsunade sleeping soundly with a blush on her face. When I look in the mirror, my facial features still look a little childish. 5 words come to mind inexplicably: a small horse and a big cart. To be honest, he quite likes this subject matter. There is a picture of a little boy playing poker while holding his sister or even his aunt who is much taller than H. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels Time. It has that kind of contrasting impact. For example, I played Summer Rhapsody in my previous life. This is true for works such as Winter Rhapsody and the biochemical series The Eight-Shaped Lady. The only flaw is that his current height is basically the same as Tsunade. The sense of conquest of the weak defeating the strong is missing. Zionin, what's wrong with your eyes? When he left the room, he saw 2 big dark circles on Zionin's eyes. Uchiha Rin was shocked. Zionin didn't answer, but just stared at him with extremely resentful eyes. Okay, I understand. Ma, the sound insulation effect of German cardboard doors is poor. Zionin, don't go to school today. Go to the vegetable market and buy some donkey hide gelatin, red beans, wolfberry, and the like for your teacher Tsunade to replenish. I'm going out. Although Tsunade declined Uchiha Rin's invitation to go on this pirate journey because of Nito Uzumaki, but Uchiha Rin suddenly remembered that there was someone else who was suitable for this journey. He decided to take them with him. After all, he is not an autistic man like Hawkeye who likes to float alone on the sea in a coffin boat. What's the point of traveling if you don't bring a girl with you? Lunch break and mealtime, ninja school. The students found classmates with whom they had good relationships and opened their lunch boxes to enjoy lunch. And Korone Ui is as always ready to sit with her best friend Nohara Rin. Hong, my chef has cooked too much food and I can't finish it. How about I share some with you? However, Loli Hong had just stood up and had not taken 2 steps. A figure stood in front of him, and her tone was very Versace. Ui Hong looked disgusted. 2 words came to her mind inexplicably, licking the dog. This was what she had heard before. When Uchiha Rin and Nohara Rin were chatting, it was the name for Uchiha Obito. Ui Korone felt that this word was surprisingly suitable for the Sarutobi Asuma in front of her. Suddenly, Korone Ui's face changed slightly. I saw Uchiha Rin appearing at the door of the classroom at some point, causing a commotion among all the students. Then, I saw Uchiha Rin hooking her fingers inside. Nohara Rin turned her head left and right, and finally pointed her little finger at her chin in disbelief. Seeing Uchiha Rin nod, Nohara Rin stood up and walked out of the classroom in the eyes of the whole class, who were either curious or envious. Why? Loli Hong, who saw this scene, expressed dissatisfaction after coming back from Tansha Street last time. She asked several classmates. They all said that she was prettier than her best friend. Why did Uchiha Rin focus on her every time they met? Thinking of this, Ui Korone hurriedly trotted to keep up. Red, that Asuma stared blankly at the goddess's leading figure. Inexplicably, I want to warm up with the Runta News group next to me who has the same expression. Are you going to travel with Rin-sama? Outside the classroom, after knowing Uchiha Rin's purpose of coming, Luo Lilan showed a surprised look. Well, it should be able to help you find a plug-in that is more suitable for you than tailed beasts. After all, you don't want to have a big turtle or octopus watching in your belly when you and your boyfriend make little ones in the future, right? Uchiha Rin said seriously. In an instant, Nohara Rin seemed to be possessed by Hinata, her face turned red with embarrassment, and she complained in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, Rin-sama, can you stop saying create villains, travel? I also need to go. Uchiha Runtu and Sarutobi Bearded, the 2 dog-licking duo of this year, also followed. I already told you that you don't need plug-ins, just stay away from that kid. Looking at Loli Hong with a look of I'm determined to follow you, Uchiha Rin had a headache, pointed at Asuma and said. Just after catching up, Asuma, who happened to hear this, looked confused. This Uchiha bitch is targeting me, right? Do you hate me? Ui Korone's tone couldn't help but cry, and her eyes were red and she asked aggrievedly. Damn it, you're still crying? Uchiha Rin is a little bit confused. It can only be said that the woman's mood is really like the weather in June. Talk about change. Just change. You actually made Hong cry. Hurry, apologize to her. Asuma swallowed nervously. But in order to win the favor of the goddess, he mustered up the courage to shout to Uchiha Rin. Go away. None of your business. Loli Hongjiao with red eyes shouted. Asuma, goddess, I'm helping you out. Okay, don't cry. It's making me upset. Just come if you want. Anyway, it's not too much for you. After all, Tsunade doesn't plan to come with her. Only Konan and Nohara Rin are following, so it's still a bit lonely. Rin, Master Rin, where are you taking Rin? Run 2, who has not yet turned black, does not have the courage to tolerate the second-generation Asuma. But when he thinks that the goddess he thinks about day and night is going out with another man, he feels as uncomfortable as if there are ants crawling all over his body. Go and rob civilian girls. However, Uchiha Rin's answer immediately confused Obito. What the hell? After deciding to let Konan, Nohara Rin, and Ui Korone go together, Uchiha Rin suddenly remembered that the 3 of them happened to be students in the ninja school. Just let them graduate early. Konan's strength is not a problem, let alone Genin or Chinin. In the past, she wouldn't do well in the graduation exam. Luo Lilan and Luo Lihong were a bit more difficult. But after Uchiha Rin sent someone to say hello, the examiner turned a blind eye. After Hiruzen Sarutobi heard about this incident, he did not interfere much. After all, these 2 people have neither blood nor background. From Sarutobi Hiruzen's point of view, Ding Tian was raised by Uchiha Rin who wanted to play loli. If this can make him lose his mind by playing with things, it is too late for Sarutobi Hiruzen to be happy. Alas, it's a pity that he has to maintain his persona of a kind old grandfather. Otherwise, he wants to play too. Coincidentally, they read more novels by visiting our website. Night Novels is also a first-year student in this class who applied to graduate early, Heite Kakashi. This is not surprising either. After all, after the original writer Sakumo Heite committed suicide, Wukai immediately applied for early graduation. Not to mention that his father died 2 years early. It's a pity that Uchiha Rin has already asked Konan, Nohara Rin, and Ui Kurane to form a team, and he recommended himself to be the guiding jounin of this class. Kakashi should still have no choice but to be placed into a ninja force composed entirely of adults, just like in the original work. Then when Obito graduates, he will be admitted to the Minato class. But who will fill the position vacated by Nohara Rin? Forget it, don't think about it anymore. I don't care about this issue anyway. This afternoon, the 3 girls, who had completed their graduation exams and officially received forward protection, came to the Uchiha clan together. Get ready to set off with Uchiha Rin. However, as soon as he reached the door, he heard Tsunade's roar coming from inside the house. Give up. I won't use a Pikachu's cylinder plug and then call you Ash. About 5 seconds later, Uchiha Rin walked out of the room disheveled. The collar of his pajamas and his neck were full of scratches and strawberry marks. But what was more eye-catching was that his right hand was covered with golden fluff, with curved lines. Pikachu's tail. Luo Lilan and Luo Lihong looked confused. Nohara Rin, is that the tail of some animal? Ui Hong, what is it used for? Zionin, who had listened to the corner several times, vaguely guessed something. She couldn't help but cursed in her heart, you bitch man and woman. Oh, you are here, wait for me, I will take a shower and then we will set off. Uchiha Rin waved to the 3 girls without any embarrassment on his face, casually placed the Pikachu tail in the corridor, and walked to the bathroom. Out of curiosity, Loli Lin and Loli Hong took the Pikachu tail and kept studying it. Zionin couldn't help but cover her face. But at the same time, she couldn't help but look at the diamond cone at the bottom of the tail. Well, if I squeeze it in, will there be any problems in relieving myself in the future? After washing the smell off his body, Uchiha Rin just walked out. I found 3 Lolitas studying Pikachu's steel tail. I can't help but be filled with questions. How? Ace at Uchiha Rin, hey, don't forget your previous promise not to attack Luffy. As Uchiha Rin was about to set off, Ace's voice sounded again in the chat room. Ever since Uchiha Rin decided to go to the pirate world, I receive ads like this almost every hour. What was said was exactly the same every time. It was to remind Uchiha Rin not to take action against Juan Luffy, because they made an appointment before. Ace gave Uchiha Rin the ability to burn the fruit. The condition is that Uchiha Rin is not allowed to kill Juan Luffy. Uchiha Rin, I know, are you annoyed? If I didn't have skirt master and administrator rights. He wanted to kick this guy out together with Senju Tobirama. I feel like Juan Luffy is not your brother, but your mother-in-law, right? Even though you are dead, you still think about it like this. Whitebeard, goo la la la, is this lawless boy going to our place? What will happen? It's really exciting. Dio Brando at Whitebeard, old immortal, you said before that your world is a world where pirates are rampant, right? Humph, it's really a world suitable for Bendio-sama. Such evil people need a savior of evil people like me to save them. Uchiha Izuna, a 100-year-old man, calls a 70-year-old old immortal, hey, take Sakumo, it's rare to see Rin so excited. Is that world so interesting? Ace, I don't know if it's interesting or not. Anyway, there are a lot of beauties. Ace suddenly remembered that the most beautiful woman in the world, Empress Boya Hancock, and Luffy also had a close friendship. Damn, this is the woman who feels like her brother is about to be robbed. I'm afraid it's not just those 2 crew members. Okay, let's go. In the real world, Uchiha Rin said to the 3 Lolita who were getting ready. After the 3 girls nodded, Uchiha Rin shouted into the room through the door, Tsunade-chan, Yuding put it on the coffee table for you, remember to eat it. Roll. Tsunade's feeble voice came from inside the house. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha's brat. I'm going to kill you. A roar came from the chat room. Senju Hashirama also showed a polite yet embarrassed smile. As one of the few married people in the skirt, I heard the eldest granddaughter's lazy tone with a hint of confusion. How could you not know what happened? But I feel like this guy is pretty awesome. After he and Mito did that, the other person's tone was not so nostalgic. Alas, the only regret is that Tsunade is not cooperative enough with Uchiha Rin. Forget it without Pikachu's steel tail. He doesn't even meet the small requirement of rolling his eyes and sticking out his tongue than Scissorhands. Let's go. Uchiha Rin silently clicked the dimensional channel opening button in the skirt function in his heart. A bright white light rose under the 4 people's feet. After completely wrapping them up, it disappeared without a trace in the next moment. It was as if it had been at the beginning. There's no one here. Wow, this place is so beautiful. When the white light in front of her eyes dissipated, and the beautiful scenery she had never seen before came into view, she saw the huge trees that covered the sky, and the soap bubbles floating in the air. Loli Hong couldn't help but exclaimed with excitement. Shout! And Zionin and Luo Lilan are not much better. What a beautiful place. Even the Fire Country enjoys the most fertile land and the densest natural forest in the 5 major countries. In terms of appearance, it is completely incomparable to this place. Comparatively, comparing the 3-country bumpkin Lolita who look like read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, Grandma Lu entering the Grandview Garden, Uchiha Rin is much calmer. One can recognize at a glance that this is the end point of the first half of the Grand Line and the starting point of the New World in the second half, the Chambord Islands. Ace, Chambord Islands. I miss you so much, Whitebeard, gula la la. I haven't been there for a long time. I wonder how Marco and the others are doing. Uchiha Izuna, it is true that the scenery in this world is good. I can understand why that kid Rin is so excited. Senju Hashirama at Whitebeard, brother Whitebeard, please tell me more about the situation in your world. After all, we dead people are too idle. Ace finally experienced what it felt like to be the host. He kept introducing the characteristics of the Chambord Islands to everyone in the skirt. Even Whitebeard talks a lot more. It's like a tour guide introducing the world to your girlfriend. In the real world, Rin Uchiha, who had turned on Do Not Disturb skirt messages, was too lazy to introduce the basic worldview of the pirate world to 3 Lolita. I'll just buy a newspaper for them to read later. At this time, Yui Hong was passing by the snack street and wanted to buy a marshmallow. However, when she handed the other party a banknote with the image of the Fire Country's famous name on it, the boss asked with a wary look on his face, "Little girl, is this counterfeit money?" Lori Hong was stunned for a while before she realized what she was doing. Oh my god, I was so careless. I forgot that I was in a different world. Teacher Rin, can I accept missions in this world? Because Uchiha Rin is now the teacher of this genin team, the names Nohara Rin and the 3 girls call him have also changed. Don't worry, there are money everywhere, Uchiha Rin said with a smile. The Chambord Islands can be said to be one of the most chaotic islands in the pirate world. The world's nobility, navy, pirates, bounty hunters, all forces are entrenched here, forming this special island. A place of lawlessness. In Uchiha Rin's eyes, the ferocious pirates passing by were just walking banknotes. Isn't the money coming now? The next second, Uchiha Rin noticed an acquaintance. The peaked cap on his head covered the upper half of his face. The tight coat barely showed a trace of skin, but Uchiha Rin still looked at him through the rare pink skin and the octopus-like appearance. The long mouth recognized the identity of the other party. Haki, a former member of the Dragon Pirates and a pirate who was successfully exonerated. Speaking of which, there are quite a few exonerated villains in the One Piece world. Many more than in the Naruto world. Bucky, Dalton, Rob Lucci, Bellamy. Even later, a living beast like Caesar could be cleared. Well, the prerequisite is to join Juan Luffy's camp. And this Zioba is one of them. It's outrageous that Nami can forgive Haki. Have you forgotten how your adoptive mother died? How were you forced to be a thief for 8 years? Even if you forgive not the principal but the accomplice, that's enough unbelievable. His actions were outrageous, comparable to Naruto forgiving Runto who killed his parents. Spare me. I'm no longer a pirate. I'm just the owner of a takoyaki shop now. I just want to live a peaceful life. 5 minutes later, Haki was grabbed by Uchiha Rin's hand and dragged to the naval branch base in Shampoo Islands. He repeatedly begged for mercy and shouted. With his little eyesight, he followed the evil dragon to bully ordinary humans in the East China Sea. Encountered the stubble that is slightly harder becomes softer. Not to mention Uchiha Rin. It's none of my business. When you followed the dragon to bully men and women in Caucosia village, you should have thought of such a day. Uchiha Rin said impatiently, you just want to live a peaceful life. How many people's peaceful days have you ruined by this group of scumbag fishmen? To be honest, compared to the whitewashed villains like Haki, Caesar, and Obito who joined the protagonist's camp later, he even has a better impression of Dio, who is also a scumbag in the skirt. If you want to be bad, you will be bad. Don't step on it. After doing a lot of bad things, you said Private Marseille with red bean paste, and then nothing seemed to happen. Isn't it disgusting? You have changed your past and lived a good life. The people you killed can be resurrected? How do you know? Zioba's eyes narrowed sharply. Obviously, he didn't expect that Uchiha Rin knew about Caucosia village. Okay, here we are. Uchiha Rin had no interest in dealing with Haki as a minor character. When he arrived at the entrance of the naval base, he threw Haki to the 2 soldiers who were guarding the door. When the 2 saw this, they quickly handcuffed Haki. Press up and enter the base. After a while, a bloated man carrying a big axe but wearing a child's clothing with a belly band came out. Fight Momomaru. Haki of the Dragon Pirates, who escaped during the previous escort, has a bounty of 8 million berry. Jean Momomaru said, throwing a stack of banknotes to Uchiha Rin. Uchiha Rin raised his hand to catch it, put down his fingers to express his gratitude, and led the 3 Lolita to prepare to leave. Oh, by the way, what year is this? As soon as Uchiha Rin took a step forward, he suddenly remembered something and asked. Clam. Jean Dalmaru also had a shocked expression on his face. Where did this kid come from? He doesn't even know what year this is. The year of Hainan is 1521, but there is still only half a year until 1522. Jean Momomaru, who is the world's #1 wind-tight man, replied, and then turned around and returned to the base. Has it been more than a year since the war on the top? Uchiha Rin thought to himself. Yes, after all, Jean Momomaru is the top after the war. They were officially transferred from the scientific combat force to the regular naval force. Girls, use this money to buy some necessary supplies for the voyage, such as food, water, read more novels by visiting our website, night novels, daily necessities, etc., and then gather on the ship. Uchiha Rin divided the 8 million berries he just received among the 3 Lolita. He gave orders as if the captain of the pirate group was commanding the crew. Got it, Rinnie-san. As the eldest of the 3 girls, Xiao Nan nodded sensibly, and then thought of another question and asked, so where is our ship? Hearing this, Uchiha Rin turned to look at the navy warships docked at the dock in the distance. When he came to this world, Uchiha Rin never thought about joining the pirates or the navy, or which specific camp of the Revolutionary Army. In fact, it is not so much that Uchiha Rin came for Nami, Robin, and the others. It is better to say that he came for the lawless system of this world. When he was in Konoha, although Uchiha Rin was also very noisy, he did big things. When playing, you still have to consider the consequences. After all, Naruto World is your home court. As for the pirate world as an away game, Uchiha Rin has no interest in thinking about this. It's fun as it is. But the second he saw these warships, Uchiha Rin gave up this idea. Because the Navy's warships are all very large ships that can accommodate 1,000 people. For people can't sail them at all. They can only find those slightly smaller ships. Hey, wait, Uchiha Rin suddenly something came to mind. Then the smile on his face gradually became abnormal. Isn't the Sunny parked at the Chambord Islands now? It would be a good idea to bring the ship's cattle over before bringing the people and cattle over. Area 13, Shampoo Islands. In a restaurant called Xia Chi's Rip-Off Bar. Back so early? There should still be half a year before Monkey Boy and his partner agree, right? As the shop owner, Xia Chi asked the old man with a beard sitting in front of the bar while smoking a cigarette. I have nothing left to teach Luffy. The old man shook his head and chuckled. The rest is up to him. This person is surprisingly the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, Silbaz Rayleigh, who is known as One Piece's right hand, and Pluto. Maybe even the top group of information dealers in the Grand Line. Naturally, there are all kinds of eyeliners and connections. Among them is the naval branch located on Chambord Island. It can be said that Uchiha Rin just gave haki to Jean Momomaru. Xia Chi's spy relayed the news to her. Rayleigh raised his eyebrows slightly, stood up after a few seconds, picked up the sword placed by the wall, and prepared to go out. Are you going to break into the Navy branch? Originally, the Navy turned a blind eye to your seclusion on this island. Once you leave, they might send a general to catch you. Xia Chi reminded. You can't just watch Zioba being taken to jail, right? Rayleigh smiled bitterly and shook his head. After all, Xiao Ba can be said to be his savior. Once Rayleigh encountered a shipwreck, and it was thanks to the rescue of young Xiao Ba that he saved his life. But what is confusing is that, how could a person who could swim from Shampoo Island to Daughter's Island almost die in a shipwreck? But it's really good if it has something to do with it. Of course, there is no need to say more about the background of King Luffy. All major forces, including the Pirates, Navy and Revolutionary Army, have his network. Ziohachi was able to successfully clear his name by hooking up with One Piece's deputy. Bulu, however, Rayleigh had just picked up the sword and hadn't walked out of the door yet. The phone bug behind Xia Chi rang again. Xia Chi, who answered the phone twice, looked shocked again after hearing what the other party said. Change. Monkey Boy's boat is about to be robbed. Lila's eyes widened. Damn it, what's going on today? It's so lively. Harbor number 44, Shampoo Islands. The Sunny of the Straw Hat Pirates is parked here. In the past year and a half, there has been an endless stream of pirates, bounty hunters, and even navies who wanted to rob the ship. But because of one person's obstruction, no force has succeeded. That is King Shishibukai Basholome Bear. For a year and a half, Bartholomew Bear fought off countless pirates who wanted to steal the Sunny. However, today he overturned. Bah! A silver chakra sword pierced Bartholomew Bear's right wrist. Nail it firmly to the trunk of the nearby Yarchman mangrove tree. Not only his right hand, but also each of Bartholomew Bear's limbs had a chakra sword inserted into it. Sparks ignited from the gaping wound, revealing a mechanical skeleton made of wire chips. Like a two-dimensional version of Jesus, nailed to the branches of the Yarchman mangrove tree. I told you to stop meddling in your own business. Uchiha Rin dismissed Susanna with an expression of I really can't stand you. In the past year and a half, Bartholomew Bear has gone through countless fierce battles. His body has long since run out of oil. Clean up. His difficulty level is not much higher than Haki. Uchiha Rin turned his attention to the intact Sunny at the port and nodded with satisfaction. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. His boat is very suitable. Isn't this too much? Beating a seriously injured man like this and trying to steal someone else's boat? Just when Uchiha Rin was about to go up and admire the pirate ship that was about to become his mount, an unkind questioning voice suddenly sounded from behind. Uchiha Rin turned around calmly. Oh, it's mediocre Master Rayleigh? After seeing the other person's face clearly, Uchiha Rin said with a smile on his face. When the other person also saw Uchiha Rin's face clearly, Rayleigh's first reaction was so young. Looking at his age, he should be older than Luffy, a few years younger. He was actually able to defeat Bartholomew Bear. You know, although the big bear is now scarred, it is definitely not something that can be defeated by a pirate with a bounty of less than 100 million. And now he is actually defeated by such a guy who looks younger than him. Defeated by a boy over 15 years old. It was unbelievable. Then when he heard the other party calling him, Rayleigh frowned secretly. He has two nicknames, Hades and One Piece's right wrist. But what is mediocre master? Ghost? But seeing the Sunny behind Uchiha Rin, Rayleigh didn't have the time to care about it and said in a deep voice, "Boy, the ship does not belong to you. If you want to embark on a journey, you should find your own ship." After helping Wang Luffy get the ship, he still has to go to the Navy branch to rescue Zyoba. There is no time to waste. But it seems that Wang Luffy has a higher status in Rayleigh's heart. Otherwise, he would not choose to come to get the ship first and then go save people. What a joke. The smile on Uchiha Rin's face became even brighter. Isn't the job of a pirate just to rob? There is a ready-made good ship in front of me, why should I let it go? Could it be that what you, the Roger pirates, used to eat and drink were obtained through hard work? Rayleigh was stunned for a moment. When the Roger pirates were dominating the sea, of course, the money they used was not earned from part-time work. It was also robbed. But they tried not to rob civilians, but robbed other pirates. That is the so-called gangster eats the gangster. No matter what, the money stolen in this way can be spent with a little peace of mind. Uchiha Rin spoke again with a mocking look on his face. Speaking of which, the Straw Hats are also pirates, right? You, the Roger pirates, are allowed to take advantage of others, but I am not allowed to take advantage of others. It's such a double standard. Lila-san, Uchiha Rin never thinks that he is a good person, but that doesn't stop him from being a real villain. Hypocrite. Mad, you are already a pirate, why are you talking about benevolence and morality? Bah! Disgusting! And you said you want people to remember you well? Witness the debate between Uchiha Rin and Rayleigh. Friends of Dead Man's Skirt also started a heated discussion. Whitebeard, what this guy said makes sense. I was speechless for a moment. Like the Roger pirates, the Whitebeard pirates led by Whitebeard himself also play tricks on others. He just robs pirates of their money, not civilians. This would at least make it easier on my conscience. But this is nothing to show off. Because in the final analysis, this money belongs to ordinary people. After you robbed it, you didn't return it to anyone. Ace, Rin, you bastard. Didn't you just grab Nami and Robin? Why did they snatch Luffy's ship as soon as they came up? Ichimaru Jin at Ace, isn't that right? I remember the agreement you two made was not to kill Straw Hat Luffy. Didn't you say you weren't allowed to steal the ship? Uchiha Izuna, this world is really good. Whoever has the power will fight and take the initiative. I like it. Senju Tobirama at Uchiha Kwana. Even if we only compete in strength, you Uchiha can't compare with our Senju. I forgot that not only did you die in my hands, your elder brother also didn't defeat my elder brother. Uchiha Izuna at a mediocre teacher who has taught 4 cowardly apprentices should not talk nonsense here. Senju Tobirama, what did you say? Well, in the real world, Uchiha Rin calls Rayleigh mediocre. In the chat room, Uchiha Izuna calls Senju Tobirama a mediocre teacher. Symmetrical belongs to yes. In reality. After a brief silence, Rayleigh slowly drew out his sword. There is no other way, so I can only use force to make you give up. Rayleigh was originally not a reasonable party on this debate topic. In addition, he has never read a book and his eloquence is not very good. Even if Uchiha Rin was just a scumbag student at Pheasant University in his previous life, he can still win the title of Cost Star, making Rayleigh speechless. If you can't say it, then use violence instead? But this is in line with the style of pirates. Uchiha Rin smiled nonchalantly, and suddenly raised his hand to face Sunny behind him. Ah! With a low cry, the invisible air pressure rushed out from the palm of his hand. He instantly pushed the Sunny to a mile away. This is the ship he is about to use to sail this world. It cannot be destroyed before departure. What kind of move is this? Even the well-informed Rayleigh was stunned for a moment after witnessing this. After all, the concept of chi does not exist in the pirate world. However, Uchiha Rin was not interested in explaining it to Rayleigh. Turn around the moment he came, the originally ordinary black eyes had turned into red pupils and 3 megatama. Okay, let's get started. The moment their eyes met again, a thought suddenly came to Rayleigh's mind: this kid is dangerous. Without any more hesitation, Rayleigh flew towards him like a sharp arrow unsheathed. The long sword in his hand struck diagonally. Phew! Uchiha Rin ignited flames in his right hand, and counterattacked Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, the back of his fist. The pressure of the sword and the flames merged together, converging into a hurricane flame shockwave that rolled around. Half of the Yarchman mangroves in Area 44 were ignited. Flame? Is it a burning fruit? Did you eat Ace's devil fruit after his death? Rayleigh's expression changed suddenly. If it were the ability to burn the fruit, he would not be able to occupy a place in the Grand Line just by relying on this ability. Don't compare me to Ace, who relies heavily on fruit abilities. Ace felt insulted when he heard this. But before he could complain, Uchiha Rin already had a volleying barb, burning flames, and a kick from Sanji's demonic wind kick, hanging upside down with a golden hook, slashed towards Rayleigh's head. Although compared to his senior brother Kakarot, Uchiha Rin seemed to be the difference between a mage and a warrior. But in order for his body to be able to withstand the Sien physique in the future, Uchiha Rin never gave up on the body. However, Rayleigh's decades of combat experience are not a vegetarian. When Uchiha Rin's flame kick was less than 5 centimeters from his head, he suddenly let go of the sword and crossed his hands. The word shape is raised, and coated with a layer of pitch-black energy, blocking the blow and kick. Ace, appeared, armed and domineering. But just after Ace issued this exclamation, Uchiha Rin, who was in the state of barb volley, put away his right hand slightly. Then he hit it out at extremely fast speed. A shocking scene happened. It was obvious that Uchiha Rin's fist was still nearly 10 centimeters away from Rayleigh. But he left a fist mark on the opponent's abdomen and knocked him away 10 meters away. Ace, is this the domineering entanglement that Dad mentioned before? Whitebeard once told him that when he cultivates his overlord color to the point of perfection, it can be wrapped around an attack to hit the enemy without touching it. Yamamoto Genri Asai Shijikuni, no. This is the move of the little boy named Sun Wukong from before the previous battle at the Heavenly Temple in Dragon Ball World. Sun Wukong used this move to punch Uchiha inside through Susanoo. I didn't expect to learn from him. Senju Hashirama, is the Sharingan's copying ability? Did he keep copying when he was fighting the boy named Sun Wukong? Roar! The silver-white chakra ghost rose out of the air, and quickly condensed a large sword in his right hand, which was coated with black immortal flames. Throw it at Rayleigh like a javelin. Boom, hoo, hoo. At the same time as the explosion, the black flames spread all over the sky with the aftermath like a heavy rain falling, covering every corner of Area 44. It is also the naval branch base where Uchiha Rin escorted Haki just now. This guy ran away once, please hold me tight, don't let him run away again. Jean Doan, who is the top person in charge of this base, pointed at Zyoba and shouted to his subordinates. Originally, he didn't bother to deal with this little thief whose bounty was only 8 million. But the other party escaped once in the hands of the Navy, so you need to be more careful. If Mater runs away again, do you want the Navy's face? Boom, boom, a sudden violent earthquake. Everyone in the naval base was shaken. Many soldiers were caught off guard. He was so embarrassed that he fell to the ground. Jean Doan stuck the big axe behind his back on the ground as a handhold and shouted, "What happened?" One of the subordinates managed to steady himself and reported the report. "Mr. Base Commander, according to the report from the intelligence department, there is a fight among pirates in Area 44. Nanny, Jean Doan looked in disbelief. Can the impact caused by such a distance be transmitted here? To be honest, except for the top battle more than a year ago, he has never seen such an exaggerated formation. Kaka kaka boom. Area 44. A huge mangrove tree, burned by the eternal black flames, collapsed with a loud sound. Whoosh! And the moment the huge tree trunk burning with black flames fell to the ground, the sound of breaking wind sounded. Something hit the tree trunk covered in Amaterasu's flames. It was broken into 2 pieces at once, and continued to fly backward until it hit the trunk of another red tree behind it that had not been broken in half, creating a deep crater. Plop! The figure that was knocked out fell from the tree trunk, and the moment his knees fell to the ground, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Whitebeard, none of us can escape the erosion of time. Rayleigh, the Whitebeard in the chat room sighed. Yes, when a strong man has his neck buried in Lois, how can we not miss the omnipotent self? On the other side, the silver-white demon god with legs grew out of the sea of black fire under the control of Uchiha Rin, Susanoo's third form. However, at this moment, Susanoo's right shoulder was empty and his arm was broken. No need to think about it, this is Riley's credit. However, as the human-shaped kaleidoscope in Uchiha Rin's eyes rotated sequentially, the silver-white solid chakra ignited like a broken arm of flame algae. In less than 3 seconds, another arm grew again. Red-haired Shanks cried with envy. It's too far behind Sun Wukong. There was a hint of disappointment in Uchiha Rin's eyes. I wonder if this guy didn't teach one Luffy Ryu Sakura and B.A. Mata simply because he didn't know how to do it. But he can't be too harsh on an old man who was nearly 80 years old. Sarutobi High when he was less than 70 years old, he was exposed in the Fourth Ninja World War. The strength he showed was not as good as Rayleigh today. The other 3 Hokage were all pretending. He was the only one playing ninja with the 12 little ones. Play house. What is going on? A rather familiar voice came from the side. I looked sideways. I saw that Jean Momomaru had arrived with a naval force. I saw the Black Sea of Fire that burned. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels the area. Even after the war above Jean Doan, I couldn't help but get goosebumps all over my body. The unknown is the scariest thing. Oh Base Commander Jean Momomaru, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Uchiha Rin immediately dismissed Susanoo, walked over to greet Jean Momomaru, and pointed at Rayleigh. I caught another pirate, please give me the bounty. Jean Momomaru and the others looked in the direction of Uchiha Rin's finger. They saw the old man kneeling on the ground with blood in his mouth. They were so scared that their eyes almost fell off. Pluto. For a moment, Jean Momomaru even suspected that he was in a dream. The Pirate King's deputy, Yu, who was able to have a close fight with Mr. Kizaru 2 years ago, was actually beaten by this kid. Fight with the base commander Momomaru. Look there. At this time, one of Jean Daumaru's men pointed forward to the right. Jean Daumaru turned around and saw an Yarchman mangrove tree that was also burning with black flames. As a pacifist himself, Bartholomew, Bear, like a decorative doll, nailed to a tree trunk, defeated a legendary pirate and the Shishibukai? Jean Momomaru felt that just 1 year after his debut, he dared to force his way into the Navy headquarters and make a big fuss on the Straw Hat Road. Fei is already exaggerated enough. I didn't expect that there would be a newcomer more ruthless than him. Bounty. Seeing that Jean Momomaru didn't answer for a long time, Uchiha Rin also suppressed his smile and his expression became a little unkind. Our base doesn't have that much money. Allow me to inform the headquarters. Jean Doan swallowed his saliva and said, move to the Navy headquarters in the New World, New Marineland. Nani, Akainu, who defeated Aokiji a year ago and took over the position of marshal from Sengoku, dropped the cigar in his mouth. He even suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Rayleigh was defeated? That One Piece's right wrist, the legendary pirate, Silbaz Rayleigh, was defeated? Wait, there seems to be no need for him to be so surprised, right? After all, during the war, he also severely injured the legendary Whitebeard. It was just that he was that dog with black beard stole the head. Yes, Marshal Sakazuki, the one who did it was a boy who called himself Uchiha Rin. The voice of Jean Momomaru came from the phone on Akainu's desk. Hello. Wait, what are you doing? However, before Jean Momomaru finished speaking, Akainu heard a commotion coming from the other end of the phone. Immediately afterwards, the voice of the phone bug suddenly changed. Jean Momomaru's voice also changed into someone whose age was estimated to be 14 or 15-year-old boy voice. Yo General Akainu, oh no, Marshal Sakazuki, hello. On Shampoo Island, Uchiha Rin, who snatched the microphone from Jean Momomaru's hand, laughed. Rayleigh's bounty of more than 4 billion berries, will you abide by the rules and give it to me? Uchiha Rin asked in person. After all, that's more than 4 billion. If it is the Konoha elders in Kojiki Oden, they are the most typical leaders in the second dimension world who play poorly with their good cards. Akainu and Jin are the leaders with the worst fate in the second dimension. When doing big things, I work hard in front. Then teammates are either trash or rebels. But I still feel Akainu is a little bit worse. After all, no matter how bitter Jin is, there was at least one vodka around who was devoted to him. Well, that's assuming the vodka isn't undercover. What about Akainu? Not to mention useful teammates around mud. Not even one is obedient. People like Lu Chi are stepping on his head and shitting. It's not easy, Akainu-san. Thinking of this, Uchiha Rin couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic in his tone. Akainu on the other end of the phone had a weird look on his face. What's going on with Mad? Is this kid still feeling sympathy for me? After a brief moment of silence and thinking, Akainu replied slowly, the Navy can't come up with that much money for the time being. I will apply for funding from the world government. You can wait on Shamboard Island now. Akainu recalled Rayleigh's bounty. It seems to be over 40 billion belly, right? Oh, the government has got some blood. To be honest, it's a bit of a loss to exchange more than 4 billion for an old guy who has retired. But Akainu would love to see some blood from those old bugs. Readily. I just like your no-nonsense leadership, Uchiha Rin said with a smile. I have to say that if the leader of Konoha is Akainu, Uchiha Rin feels that he is too lazy to rebel. Far away on an island in the New World, on the ship of the World Economic News, Bulu bulu bulu. The phone in the president's office suddenly rang. Morgans, who was over 3 meters tall, picked up the phone. Moses, this is big news. Morgans, the person on the other end of the phone, only spoke for less than half a minute. The expression on Morgan's feathered face instantly turned from calm to shock, then to excitement, and finally turned into ecstasy. Big news. This is really big news. Don't worry, I will report it truthfully. This is really exciting. The red-haired one of the 4 emperors will not just sit idly by, right? After Morgans babbled for a while, he hung up the phone and took several deep breaths before finally calming down. The next second, Morgans pushed open the office door and shouted to all the social beasts, "Kids, working overtime tonight. This will be the biggest news after the war on top. Next to a beach on an island in the New World. A ship that is not too huge is docked here. But the symbol on its flag is enough to scare 99% of the strength of the sea. The red-haired pirates. Aboard the Red Fourth." Rockstar, a member of the red-haired pirate group who was drunk from yesterday's party, walked to the side of the ship to relieve himself. Whoa whoosh whoosh when he lifts his pants. Large swaths of newspapers fell like flowers from a goddess, filling the deck of the Red Fourth. Free, free? When Rockstar saw this scene, he almost woke up from the wine, because all pirates with a little experience know that only when a big event happens that can change the world structure, newspapers will be distributed to every island for free like this. Rockstar opened the newspaper. The first thing he saw was a young man who was no more than 15 years old, with handsome features but an unusually unruly expression. Then the second photo next to him showed an old man with his head lowered and seriously injured. Also Rockstar, who was a little drunk, rubbed his eyes and felt that the old man looked familiar. When he saw clearly, Rockstar was completely awakened. With big drops of sea, read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Old sweat dripping on the newspaper, and said in a hoarse voice, Ray, Mr. Raleigh, boss, something bad is happening. 5 minutes later, a violent overlord's color made the whole island shake crazily. This shows how angry the owner of this domineering force is. The windless zone of the Grand Line, Amazon Lily daughter country. Sister, Mr. Raleigh. Marigold, the younger sister of one of the 3 Gorgon sisters, handed the newspaper to the most beautiful woman in the world with a shocked look on her face. The king of the daughter kingdom and one of the 7 seas of war, Boya Hancock. That old man was actually, or was given to such an unknown brat. There was a rare look of shock on Hancock's handsome face. Sister, do we need to do something? Santa Sonia, the second eldest of the 3 sisters, asked for instructions. When the 3 sisters escaped from the Holy Land, Mary Joa, Raleigh helped. It can be said that he was a great favor to the 3 sisters. Hancock used his teeth in distress. Biting my right thumb, I fell into thinking. Shampoo Islands, Area 60. Naval Jurisdiction. A Navy warship with a dog's head biting a bone as its bow slowly docked. Anyone in the Navy can recognize him at a glance. That is Navy hero, Garp's exclusive ship. At this moment, what's piled on Garp's boat is not cannonballs, but piles of banknotes. Garp, who was standing on top of the dog, looked a little unkind. Because he saw it. Docked at the port, the pirate ship that should have belonged to his grandson, the Sunny. And on the deck of the Sunny, there was a boy a few years younger than Bike B lying. 3 little girls whose combined ages are no more than 20 years old. The blue-haired man put his knee on the back of his head and rubbed his shoulders. The one with curly black hair pressed his legs. The one with straight black hair was peeling grapes next to him and feeding them into his mouth one by one. So happy and happy. What a shameless corruption, Bellamber murmured in a low voice. But he was filled with envy in his heart. He had never enjoyed this kind of treatment when he was a second-generation soldier in the East China Sea. Mr. Garp, was it really that boy who defeated Pluto Raleigh? Kirby, who was standing on the other side of Garp, looked incredulous. He couldn't believe it. That boy who looked several years younger than himself could actually defeat the legendary pirate. At this time, Kirby noticed that the boy was waving to him. On the Sunny, Uchiha Rin, who was lying on Conan's lap, smiled strangely at Kirby. King of deserters, I, Uchiha Rin, would like to call you the strongest in terms of cheating. P.S. For the pirate part, I want to write something different from the previous pirate fan fiction. Other author friends are targeting Nami Robin in advance, but I want to challenge Nami Robin, who has become one Luffy's crew member. There are probably not many authors who have tried this. My little sister thinks this way of writing is quite interesting. I have seen the Men of the Orange Family, but I still love my wife even so. Friends of Triangle.Blue should know what I want to express. Just like if I were asked to write a Conan fanfic, my first target would not be Xylan and Hebra AI, but Yukiko and Faye Eri, and they have to be mothers. Uchiha Rin once thought that as a time traveler, he grew up very quickly. Later he met his cheap fellow apprentice Sun Wukong. I feel that his growth rate is not inferior to myself as a time traveler. However, when he learned about the growth rate of the deserter King Kabi, Uchiha Rin knew it. As a time traveler, I and Sun Wukong, who was at the peak of his two-dimensional fighting power. In front of him, the purity was too low. In 2 years, Mada transformed from a weakling with no power to restrain a chicken, evolved into an admiral candidate and heir to the naval hero. Damn, those fan fiction protagonists who are in charge of the system are not as strong as you. And the other Momonosuke is even more heavyweight. Overnight, he grew from a loser who only looked for milk to be on the same level as Kaido. Damn it, Broly will probably have to call you daddy when he sees you. Michael Arthur, the 5-star heaven who is far away in the 3rd dimension, also commented, I have seen thousands of cheating characters, but cheating characters like Momonosuke and Kirby are quite explosive in the entire 2nd dimension. I heard the words, King of Deserters. Kabi and Bellamab turned pale. You know, this is the biggest secret hidden in their hearts. Didn't even say anything to Garp. Garp had a calm face from beginning to end. After coming down from the ship's ladder, he glanced at the Sunny with squinted eyes and said to Uchiha Rin, boy, the ship it was exactly the same as when we met in the Water City 2 years ago. The only difference. Perhaps the skull with the straw hat logo on the sailcloth is missing. In its place, there is a new skull logo with a table tennis racket printed on the back. How is my pirate ship? Naval hero, Mr. Carp. Uchiha Rin proudly looked up at the new logo on the sail. I named him, Uchiha Sunny. Xiao Nan complained, Rinny-san, let's just call him Sunny. You feel like you're superfluous. Garp's face turned darker. Ouch, Mr. Garp doesn't look very good. Are you trying to help your pirate grandson get the ship back? Uchiha Rin said with a smile. Mr. Carp, please calm down. Kirby, Bellamab and others quickly came up to persuade them. Lieutenant General Carp. At this time, John Doan also came up quickly and changed the topic. I'll leave these two to you. Garp and others turned around to look. They saw Jean Momomaru holding 2 iron chains and handing them to Garp. The iron chains were tying Layli and Xiao Haki. Next, Garp would escort them to Impelton, the undersea prison. There is no doubt that Rayleigh will be imprisoned in the lowest level of LV6. And Zioba, the top one, is LV1. I didn't expect you to lose to such a brat. Garp sighed and sighed. As a naval hero, he and the pirates still have some sympathy for each other. Oh, I'm old, there's nothing I can do about it. Riley grinned and shrugged. You'd better be careful, otherwise you'll be killed by the next generation accidentally. As the deputy of the Pirate King, he has some double standards. But he is not someone who cannot afford to be fooled. Since he lost, he should just go to jail. Ha! I'm not as useless as you. Garp puffed up his chest and said with disdain. Uchiha Rin almost burst out laughing when he heard this. Compared with Rayleigh who lost to him, Garp's exit in the original work was read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, and more embarrassing. Even if it was because of Kobe, a sluggish person. Relationship, was stabbed by Yuji Ziliu. You, a warrior, can't win against Aoki and a mage in a fist fight? I thought that among the older generation, losing to the Golden Lion of Wang Luffy, who was not domineering, would be the most embarrassing thing. Yeah, I didn't expect Garp to be even more heavyweight. He defeated the Blackbeard pirates without even a single captain. If Blackbeard was here, I'm afraid he would have to use your skull as a urinal. Uchiha Rin, I was too lazy to care about the gay love drama between these old guys. I pointed at the pile of berry banknotes that had been piled up on the Garp warship. Wow, Zionan's body instantly turned into countless pieces of paper and spread out. He floated over the pile of banknotes and sucked them into his body. Cubby exclaimed, is this elementalization? Garp, Jean Momomaru and others also looked surprised. After all, Conan's abilities are too similar to the natural type. Or is this a special superhuman type? Similar to the second in command of the Big Mom pirates, Katakuri Nyanyo, the ability of the fruit. Although it is not of the natural type, it also has the ability to be immune to physical attacks similar to elementalization. Rayleigh's bounty of more than 4 billion is too much. Zionan collected it for 5 minutes, but he still hadn't finished collecting the money. Just when Uchiha Rin wanted to yawn. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sudden sound of arrows broke through the wind and broke the calm. Those who had practiced the color of sight turned their heads one after another. I saw pink heart-shaped arrows raining like a rainstorm. Pear blossoms fall from the sky. This ability is, whether it was Garp, who was a marine, Jean Momomaru, or Rayleigh, whose hands were handcuffed, they all showed shocked expressions. As a time traveler, Uchiha Rin showed a smile that all men understand. The next second, Uchiha Rin's eyes moved slightly and shouted at Zionan, come back. Conan couldn't help but look confused. He hadn't finished taking the money yet. But even so, Conan still flew back to Uchiha Rin obediently. Whoa, boom. Almost at the moment Conan folded her wings and fell back to the ground, a ray of red light sword energy struck from the other side of the harbor like cutting tofu. It split Garp's dog-headed battleship into two. Moreover, the aftermath of the sword energy was so precise that it cut off Rayleigh's hands and feet. Chain. What a sharp and precise flying slash. Even the well-informed Garp has to admit that someone who can use such sword energy, the entire sea does not exceed the number of fingers on one hand, and Rayleigh is even more no need to guess who it is at a glance. Shanks! Rayleigh shouted incredulously. In the distance, the red vase and the perfume serpent with the logos of the red-haired pirates and the 9 snakes pirates were speeding towards here. Humph, he, ah ha ha ha. Uchiha Rin laughed like a dick. Great! This trip is so great! Seeing the red vase approaching quickly, Kirby shouted in disbelief. Uchiha Rin acted very calmly. Didn't the red-haired pirates still exist the day before during the war? New World and Kaido fought. He came to Marina Vando the next day? He seriously doubted whether the red vase had some kind of rocket thruster installed. How the hell could it run so fast? Boya Hancock. What do you mean? Do you want to give up the title of Shishibukai? Jean Doan took off the big axe behind him and yelled angrily. My attack just now was aimed at the red-haired pirates, but I made a mistake and hit you here. Hancock, who was standing on the bow of the perfume serpent, flipped his black hair beside his ears and said with disdain. Hearing Hancock's explanation, Uchiha Rin almost burst out laughing. Mater can miss the target. To this extent? Pushing the new cape, right? Jean Mamamaru's face turned dark. When Madad was fighting, this woman liked to launch indiscriminate attacks. The Navy and pirates fought together. She also destroyed several of her own ists. Jean Doan seriously doubts that Hancock has second thoughts, but he can't provide any evidence. Okay, so beautiful. Even though they were both women, the 3 Zionin girls were still shocked by Hancock's beauty. Is there such a beauty in this world? Mr. Carp, Rayleigh at this time, Bellamyber shouted a reminder. Garp turned around after hearing this. Rayleigh, whose chains were cut off by the sword energy, now had his hands covered with weapons. Break the handcuffs that tied Zyoba's hands together. Catch them! Garp shouted sharply. Zyoba, stand behind me. Riley protected Zyohachi, kicked away a sailor who rushed up, and snatched the tachi that fell from the opponent's hand. Although it was not as good as his sword, it was good as a temporary substitute. You are my savior, don't worry, I won't let anyone bully you. Rayleigh, who was holding the sword, cast a reassuring look at Haki. Uchiha Rin really found it funny when he heard Rayleigh's words. It's not okay for others to bully him. It doesn't matter if he bullies others, right? Cover Mr. Riley. The Red Foss is still a few hundred meters away from the coast, but many of the main crew members of the red-haired pirates have jumped off and landed on the Shampoo Islands in the air. Although there are not many people, there is a sense of superiority. The feeling of 1,000 Marines being surrounded by a dozen of the main leaders of the red-haired pirate group. Oni-sama, let's go. On the other side of the perfume serpent, Sanda Sonia asked Hancock for instructions. They came here intending to find a chance to save Rayleigh. Unexpectedly, they met the red-haired pirates on the way. The two parties briefly discussed, and finally it was decided that the 9 Snakes pirates would provide cover. The red-haired pirates would charge as the main force of the rescue force. But I just observed it. There is only one Garp that the Navy should be afraid of. In addition, Rayleigh has already freed from the shackles. There should be no need for the 9 Snakes pirates to intervene. And if they continue to stir up the matter, if the government's suspicion is aroused, the title of the Shishibukai may be confiscated. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Hancock thought for a few seconds and felt that there was reason. They raised their hands and prepared to order everyone to prepare to return to the daughter country. However, they forgot one person. An outsider who does not belong to this world. Who gave you permission to leave? Boom, whoosh. It rose together with the joking sound. It was a wall of black flames that enveloped the sea area for several miles. Dark flames. A huge wall of fire that was more than 10 meters long. Driven, the 2 sea snakes of the perfume serpent saw the black flames. They were so frightened that they retreated. No matter how the navigators of the 9 Snakes pirates gave orders, they did not dare to rush over. Unless the ship could fly or dive, it would not be possible. It's impossible to pass. Garp, this is Aces. No, it's different. Ben Beckman, this is the ability to burn fruit? Hancock, this flame can actually burn on the sea? More than 90% of the people present have participated in the war on the top. Naturally, they also recognize Ace's moves, but they are completely different. At least Ace's Enshang Tsuna cannot reach such an exaggerated range. Not to mention that he can still black flames burning on the sea. He was the one who defeated Mr. Riley. Shank's eyes were also fixed on Uchiha Rin. To be honest, he couldn't believe it when he saw the contents of the newspaper. Even if you are approaching 80 years old, your body's physical functions will inevitably decline. But being defeated by a boy who is no more than 15 years old by visual inspection is too far-fetched. Suddenly, Uchiha Rin's figure disappeared from where he was. Instantly flashed to Hancock's side on the perfume serpent. So fast. Now, two words appear in the minds of all the masters, including Shanks, Rayleigh, Garp and others. Yu Hancock had just spoken, but Uchiha Rin's right elbow was pressed against her waist. In the next second, Hancock was completely pinned on his shoulders. The figure disappeared again and reappeared on the sunny. You guy, let me go. Hancock reacted and scolded sternly. He really came here to rob civilian girls. Xionin and the other three girls were stunned for a moment. When they arrived, Ui Korone asked Uchiha Rin if there was any purpose for this trip. Uchiha Rin directly replied, robbing a common girl. At that time, they thought the other party was joking. I didn't expect it to be real. Girls, this is a world without rules. There are no so-called ninja village rules to restrain you. As long as you have power, you can have everything. Uchiha Rin was holding Hancock with one hand, and his palm was unceremoniously placed on her breasts. He shouted as if he was possessed by a mustache, if you see something you want, go get it. Have fun. Enjoy. I felt the amazing softness from the palm of my hand. Uchiha Rin couldn't help but pinched it twice more. It's great. This trip is really great. It's a high-impact duck. I felt a numb feeling coming from there. Hancock, who was so ashamed and angry, was really angry this time. She wanted to kill this brat. Her beautiful legs in high heels were covered with a layer of armed color. With her body amazing flexibility, the whole person rose into the air. A flying kick hit the side of Uchiha Rin's head. I wanted to smash his head like a watermelon. It's quite spicy. Uchiha Rin tilted his head slightly, causing Hancock's leg kick to almost brush his scalp, but it just missed. Otherwise, Uchiha Rin's head should have turned into stone. And just then, the moment Hancock's kick was in the air, Uchiha Rin suddenly twisted his wrist and twisted her ankle. Hancock's body tilted in midair. Hancock's face changed slightly, but with his rich combat experience. Before his body completely lost balance, his slender fingers pointed at Matato's pink lips. A heart was drawn between his index fingers, and his right hand was shaped like a pistol, aiming at the center of Uchiha Rin's eyebrows. Gun kiss. Bang! The little heart flew out like a bullet. However, a silver shield rose out of thin air. Hancock's attack was deflected. Plop. The next second, the most beautiful woman in the world fell to the ground in embarrassment. Sister! Santa Sonia and Marigold shouted loudly. At this time, the Nine Snakes pirates arrived in the Perfume Serpent. Yo, your name is Hancock, right? I have a good relationship with Wang Luffy. Uchiha Rin's face was filled with a bad smile. I find it strange that guy was depressed because of Ace's death, but he is very happy recently. Dead man's chat room. Dior, I don't know why, but the cockroach feels that Uchiha Rin's lines are inexplicably familiar to him. Hancock didn't answer. He put one hand on the ground and tried to stand up again. However, the next second, Uchiha Rin twisted her wrist with his left hand and pinched her white chin with his right hand. Hancock was caught off guard, and in an instant he only saw Uchiha Rin, who was at least 10 times more handsome than Luffy Wang, but the handsome face that he hated so much quickly enlarged in his sight. Then, I felt something was blocking my pink lips. Woo! Woo-hoo! The two forces, the Navy Force and the red-haired pirates, who were already fighting in a chaotic group below, saw the scene. They subconsciously stopped their movements for a moment. The whole place fell into a state of silence. A full 10 seconds passed. On the left and right, the dead chat room fell into silence. Ace was the first to react and shouted, he did it. The new skirt member Sato Kazuma, who just recently got into skirts, is expected of Rin. It's easy to do things that we can't do. Adorable. It's so admirable. White beard, isn't he just a little hooligan? Senju Tobirama at Uke. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, IHA Kwana. This is the virtue of your Uchiha. Uchiha Izuna at ouch, you are quite proud of an old virgin who died in his 40s, aren't you? Senju Tobirama, I am not a virgin. Just dedicate your life to Konoha. Ha, ha, ha. In the real world, I don't know how long it took. Hancock, who was almost out of breath, stumbled and fell to the ground. Uchiha Rin crossed his hands in front of Yuseong and said with an arrogant look, have you kissed Wang Luffy? Not yet? As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Rin's lips almost reached the corners of his eyes. He clenched his fists and pointed at himself with his thumbs up, making an extremely exaggerated facial expression. Your first kiss was not Luffy. Ko.no Uchiha Rin. Xionin. Sunset Red. Nohara Lin. The three loli who followed Uchiha Rin were speechless at this time. What do you say? They all knew about Uchiha Rin's scumbag character. They won't be surprised if you don't say anything to that big beauty. But, what the hell is this expression? After coming to another world, you let yourself go, right? Deadman chat room. Dio Brando, well, I'm very relieved. Yamamoto Genri Asai Shijikuni, can you really entrust the safety of Soul Society to this kid? Ulquira, I can't understand why humans enjoy such disgusting behavior as exchanging saliva. Yoshi, there is no need to stay in this hellish place anymore. Girls, let's go. Uchiha Rin picked up Hancock, who could only wash his mouth with seawater because there was no mud, and shouted to the three Lolita. Save sister. Santa Sonia, Marigold, and many female pirates from the Nine Snakes pirate group saw their expressions change. They rushed over. Don't mess around. You are no match for that man. Shanks shouted the combination, swung his sword and sent out a gust of wind to block the female pirates from behind. He jumped off the ship and rushed towards the Sunny. We can't let Hancock be taken away by that kid. Riley also seized Beckman's opportunity to delay Garp. He ran towards Uchiha Rin. It's a bit stressful to have these two together. Uchiha Rin looked at the two rushing figures, raised his eyebrows slightly, and bit his thumb. Psychic art, what is it this time? Riley frowned slightly. As a member of the Roger Pirates who have traveled all over the world and dominated the Grand Line, there is almost nothing in this world that he doesn't know. However, he has known Uchiha Rin for less than 3 days. The boy has given him too many surprises. Shanks, who has top-notch knowledge and can briefly meet the future, his face suddenly changed and he shouted, Mr. Raleigh, back off. Rayleigh heard this without hesitation, and took half a step back with Shanks. At this moment, a big hand with a skin color very similar to that of Xiao Haki who was shivering behind him rushed out of the smoke. If it hadn't been for the fragrance just now, Kess reminded, there is a high probability that the two of them will be caught. What is that? Others were also attracted by the movement and turned their eyes to look over there. Sue. There was a sound in the sky. The eight-tailed cow ghost Uncle Kuo Nyo makes a grand appearance. Oh yeah. Huge the fist wind erupted from his shoulders blew away the smoke. A huge octopus with a bull's head appeared in front of many powerful people at the scene. See, Neptune type? Kibi subconsciously mistook this monster with the size of a small mountain and the head of a bull and the body of an octopus for a sea king. After all, it does look like it. And to be honest, there are more sea kings in the Grand Line than the eight-tailed monster. It's not surprising, but this is really the first time I've seen a talking Neptune. Oh, this sea is so clear. Never seen it. Where is this? The eight tails who appeared turned their heads left and right and shouted excitedly. As an octopus, the eight tails said that he liked this place very much. If you want to play, just wait, Zyoba. Uchiha Rin, who stood above the eight tails, scored twice and hugged Hancock. First of all, let's start our first battle in this world. It is also the first battle between you as a Pokemon and me as a trainer. Batsui blinked his white eyes twice and said with a blank expression, I still don't understand what you mean by Pokemon and trainers. On the ground, Shanks and Rayleigh looked at each other. Swinging the sword again, he jumped up and charged forward. Zyoba, oh no, Nai Uniu, do it. Uchiha Rin was just about to call out the nickname he had given to the eight tails in the Naruto world. But in the middle of the process, he remembered that Haki had a conflicting name with the octopus behind Rayleigh, so he temporarily changed his nickname. This nickname is even worse than Xiao Ba. After the eight tails complained, the muscles in the whole body tensed together. The eight tails stood up firmly. Seeing this, Zionin immediately entered the elementary state. With two small hands, one on each side, he grabbed Ui Beni and Ohara Rin and spread his paper wings. Fly high into the sky at high speed. Tailed Beast Volume 8. The next moment, the eight tails turned around crazily. The eight long tails erupted with explosive power that could break a mountain with each whip. Madness swept all around. Bastard stuff. Does that guy want to destroy the entire Shampoo Islands? Jean Daumaru roared. Mr. Raleigh, let me. Shanks accelerated and rushed in front of Rayleigh. The violent red lightning filled the area around the famous sword griffin. He struck head-on at the crazily spinning eight tails. Whitebeard, the last time I saw this move, I don't even remember how many years ago it was divine avoidance. The special move of the eight-tailed beast, which ranks second among the nine-tailed beasts. And the sword skills inherited from Roger, the Pirate King. The two sides collided together. This moment. Don't talk about Area 60. The entire Chambord Islands felt a pressure that was like a divine punishment. It was like an invisible giant hammer hitting their brains. There was a boom sound. The auction casino in Area 1 was dozens of miles away. Someone fell. Then came the second, third, fourth, and then the second 100, and then the third 100, 400. No wonder he can be the world policeman of the pirate world, he has such skills. Uchiha Rin is not stingy with his praise. After all, when Whitebeard died early, Big Mom was a traitor, Kaido was forcibly banned, and Blackbeard was too ugly. Shanks was indeed the face of the four emperors. Rin-san. Just when Uchiha Rin was enjoying this battle with relish, Conan's shouts from high in the sky attracted his attention. Uchiha Rin looked up. Two 5-year-old Lolita were directly pulled by the elemental form. Their eyes rolled white, and they tilted their heads and fainted in the air. I forgot about these two girls. Uchiha Rin saw this and gave orders to the eight tails under him. Maverick, stop for a moment. Hearing Uchiha Rin's order, the Eight Tails gradually stopped what he was doing. He glanced at the three half-broken tails on his right side and raised his eyebrows. This guy is surprisingly powerful, maybe even better than the third Raikage guy. From Zionin's hand, he took two 5-year-old Lolita who fainted due to the impact of the Overlord's lust. Uchiha Rin said with a calm expression, "Not surprising, if you exclude the level of the 6 paths old man, I am afraid that only the Senju Hashi Hot Mom and Uchiha Madara can definitely defeat him. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, and the others cannot." Ha! So Rin, isn't it a bit dangerous for you to come to this world rashly? You haven't reached the level of those two guys yet, right? Batsuo raised his eyebrows and said, "That's why it's fun, not to mention you now?" Uchiha Rin asked with a chuckle. Shanks. Rayleigh frowned and looked at Shanks. "This is no ordinary Neptune, Mr. Riley." Shanks also rarely showed a solemn expression. Not to mention the ordinary Neptune type with a body length of less than 100 meters. Even the Super Neptune type with a body length of over a kilometer should have been beheaded by the sword he just made. Sashimi. And facing this monster with a bull head and an octopus body. To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Only 3 tails were cut off? If you hadn't experienced it yourself, the Pirate King would never believe it. Shanks. Beckman, who was busy helping to fend off Garp, yelled a reminder. But in fact, he didn't need his deputy to remind him. With his top knowledge, Shanks felt it himself. He turned around again and looked at the octopus and bull head. Age. The boy who was no more than 15 years old was ignited with silvery white arrogance-like energy. The human-shaped Susanoo with his eyes was spinning wildly. The silvery white arrogance was transmitted to the Eight Tails body through Uchiha Rin's feet, and spread rapidly. In an instant, the whole body of the Eight Tails was covered. At this time, the 3 tails on the right side of the Eight Tails buttocks that were chopped off by Shanks grew phantom limbs as replacements, and were plated with a layer of silver white armor. Senju Tobirama, can a kaleidoscope not reach Naoba? Do it. Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama, who were born during the Warring States period, are accustomed to calling the eternal Mangekyo Sherinan Naoba, but it doesn't matter what you call it. Senju Tobirama was shocked. Uchiha Rin, who only had Uchiha Izuna's kaleidoscope, could actually do the same thing as Madara back then. If only Uchiha Izuna could develop his own kaleidoscope to this extent. As for being killed by yourself when you were only about 30 years old? But in fact, the non-eternal kaleidoscope can also develop Susanoo to the complete form of Susanoo. But that thing is too harmful to the eyes and consumes too much mana. I'm afraid you'll be blind before you can develop to that level. But if there is a guarantee of the power of Senju Hashirama, that's no problem. The best example is Uchiha Obito. In other words, it is a certain 50-50 version of Uchiha Obito's double kaleidoscope. Boom! Terrifying energy came from the Eight Tails, and 2 chakra machetes appeared in the Eight Tails' hands. Mr. Ben Yai feels like his whole body is filled with energy. The Eight Tails held up the 2 swords in his hands, and his whole body was coated with a layer of silver white heavy armor. At this moment, the entire sea was trembling violently. Even the king of the deep sea, who was thousands of meters long, hid on the seabed 100 miles away. For fear of affected. The difficulty of pretending to be a beast. When Uchiha Rin shouted these words, he felt dizzy in his head. Damn it! Using the ordinary kaleidoscope to use the eternal eye move is a little difficult, but you can see the #1 pusher in the world of pirates, the #1 deserter in 2-dimensional cheating, and the loud boasting. I saw this expression on the face of Garp, who didn't even kill the black group without the captain in a real fight. It was so worth it. And what was even happier was Hancock next to her. Uchiha Rin did not restrain her with sea-stone handcuffs or anything like that. However, the Empress at this moment was as if she met Orochimaru for the first time in the Forest of Death in the original novel. At that time, he was like Zuzu, who was so frightened that he retched. He stood there with his eyes wide open and his Wang Qian's small mouth without saying a word. I like the expression on your face now, the expression of this inferior creature seeing a superior creature. Uchiha Rin smiled condescendingly. The next moment, Uchiha Rin shouted Lingran, "Aba!" Hearing this, the Eight-Tailed raised the 2 swords in his hands high. There is no sword-wielding pressure exclusive to the great swordsman, there is no flying slash of the swordsman, and there is not even the flying slash that is the threshold for the entry of the swordsman. Just use it simply brute force, strike hard. God avoids. Not only is the Overlord color entangled, but this time Shanks added the Sakura armed color as well. Whether he can be compared with his Captain Roger is yet to be seen, but even if there is a gap, it is not much different. Fist and bone impact. Garp didn't care about anything else at this time. After tightening Shanks, he used his ultimate move. Then Rayleigh, Jean Momomaru. With such destructive power, the pacifist, that kind of pirated Kizaru laser, continuously not even qualified to be a support player. Boom! A loud noise was heard in the valley. At this moment, it seemed as if the space was about to be cut off. The land tilted and the sea rolled. If someone with the ability to fly could look down at the Shampoo Islands from the sky, you can see that a corner of the overall circular island has been cut off, falling into the sea. If Mater didn't see clearly, she might have thought she was cutting a birthday cake. In a daze, whether it was the Navy or the red-haired pirates, I just felt that there was only a burst of whiteness left in the world. Then with the help of seeing, hearing, color and perception, the breath of death quickly surged into my heart. By instinct, there were several Emperor-level warriors present who activated their weapons and used their strongest defensive moves to resist. Boom! A terrifying explosion shook the place. Xia Qi's extortion wine was at least dozens of miles away from Area 60. Xia Qi, the former emperor of the daughter country, stumbled and fell to the ground. There are bottles of famous wines in the wine cabinet. It fell and shattered into pieces, and dozens of miles away. Originally used as the Navy headquarters, it has now become the Navy's G1 base. I saw waves of hundreds of meters high coming towards Crescent Bay one after another. Momotu, the candidate for admiral in charge of guarding this place, drew his sword, used the sword energy of the world's top swordsman, split the incoming waves in two. Wow! Even swinging the sword is so beautiful. Jun-chan, please marry me. Another middle-aged man with a slightly bloated figure came up to him with a licking dog look on his face. He was also one of the general candidates. Cha do Jiejia. Roll. Daotu put away her sword and cursed mercilessly. Again, it failed again. It's already the 95th time. Why don't you accept my confession? Cha Yun shrank aside and fell into autistic state. But Daotu was too lazy to care about this licking dog, and looked straight at the direction of these waves with coquettish and heroic eyes, thinking secretly in his heart, that direction is the Chambord Islands? What happened? By the way, Capucin seemed to have brought his troops there this morning. Will everything be okay? Chambord Islands. After a long time, the smoke 520 dispersed. Area 60, no, probably at least one-third of the island. It is riddled with holes and no one is left intact. Did he do it on purpose or accidentally? Cinder Sonia, the second eldest of the three Gorgon sisters, was just about to rush off the boat to rescue the eldest sister. At this moment, I only felt a warmth coming from below, and my voice trembled sharply as I asked and answered myself. No wonder she was so frightened. Because it's just to the right of the perfumed snake. The sea surface is like a pizza slice, split in two in the middle. There is absolutely no end in sight at a glance. The sea water on both sides continued to pour into the deep and bottomless ditch in the middle. All members of the Kuja pirates have no doubts. As long as the childish boy who kidnapped their queen just now was still alive, move the attack direction slightly by half a meter. The Kuja pirates will become history. Cough. A violent cough sounded. As the number one boss in the pirate world and the owner of the face fruit, the red-haired Shanks knelt on one knee. A stream of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Pa. Seeing this scene, even Uchiha Rin couldn't help but clapped his hands and cheered. It's amazing. As expected of the last appearance of the Yonko pirates, he only suffered this level of damage. Shanks seriously suspected that this kid was mocking him, but this time Uchiha Rin's sigh was indeed from the heart. His eight-tailed version of the beast's difficulty, to be honest, is really not as good as the peak Madara in the Valley of the End. The nine-tailed version, although ranked first and second among the nine-tailed beasts, the gap is actually not small. What's more, Uchiha Rin used an ordinary kaleidoscope to force Susan into full body mode. But Shanks actually under this knife, he was only injured to this extent. Tisk, you are indeed the incarnation of Oda. Speaking of which, you are so awesome. How did that hand break when it was pinched? Beckman gasped for air. The flesh on his face kept twitching, and bright red blood overflowed from his forehead. There was a trace of vicissitudes of life across the face. The first half of the muzzle of the large-caliber musket that had been with him for decades seemed to explode into pieces. He and Shanks are both members of the red-haired pirates. Just now, it can be said that together with the captain, we helped the subordinates block most of the attacks. Zioba! A cry of surprise rang out. Everyone turned around and saw Rayleigh, who was in ragged clothes and with blood dripping from his right arm that originally held the sword, kneeling on one knee in front of a severed arm. He had pink skin color and a bruise on the inside of his elbow. The suction cup organ of the fish-human octopus species. If you search around the battlefield carefully, you can also find octopus legs, octopus heads. As long as you are not blind, anyone can identify who the hand belongs to. Obviously, the already old Rayleigh cannot like Shanks and Beckman. He used his body to protect the weak behind him. He failed to block Susanna Haxaby's knife just now. At least not completely. As a result, Haki was directly cut into octopus sashimi. Tisk, we are from the same roots. Why are we so anxious? Uchiha Rin couldn't help but muttered a few words. Octopus kills octopus, right? Is this guy still a human being? At this time, Bellamab poked his head out from behind Garp and saw the heavily armored octopus in front of him that looked like an ancient weapon. A chill filled his soul. and Kirby trembled on his feet from the other side behind Garp. He walked out. At this moment, he seemed to be dreaming back to the war on top of Marine Fando. Well, he really wanted to escape. A year and a half later, the original thoughts came to his mind again, but the next second, Kirby slapped him. On my own face. No, that's not right. How see read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Old I have such thoughts. I am no longer the same as I was before. Kirby. Belumub. How many people are still alive? Garp, who had his hands intertwined in front of the two of them, took a deep breath to relieve the pain all over his body, and turned his back to the two of them and asked. After hearing this, Kirby used his rookie sense of perception to feel it, and replied, there are still about 20 or 30 people alive. We brought 1,000 people here. That's all we have left? Get on board immediately. Return to headquarters and report this matter to Sakaski. Karp made a decision immediately. Mr. Karp, what about you? Belumber shouted in disbelief. Young people are the future of the Navy. Just like I taught you before. When you encounter a baby and an old man asking you for help at the same time, you should choose the baby without hesitation. Garp shouted resolutely and rushed out suddenly. Fist bone impact. Garp wrapped his domineering energy around his iron fist and punched out. The air made a bursting sound, forcing the powerful eight tails back more than 10 meters. Go quickly, Garp yelled. Bob, Uchiha Rin was not in a hurry to fight back. In fact, no matter it is the Navy Pirate Revolutionary Army, he has no special feelings for these forces. After all, he came here with the attitude of traveling. How to be happy. To read cool novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Seeing Garp's decision, Uchiha Rin couldn't help but wonder what the remaining Navy would do. King of Deserters, how are you going to deal with this? What about this situation? Sonia, Mary, run! Hancock, who was standing next to him, also shouted to the sisters on the perfume serpent on the other side. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Rin waved his hand twice, signaling to stay away. Sundar, Sonia and Marigaluda looked at each other in astonishment. After struggling for a few seconds, he immediately ordered the helmsman to turn around. Me, I don't want to run away. Kibi clenched his fists and shouted through gritted teeth. He had already escaped once a year and a half ago. He really didn't want to experience that kind of humiliation again. Stop it, Kirby. Do you think we can participate in a battle of this level now? Don't you still want to become an admiral? Are you going to die here without any reason? Mr. Karp ordered us to leave. This is just a retreat, not an escape. Belumber pressed Kabi's shoulders and pulled him in the direction of the warship, but it was not so much persuading Kabi. Why did it feel more like giving him a step down? Although I think it's good to let you guys play with it slowly, but I feel like Momonosuke is enough for the disgusting dick, so there shouldn't be any need for another one, right? Uchiha Rin held his chin and muttered to himself. Suddenly, a Susanoo hand rose above the head of the powerful eight tails, and condensed a chakra sword. Immediately throw it at the warship that just sailed out to sea. Halfway through the flight, a white light sword energy suddenly arrived. Hit the blade of the chakra sword. Change the attack trajectory, passing diagonally above the warship. Are you addicted to saving people? Uchiha Rin looked at Rayleigh, who was wielding a sword, with a strange expression. If I remember correctly, you seem to be from the pirate camp, right? We can't let you take action against these young people again. Their era has only begun now. Rayleigh said with an extremely solemn expression. Uchiha Rin, everyone in this world is mentally ill. After a brief silence, Uchiha Rin concluded. Although the Konoha elders give people the impression that their brain circuits are abnormal, but after carefully studying the reasons for their various bizarre operations, in the final analysis, they still protect their own interests and power. And pirates are different. Many times you really don't understand the purpose of these people doing certain things. For example, Kojiki Oden can obviously find foreign aid to draft Roger Whitebeard and chop Kaido into sashimi, but TMD wants to let's go and dance. For example, Roger could have entrusted his son to Rayleigh as his deputy, but he had to hand it over to Garp, who was a marine. For example, the 5 old stars could have killed Wong Luffy before he awakened the fruit. He had to wait for him after opening the cheat, he did it belatedly. Mater is a bunch of lunatics. Oh, okay, then I'll give you a ride, remnants of the old era. Uchiha Rin nodded and said. Whitebeard, he felt offended. After Uchiha Rin finished speaking, the Eight Tails, whose head was also covered in silver-white armor, opened its mouth. It condenses the high-density chakra that destroys the world and condenses the energy into a spherical shape. Tailed Beast Jade. The atmosphere of heaven and earth suddenly changed. Dark red and almost black energy balls shot out and blasted towards the frontal battlefield crazily. Beckman, do it! Shanks shouted. He took action together with Beckman. Garp followed closely. The 3 Emperor-level strongmen were entangled with domineering force, using their weapons and iron fists as fulcrums, supporting the lower end of the tailed beast Jade. A hint of interest rose in Uchiha Rin's eyes. Hey, Shanks, Garp and others roared angrily. The tailed beast Jade turned back in a 180-degree direction. Seeing this, the Eight Tails wanted to swing their sword to cost Lu Suolong's cannonball splitting operation. However, Uchiha Rin, but at this moment, he made a gesture. Seeing this, the Eight Tails suddenly tilted his head. The tailed beast Jade rubbed the armor on the side of his face. Shanks, Garp and others who had just blocked the move had their faces changed, because the direction in which the tailed beast Tama flew back was a warship that had sailed several kilometers away. Don't. Garp stretched out his hand to say something, but once a word is said, the next word has not yet come out. A dark red and nearly black city-destroying energy ball. It has been blatantly smashed on the warship. The veins on Garp's head popped out. In order for Kabi to escape successfully, to be honest, he was ready to die on this island. But now it has become like this. How can he accept it? Calm down, Mr. Carp. Shanks raised his only remaining right arm and stopped him in a deep voice. Don't lose your mind, or you'll be doomed. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Rin couldn't help but laugh. The Navy and the pirates were on the same page. The last time this happened was probably the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, right? But the relationship between Garp and the Roger pirates was originally very subtle. They are obviously mortal enemies, but in the end they show off their feelings. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara call themselves experts. Roger even entrusted his son to Garp but refused to give it to Rayleigh. There is no point in continuing the fight. Everyone disperses and retreats to the island. Shanks immediately ordered. Obviously Shanks is a pirate with brains. If he chooses to escape by boat, a ship that lacks maneuverability will only become a living target. The one that Kirby and others were riding just now was hit by the energy. The warship destroyed by the ball is a lesson learned. What's more, even if it compares with speed, Shanks doesn't think his Red Fours can swim faster than the big octopus in front of him. In this case, it is better to run to the island. At least there are more people. Miscellaneous eyes. Captain goes first. Let's break up. After Shanks gave the order, Sniper Jesus Bulletin, Swordsman Line Jones, and Fighter Gabu quickly stepped forward and stood in front of the powerful Eight Tails. However, Uchiha Rin had no intention of chasing him in a hurry. Instead, he looked at Jesus Bulletin of the red-haired pirates with great interest and said with a strange smile, "Oh, I remember, Usopp's father is from the Straw Hats, right?" Jesus Bulletin was stunned when he heard this, as if he didn't expect that the other party would mention his son's name at this time. "I have heard of your glorious deeds, abandoning your 6-year-old son and your terminally ill wife to become a pirate." As soon as Uchiha Rin said this, the eyes of the lowly trio looking at Jesus Bulletin also changed instantly. "Damn it, is it true? Isn't that too scumbag? You don't have to worry about my affairs." Jesus Bulletin shouted angrily, and fired a black bullet covered in armed color at Uchiha Rin, who was standing on the head of the powerful Eight Tails. However, the bullets he fired could not penetrate the Susanoo helmet on the top of the Eight Tails' head, and were completely isolated. Of course I have no interest in taking care of them. After all, they are not my wife and children. Let alone abandoning my wife and children, I don't even care if you cook them and eat them. Uchiha Rin waved his hand to the Eight Tails to start attacking the red-haired pirates, while chatting with them in a casual manner. "I just find it very interesting. I feel like all the pirates from the Roger Pirates have the tradition of abandoning their wives and children. I think Roger, the Pirate King, also did this kind of thing back then, right?" As soon as Uchiha Rin said these words, Esden's face suddenly changed as he was silently eating in the dead chat room. "What do you mean?" Shanks, who was originally directing his men to retreat, heard the obvious anger on his face. He can tolerate others hitting his head with a bottle, but he can never tolerate someone insulting his partners or slandering his beloved. Captain Roger. Is not it? When he got involved with Portka's deed Luyu, Roger was already a dead old man with less than a year left to live, right? Uchiha Rin said with a smile, knowing that he was not going to die soon. He still went to hook up with Portka's deed Luyu, a 20-year-old woman from a good family, and asked her to give birth to her child. Then he ran away before the baby was born, completely disregarding the life and death of mother and child, and taking the lives of countless pregnant women and babies as well. Garp, I'm really curious. As a Navy, how could you be sympathetic to such a person? Not to mention how many people were killed in the great pirate era he ushered in. Just from this incident alone, there is no telling how many women and babies died at his hands. I thought I was already a scumbag, but compared with Roger, I felt like I was a saint. In the dead man's chat room, everyone was silent. In the past few days, Ace and Whitebeard, as tour guides, introduced them to a lot of basic information about this world, but they still didn't know Ace's life experience. I didn't expect it to be like this. Sato Kazuma, this is too scumbag, right? Even he, like Uchiha Rin, is a bastard male protagonist whose goal is to open a harem, but he can't help but complain. Sato Kazuma also admitted that he was not a good person. I just want to hang out with beautiful women all day long. And just like Uchiha Rin, he grabs beautiful women when he sees them and opens a big harem. But ask him to abandon his wife and children. he really can't do it. Ace Roger. And Ace was so angry that he wished he could be resurrected on the spot. Then find Roger's grave and whip the corpse. He never had a good impression of Roger, because it's in his memory. I don't remember that my father had any kind of nurturing grace for me. That's why he changed his name to Portkas when he grew up. Because Ace knew that his mother was 20 months pregnant and gave birth to him at the cost of her life. The kindness is as heavy as a mountain. But Ace didn't know that Roger was actually hooking up with his mother when he only had 1 year left to live. Mad, it's enough for a man in his 50s to hook up with a man. I read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, in his 20s. And you yourself know that you won't live long. He also harms good women of other families. This is too beastly, isn't it? The other skirt members in the skirt were also speechless for a moment. Why are there such scumbags? Dio didn't dare to speak for a moment. Because he seems to be the same person who doesn't care about the child. But Dio thinks he is better than Roger. After all, he was different from Roger, who was dying soon and wanted to have an heir. Dior, who believed that he was immortal and would rule the world forever, had no intention of having children. He just doesn't like wearing a small umbrella. In the real world, Uchiha Rin turned his attention to Shanks again. Speaking of which, Shanks, you seem to be someone who abandoned his wife and children. As soon as these words came out, the face of Shanks, who was originally angry, also changed drastically. I heard Uchiha Rin speak again. The lady who runs the tavern in Windmill Village seems to have given birth to a baby, right? Is it yours? You are worthy of being Roger's good apprentice. Like him, you leave the mother and child alone after giving birth. Is this a fine tradition of your Roger pirates? I don't know if abandoning one's wife and children is a traditional virtue of the Roger pirates. Roger, Shanks, and Jesus Bulletin. The three of them are all masters who abandoned their wives and children. Roger's kind knew that he was going to die. If you want to read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. But let's not talk about leaving a seed for yourself before you die. If you don't want it, is it so difficult to wear an umbrella or let the woman eat Uding? Of course, if that baby is not yours, it can't be Garp's, right? Ha ha ha. After talking about it, Yubo couldn't help but laugh out loud with schadenfreude. Suddenly he felt more exciting. Asshole. Shanks, who has a good temper, was instantly furious. After all, for a man, other insults can be tolerated. But there are two things that cannot be tolerated. One is calling him a bully. The other is a cuckold. It is as majestic as the sea. Overlord color erupted from his body, shining with dark red thunder and lightning. When combined with the sword energy, it was enough to split a mountain in half. Tisk, tisk, you can control thunder and lightning without eating the thunder fruit. It feels like after the Phantom Beast is born, the natural system will become more powerful. The clowns are coming. Uchiha Rin suddenly felt that his burning fruit ability was not keeping up with the version. I really can't take a joke. If it is, it is. If it is not, it is not. The human-shaped kaleidoscope in Uchiha Rin's eyes rotated rapidly. The powerful Eight Tails raised his right hand, and the fire tornado-shaped Amaterasu black flames covered the big sword. Don't waste your energy on this fearless battle. Shanks. Beckman, the brains of the red-haired pirates, stopped sternly. Shanks's face changed suddenly when he heard this. Then he suddenly changed the direction of attack. He struck hard at the position between himself and the powerful Eight Tails. The fierce wind blew everyone present. His face hurt. The powerful Eight Tails suddenly lost their balance and fell into the sea together with the earth under their feet. Ha ha! Play this trick. Uchiha Rin laughed dumbly. He actually destroyed the Eight Tails' foothold. Roar! The Eight Tails roared angrily. He grabbed the soil on the shore of the cut with his left hand. But even so, most of his body still fell into the turbulent sea. Uchiha Rin, who had a playful attitude, didn't feel anything, but the Eight Tails said he couldn't bear it. After to put on the Susanoo armor, he felt that he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Even the stinky Kyuubi could only go down and become the second child. He was actually tricked by a minion from another world using this trick. Bastard stuff. You actually insulted me, the eight-tailed oxghost, with such a bad move. In anger, the Eight Tails threw the chakra sword in his hand before he completely fell into the sea. The red-haired pirate group swordsman Lime Jones drew his sword to resist. But just like Lu Zolong wanted to prevent Kaido and Big Mom from joining forces. Just like the tyrants in the sea. The sword that was wrapped in his own weapon just collided with the chakra sword. The whole person was knocked out like the Rockets trio. The power of the chakra sword continued to rush forward. Captain, go quickly. Jesus Bulletin's whole body was covered in armor, and he used his sniper rifle as a shield to protect Yuseong. The chakra sword rushed towards him. Jesus Bulletin's body barely resisted for about a second. His body was pierced. Jesus cloth. Shanks' eyes were about to burst. And Beckman had already pressed his boss's shoulder. He waved his other hand suddenly. He led the remaining crew members and quickly retreated deeper into the Shampoo Islands behind. On the other side, lift. The 8-tails, who had taken the Susanoo armor, climbed ashore again from the sea. Damn it! Rin, do you want to chase me? Ba-ei asked angrily. Relax, Zyoba, we are here to travel, not to kill. Uchiha Rin leisurely released the kaleidoscope state, and glanced at the Jesus cloth strung into the barbecue with disdain. Alas, I didn't expect to start the killing spree so quickly. I can't help it. Who do I hate the scumbag the most? Zionan, Nohara Lin, Sunset Red. Goodbye, come to the new world to play with us when you have time. Uchiha Rin stood on the lion's head of the sunny. As if possessed by Minato Namikaze, with a sunny and cheerful expression on his face, he looked towards the perfumed snake opposite. The ship smiled and waved. On the perfumed serpent, a group of female pirates, led by the 3 Gorgon sisters, Santa Sonia and Marigold, showed expressions of worry and fear, because their captain, Boya Hancock, was kidnapped. On the left behind Uchiha Rin, Konan, Nohara Rin, and Ui Korone, 3 little Lolita, although they didn't know each other at all, but out of politeness, they still waved to say goodbye. And Hancock on the right rear. Damn, that gorgeous face is so stinky. Looking at the back of Uchiha Rin standing at the bow of the ship, she wants to strangle him to death. But she doesn't dare. Her men don't even dare. As for the reason, just look at Chambord Island behind. You can see nothing wrong from the front, but if you look down from high altitude, you can see something strange at a glance. Originally presented the spherical island in the shape of a Chinese font has now become D-font. That's right. Chambord Island is the end point of the Sea of Paradise and the starting point of the New World in the first half of the Great Line. Half of it was cut off. Hancock experienced this helplessness last time, when he was imprisoned by 143 in Marie Joya. Faced with this overwhelming force, no matter how arrogant Hancock is, you can only give in to the other party temporarily. Let his sisters and crew members return to their daughter's country. As for what to do next, Hancock himself didn't know. After all, her biggest background is probably Rayleigh, who is the deputy of the Pirate King. It's not like Juan Luffy, father, grandfather, sworn brother, master, guide, any one of them is a giant who stomps his feet and shakes the sea. What about yourself? Rayleigh with his neck buried in Lois is the biggest background. The gap is too big, right? So cool. Uchiha Rin jumped back onto the deck of the Sunny, stretching as if Charlotte was possessed. You are thinking about how to assassinate me right now, right? Uchiha Rin asked Hancock in a joking tone. Hancock's beautiful eyes widened like bright light bulbs. Don't worry, you can try whatever tricks you want, I don't mind playing with me. Uchiha Rin strolled past Hancock. When passing by Hancock's shoulder, he leaned against her ear and added, but it's best to just do it to me. If you want to do something to these 3 girls, I can't guarantee the consequences. Suddenly, Hancock couldn't help but get goosebumps. Teacher Rin, where should we go next? Nohara Lin asked. Let's go to the New World first. Although I don't mind wandering around the Sea of Paradise in the first half of the Grand Line, but it doesn't feel exciting enough. A new world full of freaks suits me. How to get there? Zihe Hong asked through the interface. Although I have learned a little about the world through video phone bugs, newspapers and other channels in the past 2 days, it is only at the superficial level. You need to first enter the Fishman Island, which is 10,000 meters under the sea, and then, Uchiha Rin realized the problem halfway through his words. Although he knew that to go to the New World, he had to coat the ship first and then enter Fishman Island. But which way and direction should he take after going into the sea? The specific operation plan is another story. Your pirate group doesn't even have navigators, right? Hancock, who had been silent until now had a mocking and contemptuous smile on his face, as if to say no, 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 bang. Uchiha Rin doesn't follow this bitch at all. To be polite, he hit her on the head violently. Hancock covered the slightly bulging part of his head and stared at Uchiha Rin with his eyes almost bulging out. He treated me like this? You guys wait for me here. Uchiha Rin gave the 3 Lolita instructions. He used the dance technique and flew towards the coast that was cut into the Champo Island Peninsula in the distance. The anger on Hancock's face instantly changed to shock. He can still fly. Shampoo Peninsula. Of the nearly 80 districts it originally owned, only half are now left. Fortunately, Xia Qi's ripoff bar in Area 13 did not sink into the sea with the other half of the island. Damn it! It hurts me to death. Hongo, please be gentle. Want to kill me? Can our red fours be repaired? Next time you see that kid, make sure he looks good. Asshole. Asshole. He actually gave Jesus to. You must not let that kid go. The main hall of the small bar was crowded with people. They were all the main cotters of the red-haired pirates. At this moment, 1 or 2 of them were either wrapped in bandages or wearing hanging bottles. As the shopkeepers, Xia Qi, and the red-haired pirates Hongo, the ship's doctor of the pirates. He is providing medical treatment to everyone. Thanks, man. Glancing at the bandage that wrapped his body tightly, Shanks raised his eyes and gave Hongo a look of thanks. It's just your job, Captain. Hongon waved his hand and said, by the way, where did that kid come from? Never heard of it, it just seemed like it fell from the sky. Lakey Lu, the chef of the red-haired pirates, cursed, it probably didn't fall from the sky. Kandeo had never heard of this person. Xia Qi responded indifferently while wrapping a bandage on Lei Li's forehead. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Madam, this is an adjective, not that he really came down from the sky. Lachilu said with a bitter smile. If you fight that kid, you must gather at least 2 royal groups. Beckman held the bottle in his left hand, took out a cigarette in his right hand, lit it for himself and said, also, there's no need to be an enemy of that kid, right? Vice Captain, speaking of which, we have no conflict of interest with him, and Mr. Riley has been rescued, right? As a rookie pirate, Rockstar swallowed his saliva and tried to dissuade him. To read exciting novels, go to Phelan Novel Network. In fact, it is not just him, most of the middle and lower level crew members of the red-haired pirates are here today. They were so scared. They really didn't want to have anything to do with that monster anymore. Apprentice, don't forget that our companion is dead. Not to mention anything else, just the murder of Jesus Bulletin was enough for Uchiha Rin and the red-haired pirates to take over the irreconcilable Liang Ziai. All the cotters fell into silence. And Rockstar and others collectively fell into silence. 1 year when you fought with Kaido half a year ago, a lot of people died. They were just low-level crew members. I don't see you always falling out with Kaido. By the way, Roger and Whitebeard seem to have a pretty good relationship. Didn't anyone on both sides die during fights before? Did you always hit the target when fighting? Well, it's very confusing. Plop. At this moment, the bar door was suddenly pushed open. Excuse me. A voice sounded like a nightmare to all the members of the red-haired pirate group. In an instant, no matter it was Shanks, Beckman, Rayleigh, or Shaky, they all looked at the door with expressions like they had seen a ghost. Only seeing Uchiha Rin walking into the house as if for a walk, he said to himself as if he didn't see the red-haired pirates in the room, I'm exhausted after searching for a long time. Honey, let's have a cup of Coke, sugar-free and ice-free. 0 click. Lakey Lu was the first to react, picked up the sniper rifle placed next to the sofa, loaded it and pointed it at Uchiha Rin. Still want to hunt us down? Uchiha Rin glanced back. In an instant, Lakey Lu's pupils shrank suddenly, and the focus in his eyes blurred. The next second, Lakey Lu twisted his wrist. He pointed the gun that was originally aimed at Uchiha Rin at himself. Forward. He was about to pull the trigger. Road. What are you doing? Many red-haired pirate cotters around him exclaimed. Shanks's face also changed. He picked up his sword Griffin and threw it out. Griffin instantly pierced the barrel of the musket and nailed it. In the opposite wall. Bang! But even so, the bullet was fired. Fortunately, it did not penetrate Lachilu's head. Shanks' sword just now changed the attack trajectory of the gun. The bullet the scalp was scratched on the side of Lachilu's head when it was pressed against him. Although there was a dripping blood stain, it was at least much better than being punched through the forehead. Road. Why are you so crazy? Snake, the navigator of the red-haired pirate group, cursed. Why did he hit himself suddenly? Shanks noticed something strange. His eyes condensed, and the invisible overlord's energy rushed towards Jesus Bulletin. The next second, pull under Jilla's sunglasses, his previously dull eyes regained their brilliance. Hey, what happened to me just now? Me, my head. Why did so much blood bleed? Seeing the huge contrast between Lachilu before and after, everyone in the red-haired pirate group was dumbfounded. With the spirit of Overlord break the illusion, Uchiha Rin said with an interested smile, how could you come up with this method? There used to be a crew member on my ship who was good at psychic attacks. I used this method to crack it. I haven't used it in 10 years, Shanks said with an extremely solemn expression. It seems that I underestimate the world a little bit. Then Uchiha Rin raised his thumb slightly and moved it to his mouth. Seeing this scene, everyone in the red-haired pirate group turned extremely pale. Do you want to use that 4.1 again? Everyone, can you please stop making trouble in my store? At this time, a glass of iced Fat House Happy Water was placed in front of Uchiha Rin. Just to lighten the mood, Uchiha Rin picked up the happy water with his right hand and took a sip. It seems that the octopus man is also dead? Lela Zhang won't blame me, right? Uchiha Rin said with a smile. Being involved in a battlefield of that level, it's strange that a pirate at Haki's level can survive. Do you think this is fairy tale? Just turn on the speaker and shout we are fairy tale. Can you get the immortal buff? Raleigh's face turned dark when he mentioned this. Guest, you're not here just to joke with these disabled people, are you? Xia Qi spoke again. Oops, I almost forgot about the real thing. Uchiha Rin put down the happy water that had bottomed out and asked with a smile on his face, I would like to ask what is the name of a small country in Kingdao that specializes in climate research, and where is its location? That was Uchiha Rin as a time traveler. He only remembered the 2-year training period. Nami was training in a place on Sky Island that specializes in weather research. I heard Uchiha Rin describe it like this. Xia Qi's expression immediately changed. Her intelligence network also extends all over Sky Island. It's just that the news was not delivered as quickly as it came to Qinghai, but it has been a year and a half since the war on top. Xia Qi also heard that in the kingdom of Visalia on Sky Island, a little girl with great learning talent appeared. Xia Qi guessed that that person was most likely Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates. And this time, this boy's strength alone is comparable to that of 2 emperor-level pirate groups. Said I was going to Visalia. Xia Qi naturally thought of Nami. You should know that, right? Seeing Xia Qi fall into silence for a short time, Uchiha Rin felt confident. They are all old foxes with thousands of years, so let's stop playing games. Xia Qi was silent for more than half a minute. Finally, he handed over a piece of white paper with an unattractive appearance and the size of a palm. Put it on the bar. Travel to Visalia's life card. Xia Qi continued to smoke calmly on the surface. In fact, Layli, who knew her best, had discovered that Xia Qi's fingers holding the cigarette were trembling at an almost invisible frequency. Oops, thanks, it turns out that place is called Visalia, I completely forgot about it. Uchiha Rin picked up the life card and left. He was not worried about Xia Qi cheating him with fake goods. Not to mention that Xia Qi's true identity was the former emperor of the daughter country. Hancock, the younger generation, was in his hands. She would never dare to mess around. Just seeing the current state of the red-haired pirates, she should understand in her heart that she is not someone she can fool. 10 After Uchiha Rin left, the middle and lower-level crew members of the red-haired pirate group, who were originally too arrogant to take a breath, sat down on the ground. Scared them to death. I thought I was really going to die this time. Sheikh-izan, is there any problem in Visalia? When that Uchiha Rin said this name just now, your expression changed. Shanks suppressed his anger and said in confusion. He had been to Visalia before when he went to Sky Island, but it didn't feel interesting. It was just a place where a group of old men studied weather forecasts. How could that extremely dangerous boy do this? Where do you want to go? If you want to go, you should go to Golden Land. Xia Qi was silent for more than a few minutes. It wasn't until she finished smoking the cigarette that she slowly spoke. That's where Monkey Boy's navigator, Little Thieving Cat, trained. As soon as these words came out, all the members of the red-haired pirate group had strange expressions. Shanks even showed a sunken Akainu expression and said, first it was the ship, and now it was the navigator. This guy caught Luffy and pulled him hard, right? The rest of the red-haired pirates also felt that what their captain said was reasonable. Mad grabbed the ship first and then targeted the navigator. This is not counting Hanku, who can't explain his relationship with Luffy now. Okay, then why are you going to rob someone next time? Why don't you just rob their mother? Rin said it's not a big deal. Your one Luffy's surname is not Kudo or Mori, so why should I rob your mother? Shanks, as the vice captain and counselor of the red-haired pirates, he is also the man with the wisest mind in the sea. Beckman said with half-empty eyes, let's stay out of that kid's affairs for the time being, at least, until he and Luffy start fighting. Whether it is Uchiha Rin's ability or his purpose, there are too many mysteries. Unknown enemies are the most terrifying. Beckman feels that until things are clear, it is better not to mess around. Ah, I understand. Shanks nodded inside, but even if we can stand still, if Luffy knows about this, it is impossible for him to just sit back and ignore his companions. Uchiha Rin used the dance technique to rush to the direction pointed by the life card, and at the Navy headquarters, located in New Marineland in the New World, a scene similar to that in Xia Qi's bar also happened. This joke is not funny. After being silent for more than a few minutes, Akainu could barely hold back these words. Opposite him, Garp, who had resigned as lieutenant general and took over the position of Zifa's recruit instructor, had just recounted what happened in the Shampoo Islands yesterday to this new marshal. However, after listening to Garp's narration, Akainu's first reaction was nonsense. Mad, a kid under 15 years old, almost wiped out Garp's troops and the red-haired sea. The two major forces of the thieves? Do you think he is the resurrection of rocks? Sakazuki, do you think I am a joker? Did you know that Kebdu died in this war? Garp said with an extremely cold expression, is not it? Akainu wanted to ask a question like this, but he still gave the naval hero a face. Mater used to hate Garp for making those vulgar jokes. Every time the Straw Hat Boy caused trouble, the old man looked careless. He said with all his heart, he is indeed my grandson. But this time, Akainu glanced at the document he had just received regarding the death of Captain Zakapi in the line of duty during the naval attack. Coupled with what he heard from his subordinates, it seemed that reports on Shampoo Island, which was cut into half of its area. Akainu also felt that this old naughty boy should have no skin this time, especially when he saw Garp's sinister expression. And the document in his hand said, "Current situation, died in the line of duty." Kirby's report was written in large characters. Akainu couldn't help but show the same expression as Sao Sa, holding back laughter. "Hold it in, you can't laugh yet," although he knew he shouldn't. But Akainu couldn't help but call uchiha in his heart for this Rin. The boy yelled. Mad, he had long wanted to crush this boy who stopped him from chasing the Whitebeard pirates in the war at the top. But this boy hugged Garp's thigh. Not only did he not, he went to court-martial. He continued to level up to level 7 after a year and a half of war. He was dumbfounded by Akainu. "Mard, you can't go too far by going through the back door, right?" Akainu looked at Uchiha. "Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels." Rin's photo. Inexplicably, I felt a sense of sadness that the one who knows me best is my enemy. Gin and wine both have vodka. To read Bao Swan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Where is my Akainu's vodka? A wanted warrant was immediately issued, and the Navy in each branch was notified to keep an eye on him, suppressing the gloating in his heart. After a brief reflection, Akainu made a decision. If the boy's strength is as exaggerated as Garp said, then he is not just the next Shanks, he is the next one. Rocks. But if Uchiha Rin knew what Akainu was thinking, he would definitely complain to him. "You underestimate me too much, right?" Less than an hour later. After receiving the news, Morgans couldn't help but wonder if he was dreaming. How many days has it been for Mud? That kid has caused such a big trouble again. Look again. Seeing the numbers under the new bounty order that had just been faxed from the Navy headquarters, Morgans almost fainted with fright. This is simply unprecedented, and I'm afraid it will never be seen again. This kid simply exists for big news. I thought the Straw Hat Kid was already invincible, but I didn't expect someone to be braver than him. Where did this monster come from? I need to give him a nickname that is domineering enough. Red Eye? Black Boxing? Octopussy? No, it sounds so ugly. What should I do if he comes to me to settle accounts in the future? Kids, work overtime. No one can close their eyes tonight. So this life card is yours, Uncle. Do you know Xiachi? In Visalia, Uchiha Rin threw the life card that Xiachi gave him in his hand to the short old man in front of him who seemed to have walked out of the set of Andersen's fairy tales. When Xiachi was a pirate, she had been here before, and then Herdis took the life card and explained. He is also Visalia's leading meteorology research expert. He is also the teacher who has taught Nami this year and a half. Thank you. Nami is in this room, right? Uchiha Rin didn't intend to talk to the other party anymore. He walked to a small house made of green clouds and pushed the door open. "Uncle Herdis, I told you to knock on the door when entering the house." As soon as she entered the room, she saw an orange-haired beauty with long hair reaching her waist and a body that put even the world supermodels in Uchiha Rin's previous life to shame. She bared her shark teeth and cursed. However, as soon as Nami finished cursing, she saw a person coming in. When I saw a boy I had never seen before, I was stunned subconsciously. Who are you? She has been here for a year and a half, and this is the first time she has seen people of her own age. After all, most people in Visalia are old men. First meeting, Miss Nami, I am your new captain, Uchiha Rin, just call me by name or captain. As he said that, Uchiha Rin stretched out his hand towards Nami, who had evolved into Tachibana Nagazeo and had a more mature and attractive temperament compared to 2 years ago, making an invitation gesture. "Okay, it's time to set off, our companions are still waiting for us." The two sentences made Nami stunned for a while. About half a minute later, Nami let out a delicate chuckle. "Little brother, I'm sorry, my sister is already someone else's navigator. You should find another navigator. If you want to play Pirate House, my sister can stay with you for a while after reading the book." Nami completely regards Uchiha Rin as an ordinary child. But it's not surprising. Although Uchiha Rin's height is basically the same as Nami's, his face is still a little tender. When Tsunade sat on it, she looked. There will be a lot of guilt. "Aren't you just playing Pirate House?" Uchiha Rin is funny in his heart. The whole sea is a relative of your captain. Others work in teams at sea. You are the second generation of rich people who go to the countryside to experience the life of ordinary people. Are you saying that you are not playing pirates? I'm afraid it's not up to you. Uchiha Rin smirked and stepped forward as if he was copying what he had done to Hancock before. He put Nami's waist on his shoulders and strode out of the room before Nami could react. In with confused eyes, Harley jumped off Visalia and flew to the other side of the night sky. Visalia on the Sky Island stared at Uchiha Rin's back. "What's going on?" "Yarha." Feeling the howling storm, Nami couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oops, sorry, I flew a little faster when I was excited." Uchiha Rin slowed down and changed Nami's posture from a shoulder-to-shoulder hug like a bandit raping a civilian girl to a more romantic princess hug. But he seemed to be raping a civilian girl. You don't really want to steal me as your navigator, do you?" Nami's beautiful eyes widened and she said in disbelief, "We've come this far, haven't you seen it yet?" Uchiha Rin said funny. He has experienced so many things with the Straw Hat Pirates. He is still so naive. Oh no, the Straw Hat Pirates seem to have always been naive. I am already the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates. Married people can leave, but crew members can't change jobs? The captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates also switched jobs to the Roger Pirates. Don't you know that the strong and twisted melon is not sweet? I don't care if it's sweet or not, as long as it quenches my thirst. I am a member of the Straw Hat Pirates in this life, and my death is their fault. Even if you get my people, my heart will always be with them. I don't care if the car has been used by others, as long as it is cleaned, not to mention I think you haven't been used. How about I take it open and take a look? Stop it. Nami's screams echoed through the night sky. After flying for a while, Uchiha Rin saw that his waist-length hair had grown in his arms. The youthfulness of a year and a half ago had faded away, and more Nami exuded a mature charm. Her left hand hugged her opponent's slender waist, and her right hand held her chin while Cost Drum Washing Machine said, "There are two beauties like you and Nico Robin on the boat, but no one has ever made a move? Could it be that during the more than half a year you have been traveling together, the male crew members on your ship have been using their own pipes to vent their stress?" Uchiha Rin expressed that he was very curious. "Shut up, you little devil." Nami pursed her pink lips and scolded in embarrassment. "I'm warning you, send me back quickly. Otherwise I will call Luffy, Zoro and the others to teach you a lesson." I have to say that compared to Hancock, who wanted to kick his own head, Nami, who was also kidnapped, seemed surprisingly gentle. Even her harsh words were just teach you a lesson rather than kill you. But it's not surprising. After all, in addition to greed for money in the original work, Mei's character is a bit of a virgin to begin with. Not to mention forgiving Xia Zioba, who was an accomplice in the murder of his adoptive mother. In the theatrical version of The Golden Emperor, she also forgave a former teammate who had betrayed her and nearly caused her death at the hands of a bounty hunter. Uchiha Rin felt that if Nami went to the Naruto world, I'm sure I can get along well with Na Luduo. Everyone likes to forgive the enemy who killed his mother. Ouch, I'm so scared. Uchiha Rin looked exaggerated. Nami was so angry that she bit her teeth tightly. She was a fool who couldn't see that this kid was just teasing her on purpose. If they really have that ability, they can snatch it back, but before that, you will be my navigator, and Xiaomi. After Uchiha Rin finished saying this, under Nami's unbelievable gaze, he lowered his head and blocked her chattering mouth. Wow, how dare he? Nami was stunned for a few seconds. Then the pink fist hit Uchiha Rin's chest hard. Then he felt something pouring into his mouth and moving around. He felt that all the bones in his body were numb. The strength of the fist became lighter and lighter. His eyes also changed. She became more and more confused. Just when Nami was about to close her eyes, Wan Luffy's bright smile suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. No, I can't do this, I am Luffy's navigator. Nami used her last bit. With all his strength, he pushed Uchiha Rin away with difficulty. He took several deep breaths and finally managed to regain some sanity. You guy. Nami glared at Uchiha Rin fiercely, with an expression of anger and embarrassment. The words came to her lips but she didn't know what to say. In order to redeem Caucosia village, she also struggled at the bottom of society for many years. She is eloquent. It's also eloquent. But that's all. It may be of some use to the honest guys in the Straw Hat Pirates. It's not enough to scratch Uchiha Rin's itch. I heard Herta say that you have almost learned the knowledge of Visalia, right? Anyway, you can't continue to make progress in that kind of hellish place. Why not come to me first, and maybe you will get other unexpected growth. Facing a woman with a strong personality like Hancock, you have to be stronger than her to control her. Nami, on the other hand, prefers a submissive character. Uchiha Rin uses the method of boiling a frog in warm water. Soak it slowly. What's the saying? If she is new to the world, take her to see all the prosperity of the world. If her mind has changed, take her to ride the merry-go-round. So male readers in front of mobile phones, learn to do something. Deal with different types of women need to use different methods. Do I have any other options? Nami asked with a pretty face. No. Uchiha Rin doesn't hide it either. The main thing is a truth. Not to mention, do you know where the rest of the Straw Hats are? Instead of running around like a headless fly, you might as well follow me, right? Uchiha Rin responded with a combination of punches. Nami was so angry that she wanted to give this gangster a slap in the face, but she had to admit that what he said really makes sense. There is still half a year until the Straw Hat Pirates reunite. Even if she escapes from this pink-eyed boy now, what else can she do to the Shampoo Islands? Wait there for half a year? It seems that you have figured it out. It is comfortable to communicate with smart women. Oh, you should still be a girl. It is incredible that you made a slip of the tongue. Uchiha Rin shrugged. Let me tell you, even if you kidnap me, my heart will always be with Luffy and the others. Nami said with a tough mouth. Her line is inexplicably like the classic lines of the heroine in many NTR subtitles. Whenever the heroine's eyes turn white when she is fucked by yellow hair, she will keep saying in her heart, "I'm sorry, XX, I like you, but my body doesn't obey me, Kamaji." Okay, whatever you say is what it is. To read exciting novels, go to read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, Novel Network. Uchiha Rin was too lazy to argue with Nami about this trivial matter. After nodding and saying, yes, Uchiha Rin suddenly raised a smirk on his lips. Then you can continue to think about Wang Luffy in your heart, but before that, let the employer and employee kiss each other. Yamayaro, aha. Private chat room, Sato Kazuma excessive. Unacceptable. Why wasn't I the one who traveled to this world? I also want to rob civilian girls. I also want to bully men and dominate women. Uchiha Rin, boss, please find a way to revive me, just leave me some soup to drink. Ichimara Jin gone is Kame Sennin, and here comes another skirt girl who has the same smell as Uchiha Rin. The problem is that before you want to do this, you must have enough strength to be at the bottom. Senju Hashirama, damn it. Damn this young man. Uchiha Izuna Rin, this kid, his temperament changed drastically after he felt this world. Senju Tobirama, rather than saying that his temperament changed drastically, it's better to say that he just showed his original nature. Ulquira still can't understand Diabrando, hahaha. Boy, Lord Bendio likes you. This is right. If you find a woman you want, grab it. What kind of love are you talking about? Why don't you just grab them and let them give you a child? Hayakawa Akira, what a scumbag. How could I end up in such a ghost place after I died? Dio is very satisfied with Uchiha Rin's recent performance. He saw the shadow of his own youth in the other person. Alas, I don't know if my son will inherit my good tradition. Before fighting Jotaro, he had heard that several women he had slept with before were pregnant. Before he could take a look, Jotaro's penis was beaten into plastic. I hope they can inherit my will. Do more for our Brando family. Uchiha Lindio Brando, stop talking nonsense. If you really want to support me, give me a rocket. Oh no, hit Varido with it. Namikin was out of breath again. Uchiha Rin glanced at the chat room. I express my disdain for this behavior of Mr. Diao, who only watches the show without throwing coins. To be honest, the strength of the Dickmaster in the skirt is only to bully Sato Kazuma and Hayakawa Akira, a low-level skirt member. Even Hayakawa Akira activates the demon form of the gun. He might not be able to beat it, but his ability is still very strong, and it fits a man's dream very well. After all, what man doesn't crave a body double or a transformation belt? Which young man is watching JoJo at that time? No middle school student ever shouted Eula Ola or Muta Muta. After receiving Uchiha Rin's message, the old man who was watching the show in his skirt suddenly fell down. Isn't it true that Mater doesn't give him the face of the savior of evil people? But Dior himself also understands that in front of so many big guys in the skirt, my own strength is really not good enough. Even though he always claimed to be the boss before his death, Tiendo could only be ranked second. Who would have thought that after death, he would see how vast the world of the strong is? However, the little brat Uchiha Rin wanted his own substitute. This actually put the old man in a dilemma for a while. There are many people in this skirt who want to use the hands of a living person like Uchiha Rin to fulfill their regrets in life. For example, the Senju brothers want to protect Konoha. Ace never forgets his brother. Yamamoto Genri Asai Shijikuni, who cares about Soul Society, and so on. But Dior is not among them, although he was beaten to death by Jotaro. But to be honest, I didn't want to take advantage of Uchiha Rin to take revenge on Jotaro. Dior's mentality is also quite generous. The winner wins everything. The loser can only shut up. He is not a loser either. And even if you want revenge, he, Diabrando, will only report it in person. No need to borrow from others. So Dio didn't need Uchiha Rin's help to do anything. But if you want to give this boy your own substitute for free, he is a little reluctant to give it up. After all, he is not a philanthropist. Normally, he can't even pay the electricity bill when he rents a house. The first goal of his debut is to seize the Joestar family's property. Children from poor families have no choice. Seeing that Dio didn't answer for a long time, Uchiha Rin gave him a boost. Uchiha Rindio Brando, what's wrong with a man entrusting his dream to another man? I admire the first person to eat mushrooms. They might be poisonous. Dio, do you believe in gravity? Do you believe we were meant to be when we met here? Dior. It is your stand that surrounds me and reaches the top of the world. Uchiha Rin's words reminded him of a young man he met who he regarded as a close friend before he came to rent an apartment. This evil savior also couldn't help but feel that there is someone in the world who understands me. But in fact, Uchiha Rin's words are not deception. Although Dior is indeed an out-and-out bastard, but we can't deny that this pussy is indeed attractive. Light can go all the way on the word bad. I don't know how much better than many whitewashed villains. Yes, those who were scolded were Runtu, Caesar, and Bakey. If you want to be bad, then be bad. What's the point of repeatedly jumping between black and white? Is it disgusting? Dio Brando Uchiha Rin ahahaha. Boy. Well said, I approve of you. Dia Brando, I'll give you my the dot world. In this way, you will be the king of the world. After finishing speaking, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Dressmaker Dio Brando sent an exclusive red envelope the dot world to dressmaker Rin Uchiha. Uchiha Rin was happy in his heart. But to be honest, king of the world is an exaggeration. Let's not talk about the big guys in Dragon Ball. You are bragging like this. Have you asked the old man Motori Yamamoto who is currently in charge of combat power? But even so, Uchiha Rin couldn't bear to be in a good mood. Just like when I went to Union Village to catch the eight tails. It is true that these things do not increase his strength very much. But I can't help but he's so handsome. Uchiha Rin glanced at the beauty in his arms, couldn't help but lowered his head and took a few bites, laughing and saying, Nami, you are truly my lucky star. What? You, why are you so crazy? I tell you, one day I will kill you. Nami 537, who was attacked by a hat trick, cursed loudly. Bastard, she felt that her lips were swollen. When Uchiha Rin returned successfully, the sunrise on the second day is almost rising over the horizon. Girls, rise up and welcome our navigators. Fold on the deck covered with artificial turf. I found 3 little ones huddled next to the mast, huddled together and fell asleep. Uchiha Rin patted the heads of the 3 of them. After a while, the 3 Lolita rubbed them the eyes that were still slightly hazy gradually woke up. Conan, hey Rinny-san, we waited for you for a long time yesterday. Nohara Rin, I'm sorry, I couldn't help but fell asleep. Ui Korone, again, here comes another super big one. It feels even comparable to Tsunade-sama. The 3 lowly opened their eyes and looked at Nami. Together, the 3 of them were no more than a few years older than Nami. Loli's eyes were mainly focused on those 2 groups. They couldn't help but think of the woman who had gone back to the bedroom. It's also super exaggerated. What's going on in this world? Does every woman have such good nutrition? The 3 Lolita felt that they must live in this world during their developmental period. This world is definitely more conducive to your growth. This is. Sunny number, you Nami, on the other hand, was completely in no mood to care about these 3 little things who kept staring at her cafeteria. He looked at the ship at his feet in shock. After a year and a half, I saw the beloved ship of my pirate group again. She should be happy. But when I see the mark engraved on the sail, this is different from the skull and crossbones logo worn in straw hats in the past. It was replaced by a new skull with a table tennis racket logo on the back. It would be nice if Nami didn't get angry and fainted. Nami pointed at Uchiha Rin and couldn't say a word for a long time. Scold? If the scolding was useful, she wouldn't have been forcibly taken here. Let's hit? You have to be able to fight it. In addition to the 3 major powers of the Straw Hat Pirates, others don't know what they have been practicing in the past 2 years. Not even domineering. You have to know that other people don't specialize in cultivation at all. As long as they enter the new world, they will get a domineering gift package, right? Isn't this great? I am a navigator on the ship I am most familiar with. In order to take care of your feelings, Nami-chan, I went through all the trouble to take the ship back from the Navy. Hearing Uchiha Rin's nonsense, the Konan trio were a little stunned. It's nonsense. You must know that when he robbed the ship, he didn't think about the navigator at all. He just did whatever he thought of. At this moment, the door of a bedroom on the 2nd floor of the Sunny was pushed open. Hancock, who still had the same stinking face as yesterday, walked out of the room. Well, you didn't run away? Uchiha Rin raised his eyebrows and said. Hancock secretly rolled his eyes. Is there any use in running away? I'm afraid if I hadn't just run away, you would have gone to the daughter country to arrest people. Maybe you would arrive earlier than I did. And Hancock didn't want to affect the ordinary citizens of the daughter kingdom. At this time, Hancock on the 2nd floor and Nami on the deck looked at each other. Hancock, Nami, you are one of the Shishibukai, the rumored pirate empress. Are you also his crew member? Certainly not. I was just kidnapped by him, Hancock said angrily. Nami didn't know that Hancock had assisted Juan Luffy. Bulletin: read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Hancock knew very well that the woman in front of her was Luffy's crew. Therefore, she always regarded her as a love rival. Originally, Hancock didn't want to. He ignored the other party. But when he heard Nami say that she was Uchiha Rin's crew member, Hancock couldn't bear it anymore. You are so powerful, even the Shishibukai dared to tie you up. Nami sneered and glanced at Uchiha Rin. Without waiting for Uchiha Rin's answer, a row of newsbirds flew over everyone's heads. Seeing the ship below, one of them dropped the newspaper in his bag. It's so cool to watch. For novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Free distribution? Nami was stunned when she saw this. In the Straw Hat Pirates, she is not only a navigator, she also serves as the intelligence manager. After all, she and Robin are the only ones in the Straw Hat Pirates who are smart. They can pass the news, pay attention to the world situation. Of course, I also know that if Newsbird distributes newspapers for free, then something big enough to change the world situation must have happened. However, when I opened the newspaper and saw the logo on it, Nami's pretty face swish, come down in vain. The most terrifying newcomer in history, harnessing the power of the mysterious Sea King to single-handedly inflict heavy damage on the red-haired pirates and kill the sniper Jesus Bulletin. Dark god of destruction, Uchiha Rin, with a bounty of 2.28 billion berry. Octopus that loves wrapping 8 tails, a bounty of 1 billion berries. Paper angel Zionin, the bounty is 33 million berry. There are 3 reward notices inside the newspaper. The first picture shows Uchiha Rin holding up the Mangekyo Sharinan with a human shape. Looking at the camera, he looked at the picture with an evil look on his face. The second picture shows the 8 tails twisting its neck, opening its bloody mouth and roaring wildly. The third picture shows Konan spreading her paper wings and soaring over the sea, as if she has entered an elementary state. Give Usopp's father. Nami was simply dumbfounded, although she was captured by Uchiha Rin. But the other person's childish face is too deceptive. Nami thinks that no matter how strong the other party is, how strong can it be? He's as good as Luffy Zoro, right? However, who would have thought that the red-haired pirates, who were Luffy's guide and one of the 4 emperors, would actually, and it was Usopp's biological father who died. How is this possible? This photo was not taken well. Uchiha Rin didn't answer Nami, but was dissatisfied with the bounty for his photo. Mad's posture always reminded him of Brother Tiger, who had a glance for thousands of years. And what kind of nickname is Dark God of Destruction? Why don't you call me Lich King or Deathwing? Why is it that Sister Xiao Nan has a reward, but Lin and I are excluded? Ui Korone pursed her lips in displeasure. She didn't care about the bounty. But the problem was that Uchiha Rin, Konan, and even the 8-tailed octopus had them. But she didn't. She felt like she was being left out. Don't be angry, Hong, didn't we faint? When mentioning this matter, Nohara Lin also looked ashamed. After all, she passed out before even participating in the battle. It's really a bit embarrassing. In this case, you should work hard to become stronger. Uchiha Rin encouraged the 2 of them by touching their heads. It would be appropriate for Konan to receive a bounty of 33 million yuan. Although she basically did not participate in the battle, she accidentally made the Navy mistakenly think that she was a natural ability user. Just because this alone is worth tens of millions. Plop. At this time, hundreds of meters of water splashed on the sea next to the Sunny. Octopus who loves rapping? I like this nickname, the 8 tails said excitedly. What is this? Nami was so frightened that she fell to the ground. Uchiha Rin said that this woman really has long hair and short knowledge. She has seen Oz, who is half the size of the 10 tails, but she is still so surprised to see the 8 tails. Uchiha Rin said he pulled Nami up and said proudly, Yo West. So starting today, the Uchiha Pirates officially set sail. Ui Hong pointed at the eyes that were the same color as Uchiha Rin's Sharinan, like rubies. This name is really random, why not call it the Red Eyes Pirates? Konan Rini-san is a man who can become a god in the future, why not call him the Kami Pirates? Nohara Lin, everyone, please stop arguing. We should be united. Why don't we call each other the Loving Family Pirates Uchiha Rin? I still didn't tell these girls that I originally wanted to be called the Prime Minister Pirates or the Minotaur Pirates. After all, the ship and its crew came from someone else. I'm not your crew, Nami protested. She had begun to worry about Usopp's reaction after seeing this news. After all, when chatting, she often heard Usopp say how much his hands admired his father Jesus. By the way, didn't his father abandon their mother and son when he was 6 years old and run away to become pirates? It's good that Usopp didn't hate him to death. How come he still admires him? Nami can't understand this companion. Brain circuit. How much was the first reward for these emperors of the sea, who are now all-powerful in the new world? Not many people remember it anymore. But no matter how much it is, it will never reach the terrifying figure of 2.2 billion. Not to mention them, even Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion, who were once known as the 3 legendary pirates. The first bounty could not reach this height. However, today, a young man was born. The red-haired pirates who single-handedly defeated one of the emperors of the sea. If it weren't for what the New World News reported, coupled with the bounty issued by the world government, no one would believe it. A kid who looks no more than 15 years old. Using the red-haired pirates as a stepping stone, do you want to join this competition for hegemony? The content related to Garp's failure in Naval Hero has not been reported. It can be regarded as an old tradition of the government. But even so, the red-haired group failed miserably at this point. It's enough to shock the world. Even the news that Boya Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the world, was kidnapped. They were all ranked on the third page. It's enough to show how big a fuss this matter has caused. Krajina Island. Hey, are you kidding me? I remember this ship belongs to Straw Hat. At this moment, Hawkeye is sitting on the seat, with his legs hanging up, frowning slightly as he reads the newspaper delivered today. Perona, who was floating behind him, was staring closely at a photo on the second page. That was a photo of Chiba Rin sailing away after the battle. Perona recognized it. That's the Straw Hat cruise ship. After all, when Moria fought with the Straw Hats, Perona is also planning to steal the Sunny and run away. It's just that I met Bartholomew Bear. Hawkeye is here after being slapped. It seems that the future of the Straw Hat Pirates will encounter unprecedented setbacks. Eagle Eye put down the newspaper and glanced through the window at Soran, who was sparring with the orangutans outside the castle. He thought for a while, but still didn't tell Soran about this. Otherwise, given this kid's character, he would not know that his the pirate group's ship was robbed. We still don't know what will happen. The situation is similar. There is also Ivankov of the Revolutionary Army. They are responsible for teaching Sanji of the Straw Hat Pirates. They are in the human monster kingdom Kamabaka. When Ivankov of the kingdom saw the Sunny at the feet of Uchiha Rin, he also thought it would be better not to tell Sanji for the time being, although he had seen the government falsify the news more than once. But the first reward was more than 2 billion. It's too scary. It's better not to act rashly. On the other side, one of the branches of the Revolutionary Army. Was the Sunny taken? Robin, who works with Sabo and Korra. It can be said that he is the only crew member in the Straw Hat Pirates who knows that the Sunny has been captured. After all, it has been a year and a half. In addition to training, she also participated in there are many actions of the Revolutionary Army. They are not like Wang Luffy, Lu Sulan and others who are blind to what is happening outside the window and only focus on cultivation. Miss Robin, what are you going to do? Sabo asked with a frown. He was also a little scared. What if Robin loses his cool and wants to take back the Sunny? Although he didn't witness the battle with his own eyes, but he alone severely damaged the reputation of the red-haired pirates. So scary. Please, you two, train me more severely. Robin put down the newspaper and said firmly. Obviously, she did not lose her calm. As the head of the Straw Hat Pirates, Robin had already expected this when she made a 2-year agreement with Luffy. The Sunny left behind in the Shampoo Islands may be robbed or destroyed by others. Therefore, in a way, this matter is something Robin expected. But it is expected. Robbery is also necessary. It was snatched back. All she has to do now is to find a way to become stronger. Be fully prepared to recapture the Sunny in the future. No problem, Miss Robin. Kara next to her said with a smile. She was afraid that after Robin read the report, he would be eager to find that Uchiha Rin. As the person with the best relationship with Robin in the Revolutionary Army, Kara naturally did not want Luobin did such a thing with no return. However, what no one knows now is that Nami, as the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, was also brought over by Uchiha Rinyu along with the Sunny. If they knew, even Robin would have a hard time keeping calm about this matter. As for Jesus Bulletin's matter, Robin could only pray secretly for his teammates in his heart. Usopp shouldn't be that stupid, right? Never act alone. In the deep sea, the Sunny, wrapped in bubble wrap, is continuing to move deeper into the seafloor along with the current under the command of Nami. This is the role of a good navigator. You know, the Roger Pirates suffered losses when they entered the deep sea. The Straw Hat Pirates were all defeated in the original work. Although she is not good at fighting, there is no doubt about Nami's skill. No wonder the evil dragon, Golden Lion, and so many other evil people in the original book want to rob her. How am I going to explain to Luffy and the others in the future? Standing at the observation deck of the Sunny, Nami was about to cry. She can neither leave nor stay now. Belmir, please protect me. It's so beautiful. Nohara Rinkame, who has lived in the land of fire characterized by dense forests since she was a child. She was completely attracted by the Sea Kings swimming in front of her from time to time, as well as all kinds of never-before-seen beautiful scenery. And among the girls, Hancock is undoubtedly the calmest one. She was originally a big pirate who often traveled between the Paradise Sea and the New World. And the Kuja pirate's perfume serpent is also powered by 2 sea snakes. Power. Therefore, neither the 8-tailed boat nor the underwater scenery have any appeal to her. Hancock, come here. I have a new move that I want to test. You can practice with me. Uchiha Rin suddenly waved to read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Hancock. At once, he attracted the attention of the other 4 women. Hancock, who was tasting the black tea, froze for a few seconds. After a few seconds, he still sat there without responding. As expected of the Pirate Empress, she doesn't give her any face at all. Nami thought with some gloating in her heart. Although she was forced by Uchiha Rin to be the opponent's navigator, she was naturally unconvinced. But just like Hancock was worried that Uchiha Rin would vent his anger on the daughter country, Nami, I am also worried that if I find a chance to escape, will the other party destroy the Sunny, which is important to their Straw Hat Pirates, in a rage? So for now, I can only accept my fate. But if someone can make the bad boy like Uchiha Rin suffer, Nami is also happy to see her. Hancock flipped her hair and remained unmoved. The philosophy of life she upholds is I will be forgiven no matter what I do, because I am so beautiful. Well, Miss Empress, please admit your mistake to Rinnie-san quickly. To read Bao Swan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. At this time, he noticed the subtle changes in Uchiha Rin's expression. Zionin shouted quickly. As the person who has followed Uchiha Rin for the longest time, it is no exaggeration. When Uchiha Rin stretches his legs, Konan knows which way he is going. When he lifts the drum, he knows whether he is going to poop or fart. And now, through the micro-expression changes on Uchiha Rin's face, Konan can tell Uchiha Rin's mood is rapidly turning from sunny to cloudy. It has even started to turn from cloudy to heavy rain. Yes, Miss Hancock, don't make Teacher Rin angry. Nohara Rin also quickly stepped forward to be the peacemaker. Her character is that of a good old lady. Even Nohara Rin knew that Hancock and Nami were forced to board the ship. But everyone can't see each other when they lower their heads. She also hopes that everyone can live in harmony as much as possible. Zero Flowers requested, is it necessary to be so nervous? Seeing the two extremely nervous girls, Nami couldn't help but murmur in her heart. Because the current impression of Uchiha Rin in Nami's mind is that of a strong but astringent Shota. At other times, she is quite easy to talk to. However, the next second, a scene happened that made Nami stare. Uchiha Rin closed the chat room silently. Then he walked quickly to Hancock, who was deliberately turning a deaf ear. He twisted the other person's collar. Then, hiss! Hancock's purple cheongsam was completely torn from the collar. Fat Bunny jumped out duendang as if he was finally liberated from the cage. The faces of the women who saw it turned red. Isn't this figure too explosive? However, the charming figure the atmosphere did not last long, because Hancock subconsciously kicked his legs and attacked. He was knocked to the ground by Uchiha Rin's rough punch. His back was facing up, amidst the screams of terror. The first thing Hancock did was not cover the front like most women do, but the back. That is? Nami's face changed slightly. For some reason, she always felt that the logo looked familiar. When she was in the Dragon Pirates, it seemed. Don't look at me. Hancock, who was so arrogant just now, seemed to have raised his tail to the sky. At this moment, he was like a lost girl who was fucked by a girl. If he looked at it one more time, he would explode. Hancock tried his best to cover his back with the palms of his hands. The mark. But the huge mark that occupies almost half of the back, how can the two slender palms cover it? King Shishibukai? The most beautiful woman in the world? Pirate Empress? Uchiha Rin reported a series of Hancock's titles one after another, and finally turned into a sneer. After all, isn't she just a little slave girl who lacks love? As long as someone gives you a little love, you will get involved like a dog. Even if you gain powerful power, you will not dare to do the slightest bit of irregular behavior towards the Tianlong people. Like a circus animal that was collared as a child and allowed to be watched and whipped. Even if one day you grow up and take off the collar, servility has been planted in your genes, so you will repeatedly reject the signs of the world government because you are still afraid of the celestial dragons. Hancock knelt down on the ground, picked up the torn pieces of cheongsam, barely covered the mark of the Tianxiang dragon's hoof on his back, and said in a trembling voice, "Do not talk." However, Uchiha Rin had no intention of stopping and continued to talk. He uses arrogance and ruthlessness as a fragile mask, but in fact he is just a porcelain doll that can be broken at the touch of a touch. From washing algae to driving people all over the country out of the city, making up lies with a curse on his back to deceive his subordinates, this is all. It can be seen. The reason why you admire Straw Hat Luffy is because for a woman like you, whose servility is ingrained in her genes, he did something you never dared to dream of, taking action against the celestial dragons. What kind of pirate empress is she? She is just a vase who only dares to show off her power in front of the weak, becomes a coward when faced with a tough one, and only knows how to rely on the second generation of officials. Uchiha Rin sneered repeatedly. I told you to stop talking. The dignity of more than 10 years was completely trampled under the feet of Uchiha Rin. Hancock suddenly raised his head. His big and moist star eyes were filled with tears at this moment. He did not bother to cover his back with a cloth. Completely losing his mind, he rushed towards Uchiha Rin. Uchiha Rin raised his eyebrows slightly. To be honest, when he saw Hancock with only one layer of mask left and rushing towards him, the scene of the two fat rabbits was about to appear. Uchiha Rin had to admit that the children couldn't stand this scene. I can't help it. After all, I'm still a kid, right? After all, it will take several months to celebrate my 15th birthday in this world. Hancock's slender left leg is straightened, exuding a domineering aura. The Amazon Lily Island is originally the world's 15th birthday. She is good at martial arts and specializes in haki. Hancock is the best among them. It can be said that except for those who master haki, even in the Shishibukai, her haki is among the best ones. Uchiha Rin remained unmoved. When Hancock's raised kick was about to hit his head, bang! For a moment, Hancock seemed to have kicked an invisible wall of air. He was about half a meter away from Uchiha Rin's head. The position suddenly stopped. It just couldn't move forward half a minute. What happened? Why did the Pirate Empress stop suddenly? Nami's expression changed from shock to confusion. Xionin and the others also had similar expressions. What? How come? Hancock's pretty face with tear stains was also full of disbelief. Nami and others didn't know it, but she could feel it. There was something blocking her fragrant feet, and in Uchiha Rin's 6'8" in the field of vision of 7, a thick arm stretched out from his right hand. It blocked Hancock's kick. Then under the control of Uchiha Rin's mind, the owner of this arm gradually appeared in full view. That was a name. He wears golden armor all over his body and has bronze skin. His strong muscles look like he is ready to burst his skin at any time. Diabrando's stand-in, the Dot World. The stand-in can only be seen by the stand-in user. But relying on the perception of sight, hearing, and color, Hancock can roughly feel it. Uchiha Rin put one hand on his hips and hunched his waist slightly. He made a domineering and coquettish Joe posture. Would big boxer briefs. Seeing the contemptuous smile on Uchiha Rin's face, Hancock's pupils shrank suddenly. This disdainful look reminded her of the looks of those world nobles when she was a slave in the Holy Land. The next moment, Hancock K's legs were entangled with weapons. Boom hoo. When he swung his legs out again, there was even a roaring wind. When the Dot World saw this, he punched with his backhand and resisted with the back of his hand. The moment the two sides collided, an invisible wave bursts out. Xiao Nan and others who were watching subconsciously took 2 steps back. Puff! The skin on the back of Uchiha Rin's right hand was broken, and blood spilled from it. Teacher! Lori Lin and Luo Lihong shouted. They didn't understand what happened at all. Why was Uchiha Rin injured? Seeing the wound on the back of the Dot World's hand that was exactly the same as his own, Uchiha Rin himself couldn't help laughing. This is the problem with avatars in close combat. Once the avatar is injured, it will also be reflected on the avatar. But I didn't expect that Hancock, who didn't even master the tyranny, could hurt the world. It's really the platinum of iron, the world of plastic. But it can't be too dark about the world. After all, JoJo's comprehensive combat power level. Just bring the platinum star. It's hard to say whether you can reach the Shishibukai level. Don't worry, after following me for a while, you will become stronger. Uchiha Rin smiled at the world that Nohara Rin and others could not see. After all, they had just taken the world from Mr. Diao. They would have to practice for a while after that. But speaking of it, Dio was also an Axis. He always let world a mage confronts the warrior platinum star. Hancock's violent attack continued. However, the next kick came out. Just less than 1 centimeter away from Uchiha Rin. Hancock's face suddenly changed. Because Uchiha Rin was supposed to be in front of him. Disappeared? Under the perception of the visceral color, Hancock's pupils shrank suddenly. He turned around and found Uchiha Rin standing behind him. What happened? When? Why didn't the visceral color know? Just the moment Hancock turned around, Hancock only felt an iron fist hit her on the side of the face. Uchiha Rin didn't move even though she didn't move. He had no mercy. Hancock was knocked away and knocked into the mulberry tree. The wooden wall on the back side of the Nihao fell into the infirmary on the first floor. Wryyyy Uchiha Rin didn't know why. I just wanted to shout for no reason. There was a bruise on the corner of Hancock's mouth, and blood dripped from the hole in the wall as he managed to crawl out. Call! Uchiha Rin raised his right index and middle fingers. A wisp of flame sprang up quickly and turned into a flame whip. Snapped! A whip falls. Before Hancock could wipe the blood from his mouth, he quickly ducked sideways. Boom! Where the flame braid hit, the wall was split into 2, and flames ignited at the broken joint. Ah Sonny! Nami held her face in her hands and shouted with a pale face. Wash it! I get annoyed when I hear women making noises, so I'll just go to Fishman Island and ask someone to fix it. Uchiha Rin cursed. Nami shut up instantly. Hancock just showed his face. What will happen now? She doesn't want to suffer such unnecessary physical pain. Bang! Hancock finally didn't escape. First the whip hit her ankle. She fell to the ground like a rabbit with an arrow in its leg. Snap! 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 Then came the SE. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, Condominium Whip, the third whip, and the fourth braid. Loli Hong whispered. Said, well, that's almost enough, right? Zihi Hong admitted that she also found this tall and big woman annoying at first. But 2 whips should be enough. To read Bao Swan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Isn't this a bit too much? Zionin shook his head and said Rinison should have his own ideas. How about it? Do you have any fond memories of being at Marie Joya? Uchiha Rin asked in a mocking tone while spanking Hancock with a force that would hurt the skin but not the tendons. How about I act like a celestial dragon, put a collar on you, lock you in a cage, and then take it back to the daughter country to show to your people and tell them, look, this is the true face of your empress. Hancock, who was huddled in the corner like a wounded rabbit, with his hands clasped to protect the moon, felt as if he was struck by lightning. He shouted with a cry, just kill me. Just kill me, cry your ass. All the slaves in the dynasty cried till night until dawn at night. Could they cry to death for the heavenly dragons? The strength in Uchiha Rin's hand increased a little more, and he cursed, I'm really curious, do you really have feelings for Wang Lufei, or are you just pinning your hatred for the celestial dragons on him? Because you don't have the guts to take action against the celestial dragons, so you place this wish on him. I find it funny even watching it. Since you hate the world government so much, don't put your hopes in others and deal with them yourself. Hearing Uchiha Rin's disdainful curse, the expression on Hancock's face changed from the death wish to confusion. My feelings for Luffy are not real feelings. They are my wishes. Placed on him? Hancock's first reaction was that she couldn't believe this madman. However, this concept was like a nightmare, surrounding her mind. The severe pain that spread throughout her body made Hancock fall to the ground. The mark of the sky dragon's hoof hidden behind the hair was revealed for the second time. Uchiha Rin walked over and raised his right hand. The whole palm was ignited with flames. The next second he suddenly took a picture. Aha! Hancock's scream of pain echoed through the deep sea again. After half a minute passed, Uchiha Rin took his hand away. Hancock fainted from the pain. This new mark is perfect for you, Uchiha Rin said condescendingly. The mark that replaced the hoof mark of the sky-soaring dragon on Hancock's back was the same mark as the flag currently flying on the sail of the Uchiha Sunny. I do not know how long it has been. The hazy scene in front of Hancock gradually became clearer. Miss Empress, you wake up. A childish girl's voice poured into his ears. After getting along with each other these days, Hancock has remembered it. This is the voice of the girl with purple tattoos on her face, named Nohara Lin. How long have I been unconscious? Hancock, who found himself lying on the bed, reluctantly stood up and asked. Looking down, he found that his upper body, except for his head and 2 arms, was all wrapped in thick bandages. It has been 2 days and 1 night, and we have just docked at Fishman Island. Miss Empress, please raise your hand and I will remove your bandage. Hancock remained silent and raised his hand according to Nohara Rin's words. Nohara Rin has a girl-next-door personality that treats everyone well. It's really hard for anyone to really hate her. Through the changing mirror in Robin's room, Hancock also noticed changes in myself in the mirror. The figure of the devil, which would probably put the goddess to shame, has not changed at all. After such a vicious whipping, not even a trace of scar was left. But Hancock was shocked. Or the new symbol on the back that replaces the mark of the Tianxiang dragon's hoof. Of course she recognized it. This is the sign of Uchiha Rin. Rin, Teacher Rin said you will definitely like this. Nohara Lin said bravely. Through the experience the day before yesterday, Nohara Lin also realized that the horseshoe mark definitely symbolized some ulterior past of the stunning beauty. But Hancock won't like the new logo. That's not necessarily true. After all, judging from the relationship between Uchiha Rin and Hancock in the past 1.3 weeks, it's really unlikely that Hancock likes this new tattoo. However, Hancock was neither furious nor ecstatic. I just stared blankly at myself in the mirror, without saying a word for a long time. Well, I'll go out first. Miss Empress, please come out quickly. Nohara Lin really couldn't bear the embarrassing atmosphere. She just found an excuse to run away. Woohoo! When he was alone in the room, Hancock turned his back to the mirror. He turned to look at the new mark on his back. His expression gradually changed from silence, to trembling, to a strange smile. Finally, he could no longer suppress his inner emotions. She covered her face with her hands and burst into tears. How was she feeling now? I'm afraid Hancock himself couldn't describe it. But at least one thing was certain. Relief, yes, it was relief. At least, she no longer had to worry about the pain on her back. The mark is on tenterhooks. Even if the owner of this mark has just beaten him half to death. But whether it is good or bad feeling, Uchiha Rin has left an indelible mark on Hancock, and in his heart, it is even more so. After making sure there was nothing unusual about his demeanor, only then did he pluck up the courage to walk out of the room. At this time, the Sunny was slowly passing through the official entrance of Fishman Island. Because the previous Cheongsam was torn to pieces, and we were temporarily put on the ship, there are currently no spare costumes for Hancock on board the Sunny. When Hancock was seen walking out wearing only a hood, the 3 Lolita who had not yet entered the development stage secretly swallowed their saliva again. How did you eat something that made you grow to such an exaggerated size? Uchiha Rin directly took off the white coat from his body and threw it onto Hancock's shoulders. Then he sat back without saying a word and said calmly as if nothing had happened, "Where were you talking about?" Hancock clutched the men's coat draped behind her back tightly. If she had just boarded the ship, she would definitely throw the clothes into the sea while shouting, "Disgusting manly smell." But this time, before lowering her head, after a few seconds of clenching his teeth, Hancock silently put his delicate hands into his sleeves and put on his clothes. Facing Uchiha Rin's question, Yui Kurane raised her hand and responded like a top student. He said he wanted to find a powerful devil fruit for Linear. But now Uchiha Rin's identity is originally the mentoring jounin of the three of them. Although in real terms, Uchiha Rin is just a genin. But as we all know, the combat power level ranking in the Naruto world is the genin 6 super shadow levels. Hancock fastened the buttons one by one. I heard Uchiha Rin discussing the topic of devil fruits with the little girls. I couldn't help but secretly cast my eyes towards this side. Even Nami was attracted. Well, speaking of which, in addition to having fun, finding a cheat for Lin is also one of the purposes of this trip. After all, being a Jinchuriki is not a good choice. Uchiha Rin crossed his legs and said, "Devil fruit is the Empress' weird ability, right?" Nohara Rin turned to look at Hancock. "Yeah, the sweet fruit of the Superman type." Uchiha Rin nodded and gestured to Hancock. "I don't want to waste my words. Come over and explain it to them." When he said this, Uchiha Rin took a second look at the new brand behind Hancock. It's very suitable. For a woman with Hancock's character, she must find a way to lower her arrogant head. For detailed methods, book friends can refer to Nanao Akane, Shuyu Aili, and those subjugated princesses in Miles. You may be able to use them when you travel through time in the future. But don't be too harsh at the beginning. Otherwise, it is easy to bottom out. Hancock he clenched his fists tightly, and after a few seconds, he walked up and sat down with a stubborn expression on his face that showed he was unwilling to give in. There are 3 types of devil fruits: natural type, animal type, and superhuman type like concubine. Well, that's a good start. I believe it won't take long. Don't talk about branding her back. It's no problem even on the legs. Brand a few stamps with the word. Hancock begins to show obedience as he explains to the 3 little ones how the devil fruit works. News of the Sunny landing on Fishman Island. It was also learned by King Neptune, who was in Dragon Palace City, the god of destruction who has gained a lot of fame recently. I have a headache. Neptune obviously also learned about Uchiha Rin's deeds in the past few days, even though he knew Roger, Whitebeard and many other big figures who shook the world. But after hearing what Uchiha Rin had done, Neptune was still so frightened that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Mud, this is no longer audacious. He has dug a hole in the sky, right? I just hope that he is just passing by Fishman Island to enter the new world, and he must not cause trouble here. Neptune prayed silently. He really couldn't think of anything to do with Uchiha Rin's arrival. Jinbei, who is at the peak of Fishman Island's combat power, is now working for the Big Mom pirates and is no longer here. But even if Jinbei is there, Neptune didn't think that this seaman could pose any threat to the monster that forced Garp and Shanks, the 2 emperor-level warriors, into a desperate situation. In addition to praying to bodhisattvas and praying to Buddha, Neptune really has no other option. Mermaid Bay. Uchiha Rin signaled the 8 tails to dock the Sunny here. The beauty here is as if the scenes in the fairy tale world have been brought into reality. The dreamlike scenery, coupled with the beautiful mermaids gathered here, all look beautiful. The few country bumpkin girls from Konoha were stunned again. You go for a walk and meet in the evening. As soon as Uchiha Rin said this, the 3 girls were like wild horses with their reins untied, cheering and galloping around the Fishman Island. Aren't you going? Noting Nami and Hancock who were still on the boat, Uchiha Rin asked sideways, "How can I be in the mood to go shopping while being kidnapped?" Nami held her chin with one hand and pursed her small mouth. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. He originally wanted to take advantage of Uchiha Rin and others to drive away in the Sunny, but she didn't expect that Uchiha Rin would call it 8 tails. The Minotaur is guarding the side of the ship. This makes Nami's plan fail. How can she be in the mood for entertainment? And Hancock's mood is more complicated. She was initially Pua, and she is in a state of confusion about everything. Life is like a girl's work, if you can't resist, then enjoy it. With such a beautiful body, wouldn't it be a pity not to dress it up properly? Uchiha Rin walked up and pinched her. "Do you want to die?" Nami's face was smoldering. She picked up the weather stick and shone it on Uchiha Rin's forehead, wanting to give him a blow. Unfortunately, Uchiha Rin casually avoided him. "Just kidding. He is not Wang Luffy, and he has never been beaten by a woman." Hobby. She was attacked twice in a row. No matter how embarrassed and angry Nami was, she didn't dare to act rashly. Who knows what this little bastard is going to do to herself? Nami angrily walked towards the Marin Shopping Center, the most famous shopping street on Fishman Island. "Walk quickly. I am so angry. In this case, I will spend all your money. To read Bao Xuan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. However, Nami seems to have forgotten. She just bought this street come down. I'm afraid I won't be able to spend all the more than 3 billion that Uchiha Rin got by capturing Rayleigh. Let's go, buy you some clothes, or, do you like my smell? Uchiha Rin asked Hancock, who was wearing his own coat, maliciously. Who likes it? The depressed Hancock couldn't help but burst out and shouted. Then let's go. Uchiha Rin chuckled. He took Hancock's hand and walked down the ship's ladder. Although it is taboo for a girl to have physical contact before she has a crush on you, but with such a beautiful body, is it still a human being if you don't touch it? He is not an expert at posting photos of a school beauty named Chu. None of his readers are Chenin anymore, but he himself is still. Uchiha Rin even doubts that his son will not be Chenin in the future. That Lin is still. Feel the touch in your palms. Hancock glared at Uchiha Rin fiercely. But I just can't break free. Don't resist, you know what I'm capable of. If I get angry, I will take revenge on Wan Luffy. Uchiha said with a smile. Hancock, you don't want Wan Luffy to lose his life, right? Crooked mouth, Hancock, my patience has its limits. Insidious, Hancock, you seem to be very sensitive. Oh? Hancock, you haven't done it with Wan Luffy yet, right? Hancock, I'm going to turn it on to the highest gear. Hancock, can't you hold on any longer? Thank you for the treat, Hancock. I'll use the video, the phone bug recorded it. If you don't want Wan Luffy to know about it, please take care of it next time. Well, the perfect winning formula. Uchiha Rin dragged Hancock to a clothing store in Marin Mall. I have to say that good-looking women 533 really look good in anything they wear. After buying several cheongsams that perfectly complemented Hancock's figure, Uchiha Rin also threw several fat pieces together in front of the checkout counter. When I see 2 pieces of fat clothes that are too advanced in style, Hancock couldn't suppress the urge to strangle this bastard again. You don't even bother to pretend, right? Hancock, what type of devil fruit do you think is suitable for Lin? When they came out of the clothing store, Uchiha Rin asked Hancock. The two walked side by side. The handsome men and beautiful women looked like they were really a couple, but the prerequisite was to ignore Uchiha Rin's obvious face. Underage, with childlike facial features, and the height difference between the two is nearly 20 cm. Skills category. Hancock's anger has also calmed down a little, but his attitude is far from good. Among the 4 Uchiha Rin, Hancock has the highest affection for Nohara Rin. After all, it is really difficult for a girl with this kind of personality. It's annoying. Although they have only known each other for a few days, Hancock also observed that Nohara Rin is not the type to fight head-on. So there are many animal-type tigers, cheetahs, Superman-type Gen, Momo, or natural-type Fang Lei Fire and other powerful attack fruits are actually not very suitable for Nohara Rin. Instead, they are the sweet fruits of the Superman type similar to hers, Moria's shadow fruit, and the 9 tails of the animal type, a phantom beast species that can attack, defend, and support. A type of fox is the most suitable for Nohara Rin. According to your statement, the phantom beast type phoenix fruit with good attack power and healing ability is the most suitable for linear. Uchiha Rin raised his eyebrows and said. Uchiha Rin felt that it was indeed quite suitable for Nohara Rin. Originally, this girl was a medical ninja. It goes well with the phoenix's healing flames. Moreover, the reason why Uchiha Rin did not let Tsunade take Nohara Rin as her disciple was to follow the development path of Brother Sakura in the original work. It's because Nohara Rin's fighting style is not suitable for the violent melee style of Tsunade or Sakura. This girl's combat is more of a skill type, one that can be used both offensively and defensively. The phoenix fruit fits this perfectly, and she was originally a cute and soft girl, but Shui Yinga has a feeling of a waste of natural resources. White-bearded Uchiha Rin, brat. What do you want to do? Whitebeard, who has been wearing skirts for several years, roared in the chat room. No matter what Uchiha Rin does all the time, Whitebeard basically maintained a sit-and-see attitude. This is in sharp contrast to the adopted son who begs Uchiha Rin all day long not to kill Wan Luffy. But this time, Whitebeard said he couldn't bear it anymore. Mad, don't speak again. This kid is afraid that he is going to send his other favorite son in. Uchiha Rin, oh, just kidding, we are all old acquaintances, how could I attack the relatives of the skirt girl? I heard Uchiha Rin's teasing tone. Ace and Whitebeard, who were in the underworld, didn't look very good. Talk to this guy Uchiha Rin. It is difficult for you to guess his true inner thoughts from his superficial attitude. This reminded Yamamoto Genri Asai Shijikuni of another man who had dealt heavy losses to Soul Society before Waiwak. Aizen Sosuke. Why are there so many people there? Uchiha Rin noticed the commotion coming from the right side of the street and subconsciously turned his eyes to look. A large number of fishmen and mermaids gathered there. He didn't know what they were watching. However, at this moment, the voices of the crowd of people talking could be heard. Into the ears of Uchiha Rin and Hancock. Look, the Big Mom pirates are here again. I remembered, today is the day to serve desserts to the Big Mom pirates every month. I heard that last month, a country's desserts were exterminated because they did not meet Big Mom's taste. It's really scary. It would be great if Whitebeard was still alive, otherwise we wouldn't need to seek refuge under the banner of Big Mom. SHH. Keep your voice down. You don't want your life. Hear Big the words, Mom Pirates. Uchiha Rin's eyes suddenly lit up. Turning around, he saw the top of the main entrance of the factory diagonally across the shopping street. There was a picture of a skull with lipstick hanging on it. On both sides of Uchiha Rin the corners of his mouth rose crazily. Ha! How could you forget her? Thinking of this, Uchiha Rin pushed aside the onlookers of the fishmen and walked towards the gate of the dessert factory. And the change in Uchiha Rin's expression before and after seeing the Big Mom pirates flag, Hancock saw it completely. A strong sense of foreboding surged in his heart, and he also made a guess. Then, could that bastard want? Hancock felt that Uchiha Rin was simply a lunatic. He had just been offended a red-haired and a naval hero. Now, are you going to confront the world's strongest female pirate again? Hurry up. Mom really likes the desserts from Fishman Island. If we delay, you will all die. Standing at the front, giving orders to the minions, was a middle-aged man with a long beard and armor all made of biscuits. Many fishmen who were watching from a distance had already read out his words. Name, Charlotte Crackler. Big Point, one of the main crew members of the Mom Pirates. The bounty exceeds 800 million. Yet few people know. This gesture is not his true face. Instead, it is a shell made from the ability of the biscuit fruit. Just when Cracker in the form of a biscuit soldier was giving orders to the group of Big Mom pirates, the onlookers only saw a young man striding towards the other party. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Several gentle mermaids kept whispering reminders, don't go there, come back quickly, that's a very dangerous pirate. Oops, that kid will be killed. When Hancock also pushed through the crowd and caught up, he saw that Uchiha Rin had already walked behind Krika. Hey, Uchiha Rin shouted. Cracker in Cookie Soldier mode heard this and subconsciously turned his head to look over. However, before he could see who it was, he only saw a silvery white after image that magnified sharply in front of him. Bang! In the eyes of outsiders, a huge skeletal arm suddenly appeared next to Uchiha Rin, punching the Cracker into the wall of the dessert factory next to it. The wall of the dessert factory broke a big hole. Regardless if it was the Big Mom pirates who were carrying desserts, or the fishmen who were watching, they were all stunned by this sudden turn of events. What did they see? Yes, someone hit the senior cotter of the Big Mom pirates. Fight? Hancock's expression is not much better than that of the civilians around him, because Uchiha Rin's behavior is tantamount to declaring war on Big Mom, one of the four emperors. Well, it hurts. It hurts. At this time, on the other side of the hole in the wall, a hand reached out from the ruins. A figure also slowly crawled out of it. It was a man with a strong build, fierce features, and a triangular braid on his head. This is K, the true face of uchiha. What bastard attacked me? Clicker walked out and cursed loudly while rubbing his forehead that had been hit. Soon, he locked his eyes on Uchiha Rin, who only reached his abdomen. You boy. It seems that you are anxious to die. He actually broke my biscuit soldier and made me feel the pain again after so many years. Are I ready to die? Uchiha Rin was too lazy to take care of this thing. He just stretched out his hand and made a get it gesture to the Cracker. Big Mom's son, right? I want to discuss something with you. I also want to go to Totland. Could you please read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels? Wait, I saw what Uchiha Rin did through the live broadcast. Askelu from the Dead Man chat room swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, Rin, this guy Rin, could it be that he wants to Whitebeard? Gula la la, do you like Lingling's ability? That is indeed a good ability. Whitebeard's tone was full of gloating. After all, as long as Uchiha Rin's attention shifts to Big Mom, then his son Marco would be much safer. Sorry, Lingling, although we are old friends. But for the life of my son, just go with peace of mind. Ace was also relieved. After all, he was his guide in the first place, the one who brought him into the Whitebeard pirates. It's Marco. It can be said that Marco is among the people alive now. In Ace's heart, he is second only to Wang Luffy. Naturally, he didn't want anything to happen to Marco. Uchiha Rin is seen changing his target from Marco's phoenix fruit to Big Mom's soul fruit. Ace also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Ace Whitebeard, hey, that's not right, Dad. Even if Big Mom is defeated, how is Rin going to take back the fruit power? He doesn't seem to have this ability, was reminded by Ace. Whitebeard and many other Skirt members also came to their senses. To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Yes, the reason why Uchiha Rin can obtain various abilities in the world of heaven. That's because there are a bunch of dead people gathered in this skirt. After reaching an agreement, the ability was given to him. But Big Mom's capabilities. How is Uchiha Rin going to get it? Kill Big Mom? And then wait for him to get under the skirt? But let's not talk about whether Big Mom can successfully enter the skirt after death. Let's take a step back. Even if that crazy woman got into her skirt, then he gave him the ability under a trick from Uchiha Rin. That ability will only fall into Uchiha Rin's hands. That little girl Nohara Rin can't get anything either. Whitebeard, the only one who can do this kind of thing, is that guy Teach. After a brief thought, Whitebeard spoke again. Ace's eyes narrowed sharply. To be honest, he hated killing his own Akainu. He didn't hold much hatred. Again. If you want to be a pirate, you should be willing to die at any time. If you can't afford to lose, don't hang out. But for that guy Teach, Ace really hated it. After he was killed, Teach took away his father's abilities. Ace also heard about it from Uchiha Rin. At that time, Ace was extremely angry. I also feel deeply guilty for my own stupidity. If you die, you can only say that you are stupid. But he killed his father. And he also let that bastard Teach steal his father's ability. When Ace heard about this incident, he was so ashamed that he wanted to commit seppuku on the spot. Uchiha Rin Whitebeard, as expected of the old Jiankyu, he guessed so quickly that Blackbeard must be used for this matter. Although the devil fruit in the pirate world is the same as the tailed beast in the Naruto world, all occur after a period of time after the death of the host, will respawn randomly. Therefore, after killing Big Mom, the soul fruit will naturally regenerate. But Uchiha Rin didn't have the time to wait that long, so we need to use Blackbeard's ability. Ace Uchiha Rin, hey, are you kidding me? You want to work with that bastard Teach? Uchiha Rin, I admit that Blackbeard is a scumbag, but I don't want to be friends with him, I just want to borrow his ability. And unlike you, Ace, I don't hate Marshall D. Teach that much. What Bo Lin said was really not a lie. He himself admitted that Blackbeard was an out-and-out scumbag. But the problem is that in the context of some people in the pirate world, surprisingly, Blackbeard doesn't feel that disgusting anymore. That's right, I'm talking about Kojiki Oden's family. Compare with Momonosuke. Uchiha Rin and even Blackbeard unexpectedly have some advantages, plus the deserter Wang and Wang Nica who openly cheated. Uchiha Rin even felt that Blackbeard was a role model for the working people at the grassroots level. Think about it, a poor guy with no background, hibernating on a ship for more than 20 years, just waiting for a devil fruit that I don't know if I can encounter. Lees, this is directly the two extremes from Wang Luffy, who has eaten the most powerful fantasy beast fruit since he was a child. However, for the sake of Omen, the powerful subordinates, Blackbeard designed to become the Shishibukai, provoked a war on top, and took the opportunity to fall into the underwater prison to recruit top LV6 criminals as his crew. Finally, run back to Malinfando and steal Whitebeard's ability. Take it step by step and make a few mistakes. He is about to fall into a place of eternal destruction. On the other hand, Wang Nica was helped by experts along the way. There are relatives in all corners of the country. Daddy's gang in Rog Town, his second uncle and his master's gang in Shampoo Islands, Daddy's gang in Impel Town, and the pirate gang that Top's brother wore. In the end, they couldn't beat Mr. Kai when they arrived at Inagashima. The strongest phantom beast species awakens. Oh my god. In this comparison, Blackbeard feels even more pitiable. You have to rely on yourself for everything. On the other hand, Wang Nica, it feels like there is nothing to do. It was as if the world revolved around him. Even a piece of shit like Momonosuke has a group of experts who will support him to the death. Not to mention gaining power comparable to Kaido overnight. Mad, I feel that Blackbeard's misery is comparable to that of Akainu and Jin, the two-dimensional misfortunes. Click asked with a wink, then took off the pretzel with the sword on his back and suddenly chopped it down. Although I don't know why you were so crazy, your sneak attack on me, Mr. Cracker, has sealed your death. Crash. Just when the distance between Pretzel's blade and Uchiha Rin's eyebrows was less than 5 centimeters, countless palm-sized pieces of white paper flew over, wrapping Cracker's body like a rice dumpling. Stand up. Rinneson. The three Lolita came quickly. Each of them still had shopping bags of various sizes in their hands. It's enough to imagine how crazy they were playing in the past few hours. Whoa, the sharp sword energy cut off all Zionen's flying paper. Looking at Zionen, who was in the elementary state, Cracker glared and cursed. What happened? Here comes another strange kid, from the natural system? Ui Hong turned to look at Cracker. Who is this ugly uncle? The Cracker came charging again. When Zionen saw this, he wanted to activate his ability to resist. Zionen, you are not his opponent now. Uchiha Rin reminded. I know, but you can't play all the time in this world, right? I also have to practice hard. Konan's words made Ui Korone and Nohara Rin feel a little ashamed of themselves, because they have really been playing in the past 2 days. After all, this world is much more interesting than Konoha. Let's come to. Nohara Rin, Ui stood behind Konan without showing any weakness. Okay, let's use him as a punching bag for the three of you on your first mission. The first main mission of Team 7 is to defeat Zabuza with the three little heroes. You can't be worse than these three, right? As one of the three desert generals, Cracker is barely qualified, right? But the ideal is full, and the reality is very skinny. Although Cricker relied on the unheard-of abilities of clone techniques and low-level illusions, he temporarily held back the opponent. 870, but the strength gap was really too big. When Clicker released his domineering power, Ui Korone's insignificant after the low-level illusion was dissipated, the three Lolita had no chance. Oh shit. Wasted so much of my time. Clicker slashed the pretzel again and attacked Konan, because he mistakenly thought that she was of the natural type. The sword was also coated with armament color haki. However, in the dark, the blade was only half a centimeter away from Konan's heavenly spirit. Instantly. Bang. Suddenly. Cracker only felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as if his internal organs had been displaced. At the last moment of flying upside down, he looked down. I saw Uchiha Rin appearing between him and that person at some unknown time. Between the blue-haired girls. My beloved sword, Pretzel, also ran into the opponent's hand. It stabbed into my side. What on earth is going on? Why is my sword in his hand? And why is it in his hand? Didn't I perceive the color of my experience at all? Here we go again. Hancock, who was watching, was also stunned. It was the same as his situation before. It was understandable that the opponent's speed was much higher than his, but he didn't catch it at all. He didn't even know how he was hit. Hancock couldn't understand it at all. Even if he was as fast as Kizaru, it would be impossible to do such a thing. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts so much. And at this moment, Cracker, who was so small that he was even afraid of injections, let out a scream that echoed throughout the Fishman Island. Okay, man, stop screaming, it's not fatal. Uchiha Rin slapped Cracker and asked, now can you give me a lift to Totland? Zionin walked up and blinked. Rinison, he seems to have fainted. Tisk Uchiha Rin curled his lips and reached into Cracker's pocket. After a while, he took out a permanent pointer. Well, no more free rides. Uchiha Rin said with a smile. The permanent pointer of Totland of all nations. What is going on? At this time, Nami, who was carrying large and small bags, heard the noise and rushed over. When she saw the scene in front of her, her eyes were as big as copper bells. What? How could this happen? Me, how are we going to explain to Big Mom? At this time, an old man from the Fishman tribe wearing Chinese clothes and a beard on his chin trembled all over when he saw this situation. He was the left minister under King Neptune. Mr. Fishman, can you help introduce your king? Uchiha Rin played with the permanent pointer in his hand. After throwing it to Nami, who had not yet figured out the situation, he smiled at Minister Zo. Minister Zo obviously knew Uchiha Rin's identity. Naturally, he also faced the other party's request. Dare not refuse. He stiffened his neck and nodded. Inside the Dragon King's palace. After listening to the report of the incident that happened at the dessert factory half an hour ago, Neptune almost fainted from fright. The super newcomer who defeated the red-haired pirates, one of the four emperors, the Big Mom pirates. Who would have thought that these two groups of people would actually come to Fishman Island on the same day? Come on, but it happened to start a fight. Just fight. The problem is that they still fight on Fishman Island. Made. Whether it's the Big Mom pirates or Uchiha Rin's group, he can't even be offended. At this moment, Neptune once again missed the time when Whitebeard was still alive. Don't look so gloomy, Your Majesty. A joke passed into the ears of Neptune, who was full of doubts about life. Looking up, he saw you read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, Shiha Rin waving to him and walking into the palace. To read Bao Swan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Seeing this, Neptune quickly put away the sadness on his face and forced a smile. First meeting, Lord God of Destruction. Just call me by my name. I don't like this title at all. Uchiha Rin was followed by three little ones, as well as Hancock and Nami. And Nami's expression was even uglier than Neptune just now. She already knew what happened from Nohara Rin. After learning that Uchiha after Bo Rin planned to attack Big Mom, Nami almost cried. What kind of lunatic was she kidnapped by? The newspaper said 2 days ago that he killed Usopp's father, Jesus Bulletin. She united with the red-haired pirates and fought to the death. Today, BBC, she had another fight with another group of 4 emperors. Nami felt that she should continue at this pace. The remaining 2 groups of 4 emperors and the world government are also it's time to put it on the agenda. There is no need to worry that Charlotte Lingling will anger you, because she will completely disappear from this world soon. Uchiha Rin comforted Neptune. Neptune was so frightened that his eyes almost popped out. He instantly understood what Uchiha Rin meant. Originally, he thought that he had fought with the Rocks pirates just after entering the New World. Jay was already fierce enough. Unexpectedly, 40 years later, another ruthless man would be born who was not inferior to Roger. Before entering the New World, he united with the red-haired pirate to make trouble. Now he is preparing to attack the Big Mom pirate. A deadly attack by the group? Neptune really wants to ask at this moment. I thought Roger was invincible, but I didn't expect someone to be braver than him. Whose general is this? Then I wish Lynn a success. Neptune didn't even know what to say. I can only express my blessings with an awkward but polite smile. But Neptune immediately thought of another question: if Big Mom was really dead, then whose flag will Fishman Island use to seek refuge in the future? Thinking of this, Neptune couldn't help but cast his eyes on Uchiha Rin. The smile on Uchiha Rin's face became even bigger. Of course he knew what Neptune was thinking, but he will not imitate Juan Luffy or Whitebeard and act as a protective umbrella for others in vain. Nothing good can be gained. The territory currently occupied by the Mom Pirates, Totland of all nations, is a huge piece of land. If Charlotte Lingling dies, that land will be freed up. Uchiha Rin looked up at Neptune with a smile and said, King Neptune, I heard that your Fishman Island has always wanted to live on land. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many fishmen in Dragon Palace City converged. Me, I'm going. This means waiting for Big Mom to die. Just give them the Totland land. Yes, there is such a good thing. Neptune also looked incredulous. Pie in the sky? No, it's just gold. Is this little brother so generous? After more than 10 seconds, Neptune took several breaths, managed to calm down and said, well, Lord Rin is so generous, how much does it cost our Fishman Island to pay? Just to borrow the Big Mom flag, you have to pay 10 tons of desserts every month as protection fee. Neptune doesn't believe that Uchiha Rin would be so generous. Just take a large piece of land like Totland, give them to. I heard that Ling Qingjin has been threatened by bad guys and has been living in seclusion in the hard shell tower for 10 years. I hate this kind of villain who bullies weak women. King Neptune, we can't let Bai Xing suffer such injustice again. We must make this bitch Vanderdecken 9 pay the price, Uchiha Rin said with an expression of indignation. Neptune, well, the co-authorship is for the apple of my eye. But to be honest, if Uchiha Rin can really help kill Vanderdecken 9, then he has no reason to deny Uchiha Rin access to his daughter. The main problem is that Vanderdecken 9 is too difficult to deal with. Jinbe couldn't do anything to him. In desperation, Neptune could only build a completely enclosed bedroom for his daughter. A full 10 years, 9.5 years to be exact, Bai Xing never left the room. Neptune, the father, also blamed himself for this. However, Uchiha Rin's possessiveness towards Shirahoshi is not as strong as towards Hancock and Nami. After all, he doesn't have the hobby of stirring up a big vat with a toothpick. Except that the little girl Bai Xing is indeed a bit pitiful. There is another important reason. It's just that he really doesn't want to leave anything for Juan Luffy, be it a woman or an opportunity. Originally, Uchiha Rin even planned to snatch Juan Luffy's Nika fruit together. How about giving it to Tsunade? Anyway, both of them used their fists. Nika Tsunade? However, Uchiha Rin remembered the characteristic of the Nika fruit, which became stronger the more he smiled. Uchiha Rin thought it was better to forget it. That's ridiculous. Reverse Super Saiyan, right? The angrier others become, the stronger they become. The more you smile, the stronger you become. Uchiha Rin was a little curious. In the original work, after Wang Nika heard that Garp had been killed, did he cry or laugh? It felt like Kakarot was having a super match while laughing after seeing Krillin's death. This is where Neptune wanted to ensure that his daughter would not be persecuted by the power of Vanderdecken 9. The palace was built just for her. The long corridor is filled with all kinds of weapons. There is no doubt that these are all good things done by Vanderdecken 9. Although this guy is weak, his ability is quite troublesome. A person with target fruit abilities that even Kai Xia, Jinbe is helpless to deal with. At this moment, he is being held in one hand by Neptune. Sir Rin, this is my little girl's room. Neptune on the road stopped and said to Uchiha Rin and his party. Thank you, King Neptune. Next, can we have a private chat with Princess White Star? Uchiha Rin asked with a smile. No problem at all. Neptune glanced at the beast in his hand that had kept his daughter from leaving home for 10 years. Without hesitation, he directly agreed to Uchiha Rin's slightly ambiguous request. To be honest, until now, Neptune still has a faint trace of shock on his back. The chill. 2 hours ago, Uchiha Rin asked himself to send someone to call Hody Jones and his group of new Fishman pirates who were entrenched in Fishman Street. Then Uchiha Rin glanced at this group of people. Hody Jones and the others were like puppets with dull eyes. They answered whatever Uchiha Rin asked. They stole the secret medicine hidden in the secret room of Ryagu Castle, and secretly colluded with Vanderdecken 9. Intent to assassinate King Neptune once again stirred up the hatred between humans and fishmen. He explained everything clearly. Then he followed the clues and found out Vanderdecken 9. When he learned about these things from Hody Jones's mouth, Putan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He never expected that under his nose, the new Fishman pirates would actually do so many things. If Uchiha Rin came another 3 months later, he would be afraid. They were really carried to the execution rack by this group of people. Vanderdecken 9 and Hody Jones were naturally caught in one sweep. Uchiha Rin was too lazy to take action. They were all used as practice sandbags for the 3 Lolita. Let Hancock was just watching from the side. Originally, the strength shown by the gang of Fishman Island in the original work was hard to describe. If it weren't for the buff blessing of the vicious medicine, Uchiha Rin even suspected that they were not even capable of Crocodile's agents. Can't be beaten. After the 2 groups were eliminated, Uchiha Rin naturally became a great benefactor of Fishman Island, let alone entering Shirahoshi's room. If Shirahoshi agrees, Neptune can let his precious daughter live with Uchiha Rin tonight. The bridal chamber. Provided they don't mind the toothpick stirring up the vat. The door slowly opened. The amazing aroma came first from inside the house. Uchiha Rin and others stepped into the room. A huge bed of shells comes into view first. Under the dim light, the lower half of a long pink fishtail was hanging at the end of the bed, and he looked up. There was only a beautiful face with some tears on both sides of her cheeks. Even if he has developed some resistance to Hancock's peerless face. But when I saw this face, Zionin and the others still couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. How could such a beautiful person exist? Ah, Anyo, may I ask who you are? The sound of footsteps woke up the mermaid princess. Even though she was facing a little one who was more than 10 times smaller than herself, she was so frightened that she hugged the pet shark next to her tightly. Her beautiful sapphire eyes showed a mixture of fear and curiosity, and her face, which was as gorgeous as Hancock's, did not have the arrogance of the pirate empress. It looks more delicate and simple. Zionin, so beautiful, Nohara Lin, so big, Ui Hong, so cute, Nami. The rumors about the mermaid princess are actually true. Hancock, cut. The other 4 girls were all amazed by the beauty of Princess White Star. Only Hancock spat in displeasure. How confident she is in her appearance. I believe it can be seen from her catchphrase, no matter what I do, I will be forgiven. Score 1 or 2. Now I see someone whose appearance is not inferior to my own. How can I be happy? Hello, Mermaid Princess. Uchiha Rin took the lead and walked forward, showing a warm smile similar to Aizen Sosuke's. My name is Uchiha Rin. After hearing your thoughts about your mother, I traveled from another world to help you realize your wish. The Konan trio, who are also from another world, heard Uchiha Rin's statement. They suddenly showed shocked faces like huskies. Damn it. That's not what you said before coming here. They still remember these 4 words, robbing women. When did your purpose in coming to this world become so high level? Who would believe such nonsense? Hancock muttered in a low voice with utmost disdain. We have been together for more than half a month. Hancock and Nami have basically figured out Uchiha Rin's urinary nature. Mater is a lawless and bitter little bastard. Really? Did your mother-in-law hear my voice? Queen Mother, is she okay? Can you help Bai Sing tell her that Bai Sing misses her so much every day? Upon hearing Uchiha Rin's words, the panic in Shirahoshi's eyes instantly turned to surprise. He grabbed the end of the bed with both hands, his eyes shone, and a pink fishtail flicked like a golden retriever. And when he kicked his mother, there were faint fluorescent tears in his eyes. I actually believe it. Hancock looked like he had seen a ghost. He thought that there are still such stupid women in this world. However, Hancock forgot. Although he experienced the death of his mother and was always facing the attacks of Vanderdecken 9, but Shirahoshi Haki, she lived in a hard-shell tower at the age of 10. She couldn't make it complicated even if she wanted to. Princess Otohim also misses you, little princess, so she asked me to fulfill your wish. Uchiha Rin reached out to Shirahoshi and made an invitation gesture. Then, let's go to the forest of the sea, didn't I say? I was entrusted by Princess Otohim to fulfill your wish, little princess. Aha, the White Star chick nodded crazily like pecking at rice. The 2 5-year-old Lolita Yuahi Kurane and Nohara Rin were stunned for a moment. This is too easy to deceive, right? The main reason is that they ignored it and went to the sea. The fact that Mori expressed his condolences to his mother was so tempting to Bai Sing. It was like a terminally ill old man being easily defrauded out of money by some magicians, because they really had no other way. As long as they saw a little bit of hope, I won't hesitate to make a desperate move. The Forest of the Sea, also known as Ship Cemetery, set against the backdrop of fireflies emitting golden light from their tails. Princess Bai Sing clasped her hands together, slowly closed her eyes, and made a praying posture in front of a stone tablet, forming a beautiful but more divine scene. No one would disturb Shirahoshi in such a moment. After witnessing this scene, Neptune rubbed the tears that came from his eyes and whispered to Uchiha Rin, Lord Rin, are you planning to attack Totlin next? Originally, I wanted to go alone, but it's a pity to play such a fun dungeon by myself. I'd better let the 3 girls practice together, so I'll give them something to do first. Uchiha Rin glanced at the three lowly who were accompanying Shirahoshi and bowing to Princess Otohim's tombstone. Originally, Uchiha Rin planned to do it himself and the Eight Tails, but then he thought about it. They all came to the world of pirates, shouldn't it be interesting to have group battles? And now I can be regarded as the mentoring jonin of the three of them. This kind of battle to gain experience. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. It'd be a pity to miss it. But these three girls are obviously not as strong as the height of being able to participate in an emperor-level team battle. The most convenient and effective way is to find someone. Although the soul fruit has been assigned to Nohara Rin by default, Konan and Ui Korone can also arrange it for them. Anyway, there are so many things in this world. What's wrong with getting a few more? For this reason, Uchiha Rin decided to go and meet the most famous fruit seller in the pirate world first. Neptune nodded. After a brief silence, he thought of something again. After casting a reluctant look at his daughter, he asked Uchiha Rin in a low voice, "I wonder if Mr. Rin is married?" Uchiha Rin was stunned when he heard this, then smiled lightly and said, "There is a prospective fiancé. As for the relationship between the two, Tsunade is currently relatively open-minded. Even if the two have negative distance behaviors, she has never asked Uchiha Rin questions such as, 'What is our relationship now?' It feels good to highlight this." "I see," Neptune mused. To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Father. At this time, Shirahoshi also completed his condolences to Princess Otohim and returned to Neptune's side. Shirahoshi, Neptune, who was much smaller than his daughter, took Shirahoshi's hand and pushed her to Uki in front of Rin. He raised one hand in front of Shirahoshi and said to Uchiha Rin, "I would like to give my daughter to you as a concubine. I wonder if you are willing to accept it." Shirahoshi's pretty fair face suddenly turned into apple red. Nami and Hancock, who had been watching, were dumbfounded. Although they had known Shirahoshi for less than 3 hours, the thought of purity and flawlessness was like Shirahoshi, who had a blank piece of paper, was actually betrothed by her father to Uchiha Rin, a gangster who did all kinds of evil. Nami felt that this could no longer be described as a flower stuck in cow dung. It was like a flower thrown into a manure pit. Hancock was in the same mood as Nami at the moment. Is there something wrong with Neptune's brain? However, whether a person is bad or not depends on different perspectives. Just like Roger is an idol to pirates, but to ordinary civilians, they are just beasts that want to be cut into pieces. And the same is true for Uchiha Rin. To Nami and Hancock, he is indeed an out-and-out bastard. But from Neptune, starting from the perspective, help him eradicate the two scourges of Vanderdaken 9 and Hody Jones, save his throne, and help his daughter get rid of the nightmare of 10 years. Asking for flowers 0. Now I am going to give a large piece to Uchiha Rin from the Fishman tribe. That is the perfect son-in-law candidate. You must know that Juan Luffy in the original book just gave a flag. Uchiha Rin was directly given to a country. It is not the same magnitude at all, right? Haha. After a short silence, Uchiha Rin couldn't help laughing and said boldly, "If I can't take by saying as my concubine, I'm not a hero. Is this really okay?" Merman Island Mermaid Bay Pier. Shirahoshi uneasily sat his huge but fair skin on the back of Eight Tails. Don't worry, although Zyoba's voice is male, as a collection of chakra, it is actually a genderless creature. Uchiha Rin comforted. I remember that the voices of the 2 tails and 5 tails are female, but in fact, the 9-tailed beasts are all genderless creatures. Just like the legendary elves in Pokemon, the 8 tails have a dark face. Ma Virtue, there are so many requirements for me to be a mount. If it weren't for following Uchiha Rin, it would be much more carefree and happy than staying in the Jinchuriki's belly. It would even want to run away from home. Lord Rin, aren't you planning to attack Totland? Wouldn't it be a little weird to bring Bai Sing with you at this time? Neptune said with some anxiety. Although now he has completely entrusted the rest of his daughter's life to Uchiha Rin, but he still prefers to wait until Uchiha Rin takes over Big Mom's territory, then let Bai Sing move over. But Uchiha Rin wanted to take Shirahoshi and set off together now. It feels too dangerous. There's no need to be so polite when you talk to me, father-in-law. Uchiha Rin responded with a smile, and then said seriously, Shirahoshi is the girl I cherish most in this world. Not to mention those little pirates, even Marie Joa's Knights of God dare to covet her. I will kill them without mercy. Uchiha Rin really didn't say anything. Shirahoshi is indeed the girl he cherishes most in this world. Although it is a little difficult to stir up a big vat with a toothpick at the moment, but she really cares about herself wholeheartedly. And although me and Hancock can be eaten at any time, at least for now, their hearts are not towards themselves. On this point alone, Shirahoshi completely beats Nami and Hancock. Otherwise, I'll call Jinbei back. Neptune thought about finding a bodyguard for his daughter. It feels pretty good. Since Uchiha Rin is going to attack Totland, naturally, Jinbei didn't need to stay there any longer. After all, the reason why Jinbei joined the Big Mom Pirates is just to use Charlotte Lingling's name to protect Fishman Island. Haha, we don't need this, right? If you are really worried, how about I send White Star back before attacking all nations? Uchiha Rin has no interest in letting men board his ship. What's more, during the war on the top 2 years ago, Jinbei formed a friendship with Wang Luffy. If he sees that he has defeated the other party's ship and navigator, Jinbei will not it's good to take action. Can you still be a bodyguard willingly? But at least she has entrusted her daughter to you. You have to be more polite when speaking. Of course I believe in Rin Ge. Oh no, I believe in you Rin, but there are still too many unknowns in this world, so you should be more cautious. There's nothing wrong with Neptune's words. After all, who would have thought that rubber could turn into Nika, and later on, things like cloning the Shishibukai could be created? To be honest, this is how it goes. When will Zoro and Hawkeye take out the swastika? Yes, Uchiha Rin wouldn't be surprised either. Don't worry, in my previous battle with the red-haired pirates, I didn't use all my strength, Uchiha Rin said with a smile. When Neptune heard this, he immediately had an expression on his face that said, "You're fucking kidding me." He sent a scout to go to the sea to take a look. You have turned the Shambord Islands into a peninsula. Also called, not using all my strength ding. New skirt girl Mayano Akimi enters skirt ding. New skirt girl Portkas D reveals her skirt ding. The new skirt member GOLD Roger entered the skirt. The long-awaited skirt entry prompt suddenly sounded. I was originally busy through the live broadcast angle started by Uchiha Rin. Sato Kazuma was instantly excited as he admired the group of fair-skinned and beautiful mermaids in Coral Bay. After entering this Nantung-scented skirt for several months, finally a skirt girl came over. Mayano Akimi? Luyu? Even if you don't take the photos, you can tell by the name that she's a skirt girl. As for that so-and-so Roger? Sato Kazuma said that this sounds like a man, too lazy to care. But he wasn't interested. But Ace and Whitebeard were struck by lightning. Roger, oh, what's the situation? There is nothing around, but there is a strange little frame in my mind. Huh? What is this skirt file? It seems very interesting. Click in and take a look. Ellie's good dad. Haha, I am also a good dad. Sato Kazuma Mayano Akimi. Miss, can you take a photo? My wife, Kazuma Sato, is an energetic 16-year-old high school student. Although he is dead now, as Boss Rin's #1 pawn, he will definitely resurrect me. Sato Kazuma Patakas D. Luju. I don't know if this is an older sister or a younger sister. Can I see the photos? Your last name looks a bit familiar to me. Could it be a fate from a previous life? In the 16 years before his death, let alone being a male, the number of times he talked to the opposite sex was probably in the single digits for Sato Kazuma. When I saw that the two new skirt members had obviously female names, instantly enters dog-licking mode. Before other skirt members could react, I sent more than a dozen messages to Luyu and Mayano Akimi. I don't know why he is working so hard to be a licking dog when he has no body. Could this be the two-thorned ape? I like to lick my wife who I can only see but cannot touch. But the problem is that Sato Kazuma, you are a dead two-thorned ape. You can't even do Sanjia-san to generate electricity by yourself. Portkas da Sato Kazuma, fuck you. If you dare to say such things to my mother again, I will kill you. Luyu, mom? Who are you? When Luyu saw the words Portkas D and the prefix of Ace's name, her expression suddenly changed and she shouted loudly, Ace, yes, is it Ace? My boy Ace? Ace, woo, oh, it's me. Mom, I miss you so much. Woo-hoo Luyu, oops. My child, don't cry. Don't cry. Mom is here. Mom has always been here. It's a pity that Mom has no body now. Otherwise, I really want to hug you. How are you doing? Do you eat well and not be picky about food? Have you made any friends? Listening to Ace crying in her skirt, and the maternal love revealed by Luyu, whether it's Kazuma Sato as the evil male protagonist or Dio Brando, the scumbag boss, neither of them spoke to break the sad but warm atmosphere. Even Dior is like Blackbeard, he's a bad guy to the core. But the word mother, it still represents the softest part of his heart. Unfortunately, not everyone has emotional intelligence. Roger S. Luju, wow, are you really my wife Luyu and my son Ace? Luyu, you are so impressive, you really gave birth to a son for me. Ace, did that guy Garp teach you well? Didn't he trick you into becoming a pirate? By the way, why is your last name Portkas? Shouldn't it be Gore? Roger Whitebeard, you idiot, you still can't understand the atmosphere. As always, Whitebeard was speechless. He used to think that Roger's emotional intelligence was quite low. Unexpectedly, he didn't change at all after death. In comparison, Whitebeard was just a little speechless. Ace showed unprecedented anger. If only he had seen blood. I'm afraid I don't want to transform on the spot. Ace Roger, shut up. Stop acting like a dad in front of me. I tell you, even if I inherit the surname of Portkas, my mother who has been so kind to me, I will never recognize the other half of your scumbag's bloodline. It was you who killed my mother. You should be glad you're dead. I'm dead too. otherwise I will definitely find your grave. Dig up your body and whip it. My dad has only a white beard from beginning to end. Ace's vicious curses made Roger and Liu, who had just entered the skirt, dumbfounded. They had no idea why their son had so much resentment towards his father. Roger didn't even doubt it. If you stand in front of your son, he would chop himself to death without hesitation. Others in the skirt expressed understanding. After all, they went through the Battle of Shampoo Islands. They also learned about Ace's life experience. At the same time, I have to admit, One Piece, GOLD, Roger, both as a husband and a father. It's so scummy that it's indescribable. In reality, Uchiha Rin glanced at Ace, who had entered Zon mode. Silently turn on group message blocking. According to this momentum, Ace may have to scold him for another 2 or 3 hours before he is done. After all, he had accumulated resentment for more than 20 years. It's not that easy to vent out. 10 minutes later, under the tug of 8 tails, the Sunny slowly sailed into the exit passage from Fishman Island to the New World. And Shirahoshi, who was sitting on the back of the 8 tails, also waved goodbye to his relatives and people who came to see him off at the harbor. Father, Oniai-sama, and everyone on Fishman Island. By now, I will come back to see you. Uchiha Rin looked at this scene with a smile. In fact, there is no need for Shirahoshi to come back. The next meeting will probably be when Totland is captured and the fishmen gather to move there. But Uchiha Rin does not as for having such low emotional intelligence that he would say such things and disturb this warm scene. Hey, just as the Sunny gradually rose to the surface of the sea, Nami suddenly approached Uchiha Rin. What's wrong? Uchiha Rin asked sideways. You have 2 such beautiful beauties, so you don't any read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, at an ugly guy like me, right? When I get to the New World, can you let me get off the ship? With your strength, you can recruit a new navigator at any time, right? Nami proposed to Uchiha Rin with a glimmer of hope. She also risked her life. In order to get Uchiha Rin to let her go, she even devalued herself as an ugly monster. Mainly because Nami felt that Captain Uchiha Rin already had Hancock and Shirahoshi are 2 stunning beauties. Most likely, they have lost interest in him, right? Ha ha ha. Hearing Nami's words, Uchiha Rin couldn't help laughing. Yes, what's so funny? To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Nami was furious. Nami, you seem to have been working in the underground black market since you were 10 years old, right? I didn't expect to say such innocent things. Uchiha Rin looked mocking, then spread his hands and spoke loudly. A man will never think he has too many women. A man would never think that his harem is too big. When he had a small harem, he wanted to have a big harem. When he had a big harem, he wanted an even bigger harem. Uchiha Rin opened his arms and glanced sideways at Nami, who was stunned. Human desire is like a rolling stone on a mountain. Once it starts, it can never stop. Nami was silent for a long time. Well, she understands these principles. Isn't the group of evil dragons who once did evil in Caucosia village the best case? The protection fee was 10,000 belly a month at the beginning, then it gradually increased to 50,000 and 100,000. In the end, my family of 3 couldn't afford it. Belmir would die in the hands of that beast, the dragon. Maybe he stayed with the idealists like the Straw Hat Pirates for a long time. It went so smoothly. Nami felt that she had unknowingly forgotten how cruel the world was. So many women. Not afraid of kidney failure, Nami whispered. To be honest, she really couldn't defeat Uchiha Rin. I can only use this kind of rhetoric to satisfy my appetite. Uchiha Rin stared. He picked up Nami and walked to the 2nd floor. Then let me show you what serious kidney deficiency is. Aha! Stop it! Stop! Nami exclaimed in surprise. When Hancock saw this scene, he shuddered silently in his heart. Isn't this guy too moody? With you, please let me go. I know I was wrong. 10 minutes later, Nami, who was swollen again, breathed in fresh air greedily, and then begged for mercy with tears in her beautiful eyes. Is there anyone in the Straw Hat Pirates you like? Uchiha Rin asked. Nami didn't know how to answer for a moment. Could it be that if she said yes, she would let him go? Dreaming. If this guy is really so reasonable, would he still be tied here? But if he said no, will he possess her without any burden? For a moment, Nami was anxious and scared. She didn't know how to answer at all. To be honest, haven't you seen my abilities before? Uchiha Rin flashed the 3 Megatama in his eyes. It immediately reminded Nami of the time when he was on Fishman Island. He used these eyes to control Hody Jones. No. Nami whispered what was on her mind. For the Straw Hats who saved themselves from the hell that is the Dragon Pirates, Nami is even willing to sacrifice her life in order to repay her kindness. But when it comes to the relationship between men and women, that's another story. Otherwise, we spend most of the year adventuring together. We've already gotten it together. That's all right now, just think of the 2 of us as a pair of ordinary lovers, ready to do some things that a couple should do, right? This is not about Gong Suano having sex, but two people who love each other are about to merge into one. Uchiha Rin said with a smile. Oh, Godishler Nami thinks it makes sense. Damn it. Do you think I am the stupid Badian who couldn't get out of the house during the 10 years of Shirahoshi? 1.3 Not to mention that you robbed our pirate group's ship and killed my teammate's father's enemy. And I am not a lover with you. Who the hell wants to fall in love with you? I can't wait to tear you into pieces, okay? Nami, although the Straw Hat saved you from the evil dragon, as a navigator, you also saved the Straw Hat pirates from fire and water several times, right? Whether it's on the Sky Island or fighting the Golden Lion, the Straw Hat pirates rely on you to survive all kinds of natural disasters, right? Uchiha Rin hugged Nami's ears from behind. Pua, even if you want to repay the favor, it should be done, right? Now go do what you want to do. You don't owe the Straw Hats anything, do you? What I want to do is to go on adventures with Luffy and the others, of course, and then help Luffy become the Pirate King. You, please stop instigating the relationship between us, and slapped Nami. He glanced at the dusk outside the window. It was morning when he went in, and it was already evening when he came out. Nami snorted and let out 2 breaths. He tried hard to get up, but in the end he fell down weakly. He could only stare at Uchiha Rin with resentful eyes. How should I put it? Although he was full of resentment, he surprisingly didn't have much hatred. Let's go, have lunch. Oh no, it's dinner. Uchiha Rin bent down and picked up Nami. Would you like to join the Straw Hat Pirates? Nami suddenly whispered. Uchiha Rin suddenly showed the face of the subway old man saying, you are fucking kidding me. Nami suddenly became excited, pulled one hand on the other person's collar, and suddenly got close to Uchiha Rin's face. Don't you think this is the best of both worlds? You said yourself that you are not interested in the position of Pirate King, right? There is no conflict of interest between you and Luffy, and after talking about it, Nami's voice became smaller and smaller. And, I don't have to suffer like this. Uchiha Rin continued to walk out with Nami in his arms. After putting him down in the restaurant, he said leisurely, stop making trouble, let alone the matter of Jesus Bulletin. It is equivalent to uniting with the Straw Hats to make trouble, not to mention Wang Luffy's admiration for King Shanks. Will he let an enemy of the red-haired pirates board the ship? Uchiha Rin's words still left some room for Nami. After all, he just took away the most important thing from this girl. Uchiha Rin himself doesn't care about power issues such as being the boss or the second child. Otherwise, he repeatedly expressed no interest in the position of Hokage and gave it to Tsunade. 11 But even if he wanted to find a cheap leader for himself, Uchiha Rin would only look for enemies like Akainu or Jin. He would not look for Wang Luffy either. Not to mention anything else, he just can't stand the fact that he likes the heroic and good man Kojiki Oden. Mad Kojiki Oden is a pure idiot no matter how you look at it. Anyway, Uchiha Rin doesn't understand why he can let Roger kneel down for him, and Whitebeard recognizes him as a brother. By the way, people who join the White group can only be regarded as Whitebeard's son? Why can Mitsuki Oden be a brother? Uchiha Rin feels that he needs to open the chat room and ask. Then what do you want me to do? Nami shouted with tears in her eyes. It's okay, don't cry, don't cry. Uchiha Rin hugged Nami into his arms and comforted her. Didn't I say everything? I don't have any objections to Wang Luffy. If you want to be the Pirate King, go ahead and do it. As long as you don't mess with me, let alone the Pirate King of the East, North, and Pacific. Hearing Uchiha Rin's bastard speech, even though she was still crying, Na still wanted to roll her eyes. Don't mess with you yet. You robbed someone else's ship and gave someone else's navigator back. No matter how you look at it, you provoke others first, okay? Seeing that this comfort was of no use, Shiba Rin changed his strategy and said after all, it's still half a year before the time agreed upon by the Straw Hat Pirates, right? During this period, let's not think about the future and just enjoy the beauty of this moment, okay? What kind of scumbag statement is this? Nami thinks it's okay if she doesn't give these little bastards a hard time. She also said that Usopp's father Jesus is a scumbag. I don't think you are any better than him. Let's go. Plop at this moment, Zionin, wearing an apron with a dark face, threw a casserole in front of the two of them. What was in it was wolfberry and pork liver soup. This was the second time she made it. This kind of soup is awesome. The last person I served was Tsunade. Okay, don't think so much, just drink the soup first. Uchiha Rin patted the unhappy Konan on the head and pushed the casserole in front of Nami. Then he entered the chat skirt. Several hours have passed. It's almost time for Ace to finish scolding, right? Esliu Mom, it was Dad who told me that no matter what kind of life we are in, everyone is a pirate in the sea. Although I am dead, I have no regrets in my life. You can talk to Dad more in the future. He's a good man, of course. I'm talking about the white-bearded dad, not that beast like Roger. What is the opening lightning strike? Uchiha Rin, who just entered the chat room, said that this was the opening lightning strike. I feel like Ace's tone is a bit strange. Are you trying to get your wife and Whitebeard together? Have you considered your biological father's feelings? even if you can't see Roger's expression at the moment. All the skirt members could also imagine Roger's angry and green face. The white beard in the underworld also rubbed his chin with his hair numb. It's almost muddy. He understood the principle of living longer and seeing more. But I didn't expect to encounter such abstract things after death. Reborn as Whitebeard, Roger starts green. But let's be honest. If you can really steal Roger's woman, you'll be inexplicably excited, right? Whitebeard was suddenly able to understand Uchiha Rin's behavior. Originally, he was quite disdainful of Uchiha Rin's behavior of robbing Nami. But after personal experience, I think it's really touching. Questioning Uchiha Rin, understanding Uchiha Rin, becoming Uchiha Rin belongs to Luyu. Ace, don't be like this. Mom will only love your dad in this life. Ace, why, Mom? That guy is a beast. Mom, you did that, and you ran away after that. You didn't fulfill any of your responsibilities as a husband, and you harassed you even though you knew you were about to die. I have never seen such a beast. Rin is a good guy compared to him. Uchiha Rin? Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Official Lin said that your family is engaged in family ethics. Why do you involve labor and management? Luyu, my child, you have to understand that when a woman falls in love with a man, she will often do things that are unimaginable to outsiders. Good. Uchiha Rin couldn't help but applaud Luyu. Luyu's words reminded Uchiha Rin of the queen mother of the king of Qin. For a lover who was a big thief. The woman who almost killed an eternal emperor. This sentence is also very suitable to describe her. Ace, Mom, ugh. Ace felt as if he had been punched in cotton, no matter how indignant he is. But the mother involved didn't have any objections. How could I stand to scold Roger? Uchiha Rinus, love brain is like this, but you should also thank your scumbag father. After all, if he didn't scumbag your mother, he wouldn't have you, right? To be honest, compared to domineering and swordsmanship, Uchiha Rin really wanted to ask Roger for advice on how to deceive women. If you want to read cool novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Just see if you can transform Nami or Hancock into such a woman. Robin found it impossible. That woman is too sensible. Ace Ghost. I wish I had not been born. Roger Uchiha Rin, I heard about you from Whitebeard. You were the one who told Ace about me, right? And he also killed one of Shank's crew members for 6 or 7 consecutive hours. He was scolded by his son like a grandson. I almost got raped by Whitebeard. At this moment, Roger's mood was extremely depressed, but he didn't dare to vent to his son. After all, it was his own fault. So he set his sights on Uchiha Rin. Uchiha Rin, what? You dare to do it but don't dare to let others say it? Don't talk about Jesus, it's Shanks himself. If you dare to mess with me, I will kill him. If you are unhappy, I can go back to the Chambord Islands and kill Rayleigh first. Maybe I can let him come in to accompany you. Roger stared, speechless for a moment. This kid is more ruthless than imagined. Roger the Whitebeard, gula la la Roger, I advise you to be polite when talking to this kid. He has no other advantages, but he has never failed to do what he says. Uchiha Rin vaguely felt I seemed to have forgotten something. Browsed through the skirt member list again. Just slapped his forehead. Damn it, why did you forget her? Uchiha Rin Mayano Akimi, welcome newcomers to the skirt Mayano Akimi, hello, I am Mayano Akimi, please give me your advice. Mayano Akimi is like a transparent person in the class who was suddenly called by the class teacher. He was so excited that his tongue was tangled. She and Mr. and Mrs. Roger got into their skirts at the same time, but no one paid any attention to her. In other words, after Sato Kazuma found out that Luyu was a mother, he kept sending her private messages asking for explosive photos. Mayano Akimi, who had been silently peeking at the screen, roughly understood the situation she was facing now. Then, I didn't dare to speak anymore. Mater is all a boss. All of them are masters who can dominate a country and even destroy the world. Mayano Akimi feels like she is a husky thrown into the wolf's den. The only one like him is Kazuma Sato without any special abilities. He is also a perverted high school student who is in heat 24 hours a day. Oh my god, I might as well have been knocked out by Jin and slept forever. Uchiha Rin chatted with Mayano Akimi all the time. To be honest, it's quite interesting to suddenly find someone from a daily drama among a group of friends from a battle drama. 777. But is Conan considered a daily show? The Shinigami Elementary School student who kicked a satellite with a soccer ball. A unicorn that measures speed and dodges bullets. A black man with karate skills who splits stone pillars with his bare hands. If this were placed in the Naruto worldview, can he be considered a special Jonin level? Uchiha Rin came out without chatting with Mayano Akimi for too long. After all, Mayano Akimi doesn't have any special abilities that would help her. He couldn't give her sister to himself as a commission reward. Grandpa Lin, who was naturally a mercenary, didn't bother to waste time on her. By the way, this woman's love brain seems to be no worse than Luyu's. Even though he knew that Shuichi Akai had been using him to investigate the organization, he still didn't fall out. Late at night, on the deck of the Sunny, a group of people chatted around the campfire. When he heard the name Don Quixote da Flamingo from Uchiha Rin's mouth, Hancock's expression changed slightly. Although his strength is not at the top level among the Shishibukai, but it is definitely the most powerful one. He is the monarch of a country just like himself, but the influence of Amazon Lily and Dressrosa, totally incomparable. Well, besides being the Shishibukai and king of Dressrosa, that guy is also the biggest black market talker in the New World, dealing in human trafficking, devil fruits, war weapons, everything. After lunch, Uchiha Rin couldn't hold it back anymore and came 2 more times with Nami. So now there is nothing on it. When he heard the 4 words human trafficking, Hancock's face visibly sank. Uchiha Rin's expression changed slightly and he stood up from his seat. Teacher Rin, what's wrong? Nohara Rin asked curiously. Uchiha Rin's face was deep, and he slowly turned around, revealing a strong figure that was not inferior to that of the Sun family, and slowly turned back. Located in the center of the kingdom, in the castle on King's Heights, which is the base of the Don Quixote family. All the officials of the Don Quixote family gathered here. As a senior member of the family, Violet shines the lavender light reflected from her eyes onto the image phone bug. Then the video phone bug is projected on the wall. What was playing on the projection screen was none other than Sunny. Here is Violet's ability to stare at the fruit. A clairvoyant who can detect everything within a 4,000-mile radius. She can also play the scene she sees to others through the video phone bug. I didn't expect that even the pirate empress was kidnapped by him. This guy definitely has a great time every night. Diamanti, the top official who symbolizes diamond, said with envy. If you want, you can try it, Diamanti. Torble, the top cotter representing Plum Blossom, said with a weird smile. Diamanti didn't answer silently. If he had that ability, he would still be here. 30 years ago, he knew how much he weighed, but if he hadn't hugged Doflamingo's lap, would his strength be able to gain a foothold in the new world? That guy's direction is indeed Dressrosa, right? Doflamingo, who is sitting on the throne, is not in the mood to be as cheerful and heartless as his subordinates. As the largest black market talker in the new world, what Doflamingo relies on most is not brute force, it is the ability to judge the situation. Judgment. Doflamingo has been paying attention to Uchiha Rin since he heard about it last week, and after hearing that he entered the new world, he even asked Violet, who has clairvoyance, to keep an eye on him at all times. He must find out what this monster wants to do at the first possible moment. Join the 4 emperors fighting for historical records and aim to become the pirate king? Or simply unite with the red-haired pirates to eradicate the roots? When deciding the direction of the Sunny even in his own territory, Dressrosa, Doflamingo couldn't keep calm. He was a freak who single-handedly conquered the 4 emperors. He didn't think he could stop him. Dover! That rascal! At this moment, Diamante's shout woke Doflamingo out of his thoughts. Doflamingo looked forward. He saw Uchiha, who was lying on the lap of the blue-haired girl just now. Rin suddenly stood up. His strong body slowly turned towards Violet's clairvoyant lens. He held his chin with his right hand and raised his left index finger. He pointed towards the entire Don Quixote family in front of the projection. Doflamingo, you guy, look at me. The sharp tone was like a sharp knife. It instantly pierced the hearts of all members of the Don Quixote family. Violet's face turned pale, and she quickly clairvoyantly reacted. The next second she staggered and fell to the ground. Big beads of sweat continued to appear. From the side of the beautiful face, the expressions of the other cotters of the Don Quixote pirates were not much better. Dover, what to do now? Diamante swallowed and asked Doflamingo for instructions. Although Akainu is the most hated leader in the pirate world, Doflamingo is not much better than him. His subordinates are just the same. Fergo, who is currently undercover in the Navy, and Monet, who is the natural snow fruit, are more reliable. The others are basically trash. From the original work, Fergo and Monet died in Punk Hazard. Dressrosa chapter Dover. This can be seen from the fact that Brother Lang Ming leads 10 pits with 1 god. Yes, do you want to put up a guard of honor to welcome me? Torble also asked with a trembling voice. I'll go there myself. Doflamingo strode out of the palace and rushed into the clear sky with the help of the power of the thread fruit. The moment just now was enough for Doflamingo to realize how terrifying Uchiha Rin was. He must show the same respect as when he treated Kaido attitude. Otherwise, the fate of the colonel named Kirby in the report will be his future. Originally from Uchiha Rin's position. Even if the weather is stable, it will take at least 3 days and 2 nights. But under Doflamingo's full sprint, it only took a few hours to arrive successfully. What you did just now was rude, Lord God of Destruction. The main reason is that the structure of the new world is extremely unstable, so I asked my subordinates to check the surroundings of Dressrosa. I didn't expect to see you. Doflamingo's explanation is obviously nonsense. You can see thousands of kilometers away even when you are riding a horse, right? You have experienced a lot in the past few days, and you saw Doflamingo falling from the sky. Following Uchiha Rin, the three little ones are no longer surprised by these freaks with weird abilities and unusual body shapes. At most, they comment in their hearts, his clothes are so ugly. Uchiha Rin looked up and down with the eyes of examining a piece of goods. After sizing up Doflamingo, he looked sideways at lowly Hong and said, Threadfruit, M. Hong, are you sure you can control this power? Doflamingo's eyes suddenly widened behind his sunglasses. What do you mean? Inexplicably, he felt like a rabbit being stared at by a tiger. The next second, Doflamingo's face changed due to his knowledge, perception, because Bo Lin said nothing. The index finger of his right hand suddenly lit up a fire whip and whipped it towards him. Doflamingo's face changed when he saw this, and his right hand was made into the shape of a beast's claw. Colorless thread. Bang! 10 minutes later, Doflamingo, who was over 3 meters tall, fell hard onto the deck of the Sunny. He was beaten by Uchiha Rin. No, not so much being beaten. It would be better to say that it was slipped. Doflamingo happened in just 10 minutes. Uchiha Rin had at least 10,000 chances to kill himself, but he kept holding back at the most critical moments. It wasn't until Doflamingo was forced to use the 16-shot Holy Bullet God killing, his ultimate killing move in the awakened state. Uchiha Rin-kei ended the battle with one move of Susanna Tencho's sword. Do you see Hong clearly? What do you think of his abilities? Uchiha Rin asked after landing. Doflamingo's guess was correct. Uchiha Rin was not fighting him at all. At first, Uchiha Rin just wanted to teach the newspaper king a lesson. Who dared to spy on him? But after 2 minutes of cleaning up this guy, Uchiha Rin suddenly felt that Doflamingo was not as good as the superior but more than inferior. Maybe it was quite suitable for Ui Korone. So the purpose was to teach Doflamingo a lesson. Brother Ming gradually forced him to show his devil fruit ability. It doesn't feel very strong. Lori Shalot pointed at her chin and blinked her crimson eyes. Doflamingo, who had been stabbed in the ribs and was in a state of collapse, almost couldn't help but vomit out a mouthful of blood when he heard this. Mad, you are the one you don't even have a reward, but you actually dislike me. Who is the Shishibukai and the talker of the largest black market in the New World? Boom! Uchiha Rin directly rewarded Korone Ui. The main reason is that this girl has been following him for a while. Look, there have been too many super cage level battles. So I still look down on Doflamingo, whose strength is around the upper level shadow level. This is just like many fat nerds who have watched it too many times. After feeling the beauty of a two-dimensional wife, I always feel that three-dimensional people are not worthy of me. Well, this is the case for obese nerds like Dog Author. And now Ui Korone's problem is the same as these obese nerds. After watching many battles of top masters, it came to mind. I have the illusion that I will grow to this level. The fruit ability you can control is only at this level. Uchiha Rin pinched the side of Ui Korone's face again, and said with a look of disgust. If you read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, want to classify devil fruits into 3, 6, or 9 grades, then the thread fruit is probably in the middle and upper class. You can say it is inferior. Of course it's not bad. It's 1,000 miles better than the ordinary people's fruit form, but you have to say it's better. Compared with the Nika fruit and the blue dragon fruit, I don't know how much it's different. It belongs to the kind of not bad, the height of enough. This is also the reason why Uchiha Rin uses the thread fruit as Ui Korone's alternative ability. Because Ui Korone's talent is also at the level of not bad, okay. I really want to give it to her. She can't control top fruits like the shock fruit and the sparkling fruit. To read Bao Swan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. If she can hone the thread fruit to the level of Doflamingo, that's already it's because our ancestors burned incense, right? Can I think about it again? This ability feels a bit insidious, and I don't really like it. Lori Hong rubbed the side of her face that was red from being pinched by Uchiha Rin, and said aggrievedly, fine. Anyway, there are so many strange and weird abilities in the pirate world. There is no need to rush. Uchiha Rin immediately squatted in front of Doflamingo and placed one hand on his wound. The Yang attribute magic chakra was activated. He immediately stopped the bleeding from the wound on Doflamingo's side. Are you also a hunter with devil fruit abilities? Doflamingo, who had saved his life, asked in shock. Ability Hunter is the name given to the Blackbeard pirates by people in the New World in the year and a half after the end of the war. Because for more than a year, Blackbeard has been using himself to secretly the power of the fruit, hunting powerful devil fruit users and then transferring them to their subordinates. Hence the nickname. Barely, but I don't have Blackbeard's ability. Uchiha Rin did not deny it. Doflamingo's face darkened. Mad, if that little girl just took a fancy to my ability, I am afraid that I will be killed. What do you want to do with me? After just 10 minutes of dog-walking fighting, Doflamingo already understood how far he was from this guy who had a harmless face but was actually extremely sinister. Please help me do what you do best. Hearing Uchiha Rin's answer, Doflamingo just wanted to curse. Mud wanted to ask Labor to do something, but they got into a fight as soon as they met? Uchiha Rin then quickly described his purpose. He wanted to use Doflamingo's power in the black market to help find 2 devil fruits suitable for his 2 girls. Doflamingo heard this and thought that Uchiha Rin was found by Nohara Rin and Ui Korone. After all, many people in the pirate world now think that Konan is a natural ability user. If I help you find it, can you promise not to take away my ability? After thinking for a short time, Doflamingo asked in a deep voice. Although the smelly girl with red eyes said she didn't like her ability. But who can guarantee that she will regret it in the next second? Okay, no problem. Uchiha Rin agreed without hesitation. Doflamingo glared. Was he agreeing too quickly? Isn't it a lie? Uchiha Rin also saw Doflamingo's doubts, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, the only good thing about me is that I do what I say. Maybe there is really no other way out." Doflamingo can only give out the information obediently. Recently, that guy from Tetsalo got the legacy of the Golden Lion. Tetsalo? The lowly trio, who had just arrived, and Shirahoshi, who could only sit on the back of 8 tails because of his size, both looked puzzled. Gilder Tetsalo, nicknamed the Golden Emperor, is the world's richest man who controls 20% of the world's berries and controls the entire underground world of the sea with money. Nami walked down from the room on the 2nd floor and said, as a money addict, how could she not have heard of the name Tezalo? This guy is the one from the Straw Hat Pirates. Doflamingo was shocked when he saw Nami. Since the war began, he has also been extremely concerned about the whereabouts of the Straw Hats. Nami's identity was immediately recognized. But why is this woman here? Doflamingo immediately noticed Namika's spread and slightly trembling legs. Then he glanced at Rin Uchiha, the only man in charge of the ship, out of the corner of his eye. He is also an experienced driver. I made a rough guess in an instant. The corners of Doflamingo's mouth curved slightly. Although I took a trip before the gate of hell, but I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting thing. Grandson of Garp and son of Dragon. He was actually cuckolded in such a big way. These times are getting more and more interesting. The legacy of the Golden Lion. It's the Piao Piao fruit. The smile on Uchiha Rin's face was also a little weird. He also read the relevant reports. About a month before the war on the top, the world government officially released news. It was announced that the Navy had successfully arrested the first big pirate who escaped from Impel Down Golden Lion Shiji. He put it into Impelton again after 20 years. Then the Golden Lion died of illness in Impel Down before the war. The government said that the Navy caught him. But as a time traveler, Uchiha Rin knew very well. That was what Juan Luffy killed. He just flew the Golden Lion to the Navy's branch base. Then he was picked up by the Navy. But this may still be a good thing for the Golden Lion. After all, he was defeated by the Navy. It's better to be defeated by a brat who debuted less than a year ago, right? But to be honest, the regression of Golden Lion's strength is too exaggerated. After all, he is tied with Roger and Whitebeard as the existence of the Legend of One Piece. He lost to Juan Luffy, who didn't even master the most basic 3-color haki, not to mention the Fruit Awakening. This comedy effect is comparable to the second pillar reincarnation I being stabbed blind by Grandpa Bo. Piao Pio fruit, compared to Hong, I think it suits you better, Zionin. Uchiha Rin looked sideways at Konan. Doflamingo looked incredulous again. What's going on? Isn't that blue-haired girl already an Esper? How could he give her the Piao Piao fruit? As an extra gift, I want to tell you that the Golden Lion is dead and the rebirth of the Piao Piao fruit has been known to many big shots. Many forces want to use the power of this fruit to enhance their own strength. Doflamingo said suddenly, whether it's the Imperial Pirates, high-level Navy officials, or the government's secret forces, will the Celestial Dragons come too? Before Doflamingo finished speaking, Uchiha Rin asked him a question. Why did he suddenly ask about the Celestial Dragons? Hancock's delicate body standing on the other side trembled. But because Doflamingo's eyes were all focused on Uchiha Rin, he did not notice anything strange about his colleague. However, Hancock's change in expression seemed to be that of a PTSD patient, but it was completely noticed by Uchiha Rin. He felt that he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone this time. Not only could he snatch the Piao Pio fruit, but he could also allow Hancock to completely complete his transformation. This would completely change the heart of the heroine from Juan Luffy the suffering master, to himself, the yellow one. The hair on the body is 3. Alas, since arriving in the pirate world, I have been doing things that are awesome to others. How about trying to dye your hair yellow? Uchiha Rin muttered in his heart. After thinking about it, he decided to forget it. Wait for himself. If you have a cheap senior brother, you can ask him for a Sien physique when you put it into the skirt. Then you don't need to dye it and it will turn yellow directly. Zionin said a little worriedly. Don't worry, what I have prepared for you is the top-notch Superman series, with many ways to escape from water. The burning fruit ability that Uchiha Rin got from Ace does not have the disadvantage of being afraid of water. If Conan and the others eat the devil fruit in the pirate world, they will also have the weakness of being afraid of seawater. But to be honest, Uchiha Rin, I think this shortcoming is not harmful at all. As for general level and emperor level fruit ability users, who would take a buff like seawater seriously? Not to mention anything else, just the fact that soul fruit and Piao fruit can fly is enough to solve it. Most water escape attacks. If Xionin and Nohara Lin can practice to the emperor level, there will be no need to worry about this problem. Give the soul fruit to Lin, and the Piao fruit to Xionin. You are really generous, so what are you giving to Hong? Could it be the Gen fruit? Nami complained from the side. She was completely frightened by Uchiha Rin's generosity. Top quality fruits and free stuff were stuffed into the mouths of these girls. That doesn't mean that Hong can't control top fruits. Uchiha Rin shook his head and said. Loli Korone suddenly became angry and her face became bulging. But there is no point in sulking. Your Ui Korone's strength is like this. In the original work, you seem to have taken action once. She was brought up as a dutiful son. That time of complete torture. To be honest, this damn girl Loli Hong actually has the courage to look down on Doflamingo? If you could cultivate to his level, you wouldn't be tricked by a phoenix man into giving birth to a child. And then she just turned 3, become a widow at 10. Speaking of Nami, do you want any abilities? Just say you're welcome. Uchiha Rin hugged Nami's shoulders and asked with a smile. No, I don't want to be a landlubber. Nami calmly pulled off the opponent's pig hooves. However, her inner impression of Uchiha Rin changed a bit. To be fair, this guy has nothing to say about his kindness. However, in sharp contrast, be cruel to the enemy. Whether it is the Emperor-level pirate group or the Navy's general-level combat power, he really doesn't blink when he kills him. Uchiha Rin shrugged with some regret. To be honest, Uchiha Rin was still looking forward to it. After transforming Nami to become stronger, she turned around and helped him deal with the Straw Hats. Although it was difficult, it was not impossible. After all, Zhao Ji could be conquered by Lao Ai and deal with her own son Zhang Ji. As a woman, when you fall in love with a man, it's not surprising that you can do anything. Uchiha Rin thinks that his charm should be higher than that of Lao Ai, right? The wound was mostly healed by Dolphron with the repair of Yang Attribute Magic Chakra. Brother Ming also climbed up from the deck, suppressing the panic in his heart. He thought that Uchiha Rin had offended the red-haired pirates to death when he debuted, which was already arrogant enough. Unexpectedly, now he not only targets Piao the fruit, even the soul fruit, is not going to be let go. You know, the user with the ability of the soul fruit is not dead yet. In other words, Uchiha Rin wants to give Big Mom. Tinyasha's skin is gushing out uncontrollably, a layer of goosebumps. He had already regained his mobility and wanted to run away quickly, but he changed his decision temporarily. I have been to Gulantazialo, the home of Tetzalo, several times. If you don't mind, can I show you the way? Tizalo also had business dealings with him, but at this moment, Doflamingo sold him out without hesitation. In the new world completely ruled by the 4 emperors, the non-emperor pirate group wants to gain a foothold here, and he must have a certain skill. What Doflamingo relies on is the huge network of relationships he has established through the underground black market. With his shrewd business mind, the arrival of Uchiha Rin will 100% break the relationship that has been maintained for more than 10 years due to the 4 emperors divide the world. No matter whether he can really kill Big or not. Mom. It's definitely not a loss if you establish a good relationship in advance. Oh, that's good, but I'm not used to having men on my boat. Uchiha Rin raised his eyebrows. Doflamingo, who was disliked, was not angry, or rather he did not dare to be angry, and said with a smile, if you don't mind, could you please come to Dressrosa? My boat is there to guide you. Seeing Doflamingo's dogleg behavior, Hancock felt funny in his heart. Teniasha, who was jumping up and down like a monkey in front of Sengoku, was so cowardly, but Hancock didn't seem to have the right to laugh at Doflamingo. Brother, wasn't she quite unruly before? Isn't she just as weak now? After both parties reach an agreement, Doflamingo used the power of the thread fruit and flew away. The Sunny continued sailing to Dressrosa. 2 days later, we successfully arrived at Doflamingo's lair. Uchiha Rin did not intend to stay in this land of love, passion, and toys for long. Although this island is quite interesting, the bullfighting arena, the toy factory, the little humans hidden in Greenbit, it's not a bad place to wander around as a tourist attraction. It's just that now Uchiha Rin can't wait to take Hancock to Grand Azalo, transforming her body and mind completely into her own shape. Don't want to waste time here. After the ship docked, Uchiha Rin took out the phone and prepared to dial the number that the newspaper king had left for him. Rinison, there's someone over there. At this time, Conan, who was standing on the side of the ship, suddenly pointed at the dock and shouted, Uchiha Rin stopped dialing and turned his head to look. He saw Ma read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, and wearing a light gray cloak, covering his whole body completely, with only half of his body exposed. Chin, as if someone from the set of Assassin's Creed walked up to Sunny and said, "Are they the Uchiha pirates? I am Violet, the leader of the Don Quixote family. I am here to welcome Lord Uchiha Rin to the palace on orders from my young master." As he said that, the visitor took off the hood on his head, revealing a face that was not inferior to Nami in appearance, and even had a bit more maturity and charm. The word mature woman seems to be tailor-made for this kind of woman. Although she calls herself Violet, Uchiha Rin knows very well. The true identity of this woman is Vio, the second daughter of the former king of Dressrosa. Right? Isn't this right? Uchiha Rin chuckled. I have made an agreement with the king of newspaper readers to set off for Grand Tetsalo immediately after meeting in Dressrosa, but I did not say that I would go to the island. When Violet heard this, her eyes flashed unnaturally for a moment, but she quickly hid the strangeness in her eyes and explained, yes, the young master has something urgent to report to Mr. Uchiha Rin, so he wants to invite Mr. Uchiha Rin to the island to talk. So? There's no need to go to the city, I'll give him a call and ask him to come over. Uchiha Rin said and wanted to dial the number on the phone bug. Don't want to read cool novels, go to Fila Novel Network. At this time, Violet couldn't hold it any longer. Her wheat-skinned face turned pale, and she stretched out her hand to make a stopping gesture to Uchiha Rin. Uchiha Rin held down the microphone. The callback bug is on its back, its hands hanging on the side of the boat. Just tell me what you are here for. Violet bit her lower lip with her teeth, and hesitated after a few seconds. Yes, can I talk to you alone? Uchiha Rin and the girls looked at each other, then hooked their fingers at Violet under the boat and walked into Wang Lufiai's room. Nami was worried. After she and Uchiha Rin got up from that room this morning, it seems that it hasn't been cleaned yet. It won't leave a smell, right? Forget it, as long as Luffy can't smell it in the future. After following Uchiha Rin into the house, the air exudes a salty smell that is somewhat similar to seawater, which makes Vio Wright's expression was a little strange. He was an adult and understood everything. After forcibly suppressing his inner restlessness, Violet spoke again. Actually, Violet is just my code name in the family. My real name is Violet, Liku Violet. After revealing her true identity, Violet told Uchiha Rin everything that happened at night in Dressrosa 10 years ago, when the Riku royal family was like hell. It took 10 minutes. Violet tilted out the nightmare time that had been to her for the past 10 years. It felt like she almost regarded Uchiha Rin as a psychiatrist. However, when Violet raised her head and looked at Uchiha Rin, she found that the other person's head had a twist, hanging down, looking like a drowsy person. Ah, finished? Noting Violet's expression of being angry but afraid to speak, Uchiha Rin yawned and asked, So what? Do you want me to sympathize with you? Yesterday, when Doflamingo came back the day before yesterday, he held a family meeting and mentioned your matter. I can feel that he is very afraid of you. Violet clenched her pink fists and mustered up the courage to look directly into Uchiha Rin's eyes. So, I want to ask you, help your Lika clan take back this country? What's in it for me? Uchiha Rin said lazily, you used the ability of the gaze fruit to know the landing point of the Sunny, so you came to see me secretly without Doflamingo's knowledge. No wonder you were so nervous just now, but I'm really curious, where did you get the basis for this? Think I can help you? It seems that you have probably understood what I have done in the past. How can you tell that I am a helpful person? Violet was surrounded by words after hearing this. She just silently took off the buttons of the purple and white spotted sleeveless shirt on her upper body. She released a trump card that was probably a number larger than Hancock's in front of Uchiha Rin. Uchiha Rin Violet didn't know whether she was willing to help others or not, but she knew that this person was definitely good at this. The kidnapping of the Empress who was the king of the Shishibukai was already a big news to everyone around the world. It had only been a few days. There was another person on the ship. There are also the little thief cats of the Straw Hat Pirates and the legendary Mermaid Princess. Even though Violet had never met Uchiha Rin in person before today, but she could more or less figure out the other person's interests and hobbies from these clues. Unfortunately, this time Violet made a mistake in judgment. After admiring it for a few seconds, Uchiha Rin leaned on the back of the chair and said calmly, put it on. Violet's pupils shrank sharply, as if she was about to be struck by lightning. No, it's not. This is different from what she thought. Why, she is very confident about her own conditions. She just made a secret comparison. The Pirate Empress is probably 1 or 2 models smaller than her. Not to mention the little thief cat. Well, I can give you a clear path. Seeing Violet's increasingly desperate expression, Uchiha Rin said coldly. Violet, who had a desperate look on his face, suddenly raised his head, as if he was a victim trapped in the desert, at the moment of life and death. Finally he saw the oasis. Average. Uchiha Rin made a downward gesture to Violet and pulled off his belt. The other party gritted his teeth and hesitated for half a second, but he still knelt in front of Uchiha Rin. Half a minute later, puff came out from the throat, the sound of Lupilu. Even the experienced official Lin Er also took a few deep breaths for a while before adapting to the rhythm of this battle. So there is no end to learning. After gradually adapting, Uchiha Rin said leisurely, in about half a year, or a few months, there will be a Thunder Peak Pirates. Ah, I'm sorry, there is no Thunder Peak in this world. There is a pirate group that loves to help others restore their country and will come to Dressrow. SA, when the time comes, just like you came to see me today, repeat to them what you just said to me, and they will definitely help you. And you don't need to pay anything, they will help you unconditionally. If nothing else happens, they should be able to kill Doflamingo and return this country to the hands of your Riku family. Violet, who was speechless at this moment, raised her head with difficulty. She looked at Uchiha Rin with disbelief. She couldn't believe that there really was such a virgin pirate who did good deeds without leaving a name. Noticed Violet's eyes. Uchiha Bolin laughed. Don't worry, I didn't lie to you. This group of people likes to help people restore their country. Calculate carefully. Ever since the Straw Hats entered the Grand Line, they have been helping the fallen royal family to recover. For example, they helped Vivi regain Alabasta from Crocodile, helped Chopper regain the Drum Kingdom, and later helped Momonosuke takes back the country of Wano. It feels like this has become their passive skill. Dressrosa is no exception, and currently, he only has Nami here. He shouldn't be interested in the plot of Dressrosa, how much impact it has. After all, the MVP of this battle is Usopp, and then on the lower row are Wang Luffy, Lu Sulong, and Wang Luffy's group of relatives. They really have connections everywhere. And Nami, from beginning to end, didn't even enter Dressrosa. Scattered. Okay, get up first. Oh, by the way, you seem to be able to dance, right? Then you do this. Uchiha Rin recalled the technique in the washing house and took out the rope from the drawer. After waiting for Violet to leave for more than an hour, Uchiha Rin then dialed Doflamingo's number. Let him meet at the coast. While waiting, Uchiha Rin repeated the conversation between him and Violet to the girls. Of course, it goes without saying what exactly was done. There are children here. However, this is indeed a bit misleading. The lowly trio have listened to the corner several times. I'm afraid they can't remember the exact number of times. After learning about Violet's life experience, the women had different attitudes. Bai Sing said with sympathy on his face, that sister is so pitiful. Master Rin, can't you help her? Bai Sing, in this era of great pirates, countless people die every day. Gangs cannot help. We only need to protect what needs to be protected. You protect your tribe, and I will protect you, do you understand? Uchiha Rin raised his head and stroked Shirahashi's forehead and taught. Although Shirahashi's kindness is not a bad thing, evolving into a holy mother would be troublesome. Expect him. Although she seemed to understand, Bai Sing still nodded obediently. Now she is like a piece of white paper. It can be dyed into any color at will. You get the advantage, but Luffy has to clean up the mess, right? Nami said scornfully. Just now she went back to the room and took a look. As soon as she took a step in, she was rushed back by the smell inside. My God, how much has been done? Looking back now, Violet left when he was doing it. He stumbled and felt like he was about to fall down at any moment. Nami concluded that this bastard had just had a great time. Even if I don't do this, they will take care of it, right? Uchiha Rin's rhetorical question silenced Nami. It was true. According to her understanding of Luffy, when she heard about what Doflamingo had done, Luffy would never sit idly by and help others restore the country. Help is addicted. Phew, I'm sorry, everyone, it's been a long wait. Just as everyone was expressing their opinions on Violet's matter, a familiar strange laughter came into their ears. Turning around, I saw a ship in a pink color. The ship with the flamingo as its bow has sailed from the other coast to the diagonally opposite Sunny, and the one standing on top of the flamingo greeted them. Who is it if it's not Doflamingo? You can tell who owns this boat at a glance. Ui Korone compared the appearance of the Donquixote pirates flamingo with Doflamingo himself, and secretly complained in her heart. On the deck of the ship behind Doflamingo, Pai was following. Ka, Diamantai and many other family cotters as well as minions dressed exactly the same. Yaxi, don't waste time, let's go. Uchiha Rin is very satisfied with this trip to Dressrosa without going to the island. Unexpectedly, there are unexpected gains. The only regret is that Violet is probably the aunt and did not treat Lei as the niece. Take Bika with you. If you and your aunt and niece work together to attack Grandpa Lin, then not to mention Doflamingo, even the 5 old stars can help you kill 2 of them. Woo! A few days later. The rumors about Grand Tetsalo, the world's largest entertainment city, are more exaggerated than I thought. The Sunny, which was following behind the Flamingo, shortened the distance. Although it was still several miles away, Nami had already seen the golden giant in front of her that she had seen many times in the reports. Ship. Under the night sky, the light it emits makes the entire sea area sparkle. It is like a golden mountain floating on the sea. Although the area may be slightly smaller than Moria's terrifying three-mast sailboat, the force is not the same at all. On the order of magnitude. And Konan, Korone-ui, and Rin Nohara, who had experienced the suffering of the war and were born as civilians, were all dumbfounded. It was too extravagant and too corrupt. I advise you to carry sea water with you just in case. On the Flamingo, which was leading the way, Doflamingo suddenly turned his head and reminded. Here is Gilda Tetsalo's ability. It is to hide the gold powder he made through the device in the entrance tunnel. This way it can ensure that everyone who enters the entertainment city inhales gold powder. As users of the gold and gold fruit, they can control these people at will. And the best way to get rid of this thing is sea water. This is the same as cracking Morias like zombies. This ability reminds Uchiha Rin of the battle between Urju and Deodara. Deodara's C4 Lauro also disperses bombs in the form of particles. Let the target inhale it into the mouth. Then let countless small bombs fill the target's body. Explosion. The method to break the two pillars is thunder escape. Use this to silence the earth escape bomb. And the relationship. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. P. Between Tezaro's gold and seawater is the relationship between Deodara's bomb and thunder escape, Tinki. Yi. The Flamingo and the Sunny entered the dark entrance tunnel one after another. It is difficult to see the gold powder particles floating in the air with the naked eye. Doflamingo and several of his cotter-level subordinates picked up the bucket filled with seawater next to it. Wow! A sound of water poured over them, which made their hearts feel cold. And as ability users, they suppressed their nausea and drank several sips. Although they were a little embarrassed, this was indeed the best way to guard against Tezaro's dirty tricks. The seawater all over their bodies turned into the drowned. Doflamingo turned his head and looked behind him curiously. Boom! A silver sword energy almost grazed Doflamingo's scalp. The aftermath covered the entire tunnel and crushed it into pieces. See for exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. It collapsed with a loud noise. The tunnel, which was originally no more than 30 or 40 meters in diameter, was directly blasted out with a large hole of more than 100 meters in diameter. Doflamingo's sunglasses, the eyes at the end were all widened. Mother could still play like this. It seems that the easiest way to solve the maze is to break through the wall, right? The two ships arrived at the shore, where there were already a large number of skulls printed on them. The pirate ship with the symbol docked here, and the cross symbol symbolizing the world government. Hancock's delicate body trembled uncontrollably. He looked very much like Habra AI when he heard the name of the winery. What are you afraid of? The man who is protecting you now will become the strongest man in the universe in the future. Uchiha Rin walked past Hancock and said extremely calmly. Hancock was stunned when he heard this. He felt the strong confidence contained in Uchiha Rin's calm tone. Although he wanted to deny it, he couldn't. Denial. She felt a huge sense of relief. Liquor so, that symbol is, the Blackbeard Pirates. And the Big Mom Pirates. Sure enough, many big shots are eyeing the Golden Lion's abilities. Nami, who is a money addict, was unexpectedly not attracted by the feasting of the Golden City. Mainly because the flags on the poles of several warships at the dock were too intimidating. Lord God of Destruction, just when Uchiha Rin and his party came ashore. A tall, mature woman with long burgundy hair and black attire said with an unkind expression, "Please give me flowers." Isn't this too much? Doflamingo smiled secretly in his heart and stepped out of the way. He wanted to see how Uchiha Rin would respond to this situation. Of course he knew this woman. Bakula, one of Tezaro's confidants. A user with the lucky fruit ability. There's no way, your entrance is too small, my little boy can't get in. Uchiha Rin looked innocent and pointed at the Eight Tails, the groom of the Uchiha Pirates. 20 of the Eight Tails showed off the muscles on their arms. Bakula couldn't find a reason to refute for a while. The bounty was 22, the Dark God of Destruction with a bounty of 1 billion, and the Eight-Tailed Octopus who loves rapping with a bounty of 1 billion. Even if we only count this one person and one beast, no one doubts the level of this pair of combined Emperor-level pirates. In the end, Baccarat could only break her teeth and swallow it in her stomach. He really didn't dare to do anything to Uchiha Rin, a ruthless man who kills the main cotters of the red-haired gang at will. Could this little secret be provoked by her? Not to mention that Uchiha Rin didn't fall for her master Tezaro's trick. You must be here to participate in the auction, right? It will be held in 2 days. Until then, please enjoy it in this golden city. Regarding Uchiha Rin's act of destroying the gate of Grand Tezaro, Baccarat can only choose to have nothing happen and continue to serve as a guide for a group of people. Start counting from 1 to 2 to 3. Wonderful performance, ready for 5, 6, 7? On the big screen projected by the phone bug directly above the casino, a slim young woman with short purple hair was singing. When she saw the other person's face, Nami's expression changed. Notice Nami's face. Changes. Although Bakura was confused, she took the initiative to explain, "This is Karina, our #1 singer from Grand Tezzero, from the Straw Hat Pirates." "Oh no, Miss Nami from the Uchiha Pirates, do you know her?" Nami's face was obviously unnatural, but she still pretended that nothing happened. "No, I don't know." Immediately, Nami looked angry again and shouted as if she had just woken up from a dream, "Besides, I'm a member of the Straw Hat Pirates." Uchiha Rin smiled when he heard this and didn't care. After entering the casino, Bakura handed a whole box of chips to Uchiha Rin and his party. "These 100 million berry chips are given to you by our casino, so enjoy your time." As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the three Xionin girls widened. "Are you so generous?" Uchiha Rin secretly laughed inwardly. It's a little trick of the banker. But he was too lazy to expose the dirty tricks of Tezzero and his gang. Piao piao. After the fruit is obtained, it is still uncertain whether this Gurintazalo will exist or not. Oh. Then, that is the Pirate Empress. She is indeed a stunning beauty. The news that she was kidnapped by the super newcomer Uchiha Rin published in the newspaper was indeed true. Damn it, why didn't I have such a chance? Oh, isn't she in front of you now? Why don't you take a look? You want me to die, right? That's a monster who dares to confront the four emperors single-handedly. Well, what a big mermaid. So beautiful, not inferior to the empress at all. Entering the casino where people were mixed. The beauty of Hancock and Bai Sing, who stood at the top of the world, immediately attracted the attention of all the gamblers. A chill flashed in Hancock's eyes, although she had long been used to such eyes, but still feel disgusting. Rin-sama, I'm a little scared." Shirahoshi holds in her hands the pale pink dress that Uchiha Rin specially bought for her when they were on Fishman Island. "Are you going to turn them all into stone?" Uchiha Rin said funny. After hearing this, Hancock raised his delicate hands without hesitation. He was not following the orders of Uchiha Rin. He just happened to have the same idea. Hancock was so convinced in his heart. "Mr. Uchiha Rin, Miss Hancock, this is a special administrative area approved by the government, and the use of force is prohibited." Seeing this, Bakura quickly dissuaded her. "Oh, that's how it is." Uchiha Rin raised his eyebrows and glanced at Hancock. In an instant, invisible pressure surged out of Hancock's body, sweeping the splendid casino. Gamblers and croupiers fell down in droves at every gaming table. Uchiha Rin smiled lightly and said, "No force was used. Look, we didn't even move." Bakura felt like she needed a quick-acting heart-saving pill. "Aren't you bullying an honest person?" In a room of a high-end hotel in Grand Tezzalo, the bathroom made the sound of running water. After half an hour, Nami came out. Another night passed. Nami felt like her bones were about to fall apart. She was so tired. "By the way, do you know the purple-haired singer you saw on the projection screen today?" Seeing that Nami was in a bad mood, Uchiha Rin changed the topic. Nami still didn't speak. "We already have this kind of relationship, so it's okay to open up and talk, right?" Uchiha Rin hugged her shoulders and said, "It was obviously you who forced me." Nami roared. But after shouting angrily, she felt a little relieved. After pursing her lips, she told Uchiha Rin about her and Califa's past. When they were in the East China Sea, they were once together, a pair of famous thieves. But during a theft operation, the two of them missed it and were caught by a bounty hunter with a very high reward. Karina said that she could leave Nami behind and go back to their secret base to get it back. She used all the treasures she had saved to ransom Nami. And then, she never came back. It can be said that this was the closest to death in Nami's theft career. For a long time afterwards, Nami didn't believe her. To a large extent, she was also affected by this experience. She also betrayed the Straw Hat Pirates once for this reason. "Anyway, how about making a big fuss here? Do you want me to help you kill her?" Uchiha Rin couldn't hold back. He lowered his head and took 2 more bites while asking. Nami, who gradually got used to this kind of thing, didn't answer silently. If ordinary people have this attitude, 687 would be acquiescence. But Nami, on the contrary, usually she remains silent. That is tantamount to rejection. Uchiha Rin stretched out, picked up Nami, and let her lie on him. "Now, Nami, do you know why I kidnapped you and Hancock before doing this kind of thing with you first?" Hearing this question, Nami just wanted to give Uchiha Rin a big mouth. "How shameless do you have to be to ask such a question? A dead female criminal. How do I know? And I have no interest in knowing." Uchiha Rin took the initiative to give the answer, "Because you are too soft-hearted." Speaking of this, Uchiha Rin hooked Nami's snow-white chin and explained, "If it were Hancock or Nico Robin of your pirate group, if they had taken action before they completely fell in love with each other, they would most likely use sweet beams to turn me into stone while I was doing damage, or use the power of huahua fruit to grow a hand on my belly to deceive me, and sneak attack my 15-year-old little brother. Because no matter how strong the power is, this is the moment when men are most relaxed. As long as they are in charge, you cannot escape this law." Lin Yi, really? I don't believe it. Uchiha Rin moved his hand from his chin to Nami's pinky cheeks, and said with a bad smile, "You are different. Even though you have been struggling at the bottom for 10 years, you are still so naive. Even Zyoba, one of the enemies who killed his mother, can forgive him. The same is true for the singer named Karina. I've already torn them into pieces, so you will never attack me when I'm playing poker, so girl, don't be too kind. People are kind enough to be ridiculed." After saying that, Uchiha Rin turned around and kept his word, and started ride. "Damn it, bastard. Are you done yet?" Nami was frightened by the sudden attack and retreated repeatedly. After being unable to resist, Nami could only accept her fate. But halfway through, she suddenly remembered something. "Wait, you just said Robin, you bastard has a big appetite. Luo, Robin can't be as easy to deceive as me. Then how about you help me? Take her down so you have a sister? Go, fuck you." One night passed. The auction scene of Grand Tetsalo. The magnificent hall was wrapped in a semicircular array of stepped seats. It was like a supremely enhanced version of the slave auction house in the Shampoo Islands in the past. It is ridiculous to say it. He once served as Tianlong, the human slave, Gilder Tizalo, who originally hated the celestial dragons the most. Now he has become a celestial dragon. The main door of the hall opened again. The astonishing momentum attracted everyone who was already seated to turn their heads and look. It's so luxurious. Even the toilet in this place is made of gold. Sister, by seeing this door is a bit small, be careful. Thank you, Lin. Are these people all after that fruit? 6-year-old Nohara Rin, Ui Kurane. 11-year-old Konan. 15-year-old Shirahoshi. 20-year-old Nami. 30-year-old Hancock. Almost including beauties of all ages. Not to mention there are also 2 women, the Pirate Empress and the Mermaid Princess, who stand at the top of the world in terms of beauty. But even so, their limelight cannot overshadow the man walking at the front, Uchiha Rin. As a pirate, he is not taller. 2.5 meters tall is not worthy of being a general. However, 5 meters tall is not worthy of being in the world of the 4 emperors. Uchiha Rin, who is not yet 15, really seems a bit weak. However, no one present dared to raise the slightest contempt for him. Heart. That guy was promoted to the rank of general during the Navy's recruitment campaign. Green Bull Huang Yu. Hancock looked at a tall man sitting in the corner, wearing sunglasses and a carefree look. Aramaki? Why not add Hirohiko? Uchiha Rin secretly laughed in his heart. He directly found a seat nearby and sat down. Sure enough, the Navy, they also don't intend to let go of this top-notch superhuman devil fruit. After all, decades ago, the Golden Lion used his flying ability to fool the Navy around. Ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited grand auction is finally about to begin. Suddenly, the lights in the entire venue suddenly went out. The spotlights on the ceiling beams were completely shrouded in Gilda Tetsalo, who suddenly appeared and stood in the center of the stage. "Don't worry about it. You should know very well why we are here. Get your things out quickly." Pizarro, the 4th captain of the Blackbeard Pirates, shouted without any shame. Neither he nor Hiryu Aim are ability users at present. Both of them also fell in love with the fluttering fruit that once belonged to the Golden Lion. Tizaro's face darkened. Why didn't there be many people who didn't give him Golden Emperor face? But people like this sat in a whole room today. There was no way. After all, Tizaro wanted to sell this devil fruit to the highest price. Don't have to call all these big shots. Tetsalo barely suppressed the anger in his heart and read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, GHED dryly. Haha, it seems that everyone can't wait, so boom. But he didn't wait for Tetsalo to finish. The door to the venue that had been closed was opened again. Sure enough, it's here. I wanted it the first time I saw it. A huge mermaid. With a funny figure step, the funny-looking man walked towards the white star with snot in his nostrils and a greedy face. When he saw the iconic oxygen mask and the bloated white clothes, Hancock's eyes welled up. Unprecedented anger. But the body is shaking uncontrollably. It's like a keyboard warrior who punches hard online, but turns into a dog once he meets offline. Although this description is a bit excessive. Read Baozuan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. But it does fit Hancock's attitude towards the Draco. On the one hand, she hates the Draco and the world government more strongly than anyone else. But on the other hand, she fears both of them more than anyone else. Exaggeration. As Uchiha Rin said, Hancock fell in love with Wang Luffy for this reason. He did things she didn't dare to do. Uchiha Rin looked at the runny-nosed celestial dragon with a malicious smile. This isn't he the idiot who was knocked down by Wang Luffy with a punch a year and a half ago? I remember when the original Shirahoshi followed Neptune to the World Conference. He also met this pig. I didn't expect to bump into him here. But it's okay. Originally, the Tianlong people also had their second main goal besides the Piao Pio fruit. Quick! Take her back to my castle. Then build a huge cell in my back garden and lock her in it. Under the command of Saint Charos, a servant with a stature comparable to Kaido's big. Mom stretched out his hand to grab Shirahoshi. Whoa, a white light flashed in front of his eyes. Blood splashed. The faces of everyone on the scene became fused. I saw that a giant servant stretched out his hand towards Shirahoshi. The front ends of both wrists had been completely cut off. Uh-oh, my hand, my hand. The giant attendant was rolling on the ground in pain. You guy, do you want to resist the great me? Charos Saint shouted angrily at Uchiha Rin. The same goes for the trash wearing the straw hat before, and the same goes for this guy who appears now. How dare you go against the noble Saint Charos? Then go to hell. You too, this is a special administrative region approved by the government. Can you give me some face and don't make things difficult for me? Tizalo, with a dark face, came up with a smile that was uglier than crying. Mater, if he normally encountered this situation, he would have already controlled the gold powder in the target's body and made it into a gold sculpture. But before that, Yuji Uchiha Rin, a bastard, played coquettishly to guard against his gold powder. And the Tianlong people couldn't afford to offend themselves. Tizaro could only bite the bullet and come out to be the peacemaker. Uchiha Rin stood up from his seat. Come on, shake your head and say difficult? Then don't do it. As soon as he finished speaking, the roaring silver-white ghost giant suddenly rose from the surface of Uchiha Rin's body. The chakra sword in his hand fell violently, splitting the giant slave whose hands were cut off 10 seconds ago and rolling on the ground into two. Hancock, now as your captain, I give you the first order. Uchiha Rin stretched out his hand and pointed at the frightened St. Charles. Go ahead and kill him. Hancock opened his mouth slightly and couldn't say a word for a long time. After a few seconds, he was still hesitant to move forward. In the end, he staggered and fell to the ground under the huge pressure. So disappointing. Uchiha Rin's disdainful eyes made Hancock dare not look directly at her. As Uchiha Rin said, she was like a circus animal that was put in a collar freely and was whipped by the trainer with a whip. Even if she is long, he is older and has more strength than the trainer. But he will still tremble in fear when he sees the whip in his opponent's hand. Forget it, I will show mercy to you and watch carefully. Susanoo, who had not dissipated, raised his sword again and slashed at St. Charlos. Seeing this scene, whether it was Hiryu of the Rain, Pizarro of the Blackbeard Pirates, or Big Mom Kai Katakuri, Owen and others in the pirate group all have expressions of fusion. Based on their status in their respective imperial pirate groups, although they are not afraid of the celestial dragons, they will never attack them unless absolutely necessary. Let alone it was a fatal blow. And Uchiha Rin didn't hesitate at all. At the critical moment, a huge tree vine rose from the ground. It protected St. Charlos in front of him and turned into a huge arm grabbed the Susanoo sword. The celestial dragons are the gods of this world. Whatever God wants, people should obediently offer it. The green bull, who was tens of meters away, with his right arm elementalized and connected with the giant vine fist that blocked Susan's sword, shouted coldly, "This is the law of this world." Hearing this, Hancock, who was kneeling on the ground, secretly clenched his pink fists. 0.0 rule? What a bullshit rule. Just because of this, do you, yourself, have to endure such humiliation? Did you hear that? This is the attitude of the naval admiral towards the Draconians. On the surface, he claims to uphold justice, but in fact he is a lackey of the Draconians and the government. The punch Wang Luffy I gave you a year and a half ago made you feel relieved, right? But nothing has changed? The celestial dragons still act as the masters of this world and are domineering, and the world government still acts as their protective umbrella to help them do evil. As for me, I can do more than Wang Luffy I, and make them feel 100 times, 1,000 times the pain than what you endured before. Stop placing your desire for revenge on others, you can do it yourself. Come with me. Uchiha Rin seemed to be instigating his father to stick to Hancock's ear, like tricking human beings into signing a sign of inequality. The contract is like a devil, squatting down and whispering in the other person's ear, "Stand up, Hancock, have you forgotten why you came here? Is it to avenge myself who was once a slave? Revenge for the other companions who were enslaved, for Sundasonia, and for Marigold." As Rin Uchiha whispered in his ear, the gasp coming from Hancock's red lips became more and more rapid. "This is a story started by you, Hancock." Uchiha Rin's words whispered like a snake that tempted Eve to eat the fruit of the tree of wisdom. It also introduced Hancock step by step into the king of fighters weaved by himself. Aha, collapse. No, it should be said that the commentator's shout came from Hancock's throat. The next moment, many powerful men at the level of emperor and deputy at the scene saw Hancock suddenly explode. The slender legs were raised, and the heel of the high-heeled shoes, which was at least 10 centimeters high, approached the ugly face of St. Charles at high speed. All said, "The celestial dragons are the gods of this world, those who disobey gods are not worthy of the protection of the law." Under the control of Green Bull, the giant vine hand still entrenched on the ground of the venue twisted its wrist and grabbed Hancock. "You don't really think you're strong when you're riding a horse, do you?" Uchiha Rin laughed jokingly. The dark eternal flames rose fiercely and blocked Hancock's surroundings. As soon as the wooden hand touched it, it turned into ashes like a moth to the flame. Just now, Uchiha Rin himself attacked the celestial dragon, letting the green bull block the Susanoo sword. This was what Uchiha Rin expected. He had no intention of killing the celestial dragon himself at all. This guy was used by Uchiha Rin to completely turn Hancock's heart. His own key. Just like in many Torin plots, Huang Mao takes the heroine behind. The heroine's heart is still with the suffering master. At this time, in order to complete the heroine's complete evil fall, Huang Mao must pursue the victory. Use your own strength to make the heroine completely surrender. And in the process, you must demote the heroine to nothing. Madam, tell me who is stronger, me or your husband? And Uchiha Rin is using this trick now. 13 You Hancock, I fell in love with Juan Luffy before, wasn't it because he beat up the celestial dragons? Did he do something you wanted to do but didn't dare to do? Then what? What else could he do? It was just a punch, and the 3 members of the family behind him were still scum. Nothing happened. You are still alive and kicking. The employer directly asked you to kill the celestial dragons with your own hands. Isn't this more awesome than Juan Luffy? The flames of Amaterasu blocked the momentary gap of the wooden hand created by the green ox sensen fruit. Hancock's sharp high-heeled shoes have already been kicked hard in the center of St. Charo's face. The sound of rock crushing was heard. The next second, everyone saw St. Charo's bloated body like a pig being kicked hard and flew into the wall on the left side of the venue. Ugly abstract face, most of the mask was petrified and shattered. Really done it. Eugilio took a deep breath on his cigar. He once served as the warden of the undersea prison and worked for the world government, but it is quite clear what it means to take action against the Tianlong people, not to mention a fatal blow. Killed so easily? You still have a lot to learn. Uchiha Rin shook his head and said with regret, if it were me, there is a talent training base called Dongchang in my hometown. Rather than letting him die so easily, he should be allowed to become an indispensable talent in Dongchang. Concubine, I don't know. Hancock lowered his pretty face, like a primary school student who was afraid of being blamed by his elders for doing something wrong. Highlight a well-behaved person. Well, her current state. It's like being forcibly possessed by Huang Mao. But after realizing Huang Mao's power, he began to dislike the little earthworm's mentality. Finally, he fell into Huang Mao's arms. The sufferer was left kneeling on the ground crying bitterly. Nami, who was also kidnapped by Uchiha Rin, saw Hancock looking like this. I was so scared that my jaw dropped to the ground. No, your attitude has changed too much, right? The previous scene of Hancock giving Uchiha Rin a slap in the face. Nami still remembers it till now. Of course, only by being severely punished by Uchiha Rin, and it has a new brand. But, it was less than a month before and after. Do you want it to be so fast? Uchiha Rin said that this was considered slow. Hancock went from knowing Wang Luffy to falling in love with him. In total, I'm afraid it's not more than 48 hours. Alas, my rank as a scumbag is still too low. Look how awesome Wang Luffy is. Not to mention Hancock, he is the seraph snake of the future. You can fall in love with him and then turn against him in less than 2 hours. Oh wait. By the way, I can bring Hancock over now. Will Seraph Snake be one piece in the future? Fire break. The golden floor of the venue was pried open by countless vines, and tree vines mixed with soil suddenly rose up. Although it could not extinguish the Amaterasu flames, it was able to pin it down at the bottom with its numerical advantage. How dare you do such a thing to God? You are the first in 800 years. The green bull raised his elemental index finger and pointed at Uchiha Rin and his party. Boya Hancock. I thought you were kidnapped and coerced by Uchiha Rin, so the government never deprived you of your Shishibukai title. But it's different now. Just because of what you just did. Not only will your title be stripped away, but a new bounty will be issued for you. Facing this trial of the Green Bull, Hancock responded with a disdainful snort. Now, with the help of Master Lin, she has overcome her inner demons. She is now fearless. Is this man really a righteous admiral? Why do you feel more like a bitch? Ui Korone said with a strange expression. It has been a while since they came to this world. Following Uchiha Rin, they also saw many pirate navy. Although Uchiha Rin's evaluation of the navy is that they are government lackeys, but there are indeed many who are willing to serve the people. The navy asked for orders. Therefore, when faced with the navy's pursuit, the three Lolita's attacks would be more or less lighter than when they faced the pirates. However, the Green Bull completely broke their attitude towards the navy in the past 2 months. The inherent impression. Is this too licking? Is the shame of a general a wasted reputation? Uchiha Rin Seed. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Almti help but laugh. Looking at the generals before the Green Bull, which one didn't have a strong character when he appeared? With one move, he froze the sea and killed the 3 powerful Aokiji of the Straw Hats. Each one of them is terrifying. Monkey D. Kizaru, who is a supernova with one kick. He is the top of the war MVP at Kainu. To read cool novels, go to Fila Novel Network, and Fuji Tora, who pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger. But when it comes to the Green Bull, he loses big hips. I was almost scared to death by the red-haired overlord. He was actually able to get fucked by Momo's assistant. Oh my god. Uchiha Rin seriously doubted whether this guy recognized Akainu as his adoptive father? Otherwise, why would he be sitting there? Got this position? Take action. Uchiha Rin suddenly said. Wow, after giving the order, endless white paper flew up and floated throughout the entire venue. Zionin suddenly entered angel form, and a pair of white paper wings protruded from both sides of his back. Hancock put one hand on his hip and glared at the Green Bull coldly. Of all the people present, obviously, what she wanted to kill most. This is the general who worships the celestial dragons as gods. Hancock, there are still many Tianlong people, and there are many opportunities for you to kill them. Now you should go and help Zionin and the others find the Piao fruit. Uchiha Rin signaled. Yes, I know, Hancock said with bright eyes. Zionin in angel mode was not polite at all. Endless shreds of paper wrapped Tizalo's confidant Bakala like a mummy, with a cold voice question, where is the Piao fruit? Uchiha Rin. The Piao fruit is an auction item, and the one with the highest bid will get it. What do you mean now? Seeing that Uchiha Rin had overturned the table, Tizaro didn't bother to pretend to be polite anymore and shouted angrily. Your own golden fruits were all stolen from you, so you are allowed to take advantage of them. But we are not allowed to take advantage of them. Uchiha Rin really feels that people in this world, especially those from the pirate force, are really double standards. Did NT or Tizaro's golden fruit come from the auction held by Doflamingo? What? You are only allowed to play dirty, not me? Oh shit. Tizalo cursed angrily. He hit the ground with his right fist. Bang, the golden floor turned into gold water and rushed towards Uchiha Rin in the form of an explosion. Sweet and sweet. A beautiful shadow suddenly fell in front of Uchiha Rin. A light pink heart-shaped beam of light surged through the explosive gold water towards Tizaro behind. Seeing this, Tizaro could only retract the move. He quickly retreated to avoid Hancock's attack. Under the stage floor, in the golden safe made by Lord Tizaro, wrapped into a mummy by Conan's paper escape, Bakara, who was almost suffocated, finally couldn't bear the torture and responded with difficulty. Hearing this, the members of the Imperial group who had been eating melons silently stood up suddenly. Uchiha Rin and Green Bull, the dispute between the Empress and the Tianlong people. They can't control these things, but the Piao fruit must be fought for. What's going on? Still want to grab it? Uchiha Rin turned his eyes and looked around with full of malice. His hands suddenly joined together. He felt the familiar natural energy. The Green Bull's expression suddenly changed. The would escape tree world is born. The perspective shifts to the streets of Grand Tetzalo. A group of people wearing white suits were very eye-catching walking on the street, rushing to the auction venue. You are cleaning up the mess for the Tianlong people again. Can't you arrange some tasks that are more suitable for agents? Califa 843 complained. Now that she has become a member of CP0 under the leadership of Lu Qi, she feels that her life now is not as good as when she was CP9. Wiping the butt of the celestial dragons every day is worse than sleeping next to Bingshan. At least Iceberg is more normal than the celestial dragons. The reason why they CP0 came here is because St. Charlos has coveted the mermaid next to Uchiha Rin for a long time. After hearing that Uchiha Rin came to Gurentai after Zolo, they immediately rushed over without stopping. After the government knew about this incident, they quickly sent CP0 to protect them because they were worried about something happening. After all, they all knew. Now Gurent Zolo has gathered a large group of dangerous elements. This gang people are not afraid of celestial dragons. CP0 holds the strongest shield of the celestial dragons. It is our responsibility to protect them. Don't say unnecessary words, Califa. Lu Qi, who is now the commander of CP0, walked at the front and said in an indifferent tone, "Arrive." Next to her, Stussy, who was wearing a fox iron mask and only exposed her red lips and chin, reminded. Lu Qi was just about to lead someone to push open the door. Boom, before his hand could touch the doorknob, there were turtles on the floor in this area. Cracked open. On the roaring ground, countless giant trees rushed out from the cracks in the ground. At a growth rate that exceeded the growth rate of any plant in the world, they crazily sucked the energy of all life forms in the area. Lu Qi and his party were shocked and quickly used moon steps, jumping into the sky to escape. The auction venue collapsed. Keiku said in astonishment as he floated in the air with the help of moon steps. The Green Bull's attack range is not that wide. Stussy's eyes behind the mask were slightly hollow. Looking around, almost everything within the visual range was covered by these huge vines. She didn't think the Green Bull had such strength. Whoa dash. A sharp blast, the sword energy cut off the vines. Lu Chi and his group turned around and saw a black shadow holding a knife lifted up from the bushes and landed on the roof of a building. The second captain of the Blackbeard pirates, Hiru's name. Khalifa announced the other party's name. But now Shiryu feels like she has lost a lot of weight. Shiryu, who had lost a lot of weight, stuck his beloved knife on the ground and used it as a crutch to support his body. He was out of breath. Is that guy Pizarro dead? Anyway, I didn't like him either. Damn, bastard, an extremely weak voice sounded from the trees below. Look in the direction of the sound. Pizarro, who was being sucked and fucked, seemed to have aged 50 years overnight, his voice trembling, and he reluctantly raised his hand to give Yuji Shiryu the middle finger. Yes, there is time to make sarcastic remarks. No, why not hurry up and save me? And on the other side, the milky white semicircular cover pushed the huge tree vine aside, and slowly opened from the middle, revealing the people inside. They were Katakuri and Owen of the Big Dot Mom Pirates. Thanks, Katakuri. Owen patted the other party's shoulder and said, "What a close call." Katakuri was also a little shocked. Although he used sticky fruits to build a temporary barrier, Katakuri vaguely realized that the reason why he could block this move was not due to his strength. It was because the opponent did not use his energy. Put it on yourself. In the deepest part of this ancient forest, Uchiha Rin and his party gathered on the fragmented stage of the venue. Endless vines completely blocked the surroundings to prevent anyone from getting in the way. It should be here. Zionin walked to the center of the stage according to the information Bakura had given before. Would escape, this move is really convenient. Uchiha Rin also walked leisurely. He released the map gun level ninjutsu of Tree World Advent. Since it unexpectedly did not consume too much chuck, the reason is that the wood escape can absorb the energy of the attacking target and convert it into the spell. This is very abnormal. In other words, as long as there are many people, it is completely possible to fire the map cannon one after another without firing. Let me come. Hancock concentrated his domineering power on the solace of his feet. The tip of the high-heeled shoes at the bottom knocked. A big hole was made in the ground. A golden treasure box was lying quietly inside. Cold Hancock took out the golden treasure box and handed it to Uchiha Rin. Uchiha Rin is very satisfied with Hancock's current attitude, but I just don't know if Hancock is willing to fight Wang Luffy for himself. Just like those heroines who fell into evil, fighting Huang Mao in front of the suffering master, while mocking the suffering master. Zionin, this is yours. Uchiha Rin rewarded Hancock with a pat from behind. After the other person shrank aside shyly, he handed the box to Konan. Rin-san, thank you. Konan had a lot of thanks to say to Uchiha Rin, but in the end, she just said thank you. Eloquence is not her specialty. She could only swear silently in her heart. She must give everything to the other party. After learning about the Piao Piao fruit, the last owner was the legendary great pirate Golden Lion. Zionin also checked a lot of information about this person during this period. He also knew what an incredible fruit it was. But Uchiha Rin did not hesitate. He gave it to himself. Zionin felt that even if he spent his whole life repaying it, it wouldn't be enough. He slowly opened the treasure box. A devil fruit shaped like a cantaloupe, with gray-white skin and lines like clouds came into view. Hiss! In an instant, a deep purple beam of light struck. It cut into the canopy formed by the giant wood above the heads of Uchiha Rin and his party. It was as sharp as a cake and was cut in two. Hancock and the other women looked up. A golden giant that is 80 similar to Tizero himself, but its body is covered with dark purple lines and its size is comparable to that of the giant race. He is looking down at his group. That's not for a little girl like you. Also, how dare you cause trouble in my kingdom? You must die today. The roar of Tizero came from the golden giant. The golden giant opposite had just finished speaking. There was another shaking sound from behind Uchiha Rin and his group. He turned around and saw a wooden hand that was comparable to the giant's. The tree vines on the ground were violently broken. A giant tree giant with human facial features and a body that was about half the same size as the giant suddenly stood up. You don't need to think about it, you can tell just by looking at his face. It's the Navy Admiral Green Bull Aramu, Forbidden Giant. The Green Bull in the form of an elemental giant shouted sharply, "The devil fruit is necessary for the world government to use to strengthen the Knights of God. Never be eaten by pirates. Not to mention a pirate who disobeys God." Being surrounded by two giants nearly 100 meters tall, one behind the other, anyone would be more or less nervous, right? However, both Ui Kurane and Nohara Rin, who have just graduated less than a year ago. The original work was Shirahoshi, whom Wang Luffy nicknamed Cowardly Star, or Nami, the former straw. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Pirates cowered to the trio. At this moment, her expression is extremely calm. Strange, why aren't you scared at all? Nami, holding the weather stick, whispered softly, "Because I protect you." To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. The sudden chuckle attracted Nami to look at her. No matter how much Nami warned herself in her heart, she was a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. At this moment, but I have to accept it. The great sense of peace that Rin Uchiha brought her. It's not something Luffy can compare to. After all, Wang Luffy always likes to do some weird things and scare her half to death. Although Uchiha Rin also likes to cause trouble, but he also has the ability to solve things. You like to play big, right? Uchiha Rin put his hands together in amusement, and the majestic chakra comparable to that of a tailed beast burst out. The giant tree vines that were even more exaggerated than before rose up from the ground, lifting Uchiha Rin into the air. They quickly gathered and fused on the way, and quickly formed a humanoid form. The art of using wood to escape a wooden man. In less than 5 seconds, the one who was originally looking down turned into the one looking up. He saw Rin Uchiha standing on the head of the giant wooden man. The green bull transformed into an elemental giant, and Tizero inside the golden giant had extremely ugly expressions. If their giants are the titans, then Uchiha Rin is Oz. The Imperial pirates who barely escaped from the forest on the ground, and the ones who just came over and didn't know that St. Charlos, who was the target of protection, was dead. Zero. I was dumbfounded at this moment. The noise caused by the green bull and Tizero, who had brought out their trump card, was already exaggerated enough. But I didn't expect that Uchiha Rin was like a weapon of the law of cause and effect. It caused a cross-dimensional blow to them. You like big ones, right? I'm bigger than you. Don't think you'll win just like this. Tizalo was the first to come to his senses. He controlled the golden giant to wave his right arm. The gold on the surface of the giant's right arm boiled like boiling water. His golden fruit can not only control the shape of gold, but also the temperature. Gold industry fire. After being a local emperor in a place like this for a long time, you really think you are very strong, don't you? Uchiha Rin's face was full of mockery. He mobilized the chakra in his body, and transformed the seals with his hands. The wooden dragon entrenched on the surface of the wooden body roared. It broke away from the wooden body in an instant and flew towards the golden giant's fist. The moment the two sides were released, the wooden dragon is like a tarsal python. It instantly wraps around the golden giant. What can this kind of thing do? Tizalo tried to use the golden giant's other hand to pull this thing off. However, the wooden dragon grew rapidly in less than 2 seconds. The rough dragon scales and dragon horns sprouted a large number of branches and tree shades. The golden giant was tightly squeezed in, making it unable to move. Ha ha ha. This is a wooden dragon that even the 9 tails can't break free from. What can a toy like yours be used for? Malicious taunts came. Everyone turned to look. The expression of CP0, who represented the government, was even more ugly. There was a reward of 1 billion berries, the octopus that loves wrapping 8 tails. Since the Battle of Shampoo Islands, the 8 tails have basically become he never went back. He really likes this world. As an octopus, he loves water. And there are all kinds of different islands where you can go on adventures. He even learned the song of pirates, Binks's wine. At this time, Xiao Nan on the ground had taken out the piaopio fruit, opened his small mouth and was about to bite it. I told you it's not for you to eat. Green Bull was furious when he saw this. He punched down hard with a fist covered in armor. If it were Aokiji or Fujitora, he might have scruples because of the youth of Konan and others. But Green Bull would not. The concept of life is only those who support the world, Xian Li Zhao, government and the Tianlong people have human rights. Others, no matter how much they are killed, do not violate the law. However, the punch of the Green Bull in the form of the elemental giant has not yet fallen. He was pressed heavily to the ground. Then, like a hunter carrying a rabbit, the wooden man uprooted the green bull in tree man mode and pulled it into his hand. It's weird. Could it be because I don't have the fruit of face, that you dare to attack my people again and again in front of me? Uchiha Rin thought it was really weird. In his eyes, the green bull was just a general who was beaten by Momonosuke's pirated hot breath, and Shanks was a parallel import general who was scared to death by a domineering person. In front of him, still dared to take action? Could it be that his loyalty to the world government suppressed his fear of himself? Uchiha Rin. You guy. What do you want to do? The green bull, who was still in the tree man state but was held in Uchiha Rin's hand like a toy by Uchiha Rin's wooden man, cried out. Hearing the tremor in the other person's voice, Uchiha Rin couldn't help but laugh. Haha, I'm still scared. I think. Speaking of this, Uchiha Rin deliberately dragged out his voice, then suddenly raised his voice the next second and said with a cruel smile, tear you apart. Like broken ice, it was split into 2 by the wooden figure. Boom, boom. Before he could react, Eugenia saw the 2 bodies thrown in front of him. No Shiru stared blankly at the 2 halves of the green bull in front of her. After a few seconds, he suddenly came back to his senses as if he were waking up from a dream. He looked up at Rin Uchiha, who stood above the wooden figure like a god. Then, do you still want this thing? Shiryu, who faced the red-haired pirates in the battle on the top, remained calm and heartless. At this time, he couldn't help but trembled when he spoke. It may be because he and I like to play pirates, and they can't do anything to the enemy. Shanks and Wan Luffy are different from Shanks, who will defeat but never kill the opponent. Uchiha Rin is a true pirate style. He kills when he says it. He really doesn't blink. As long as he is on his list, he is a celestial dragon. Or an admiral. Uchiha Rin, who was standing on the bridge of the wooden man's nose, looked sideways slightly. He saw the other person looking down at him, and Shiryu secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva to relieve the tension. Ouch! Come to think of it, we are also hunting devil fruit users. Uchiha Rin thought of something and said, "You fancy this guy's ability, right?" Yes, Shiryu took a deep breath, not even daring to look directly into Uchiha Rin's eyes. The military cap on his head covered the upper half of his face, so that his face, which was dripping with cold sweat at the moment, would not be covered by people saw it. But his slightly trembling voice still betrayed his true thoughts at the moment. As you have stronger power to control nature, you should not be interested in this low-level devil fruit. If you can trade it, you can make a price. Uchiha Rin thought for a while. Killing the green bull was purely because he didn't like the guy. I really didn't expect this thing's ability. And now, since the people of the Blackbeard pirates want, you are right, I am indeed not interested in this kind of third-rate ability, but a pair of underwear and toilet paper should also play its role. Uchiha Rin spoke again. You take the body back, but after that, ask your master teach to come to Totland to join me immediately. Totland? Hearing these 3 words, the expressions of all the forces present were surprised. Isn't that the territory of Big Mom? How could Uchiha Rin ask Blackbeard to meet there? As a senior member of the Charlotte family, Katakuri and Owen's expression suddenly changed. They had already heard about what happened to Krikaku on Fishman Island. They thought it was just Krikaku's bad temper that had offended Uchiha Rin, and he was punished. But now it seems that things are not that simple. What does that god of destruction guy want to do to my mother? Ming, got it. Aim. No. Shiryu arched her body, holding 2 pieces of green cattle, one on the left and one on the right under her armpits, ready to take them away. Hello, Ziliu, you guy. Have you forgotten me? Pizarro, in mummy form, scored twice and shouted at Shiryu. My hands are full, you can figure it out yourself. There is no affection at all between the crew members of the Blackbeard pirates. Not to mention that Shiryu is now eyeing the Green Bull's ability. What he has to do now is to quickly return to the Beehive Island with the Green Bull's body. Let Blackbeard transfer the power of the Sensen fruit to himself. Leaving Pizarro here is even more beneficial to himself. After all, this guy is currently incompetent. Take him back together, in case he robs him. What to do? Damn it. Shilu, you bastard. I won't let you go. Seeing Shiryu's realistic behavior, he turned around and left. Pizarro yelled angrily. He can't be allowed to take away the Green Bull's body. Lu Chi, who had always been on the sidelines, also knew that he could no longer sit idly by. The death of a general would be a huge loss to the Navy and the government. If the ability still falls into the hands of evil parties like Blackbeard, the situation will be worse. Worse. Lu Chi quickly caught up with Shilu on the moon steps. The opponent had just been sucked out a lot of energy by the descending tree of the tree world. His speed was reduced a lot. He was immediately blocked by Lu Chi. Leave that to me. Lu Chi instantly entered the leopard form after landing. I can't cure Uchiha Rin, so I can't cure you? Shiryu's face darkened. The political lackey is really shameless. You have the guts to wait for me to recover and come back. Ha! Right in the rain. When Shiryu was thinking about whether he should put down the body, draw his sword to resist, or turn around and run away, the ground beneath his feet shook violently, and the world in front of him suddenly turned upside down. What happened? Lu Chi, in orc mode, turned around and looked around. He was shocked to find that this giant ship, which was as big as an island, was slowly taking off. Then, that girl, Shiryu, also noticed it. At this moment, he was at the feet of Uchiha Rin's wooden figure. Zionin was lying on his knees, with his small right hand on the floor of Grand Tezzero. The fluttering fruit that he had obviously taken a bite of fell to the side. The adaptability is very high. Uchiha Rin grinned with satisfaction. Just like Sabo was able to use fire fists just after eating the burning fruit. Unexpectedly, Conan could control a giant ship as big as Grande Zoro just after eating the fluttering fruit. It is enough to prove that the decision to hand over read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, the Piaopio fruit to Zionin is correct. After all, Zionin himself is a flying type. However, at this moment, Zionin, who was testing the fruit's ability, stumbled and was about to fall to the ground. Fortunately, Nami had quick eyesight and quick hands, and hugged her into her J-level canteen. Boom, a girl as big as an island Grand Tetzalo suddenly fell after rising tens of meters. The impact caused by it can be imagined. Waves hundreds of meters high appeared in a ring and splashed into the sky. To read Bao Swan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. And the splashing waves are like the sky, covering the sky of Gurantazalo, as if a hole has been poked in the sky. The light blue sea water covers the sky and blocks the sunset. The technique of would escape ranking. Uchiha Rin put his hands together. The ground trembled violently. Two wooden shields with an area as large as a football field broke out from the ground on both sides of the streets of the entertainment city. They were joined in mid-air, forming a ferocious ghost-faced shield, protect everyone below. Hug, I'm sorry, Rinnie-san, I don't seem to be able to master this power yet. Zionin, who was sweating profusely, said with an apology. This is already amazing, girl. Uchiha Rin jumped off the wooden figure and raised his sleeves to wipe her sweat. It is inappropriate to compare Konan and Sabo. First of all, the fluttering fruit and the burning fruit do not require the physical strength of the ability user, a level of magnitude, and it requires a 12-year-old junior high school girl to immediately master the power of a top-level superhuman system. It's too much. Captain Rin, these lackeys of the world government want to steal the body of the green cow you gave me. Can you please be kind and deal with these lackeys? At this time, Ames-Hixie shouted to Chiba Rin. To be honest, for a murderer like him to use such a formal tone, it was inexplicably a little disgusting. Lu Chi expressed his regrets. Mad, if you can't beat him, just give him a shot. Bar? Oops, I didn't see it just now. Is it Lu Chi, the government's number 2 dog licker after Green Bull? Uchiha Rin walked up with a smile. If the Green Bull is a brainless supporter of the world government, then Lu Chi is even more of a heavyweight. Judicial Island. After the war, the government issued a fatwa against them. With great difficulty, CP9 and his party escaped. Just when everyone thought they were going to stand on their own and form a pirate group to take revenge on the world government, or when he switches to the Revolutionary Army, they actually went back and continued to be watchdogs for the world government. Your master doesn't even want you anymore, but he's still so slutty, wagging his tail and going back to lick you. Of course Zhen chose to forgive him. Lu Chi didn't dare to refute with a dark face. The reason why he dared to stand on Akaina's head and shit, that's because beating a dog depends on the owner. Although Akainu is tough, he is not that tough. As long as he dares not do anything irregular against his master, the world government. But this one in front of me is different. The majestic Navy Admiral, if you say I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Lu Chi had no doubts. If you talk to Uchiha Rin with the same attitude towards Akainu, in the next second, he will end up like the Green Bull and use Hiryu's arms. Cat fruit is in the form of a leopard, cow fruit is in the form of a giraffe, dog fruit is in the wolf form, bubble fruit is. Uchiha Rin's eyes swept over the CP0 members, and read out their respective devil fruit names. Finally, he said with a face full of disgust, it's all useless abilities. Return the strongest shield of the celestial dragons? To be honest, when I saw that the world government recruited Lu Chi and Wang Luffy's defeated men as the parties of the top intelligence agency, in Uchiha Rin's heart, the 5 old stars and the others were like it has become equated with the word clown. You, what do you want to do with us? Uchiha Rin's eyes seemed to be looking at a rat that could be trampled to death at any time, which made Lu Chi both angry and frightened. He chose to bite the bullet and speak. Rather than letting others slaughter him like a piece of fish on the chopping board, it was better to fight for the right to negotiate. However, Lu Chi obviously wanted to too much. They are already fish meat, so how can they be qualified to negotiate with people? I don't have any objections to you, so I have no reason to kill you. Uchiha Rin said truthfully. It's their business that Lu Chi and the others like to be lickers. It has nothing to do with him. As soon as these words came out, Keiku, Gabra Fang and others subconsciously looked happy. Although Uchiha Rin said the insult to his group was worthless, but at least they could survive, right? However, Uchiha Rin's next words sent them from heaven to hell. But there seems to be no reason for me to let you go, right? The faces of Califa and others are fused. I don't want to play Pirate House. As soon as these words came out, Uchiha Rin turned around and walked back. Then he waved his hand and said to his subordinates, disciples, it's practice time. Hearing what Uchiha Rin said, the 3 Lolitas stood up and stood up. Lanja, as a CP9, now one of the CP0 members, Califa swung her beautiful legs wearing stockings and boots. A blue crescent-shaped blade opened a cut on the street floor, attacking directly Nohara Lin on the opposite side. Lin, come on! Shirahoshi, who was standing on the side of the street, held his hands in front of his mouth and shouted as a cheerleader. Facing Arashi's attack, Nohara Rin's hands also emitted blue light. In an instant, they turned into sharp blades and rushed forward towards Arashi. That's a chakra scalpel. The other side of the street. Keiku, also a member of CP0, has transformed into a giraffe form. The slender neck suddenly stretched out, and the square neck hit Ui Korone like a billiard cue. Seeing this, Ui Hong put her hands in front of her body, trying to resist, but he was knocked away instantly. Not of the same magnitude at all. If this is a life and death battle, Ui Hong had already died in battle under this move. But, be gentle, you ugly giraffe. Bagaya Road. Way to go. The Eight-Tails' huge fist fell from behind and hit Keiku's back. I could vaguely hear the sound of bones breaking. Keiku knelt down on one knee and felt a sweetness in his throat, and then he coughed up a mouthful of blood. That's right, the current three Lolita are indeed incapable of fighting CP0. In a real life and death battle, they will definitely die. But there are bodyguards watching from the side. Once the Eight-Tails discovers that these zoo ability users may endanger their lives, they will be killed immediately. An elbow. And among the three women, the only one who can evenly match each other is Xiao Nan, who has just eaten the Piao Piao fruit. Viper. Even if she doesn't enter the paper dance form, Xionin can still float in the air now. The stern-looking big loli raised her hand slightly. Boom, a navy warship that can accommodate 1,000 people rose from behind Xionin. It was like the sky. Like a meteorite, it hit Lu Qi and his party. That's the Golden Lions. Nami, who was standing on the other side of Nami as a cheerleader, had a sudden change of expression. How could she forget this move? That was the move of the Golden Lion. When she fought against this once legendary pirate, she was definitely one step closer to death for the Straw Hats. The most recent time. At that time, everyone defeated Moria and met the Golden Lion on the way to the Shampoo Islands. Speaking of it, the situation at that time was quite similar to now. The Golden Lion wanted to kidnap him and become his navigator. And Uchiha Rin is doing exactly the same thing now. Looking back now, Nami finds it incredible. Luffy actually defeated the great pirate who was as famous as Roger the Golden Lion, but then he was brutally beaten by Kizaru on Shampoo Island. This is very confusing. Ukabo Rin said it was normal. Juan Luffy in the movie version is invincible. Not to mention the Golden Lion, even Broly would get slapped twice. The 6-style secret 6-king spear, Lucci, in his orc state, jumped up into the sky. He opened his arms and clenched them into fists, exploding with a huge impact. He exploded the falling warship into 2 pieces. The leopard man is indeed stronger than before. No wonder she was promoted from CP9 to CP0. Nami sighed in a low voice. Yai, who was a teaching assistant, yawned and said to himself, I don't know how long it will take Rin. If these guys run away, should I chase them? Hearing Yatsuo's complaint, Nami's eyes filled with resentment, and she looked towards a splendid hotel diagonally opposite. An hour ago, Uchiha Rin led Boya Hancock in. Then he returned CP0. These people left a message, I will be busy for about 5 or 6 hours. If you can escape during this time, you have the ability. So now CP0's group of talents are all on fire. After all, once Uchiha Rin is busy, they will really not be able to survive. However, it is not that easy to run away. The Eight-Tails is watching from the side. And, although the 2 little Lolita Nohara Lin and Ui Kurane are a bit behind, but a certain big Lolita, CP0 players don't dare to underestimate it at all. The Art of God's Papermaker. Conan still used her unique skill, Paper Escape. It was like the awakening of the superhuman system. The high-rise buildings on both sides of the street disintegrated the moment she raised her hand. They turned into countless shreds of paper and began to float around CP0, around the body. And there is one word written in the middle of these pieces of paper, explosion. Yes, this is Xionin's move against Uchiha Obito in the later period of the original work. Of course, it is not as exaggerated as 600 billion detonating symbols, but in Piao Piao with the blessing of the fruit's ability, even if it is slightly inferior, it is not far behind. Xionin and his party were fighting in a high-end hotel diagonally across the street. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening continuous explosion came from the window. The charming atmosphere that had just been cultivated in the room was completely destroyed. Uchiha Rin's face was covered with black lines. He suspected that Xionin did this on purpose. After all, Nami looked stinky when I made her blood-tonifying soup before. Looking at Hancock sitting next to him, his little hands had nowhere to rest. Uchiha Rin reached out and hugged the princess. Hancock jumped from the window amidst exclamations. Fly to the sunny docked in the 8th A. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels Area. To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. In Juan Luffy's room. Uchiha Rin didn't know why, but he liked this room very much. Especially doing something here that cannot be written in too much detail. The only regret is that there are no photos of Juan Luffy here. Otherwise, Nami and Hancock can look at the photo and shout lines like, I'm sorry, Luffy, but he's really great. Uchiha Rin originally said it would take 5 or 6 hours. But the whole day, he stayed on the sunny and never got off. It was mainly Hancock, a woman, who allowed Uchiha Rin to taste a new version of the ship that he had never experienced before, the real cart. That's right, although the women Uchiha Rin has played poker with so far are all older than him, but neither Tsunade nor Nami, or Violet, who only had one experience. Their heights are actually about the same as mine, even a little shorter. But Hancock, he is a little over 1.9 meters tall. nearly a head taller than Uchiha Rin, who only turned 15 in 2 months. In this way, when galloping on the battlefield with her, there is a very special desire to conquer. Do you understand? Early the next morning, after Uchiha Rin marked the last horizontal line on the third word, he rubbed his waist and walked out of the house. Oops, I have to ask Xionin to make some medicinal food for myself later. Is it really a serious loss this time? A mocking voice filled with resentment came from behind. Uchiha Rin knew who it was without looking back. After all, he only said this to one person. Ouch, isn't this my little cute Nami-chan? When did you come back? Uchiha Rintian shamelessly held Nami's little hand. I came back earlier than you, but some people were all focused on the pirate empress and didn't notice me, an ugly girl. Nami sneered repeatedly. After hearing Nami's words, instead of being embarrassed, Uchiha Rin showed a weird smile on his face. That's really strange. Since you came back before me, why didn't you just sail and leave? Before I come with Hancock, there's only one person on this ship, right? Nami's face changed slightly, and after a few seconds she forced herself to pretend to be indifferent and said, do you think I don't want to? It's not because I don't know where Luffy and the others are, and even if they escape, I don't know where to go. Sundara has withdrawn from the environment, straight shots are the way to go, let's be honest Nami. Uchiha Rin looked directly into her eyes and said with a smile, you like me, right? Impossible. Nami was like a fried cat whose tail had been stepped on, but the more excited she got, the more guilty she seemed. Okay, whatever you say is what it is. Uchiha Rin shrugged and did not force Nami to express her position, but in her heart, she was looking forward to the reunion of Nami and the Straw Hats in the future. At this moment, a row of newsbirds flew over the two of them, and threw down a few newspapers. It was distributed for free again. However, compared to the last time when she was kidnapped by Uchiha Rin, Nami was much calmer this time. You don't need to think about it to know that the person reporting on it must be the trembling S next to her. Shota's matter. As expected, the fifth emperor officially ascends the throne. Treat the Tianlong and the admiral as nothing more than a piece of grass. The pirate empress and the little pirate cat turned their backs on the world government and the Straw Hat pirates and surrendered to their new masters. However, when I saw the title, Nami couldn't calm down anymore. Because of the content of the report, she and Hancock were assigned to Uchiha Rin. Bridge Bean's sack. That Hancock woman is most likely in love with someone else. But I was forced. Nami really wanted to shout at the sea, I'm wronged. I was wronged. However, several reward notices fell out from between the newspapers. Push Nami completely into the abyss. Paper Angel Xionin, new reward order, 233 million berry. Pirate Empress Boya Hancock, new reward order, 1.659 billion berry. And Nami herself. Little thieving cat Nami, new reward, 116 million berry. Ouch, not bad. It was even higher after the original Dressrosa chapter ended. Directly over 100 million. But it's not surprising. After all, the impact of this incident is much more exaggerated than Doflamingo's fall in the original work. Among the dead alone, there was a Tianlong and a general. Not to mention that a group of CP0s are still being beaten up inside as sandbags. I was wronged, Robin, Luffy, Chopper, I really was wronged. Nami knelt down on the ground, holding her gorgeous and charming photo that looked like a photo album, and said to herself in tears. Uchiha Rin covered his mouth. He said he would not laugh unless he couldn't help it. Then, with Nami's shouts, he picked her up. Don't get me wrong, he didn't do anything else. Just hugging and comforting softly. Like, it's okay, just explain it clearly later, aren't you companions walking side by side? Don't worry, they won't think too much about it. True love is not afraid of fire, and you did not betray them, you just fell in love with me. Bala bala. However, today they were all squeezed into one report. It is enough to imagine the exaggerated aftermath that today's report will cause in the sea. First page, the new Admiral Midori Aramaki, who had only been in office for 1 year, was killed by the strongest newcomer in history, Uchiha Rin. Second page, for the first time in 800 years, the world's noble celestial dragon was killed, and the pirate Empress Boya Hancock was officially kicked out of the ranks of the Shishibukai. The third page, the second captain of the Blackbeard pirates, Aim no Shiru, took away the Green Bull's body. The Uchiha pirates are suspected of having reached an unknown agreement with the Blackbeard pirates. Page for the Piaopio fruit once owned by the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiji changed hands. Paper Angel Conan showed off Big Mom Charlotte's Lingling level potential. 4 pages, all of which are breaking news that can change the world. The Admiral and the Celestial Dragon were killed. 2 Emperor level pirate groups got together for some reason. The top superhuman devil fruit has a new owner. Really more perverted than the last. The protagonist is naturally Uchiha Rin. Because although the contents of these 4 reports are different, but every one of them is inextricably related to him. Not to mention the fact that Green Bull was killed by him. Hancock, who was deprived of his Shishibukai title and killed the Celestial Dragon. and the little girl who ate the piaopio fruit. They are all members of his pirate group, and Uchiha's ability to take the green cow must have been with his consent. Although most people have never seen Uchiha Rin with their own eyes, I don't know what kind of person he is, but he would never give such a gift to Blackbeard and his gang in vain. One is the most arrogant rookie pirate group in history, even daring to kill generals and celestial dragons. One is the Ability Hunter organization that secretly planned to fight the war and became the biggest beneficiary of the war 2 years ago. It can be called a weakened version of the Rocks Pirates. What are these two groups of lunatics planning? For a time, people all over the world felt as if they were experiencing the same feeling that the war in Japan was about to begin 2 years ago. At that time, they felt a sense of despair that the world was going to end. And now, this fear has returned with a vengeance. Compared with the above 4 heavyweight reports that attracted the attention of 99.9% of the world's people, placed in a corner by Morgans, the most inconspicuous report about Nami, the Straw Hat Pirates, Little Cat, jumping ship to the Uchiha Pirates, caused no waves at all. After all, compared with the previous 4 reports, this little thing is too insignificant. Originally, when she was in the Straw Hat Pirates, Nami's presence as a non-combatant was not high. Unless Lu Suolong changes jobs, that could still make some waves. However, it still attracted the attention of some special groups of people. This group of people is the Straw Hat Pirates and related people related to them. The first half of the Grand Line, the Sea of Paradise, Alabasta. How could this be possible? How could Nami do this? Princess Waiwei saw in the corner of the newspaper a report about Nami's job hopping. His speech was slurred and his tone was harsh. Chambord Islands, oh no, Chambord Peninsula. Area 13. In Xia Chi's rip-off bar. Riley flipped through the newspaper, his face dark. After a long time, he silently put away the newspaper, raised his eyes and asked Xia Chi, "Do you think Hancock was forced?" Xia Chi slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and said with half-empty eyes, "Before this report, I was sure she was forced, but now, it's hard to say." As the former emperor of Amazon Lily, she even predicted that Hancock would be fond of him as long as he saw this report when Wang Luffy beat Charlo Saint. She knew Hancock too well. However, it is precisely because of this understanding that Xia Chi can also conclude at this time that Hancock's mentality must have undergone earth-shaking changes. Bulu at this time, the chatter behind Xia Chi suddenly sounded. "Turn around and get it." After picking up the receiver, the phone worm heard the voice of an old woman. The caller was the former emperor of Amazon Lily, Guru Ryasa, nicknamed Ja Granny. "I see." After listening to what the other party said for a while, Xia Chi nodded and hung up the call. Then she turned to Layli and said, "Amazon Lily decided to move her family to Totland in the New World. Now because Hancock's title has been taken away, coupled with the Sea Tower stone warship developed by Vegapunk, the situation of the daughter country has become very dangerous. The whole family must be relocated." Hearing this, Rayleigh's eyes were shocked again. Change. Is Lingling the next target? Xia Chi inhaled the last bit of cigarette before her lips. The secondhand smoke she exhaled made Layli frown subconsciously. "You retired old man, don't mess around. I've never seen such a reckless pirate." As a person of the same era as Garp and Roger, Xia Chi said that she had never seen a pirate like Uchiha Rin. Even Rox D. Hebak was not as crazy and reckless as Uchiha Rin. Even Rox, before taking action, must more or less assess the consequences before choosing whether to take action. But Uchiha Rin really has no worries in this regard. He really just does what he wants and kills when he wants. I can't predict what he wants to do next. Uchiha Rin said that he is really good at read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, urging people. After all, labor and management are just here to have fun. To put it bluntly, it's the kind of guy who just gives up and leaves. Why do you care so much? He's out to travel. The most important thing is to be happy. Rayleigh didn't answer. He just silently picked up his sword and walked out of the tavern. He didn't want to seek revenge on Uchiha Rin. He just had to go to Ruskana Island. The original plan was a few months later, when the date agreed upon by the Straw Hat Pirates arrives, the Nine Snakes Pirates will send Luffy back to Shampoo Island. But now the whole country is moving to the New World. Of course, Wang Luffy cannot be controlled. Lee goes to pick someone up. "Don't tell Monkey Boy." Xia Chi shouted at Lei Li's back. If Wang Luffy knew about Nami. To read Bao Wang novels, go to Fila Novel Network. You can guess what will happen with your toes. And in Valdigo, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Robin was once again the only one of the Straw Hat Pirates to see the report. Because Hawkeye and Ivankov, who were responsible for teaching Zoro and Sanji, saw the report, they all silently chose to conceal this matter. The same idea as Xia Chi. If you let them know about it at this time, they will definitely go to find Uchiha Rin at all costs. A person who can kill both generals and Tianlong people without fail. Can you show mercy to them? In this situation, Robin became the only insider of the Straw Hat Pirates. After all, she is now operating with the Revolutionary Army. Need to be exposed to news from the outside world all the time. Sister Robin, Nami, Miss Nami must have been forced. Kurla swallowed and tried to calm Robin's emotions with a smile that was uglier than crying. Same as Hawkeye, Ivankov, and the others. Kara was also afraid that Robin would lose his mind and go find Uchiha Rin. Don't worry, Korra, I trust Nami. Robin smiled. But it could be seen from her trembling hands. Robin is definitely not as calm as he appears. Yes, is it? Then, that's good, hee. Kurla forced a smile. However, Robin's next words made Kurla stop laughing. Next we are going to investigate Gilder Tetsalo, right? Is Uchiha Rin still on that ship? Kara's bulging eyes suddenly almost popped out of their sockets. No. You don't really want to find him, do you? Noon. The blazing sun shines on the giant ship Grand Tetsalo. It was originally the largest and most luxurious entertainment city in the world. At this moment, the buildings are deserted, like a dead city. The reason for this tragic situation is simple, because the lunatic Uchiha Rin hasn't left yet. Bah! On one side of the street, Nohara Rin almost put her face to avoid Keiku's languid feet on the opposite side. Swinging the chakra scalpel, he rushed forward, create a gap of more than half a meter in front of the opponent. Oh ho ho! Finally done! It's been almost half a month. It's not easy. Batsuo clapped his hands excitedly as if watching a skit. After being tortured for half a month, I think it will be almost done even if the general is here. Nami complained. Yes, half a month has passed since the Piao fruit incident. During this period, the CP0 gang was just serving as practice sandbags for the 3 girls of Xionin, and it didn't last for 2 whole weeks. Eat or drink. No matter how strong the two sides are, Lucci and the others can't hold on. What's more, on the 3rd day, Uchiha Rin, who had exhausted the last drop of Hancock and Nami, returned from the Sunny. Arrive at Grande Zoro. For the first time, he fulfilled his duty as a guidance jounin. While watching the Battle of 3 Lolita, he gave them real-time guidance. There was a devil like Uchiha Rin watching from the side. Compared to physical pressure, the mental pressure that Lu Chi and his team endured was even more exaggerated. It was the kind of supreme enhanced version of the feeling of having your class teacher standing next to you during an exam, just staring at you with his head lowered. And he didn't take many exams. After an hour, Uchiha Rin will let Sanlo 3.0 come back for dinner. Then use Amaterasu Kamaizuna to lock up CP0. After the loli have eaten and drank enough, then remove Amaterasu and continue beating. Meijin put they were used as livestock. It felt like it had been half a month, but Lu Chi and his team had not suffered a mental breakdown. This was truly a miracle. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions sounded again from high in the sky. The body was still human-shaped, but the surface was full of Lu Chi, who had yellow skin and black spots, fell from a high altitude and hit the ground hard. The black clouds surrounding his body also dissipated. Obviously, he was in an awakened form. But Uchiha Rin didn't understand why an animal type had awakened. There will be flame clouds of the same type as the Nika fruit. I don't understand why Wang Nika, who can hang up Teacher Kai and beat him, will be defeated by Lu Chi half a month later. The Sea of Nima, a thief version of Ash Ketchum, right? He just faced Arceus in the previous area, and lost to the new trainer Vine Snake in the next area. Is the real ability of the Nika fruit to force a 50-50 fight with the opponent? When encountering a strong one, become stronger. Weak in the face of weakness? Although his strength has left his teammates Nohara Rin and Ui Korone far behind. But Luo Lilan and Luo Lihong are only dealing with a CP0. Xionin, on the other hand, took over all the remaining agents, headed by Lu Chi. Therefore, the hardships suffered in this battle were no less than those of the 2 little sisters. Xionin, how do you feel about Piao fruit? Uchiha Rin asked with a smile. It is very powerful. I think that even in our world, there are only a few top-level blood successors that can match it. Unfortunately, I have not yet mastered this power. During this period, she read through many reports about the Golden Lion from 20 years ago. Based on the opponent's fighting style, she developed the ability of the Piao fruit. She also learned a lot about that man from Nami. Things. Xionin really doesn't dare to think about the peak Golden Lion more than 20 years ago. Let's first target the battle-damaged Golden Lion who was defeated by Wang Luffy 2 years ago. Very good, in this case, there is no need to stay here anymore. Uchiha Rin clapped his hands and greeted everyone. Next is Lin's soul fruit. Hearing what Uchiha Rin said, the CP0 agents who were either beaten half to death or exhausted and fell to the ground all looked incredulous. Mater, you are a professional in troublemaking. Fuck the redhead a month ago pirates. Killed the generals and the celestial dragons half a month ago. Now they are targeting Big Mom again. Even rocks 40 years ago could not cause trouble for you. Ui Korone, I feel like I have been left out. Loli Hong pursed her lips and muttered with resentment. This half-month of battle practice has allowed Ui Hong to see how powerful the Piao Piao fruit that Conan got is, and it is said that Zionin has only developed a drop in the bucket of the power of this fruit. How high it can reach in the future is completely unimaginable. The next thing I want to get is the soul fruit that I plan to give to my best friend Nohara Linear. Although Ui Hong hasn't seen the specific abilities yet, but it is said that the current owner of that fruit is in existence known as the Yonko along with the red-haired one in the Shampoo Islands. Shank's strength has been witnessed by Kurane Ui with her own eyes. At least Ui Kurane has survived until now, except for Uchiha Rin. I have never met anyone who has the ability to defeat Shanks for sure. As the current owner of the Soul Fruit, Big Mom can hold the same title as him. How could her fruit ability be any worse? All in all, among the three little ones, only their own plug-in is still in a far-off state. Do you want the abilities of these people? Nohara Lin pointed at the CP0 agents lying on the ground and gave advice to her best friend. Don't want. Ui Hong didn't hesitate for a second. It's a leopard, a wolf, and a giraffe. How about opening a zoo? And as a beautiful girl who always wants to be beautiful, how can Loli Hong allow herself to be so ugly? After hearing this, the corner of Uchiha Rin's mouth curled up. Although Korone Ui was also quite miserable in the original work, she was really good compared to Nohara Rin in Conan, and as long as she didn't get together with Asuma, that Phoenix man, she would spend an ordinary but happy life. 99% of her life is no problem, so there is no need to rush to find trouble for her, even if you really can't find the right one in this world. At worst, find another world. Dragon-slaying magic, legendary elves, and Sidon are afraid of me. There is always one that suits you. Rin-chan, what should we do with these guys? Hancock pointed at a group of white-clothed licking dogs lying on the ground. It's useless. If you don't like it, just kill them all. Although he is defined as a pirate by the government, Uchiha Rin does not really want to be the pirate king. He does not intend to recruit his subordinates to expand his power. In addition, he has no good impression of Lucci and his group. If he dies, he will die. And their deaths would make Hancock happy for a while. Why not? Thank you, Rin-chan. Hancock took Uchiha Rin's arm and rubbed the side of his face twice. But this scene is a bit inconsistent. After all, a 1.9-meter-old woman is asking a 1-meter-7-meter man, a child, at least someone who looks like a boy acts like a spoiled child. It is indeed a bit strange. Not to mention that Hancock is now as mature as a ripe peach, and Uchiha Rin's facial features still reveal a hint of childishness. He is more classy. Mature elder sister seduces minors into delusions. Hey, etc. Pirate Empress, I was forced. In fact, I have always hated the world government. The reason why I obeyed them was because I wanted to take revenge on them. At the critical moment of life and death, Gabra, who is in the form of a canine and a wolf, once again demonstrates his talent for bragging without drafting. But unfortunately, his bullshit can only fool a novice like Usopp. Sanji can't be fooled, let alone Hancock. What's more, Hancock, now free from his inner demons, has made up his mind. As long as she is on the government side, she will kill them all without mercy. No matter if you are sincere or fake. Hancock raised his beautiful legs slightly, and the tips of his slender high heels directly pierced Gabra's throat. Stuff the rest of his nonsense into his stomach. Never say it again. Then there's the owl, Snuggles, and then there's Stussy in the fox mask, etc. I am not CP0, I am, an undercover agent placed by another force within the government. I have to say that Stussy is quite loyal to Vegapunk. At this time, she has not exposed her relationship with her maker. Hancock was startled when he heard this. He couldn't tell whether what the other party said was true or false. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. He had to turn his head to look at Uchiha Rin and ask what he meant. Is this what you want to say? To be honest, I don't have a good impression of your master. Well, Vegapunk. Uchiha Rin doesn't have a good sense of his senses. I thought he was a mad scientist like Orochimaru who believes that technology is the primary productive force. As a result, he created artificial weapons. You can't control it, and the clones want to replace you. This is too much. Seeing that Hancock was not going to let go of the woman wearing the fox mask in front of him, Hancock pointed his green finger on his lips with his right hand. He was about to petrify her. Kicked into the sea. Stussy quickly changed her tune after hearing this. Wait a minute. I also know about a big thing that the world government is planning. The world government recently discovered the survivors of Amakaro Island. If you let me go, I will find the treasure hidden on Amakaro Island and give it to you. Amakaro Island, what the hell? After so many years, Uchiha Rin remembers the general plot, but he really can't remember many details. Amakaro Island, legend has it that 200 years ago, a genius scientist was born on that island, and he invented a top-quality gold that could buy the whole world, pure gold. Nami's eyes turned into Barry's symbol, and she explained in a fit of laughter, to read Baozuang novels, go to Fila Novel Network. But this island has disappeared for 200 years. Has it been found? What kind of treasure is it that can buy all the pure gold in the world? Was reminded by Nami. Uchiha Rin remembered. It is a treasure that can make people immortal. No, exactly. It is a special metal that stops people from growing physically. It can extend a person's lifespan to hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Think of this. Uchiha Rin gestured to Hancock. Upon seeing this, Hancock lowered his finger aimed at Stussy. For things like running errands, one person is enough. Just when the remaining CP0s thought they had finally escaped, Uchiha Rin's next words kicked them into hell for the second time. Hancock's beautiful legs were wrapped in armed colors. He stamped them without mercy, piercing Bruno, Keiku, and Spondam's abdominal cavity, heart, and head. Cruel enough. Doflamingo, who was squatting on a tall building and silently taking in all this, could not help but feel his heart speed up. He also claimed to be a ruthless person. When compared with Uchiha Rin, he is simply a saint. After all, he had left one member of the Rika King clan alive. He would have killed all the Rika clan early. He would not have given the Straw Hats a chance to steal the chicken. Wait, killing them all would easily arouse the suspicion of the higher UPS in the government. At least leave one more to go back with me. Stussy dissuaded her. Just leave her to go back alone. Wu Laoxing will definitely cause trouble. After all, Stussy's strength can only be ranked above average in CP0. Lucci and Keiku are both stronger than her. However, she was the only one who came back alive. It is difficult not to make people doubt that she had reached some unknown agreement with Uchiha Rin. Makes sense. I had so much fun in the pirate world. I almost ignored such an obvious flaw. Rin, which one should I keep? Hancock looked at the remaining Lucci and Califa. Without hesitation for a second, Uchiha Rin waved his right hand. The iconic black flame was like a bloodthirsty beast, swallowing up Lucci. I knew it. Nami was not surprised and complained in a low voice. Aha! Lucci screamed in pain while glaring at Uchiha Rin with unwilling eyes. Your master will meet you in that world soon, so you, the dog, will go down first. Waving his hands to say goodbye, Uchiha Rin turned to look at the other survivor besides Stussy, the bubble fruit ability user Califa. Want to die with him? Or help me find the pure gold? Uchiha bowed his waist and asked with a smile. Just let them go? Rin Yabi said with a look of disbelief as he looked at the warships that were gradually leaving and bearing the world government's cross logo. Aren't you afraid that they will turn around and sell you when they return? At least they should be given a confinement charm or something, right? The so-called imprisonment spell is a spell that is buried in the heart of the opponent. It controls the actions of the person who is affected by the spell. Moves. In the original book, Madara's old Yinbai used this trick against Nohara Rin and Obito. They don't dare, and I prefer to use this. The smile on Uchiha Rin's face was filled with strong confidence. He shook a piece of toilet paper folded in half. Inside were the nails of Stussy and Califa. Use this to make a life card. Unless they are dead, there is no way they can escape from his control. This is much easier to use than the confinement spell. What a surprise, I thought you would hold them and let them go. Nami said sarcastically. Uchiha Rin. Although Lao Ziai is not a certain cat with millions of words, he is still the male protagonist of Chu Yanwei. But he's not the kind of male lead from P who has nothing but social security on his mind, right? An hour later, the Sunny gradually moved away from Gurintazalo. But Uchiha Rin and his group had just left. A medium-sized ship that is the leader in size between a naval warship and the Sunny. Slowly drive into the port of Grand Tetsalo, the wintergrama of the Revolutionary Army. Mr. Crow, could you please use your ability to bring me to the Sunny? After the boat stopped, Robin asked the Crow. The poker-faced Crow couldn't help but be startled when he heard Robin's request. Don't go, Sister Robin, you will be killed. The tattoo on his face seemed to have been slapped with a slipper. It was Monkey D. Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. There is no task that the boss of the Revolutionary Army can personally take action. Many. But the importance of Grand Teezero is self-evident. Like Doflamingo, Teezero is also an emperor-level figure who informs the underground black market in the New World. He is also one of the key targets of the Revolutionary Army. Originally, the Revolutionary Army didn't expect to take action against such a big target so early. But now Uchiha Rin tortured Teezero and his gang almost to death. The top brass of the Navy and the world government were also worried about the deaths of Green Bull and Charlo Saint, and they were discussing countermeasures. So Long made a decisive decision and personally led the team to Gurintazalo. He was going to receive it under the Revolutionary Army. At least he could get a large amount of military expenses. Mr. Long, I hope I can at least find out what Nami is thinking. Robin's expression showed an unprecedented seriousness, although she believed that Nami would not change the door. But now that the real owner is right in front of him, how can Robin hold back? According to the intelligence of the Revolutionary Army, there is currently no news about the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates. In other words, most of the companions don't know about it yet. Otherwise, with Luffy's character, there would have been trouble long ago. Robin hopes to resolve this matter before the 3D2Y agreement arrives. Even if I can't bring Nami back, at least we need to find out what Nami herself thinks. Otherwise the situation will only get worse. Even, the Straw Hats fell apart. After the battle on Justice Island, Robin has completely recognized the Straw Hat Pirates as where he belongs. Can't stand this possibility. Looked directly into Robin's determined eyes. Meng Chi-Dlong, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, was also in trouble for a while. Although the woman in front of her didn't have much fighting ability, her character was truly fierce. But I really can't ignore it. Because Nico Robin is the only one in the world who can decipher ancient texts and reveal the key to the blank 100 years, a shocking secret that the world government has concealed for 800 years. No matter what, the dragon couldn't put Robin in danger. After struggling for a long time, Long ordered in a deep voice, "This operation will be commanded by Sabo, and I will lead Robin into the sunny." Mr. Long, in person. The faces of the surrounding cotters suddenly changed. "Chief, let me go." The crow stood up and said, "Once a conflict breaks out between the two sides, you are not fast enough to escape." Long Zhen gave his explanation, looked at Robin and said, "There is absolutely no chance of recapturing the ship. The best outcome is to escape with you and your navigator, and you may not even be able to take her with you. Are you willing to accept this outcome?" "Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Long." Robin doesn't dare to make demands. If she acts alone, I'm afraid that the bull-headed octopus will make a human flesh out of her before she even touches the sunny. "Mr. Long, I am coming too." Kurla raised her hand and recommended herself. The dragon turned to look at Kella. Kara patted the cafeteria, although it was slightly inferior to Nami and Robin, but it was definitely H or above, and said resolutely, "Isn't the legendary mermaid princess now a member of Rin Uchiha's crew? If a fight breaks out between the two sides, I can help break up the fight, and you and Sister Robin are both capable. If anything happens, wouldn't I, a good swimmer, be of use? No matter how fast you swim, can you still be faster than that big octopus with a reward of 1 billion? Not to mention that the other party has a Piao Piao fruit ability user under his command. How can you swim faster than others can fly? Besides, is Uchirin someone willing to listen to advice? How many things have happened in less than 3 months since his debut?" Sabo and other cotters murmured inwardly. As the decision-maker, Long was silent for a long time, and finally nodded in agreement with Kurla. "Suggestion. If a fight really breaks out, I will be responsible for attracting Uchiha Rin's attention. Letting the non-powerful Korra escape with Robin is also a strategy. Of course, it is best not to fight. Make sure to track the team after the members." The dragon suddenly lifted up. A strong wind roared up. As if an invisible big hand lifted up the dragon, Robin, and Kella together. They chased towards the other side that was about to disappear on the coastline. There is only one sunny number the size of a sesame dot left. Is it really okay? As the commander of the Northern Army, Crow became more and more uneasy. It's not that he doesn't trust his leader. It's just that Rin Uchiha is too perverted. Leave it to Mr. Long over there. We just need to take care of the things here. Let's go, Crow. Sabo picked up his gloves and jumped onto the harbor pier of Grand Azalo. Of course Sabo was also worried. But after thinking about it, he still didn't say anything to stop it. The reason is simple. Because this is not just Robin's business. It's also Straw Hat's. The matter of the pirate group. It is also the matter of his brother Luffy. Sabo concluded that if Nami is allowed to continue to stay in the Uchiha pirate group, then the conflict between Luffy and Uchiha Rin is a sure thing. If he can take advantage of this opportunity to fish out Nami, it should be able to reduce the possibility of friction between the two gangs. Well, it can only be said that he is a younger brother, and everything is done from his younger brother's point of view. But it feels like Sabo has forgotten one thing. That is, even if this time, Long and the others successfully retrieved Nami. But Wang Luffy and the others seemed unable to save Nami. Couldn't Uchiha Rin snatch her once and then a second time? Then you Revolutionary Army can still protect him for the rest of his life. A few hours later, on the beach of an unknown island, Uchiha Rin used wood to build a temporary boudoir for Shirahoshi, who was 3 times larger than Sunny. We chatted with each other in the read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels SE, for a long time. Then he turned back to the Sunny. I have to say that this kind of pure and innocent girl really makes straight men proud. Just like the girl next door, like Nohara Linear. Not to mention that Shirahoshi herself has the looks of one of the 3 beauties in the pirate world. The only regret is that it's a little too big. She didn't feel anything during the kiss, but when Baising took a breath, she almost got swallowed up. Damn it, I have to call the Akimichi clan when I get back. Ask them if they are not from the Akimichi family and can learn the art of doubling. Well, Grandpa Lin is so gentle. Other time travelers all thought about how to make by saying smaller. Only he thinks about himself and makes himself bigger. When you encounter a problem, first look for the cause within yourself. He really made me cry to death. It's hard to just look at it but not touch it, right? Nami, this girl, really never misses the opportunity to mock Uchiha Rin, especially on such a coloring topic. How dare you provoke Rin, the high official? You must pay the price. Originally, I wanted Hancock to do 100 things to me. The obedient woman wears a Pikachu tail. Now the employer and employee have changed their mind. Not only do they want you to wear a Pikachu tail, but they also want you to call me Xiaomao, to read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. It's early in the morning. 3 figures fell on the deck of the Sunny. I never imagined that I would return to the Sunny in this form. Everything around her made Robin feel familiar and warm. But hanging on the pole of the boat, with a new skull logo of a table tennis racket printed on the back, gave her an endless sense of strangeness. There's no time to sigh. Come on, I'm here to look out for you. Long lowered his voice and said in a deep voice. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he behaved like a little thief. But there is no way. The snoring octopus lying on the beach next to the boat. The feeling of oppression is too great. Sister Robin, this way. Kara had already slipped towards the dormitory. Robin was familiar with the ship, not to mention. But when she opened the girls' dormitory on the 2nd floor that belonged to herself and Nami, she found that there were only 3 people sleeping in it. The little girl, whose average age was less than 10 years old, quietly retreated. Sister Robin, the lights below are on. Kurla lowered her voice and pointed to the 1st floor. Robin nodded and tiptoed down the stairs with Kurla. Soon, Robin and Kurla heard shouts that sounded like crying and laughing. That's Luffy's room. Robin was stunned for a moment, and then activated the flower fruits ability. In the corner of the room on the other side of the wall, an eye and an ear accompanied by flower petals poked out from the corner. 10 seconds later, Robin's whole body outside the room, they all froze. All they could think about was Nami's cry of Pikachu Pikachu and the shock of, how did you get that thing in? Sister Robin, how are you? Is Miss Nami inside? I have to say that Frankie and Bingshan's shipbuilding skills are indeed the best in the world. Through a wall, Kurla couldn't hear the sound of Nami using the root wave. But Robin didn't even know what to say. After holding it in for a long time, he hesitated. Uchiha Rin is also inside, so we can only wait until the man falls asleep before taking action. Oh, okay. Kurla nodded to express her understanding. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Nami to come out of the room and walk to the bathroom. She was holding a fluffy yellow zigzag tail in her hand and muttered curses. Dogman, there are so many demands. By the way, who is Aunt Hanako? And why do you want me to call him Dr. Oak? Robin and Kurla exchanged glances. After the two nodded tacitly, Robin quickly followed. Kara quickly guarded the door to make sure whether Uchiha Rin would come out. However, he just stood at the door. The smell emanating from inside made Celadon feel overwhelmed. After all, he was in his early 20s. How could he not guess it? Can you persuade me? Kurla began to worry about whether Robin could successfully convince Nami to leave with her. After all, this happened. Will Nami's mentality change more or less? Bathroom. Nami just turned on the shower and looked. Robin walked in suddenly. Nami was so frightened that she subconsciously screamed loudly. 2nd flower. Fortunately, Robin was prepared. 2 arms grew out of Nami's shoulders, and he covered his friend's mouth tightly. After Nami calmed down, Robin took the initiative to disable the ability. The hands grew out of Nami's arms, also turned into petals and floated away. Luo, Robin? Why are you here? Nami said with wide eyes. I'll explain this to you later. Come on, I'll take you to escape first. Robin pinched Nami's wrist and pulled her out. Not only because time was tight now, but also because Robin felt that it was better not to ask this question. That would only make the atmosphere more awkward. Because after what just happened, observation, Robin found that his companion did not seem to be forced. Pikachu Pikachu, Dr. Amu shouted. Dr. Amu, it didn't look forced at all? So when it comes to this kind of embarrassing question, it's better to pretend to be confused. Just when the two were about to walk out of the bathroom, Nami suddenly pulled away. He opened Robin's hand, and under the unbelievable gaze of the other party, he pressed his slightly swollen cheek tightly and said with a complicated expression, No, Robin, I can't go. Nami, did you really lie to that man? Robin couldn't believe what he heard. And you actually did it for real? No, that's not the case. Nami quickly explained. You don't understand his power. Just, even if I escape with you now, he will take me back immediately, and maybe even hurt Luffy and the others. Hearing Robin's question, Nami was also speechless for a moment. To this day, she is still willing to repay Luffy's kindness in Caucosia village, die in the other person's place. But faced with Robin's question, have you changed your mind? Nami really couldn't give an answer for the moment. Robin advised earnestly, Nami, you are now very much like me on Judiciary Island. At that time, I didn't want to get you involved and chose to die on my own. But you, Luffy, and everyone still came to save me regardless of everything, and made me confess. After clearing myself, I want to live. So don't worry about that. No matter how big the difficulty is, we will definitely overcome it together. We have even overcome the world government, why are we still afraid of just one person? But Uchiha Rin alone is more terrifying than the world government. Nami retorted in her heart. The longer she followed Uchiha Rin, the more Nami could feel the terror of this person. The red-haired pirate with the wisest mind in the sea, Beckman, the vice-captain of the regiment, once deduced that to defeat Uchiha Rin, 2 imperial regiments need to be gathered. This reasoning is correct or wrong. To challenge Uchiha Rin, who is as powerful as a beast, the 2 emperor regiments are indeed almost the same. But who said that Uchiha Rin on Shampoo Island that morning was his full strength? Nami suddenly recalled the conversation between Uchiha Rin and Stussy that she heard during the day when she left Grand Tezzero. At that time, Uchiha Rin Bolin was talking to Stussy, who had returned to Marijoa through a phone bug. Stussy said that she had reported the matter of her and Khalifa in CP0 to the top management. The 5 old stars were very angry about this and had begun to discuss how to deal with it. His plan. But Uchiha Rin didn't take it seriously. He said that the fruit of Ui Hong hadn't been harvested yet. He could ask the 5 old stars to send more powerful ability users to provide several more options. Hearing Uchiha Rin's tone, disdain for world government, Stussy warns via phone bug, you'd better not underestimate the world government's background. According to rumors within CP0, they are ordering Vegapunk to develop a 637 secret weapon that is as powerful as ancient weapons. Once developed, it will be powerful enough to destroy a country in an instant. Destroy a country in an instant. After hearing this, Nami was so frightened that she almost fell down. When she thought that no matter how courageous Uchiha Rin was, after hearing this kind of thing, or more sometimes he would show fear. But unexpectedly, Uchiha Rin laughed louder and said even more disdainfully, how dare you be so arrogant to destroy a country? Come back to me when they can destroy a planet. If it were anyone else, including if Luffy said this, Nami would just think that he was crazy. But if it was said by Uchiha Rin, Nami was surprised to find that she didn't have much suspicion. Because after getting along with each other for this period of time, Nami discovered that although this guy has a lot of bad things, one thing is undeniable. That is, he does what he says. Seeing that Nami didn't answer for a long time, Robin's face became more and more gloomy. Nami, have you really betrayed Luffy? This time, Nami didn't wait for an answer. Another voice has sounded. It's not a betrayal, she just fell in love with a man who didn't really like her captain. The sudden response made both women in the room tremble with fright. I didn't know when Uchiha Rin had appeared in the bathroom. He walked past Robin calmly and came to Nami, then immediately turned on the switch handle of the shower. While water spilled out, Uchiha Rainichi held the nozzle in his left hand and let the water spray on himself and Nami. He twisted out the body lotion with his right hand and applied it to the sticky areas of himself and Nami. You, please stop it. Robin is here, woo. Nami was just halfway through her words when Uchiha Rin choked the rest of her words back into her throat. However, Uchiha Rin did not bully Nami excessively. After all, he had no interest in performing for others, unless Robin was willing to join in. Robin has been struggling in the dark world for 20 years. I don't know what to do at the moment. Suddenly she remembered something and shouted to Uchiha Rin, Dragon, how are Mr. Dragon and Kelep? Uchiha Rin continued to use the nozzle to clean his and Nami's bodies, and said calmly, wouldn't you know if you go out and take a look? Then he lowered his head. Well, although he was not interested in performing for others, he still couldn't control himself. Robin didn't have the mind to pay attention to this dog man and woman. He quickly turned around and rushed out of the door. Only Long and Kerr were seen. Lachin was standing on the deck of the Sunny. In front of him, Zionin was floating 10 meters above the ground. He was looking down at the 2 people from a high position. Hancock stood behind, glancing toward the bathroom with resentful eyes from time to time. Beside the side of the ship on the beach, Eight-Tailed stared at the 2 people with his big white eyes. What, when was it discovered? Robin said with a pale face. Do you know what the power of Shirahashi's mother, Princess Otohime, is? Uchiha Rin walked out of the rear bathroom with a towel, wiped the water stains on his hair, and said leisurely, innately powerful knowledge and color, can even meet people's voices. As a daughter, her talent in this area can be said to be better than others. Hearing this, Robin suddenly turned his head. He looked at the mermaid princess who was looking at the beach with big eyes as pure as white paper. How could this happen? Uchiha Rin walked past Robin's shoulder, again of course, even without by saying, I still have plenty of ways to discover you. Immediately, Uchiha Rin turned his back to Robin and smiled at the 2 revolutionary soldiers who were surrounded. Thank you both for sending Nico Robin here, but it's so late, so I won't send you far, so please get off the ship. As soon as these words came out, Long, Robin, and Kara's expressions changed. And Nami, who walked out of the bathroom after Uchiha Rin, sighed with an expression of sure enough. After all, she had been in Gulen before. Tetsalo heard this guy say that he wanted to drag Robin down. No wonder this guy often said that the thing he was most proud of was that all the things he boasted about came true. Sure enough, he did what he said. Do you want me to read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels or Prisoner Like Nami? Robin said with a grim expression. No, I like Nami very much now, just like she likes me, but for you, I am just greedy. Uchiha Rin turned his head and shrugged. Although at first, Uchiha Rin was just interested in Nami because of sex. But in the process of getting along with her later, Uchiha Rin became very interested in this little girl who looked like a money addict but was actually a holy mother. The thieving cat also likes it quite a lot. More importantly, she also feels that way about herself. For the girl who loves her. To read Bao Xuan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Uchiha Rin will never treat him badly. Otherwise, how could Uchiha Rin trust Nami to meet Robin? But for Robin, Uchiha Rin had no such feelings. Robin's face turned darker. Good guy, you are so honest. She really can't understand Nami. How could you be tempted by such a person? Don't talk nonsense. I don't have that kind of thought about you. Well, someone is still being stubborn. Will you let us go? And after hearing Uchiha Rin's words, Kara was stunned for a moment and pointed at herself in disbelief. No, it's not. This is different from the information she got. It feels surprisingly easy to talk. Of course, after all, you traveled thousands of miles to send Robin here, saving me the trouble of looking for it, so I have to thank you. Uchiha Rin said with a smile, of course, I welcome this big-eyed sister to stay, but I don't like men on my boat. Mr. Monkey D. Dragon, please get off the boat within 3 seconds. Who is the sister? I'm at least 5 or 6 years older than you, Kella murmured in her heart, feeling that it was an unexpected joy to be able to escape unscathed. But when he saw Robin behind Uchiha Rin, he asked out of concern, what do you want to do with Sister Robin? Let me tell you, she is the only person in the world who can interpret ancient texts, and she is the indispensable key to liberating the world. She is not the only one who can decipher ancient texts. Uchiha Rin's answer made the faces of everyone present change. Robin looked at the other party in disbelief. Besides himself? Is it possible that he is a survivor of O'Hara? Yes, who is it? Kara also looked unbelievable. Come here, I'll tell you quietly, don't let anyone else hear. Uchiha Rin waved and said with a bad smile. Kurla blinked her watery eyes twice, hesitating. Stop talking nonsense, O'Hara has been wiped off the map and there is no one left who can decipher the words of history except Robin. Monkey D. Dragon finally spoke. Believe it or not, in short, for the sake of you, and since Robin gave it to me, I won't care about you sneaking in. Uchiha Rin was too lazy to continue talking nonsense. Now, get off my boat quickly, my patience has almost reached its limit. This is not your ship, it's Luffy's. Long retorted in a deep voice. Ho then what are you going to do? Does the old father who loves his son want to get his property back for his precious son? Uchiha Rin said with a smile. He really didn't expect that for this rare occasion of mercy, others would not appreciate it. Mr. Long, please don't mess around. Don't forget that you are the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Kara quickly approached the dragon and kept trying to dissuade them. Uchiha Rin actually allowed them to leave, which was a blessing among misfortunes. Although Robin was lost, judging by Uchiha Rin's tone, he didn't seem to intend to hurt Robin. And if it is true what Uchiha Rin said, there is another person in the world who can interpret ancient texts. The Revolutionary Army can completely find this person as Robin's replacement. In this way, the Revolutionary Army the loss is infinitely close to zero. This makes Kara, who is still surrounded just now, and one of them is about to die here, feels like it is pie in the sky. She does not want Long to have a fatherly love attack at this time. With Uchiha Rin was on the bar. Uchiha Rin looked at Kurla with interest. He felt that this girl was more suitable to be the leader of the Revolutionary Army than Long. After all, Kurla had nothing to do with Wan Luffy. She was not like Long or Sabo. But Wan Luffy, if something happened, she would rush over to help, just like Sun Wukong saving his master. Kurla, who was also born as a slave, really only wanted to overthrow the world government and get rid of the celestial dragons. As for Wan Luffy, she had no interest in caring about it. She even felt that if more thieves die, it will only be beneficial to the world. After all, ordinary civilians are persecuted. The pirates and the government are basically 50-50. However, no matter how Kurla tried to persuade him, the dragon still did not choose to leave. Seeing that he was standing there behind Uchiha Rin were Nami and Robin, 2 members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Ryu could tell that based on his son's character, once he knew about this, he would come to Uchiha Rin regardless of the consequences. And this person in front of him, will the boy who is a few years younger than Luffy, will return it obediently? Still want to take action? What a good father who cares about his son. Uchiha Rin raised the corner of his mouth, and his arm immediately ignited a black flame. Boom! However, at this moment, with the dragon's body as the center, a blinding howling hurricane spread to all directions. Suddenly the deck of the ship collapsed, and Conan, who was floating in the front and above, and Hancock, who was standing at the back, were directly blown up by the strong wind. Nami and Robin, who were behind Uchiha Rin, were also blown into the night sky dozens of meters high. Walk! Long shouted a word. He and Kurla also flew up like kites with the strong wind. In the blink of an eye, they flew hundreds of meters away. Captive arrow. Hancock, who was blown up, opened his bow and knocked an arrow, and shot a peach arrow. But the moment it flew out, the arrow was instantly the wind blew away from the original attack trajectory and fell into the endless sea. The Eight Tails opened its mouth, trying to release the tailed beast Tama, but he quickly closed his mouth the next second. If Mad used the tailed beast Jade, wouldn't he also blast those two human women? Rin-san, do you want to chase me? Conan asked, barely able to steady himself in the storm. Uchiha Rin glanced at the back of Monkey D. Dragon, which had become a small dot. Wang Luffy didn't even remember the face of his employer since he was a child. But Long's main reason was that the work of the Revolutionary Army was too dangerous. In order to avoid suspicion, he deliberately distanced himself from his son. This is completely different from the trio of Roger, Shanks, and Jesus who actively abandoned their wives and children. From the moment he took the initiative to see Wang Luffy off in Rog Town, he secretly sent Revolutionary Army cadres to protect his son's safety. We can also get a glimpse of his concern for his son. This is indeed a huge improvement compared to Roger, who just quits and doesn't care about the baby. However, this father's love is now going to become his talisman, because Long Xinlai, who understands Wang Luffy's character, knows it very well. If Nami and Robin were allowed to stay on Uchiha Rin's ship, wait for 2 months until the promised date of the Straw Hat Pirates 3D2Y, Luffy will definitely find Uchiha Rin after returning from training. Ryu, who knew everything about Uchiha Rin's actions so far, would rather Luffy mess with an admiral like Kizaru. I don't want him to get into trouble with Uchiha Rin. This guy really doesn't want to play Pirate House. Once it is confirmed that the target is your enemy, he will kill him without mercy. After some confusion, Long decided to take advantage of this golden opportunity. Take Nami and Robin away. Although Uchiha Rin will most likely come to arrest people again, but after all, the world is so big, it is not easy to find someone specifically. At least it's better than Luffy taking the initiative to send it to your door, right? Long, Mr. Long, what is going on? What's going on? I remember, wasn't it blown to the sky by the strong wind just now? Me, am I dreaming? Kura, Nami, and Robin looked around in confusion, because they found themselves standing on the artificial turf on the deck of the Sunny. What's going on? They remember it clearly. Just now, they were blown high into the sky by the storm created by Long. In the blink of an eye, they flew hundreds of meters away from the Sunny. Why, how come they were back on the Sunny in a blink of an eye? Long himself was also confused. His face was full of disbelief. He turned around and looked. He saw Uchiha Rin sitting on a public bench next to the boat pole, crossing his legs and looking at the four of them with a smile. As Nami, who had spent the longest time with Uchiha Rin among the four, there was a look of surprise on her face. On the contrary, it is the least. She has seen too many incredible operations from Uchiha Rin. From the eyes of Conan, Eight Tails and others around her, Nami can tell. They don't know what this is. A drop of sweat comes from the dragon. The side face fell. The commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army, who did not believe in evil, once again set off a storm. He and the other 3 women rode the wind like heroes in martial arts novels. They escaped from the Sunny again in the blink of an eye. However, it happened again in a blink of an eye. Nami and the others saw themselves standing on the Sunny again. The familiar scenery, the familiar lawn, and the familiar Uchiha Rin sitting on the bench with his legs crossed, looking at them teasingly. What ability is this? Being hit twice in a row made it difficult for the leader of the Revolutionary Army to remain calm. If Uchiha Rin had just shown overwhelming strength, then he wouldn't be so panicked. But the problem is that he doesn't even know what happened. It's scary. Uchiha Rin didn't mean to answer the dragon's question at all. Yuya stood up from the bench and said with a smile, is it a naturally windy fruit? Or is it a weather fruit that can control various climates? But no matter which one, it is an extremely excellent fruit. As soon as Uchiha Rin finished speaking, Long and his party only heard the sound of ships breaking waves behind them. They turned around and looked. They saw 2 large ships composed of huge logs on the sides approaching at high speed. That's the Blackbeard pirate's Jaibeck sword, Kura exclaimed. Apart from Uchiha Rin, he is the only other pirate on the sea who does not play Pirate's House. The Blackbeard pirates can be said to have had the most conflicts with the Revolutionary Army in the past 2 years. Pirate gang. Sure enough, we made some kind of agreement with the Blackbeard pirates, Long said in a deep voice. Previously, Uchiha Rin handed over the body of the Green Bull to the second captain of the Blackbeard Pirates, Aim no Shiru, which aroused many people's speculation. Such a good thing. Uchiha Rin cannot be in vain. Send it. He must have reached some agreement with the Blackbeard Pirates. Red, you have your devil fruit. Uchiha Rin still didn't answer the dragon's question. He smiled and said to Loli, who was already standing behind him. Uchiha Rin's words made Kara's face melt again. It's almost 2 years since the end of the war. Black, the name of the ability hunters of the Beard Pirates, is famous all over the world. But now Blackbeard's gang is coming here. And Uchiha Rin said this again. Do you need to guess what he wants to do? Cold. He is Luffy's father. Nami cried out loudly. I've killed Usopp's labor and management, what's left of Juan Luffy's father? Uchiha Rin said nonchalantly, but let me clarify, Jesus Bulletin was killed by Zyoba, and I only provided the weapons. As soon as he finished speaking, Monkey D. Dragon's arms entered the looming spiral storm form. Elementalization. And Kara also, read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, raised his hands in front of the moon. With his left hand in front and his right hand behind, he made a fishman karate starting gesture. Big-eyed sister, don't meddle in other people's business. I quite like your selfless character. As long as you don't take action, I won't do anything to you. Uchiha Rin squinted and chuckled. It was almost an instant. To read Bao Swan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Uchiha Rin and Long punched at the same time, like the cyclone air cannon of Tianzu, and the blazing black flames colliding together in midair. The Sunny will be destroyed, Nami exclaimed. However, the next second, Nami and others felt a violent tremor under their feet. They found that the Sunny actually flew out of thin air without anyone at the helm, and quickly flew away from the battlefield. Nami reacted quickly. May turned to look at Xiao Nan, who raised her right hand. There were too many big things happening tonight. She actually forgot that there was a person with the ability of Piao Piao fruit on the ship, and in the distance, wind and fire collided fiercely. The storm, the flames spread out in all directions, making the air appear unnaturally distorted. Hey, what's going on over there? Who's fighting? On the two Bebek swords coming from the other side, Blackbeard on the left bow raised his head and shouted. As the fifth captain and navigator of the Blackbeard Pirates, Lafitte took out the telescope and looked at it, then replied, the captains are Uchiha Rin and Monkey D. Dragon. Originally, the name written on the world government's wanted order for Dragon was only Dragon. However, after his relationship with Garp and Juan Luffy was exposed, the whole world also knew his real name. Oh, that's the ability of the leader of the Revolutionary Army. It's really good. Blackbeard touched the beard on his chin and smacked his lips. Is there any chance we can claim him as our own? I advise you not to offend the prey Uchiha Rin is targeting. Shiryu of the Rain, whom I met before in Grand Tetsalo, came up from behind. Wan Nianyuan held a cigar in his mouth and squinted his eyes. You don't know what happened to the Green Bull, do you? Fifa, I'm just joking, Blackbeard said with a sneer. Judging the situation is one of his greatest strengths. After returning from Grand Tesoro, Rain of the Rain also told Blackbeard about what he encountered in the Golden City. Everything. After Blackbeard heard about Uchiha Rin's deeds, it can be said that he was frightened and excited at the same time. Another monster came to compete with him for the throne. But this is more fun. What should we do? Captain, teach. Lafitte asked sideways, now that we have reached a trade agreement with the Uchiha group, wouldn't it be better to help? Or, add insult to injury? Etc. Let's see the result of this battle first. After Blackbeard thought about it, he felt that it would be better not to act rashly. Personally, he most hopes that both Uchiha Rin and Long will suffer losses. By then, he will be able to take away the abilities of the two top powerhouses. Although this possibility is slim, but it's not completely impossible, right? Just like when fighting a war, the possibility of your own success is also infinitely close to zero. Catch Ace, become a Shishibukai, sneak into Impel Down, return to Malinfando to snatch Whitebeard's ability. Which step had a higher success rate? But in the end, didn't he become the biggest winner in that war? Dragon Hook Claw Hurricane Flurry. The dragon put the index finger, middle finger, ring finger and little finger of his right hand together to form a claw shape. The concentrated emerald green wind pressure was greedy between the 5 fingers. It tore the air into pieces and struck through the air. Through Monkey D. Dragon's fighting style. It is enough to judge that Sabo's fighting skills were all taught by him. It is just combined with the ability of the wind and wind fruit, coupled with stronger physical fitness. Monkey D. Dragon can be called the supreme top version of Sab, but let alone top matching version of Sabo. You are the top version of Whitebeard, and you have to keep your life today. Silver-white Susanoo skull ribs suddenly appeared on the surface of Uchiha Rin's body, and a huge bone hand grew, and he held Chakra. The broadsword hit the dragon's claws. The attacks from both sides collided again. Wave after wave of waves tens of meters high swept the two Jibek swords, watching the battle in the distance into the sky. Bang! Blackbeard punched the side of his body with a backhand. The shock wave spread back from the opposite direction. It actually calmed the rolling waves. Ace and Whitebeard's eyes in the dead man's chat room were red. They couldn't wait to see each other. Rush out quickly and crush this despicable villain to ashes. Roger Whitebeard, is this the kid with AD on your ship that you told me about? I didn't expect that I would take away your ability. In the next life, you have to look at his character when recruiting crew members. Before he surrendered to the Navy, he even had a drink with Whitebeard. Not to mention Uchiha Rin. Walking on water by releasing chakra from the soles of the feet is a basic ninja skill. Therefore, it can be said that there is no obstacle for the two of them to fight on the sea. The battle site in the Bureau is about 2 kilometers away. See the hurricanes and flames gathering together on the distant sea. Kurla held her head in her hands, and her long legs wearing high heels stamped her feet in a hurry. What to do, what to do, what to do, how could it become like this? Although before taking action, the consequences of being discovered were considered. But at that time Kurla felt that even if she couldn't beat him, with the power of the dragon fruit, escaping shouldn't be a problem. After all, this is a world where ships are the main means of transportation. The power of wind is very useful. Because boats are a kind of transportation, they mainly rely on human power and wind power. Once the dragon activates its ability, the ships of the Revolutionary Army can run as fast as supercars. The warships of the Navy and government it can't even catch up. It may be second only to the Golden Lion's flying fleet that can fly in the air before. However, I didn't expect that this time it overturned. Until now, Kurla didn't understand. Long Ming had brought it with him twice before. He and Nami Robin flew several hundred meters away. Why did they return to the sunny in a blink of an eye? It's no use, hurry up and prepare for the funeral of the tattooed man. The advice Conan gave made Kurla almost cry. Is this little girl too venomous? However, Conan really told the truth. Originally, Uchiha Rin really planned to release Monkey D. Dragon, although it was not his intention. But people it took 600,000 of miles to deliver Nico Robin to his doorstep. There is no credit but hard work. Killing him like this is a bit unhuman. But who makes Long, a good father, have to stand up for his son? Then don't blame Uchiha Rin for being ruthless. What's more, Ui Korone's hook has not yet been released. It just so happens that you showed off a powerful fruit ability at this time. This cooked duck is in your mouth. If you don't eat it, won't you be sick? It's just like a heroine who was drugged by a villain. The male protagonist is Bulletin Ting. Is he still a human being? Of course, there are also many weird people who choose to use their skills to help the heroine take the drug. The medicine can be forced out. Or even weirder, let the heroine solve it with her hands. Mater really can't understand the brain circuits of these people. Storm Dragon Clawfist Hurricane Dragon King. At this moment, everyone on the boat looked up and saw the dragon waving his right hand. The high-density turbulent hurricane gathered into a roaring flying dragon with an open mouth. It blew away the flames of Amaterasu and covered Uchiha Rin's entire body. Inside, Kurla, who was originally crying, clapped her hands excitedly and shouted, "Win, win." Robin also had a look of surprise. To be honest, if Long just takes himself and Nami back to the Straw Hat Pirates, he will also face the endless pursuit of Uchiha Rin in the future. It will be endless. If you can defeat him directly, of course it is the best. However, the only ones smiling on the whole ship were Robin and Kara. Even Nami didn't show much surprise on her face. It's not that she didn't want Monkey Dragon D wins. In fact, Nami's mentality is very tangled right now, or a bit messed up. It's the kind of thing that whether she continues to stay here or escapes back to the Straw Hat Pirates, it seems to be acceptable to her. Even Nami feels that it might be better if you stay here by yourself. After all, as long as you stay by Uchiha Rin's side, you can at least stabilize this man. Don't let him think about dealing with the Straw Hats. Well, it's definitely not because of that aspect of him. Thoughts. And seeing Monkey D. Dragon gaining the upper hand, Nami did not show much change in expression. It was because Nami felt that the man could not be defeated so easily. Plop. Uchiha Rin was pierced by the roar of the hurricane dragon. It fell to the bottom of the sea like a kite with broken strings. The dragon turned around and shouted to Kella on the sunny in the distance, "Kara, walk." He was also not dazzled by the victory, because Long himself felt that winning was too easy. There was something fishy in all likelihood. Only civilians like Kara and Robin who had never seen Uchiha Rin's strength with their own eyes, only then would there be a misunderstanding that Uchiha Rin was easy to deal with. But before Korra could respond, Ryu felt a sharp pain coming from Yuhung's front. A second ago, there was a look of surprise on his face. Korra won with the dragon and Robin, their eyes suddenly widened as big as those of the same age. They saw a white bone holding a silver sword in its hand, slowly protruding from the seawater below Monkey D. Dragon. Uchiha Rin, standing in the center of the silver giant. And right in front of the dragon. Uchiha Rin, who had just been driven into the sea, slowly floated to the surface of the sea, and gradually turned into a wooden pile with a humanoid outline. Divide, clone? Robin murmured with a slightly long mouth. She can also do this trick with the clone. However, once attacked, it will immediately turn into petals and disappear. Moreover, the strength is far from the original body. She will never be able to achieve Aki. This effect of Bo Lin would escape clone. This thing is really convenient. Even an old Yinbai like Madara has suffered a loss from him. Uchiha Rin slowly touched Susanoo. The chakra sword also dissipated. The monkey D dragon, which had a big hole in its mouth, also lost its footing and fell into the sea. Uchiha Rin stood on the sea with both feet and bent down. Twisting the dragon's back collar, Zionin tacitly controlled the Sunny to fly back. Uchiha Rin also jumped back to the deck. Mr. Long. When Uchiha Rin dropped the dragon, Korra and Robin rushed up to surround each other, shouting anxiously. Uchiha Rin ticked the two Jaibeck swords that had been watching the show in the distance. Fingers. The meaning is obvious. Fortunately, I listened to your advice, Shiryu. Blackbeard waved his hand and ordered his men to move the boat over. Then he turned to aim Shiryu and smiled dryly. He could actually walk the man who had made the world government so miserable like a dog. Even if he has the most evil nature in Blackbeard, the strongest Superman didn't think he could do it. Hiruzen Aim did not answer. Suddenly he remembered what Whitebeard had said to Blackbeard during the war. Arrogance and underestimation of the enemy are your greatest weaknesses. Teach. You won't die on these 2 points in the future, right? Yuji Zilio muttered in her heart. Mr. Long. Mr. Long. You can't die in revolution. What should the Revolutionary Army do in the future? Kella was so anxious that tears welled up in her big eyes. He pressed his hands on Monkey D. Dragon's wound. If you want to read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. But the opening was big and read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels H for Kurla to stuff it in with both hands. And where is it blocked with hands? Uchiha Rin was too lazy to care about these nonsense, and waved to Loli Hong. Hong, get ready, your death is coming. Lying on the ground, Long felt that the scene in front of him was becoming more and more blurry. The cries of Kella and Robin kept coming to his ears. When half of his foot stepped into the gate of hell, Monkey D. Long spoke with difficulty. Kurla, come back. After returning to the Revolutionary Army, Sue, tell everyone, no, don't help me avenge. This time it was my misjudgment that led to this ending. Never let my death affect the great cause of the Revolutionary Army. You must continue to go on. Hearing what Long said, Uchiha Rin also glanced at him in surprise. Oh? I didn't expect that he would be so righteous when he was about to die. But it's true. Monkey D. Dragon died this time. This was largely due to his protective behavior. There is nothing wrong with protecting one's shortcomings. Uchiha Rin himself also protects his shortcomings. But the key is that you have to have that strength to protect you. And Monkey D. Dragon is a negative example. Not only did he fail to protect him, he actually got himself involved in it. On his deathbed, what he was most worried about was the future of the Revolutionary Army. In other words, he is afraid that Saab, who will succeed him, will make the same mistake as himself. After all, Sabo cares about Luffy. Compared with myself, it is even worse. Yes, I understand. Kurla had tears welling up from her eyes. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, listed as the most dangerous criminal in the world by the world government, Monkey D. Dragon, actually met Uchiha Rin for the first time. He was beheaded by his opponent. Mr. Long, it would be great if you were willing to leave at that time, although it is not appropriate to say this at this time. But Kella Ben Lao felt that his leader had made a mistake in his judgment on this operation. Wouldn't it be over if Uchiha Rin ran away earlier before he had any murderous intentions? After receiving Kurla's assurance, he saw Monkey D., the Dragon Queen, with his hands hanging down on the ground. Nami Gillu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This is already the second family member of a Straw Hat Pirates crew member to die at the hands of Rin Uchiha. Will their relatives be okay? Nami couldn't help but think of her stepsister Nakajeo, who was growing oranges in Caucosia village. But the next second, May gave up this idea. Although it is 3 points inferior to myself. But Noki Koya is definitely a rare beauty. And Nakajeo had no chance of offending Uchiha Rin. If these two people meet, it would be nice not to fight each other. The likelihood of conflict is minimal. Thief hahaha. After the red-haired pirate sniper, the Navy Admiral and the Celestial Dragon, is he the boss of the Revolutionary Army? At this time, Blackbeard's devilish laughter sounded. Several people on the Sunny turned their heads to look. They saw Blackbeard dragging his bloated body and jumping from the Jaibeck sword to the Sunny. You must know that I have had many conflicts with the Revolutionary Army in the past 2 years. You have done me a big favor. Blackbeard cracked open his big mouth with several missing teeth and kept laughing strangely. He suddenly noticed Kara kneeling next to the dragon's body and squinted his eyes. Oh, I remember this little girl from the movie. She was a kid who followed Sabo and used fishman karate. She is also considered a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Army. How about it? God of destruction, please kill her. As soon as these words came out, Robin quickly stood up and protected Korra. Uchiha Rin looked funny. He is obviously the intellectual leader of the Straw Hat Pirates. But sometimes the brain circuit is quite strange. Your strength not as good as Kara. Still want to protect the other party? Are you teaching me how to do things? Blackbeard, Uchiha Rin asked with empty eyes. He felt that Uchiha Rin exuded a more intimidating force than Shanks during the war. After a short silence, Blackbeard shrugged and smiled. Hahaha, don't be so serious, I'm just giving you some advice. Uchiha Rin no longer paid attention to Blackbeard, looked sideways at Kara and said, get up, and after Blackbeard transfers Monkey D. Dragon's abilities, you can take his body back. Kurla's eyes widened in astonishment. She thought Uchiha Rin was quite good. He was actually willing to let him go? He killed Mr. Long. He should be very clear that he was completely at odds with the Revolutionary Army. Shouldn't he pursue the victory and defeat the revolution? Will the army be completely wiped out? Why are you so surprised? I have no objection to the Revolutionary Army in the first place, but as you saw today, I plan to let you go directly. Isn't it because Long himself doesn't know what is good and what is good? Uchiha Rin squatted down and said to Kella with a smile, and in a sense, the purpose of the Revolutionary Army and I is still the same. I also hate the world government and the celestial dragons, but compared to Sabo, I think you should be the new leader of the Revolutionary Army, Kurla. I like your selfless style very much. Kara opened her mouth in astonishment, and after a few seconds, she hesitated and said, I can't, Sobs 5.8 is stronger than me. To be a leader, one does not have to be the strongest. What matters is the ability to command. Just like a leader in my hometown, although he is weak, it does not prevent him from becoming the leader of a village. Uchiha Rin said with a smile. Nohara Rin and Ui Kawachi eccentric. I always feel like Uchiha Rin is criticizing Sang and Huai. Oh, by the way, I have a few talents to recommend to you, who should be able to fill the gap in combat power left after the death of the dragon. Uchiha Rin then put his head over and whispered a few words into Kurla's ear. Halfway through, Kurla's mouth widened in surprise. Then her pretty face turned red inexplicably. Get to work, Blackbeard. Uchiha Rin stood up and pointed at the body of Monkey D. Dragon to Blackbeard. Although Blackbeard was a little curious about what Uchiha Rin said about this Revolutionary Army girl, he didn't dare to talk casually at the moment. He began to release the dark fruit. Ability. Extract the storm demon from Monkey D. Dragon's body and inject it into Loli Hong's body. Are you having a baby in Pua again? Nami saw the opportunity and came to Uchiha Rin's side. Nami, who had been silently observing Kara, found that this girl was almost fooled into lameness. Oh, by the way, the word Pua is still Nami's name from Uchiha. Bo Lin learned this. Who Pua? I'm just giving a reasonable opinion. Uchiha Rin looked innocent, but he began to look forward to it in his heart. The split of the Revolutionary Army is just around the corner. Which side will win? It's really exciting. 10 minutes later, Loli Hong opened her little hands. In an instant, an uncontrollable force surged out of her body. The whole arm made a whooshing sound, turning the slightly curled black hair on the back of Yuri Hong's head, standing on one's head with a blow. Wow! Lori Hong exclaimed. The next second her petite body flew up uncontrollably and was about to fall into the sea outside the ship's side. Seeing this, Xionin suddenly raised her hand. Countless white papers quickly gathered around Yui Hong, wrapped her tightly inside and dragged her back to the ship like a courier. Hug, sorry, Sister Xionin, Yui Hong said with some shame. Compared to Conan, who could lift a behemoth like Gran Tizero just after eating the Piaopio fruit, her debut was really a bit slow. Just practice slowly and don't forget that you are still just a little girl under 7 years old. Uchiha Rin patted Loli Korone's head. He didn't say such low emotional intelligence as I didn't have much expectations for you from the beginning, but with such a level of fruit ability, Ui Korone at least didn't. It will behave just like the original work. Crossing the film level threshold should be a sure thing. Okay, Kara, take the body back. Do you want me to give it to you? Uchiha Rin turned around and asked. No, I will call Zhong and ask Sabo and the others to come back and join me. Kura was taken aback and quickly refused. Just kidding. If Sabo and the others saw that they were bringing the dragon's body back to join them, and it was Uchiha Rin who sent it back, who knows what would happen. Well, next time we meet, I hope to see a stronger revolutionary army. Uki 15, Barrio Lin expressed his sincere blessing. Thank you. With the dragon's body tightly wrapped in Xionin's white paper, Kara, who was guarding the beach on the desert island and prepared to let Sabo and the others come to pick her up, nodded with a strange expression. She felt that she could not see through Uchiha Rin at all. This man obviously killed Mr. Long, but he had no intention of wiping out the Revolutionary Army. He even made excellent suggestions to help the Revolutionary Army develop and grow. Kurla recalled what Uchiha Rin whispered in her ear just now. Big. The mom pirates will be gone soon, and Jinbei, who has joined them, will soon be free. He is an acquaintance of yours, isn't he? You can invite him to join the Revolutionary Army. The former Navy Admiral Aokiji is also free. You have to hurry up and not let him be snatched by other forces. I have to say that these two suggestions put forward by Uchiha Rin are simply perfect. If these two people can really be recruited into the Revolutionary Army, then the loss of Dragon's combat power will not only be compensated for, but also stronger than before. But in that case, why didn't he recruit these two people under his command? Kurla had another doubt. Uchiha Rin said the reason was very simple. First, he didn't like there being other men besides himself on the ship. Second, there was no way these two would follow him, because they were fighting side by side in the war. The relationship between Jinbei and Wang Lufei is already very good, and Aokiji's character will not like a lawless person like himself. Uchiha Rin himself is not interested in keeping an undercover agent by his side. Jinbei will join the Straw Hats in the future, damn it. And 99 times Aokiji is an undercover agent. Even if he doesn't join the Straw Hat Pirates, he will definitely unite with this group of people in the future. In this case, then just give it to Kara. Maybe it can also make the revolution the army was even more lively. While waiting, Kurla's face flashed with a blush, and her green fingertips touched her earlobe. Then, that little pervert, Ju, actually took the opportunity. About 5 or 6 hours later, the Revolutionary Army's wintergrama came into view. When the bow of the boat was still hundreds of meters away from the beach, I saw a group of crows flying towards this side very quickly. Sitting on the backs of these crows, Sabo jumped down from the sky, and the crows also gathered together and took on human form. It was Crow, the commander of the Northern Army of the Revolutionary Army. This move really looks like a certain filial son who is the first in the second dimension. Mr. Long. Mr. Long. Ah. Sabo landed on the ground and hugged the body tightly wrapped in white paper, crying and crying. He looked very much like Wang Lufei who had witnessed Ace's death. Crow stood on the other side, clenching his fists and silently. A tear dropped from the corner of his eye, all the way to his chin. At this time, the wintergrama had also docked. A large number of grassroots members of the Revolutionary Army poured out of the ship. They surrounded the body of Monkey D. Dragon, weeping loudly. More than, Chief, you just left like this? Woohoo, didn't we agree to create a world where all living beings are equal? Wow, what should the Revolutionary Army do in the future? Heart-piercing cries echoed on this unknown island. Hundreds of people cried for an unknown amount of time. Finally, Sabo, with red eyes and a little runny nose, stood up. He clenched his right fist and gritted his teeth. Swear, please rest assured, read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, Mr. Long. We will fulfill your wish to create a world where everyone is created equal. Unlike the Whitebeard pirates, who fell apart as soon as Whitebeard died, Whitebeard is the spiritual symbol of the Whitebeard. If Ace, the heir, is still alive, the Whitebeard will not be easily crushed by the Blackbeard pirates. The degree of pressure. But both Whitebeard and Ace died in the war on the top. This imperial group that may have been ranked first among the 4 emperors fell apart in an instant. For reading novels, go to Fila Novel Network. But the Revolutionary Army is different. Although Monkey D. Dragon is the leader, it is not a spiritual symbol. I insist on saying that the spiritual symbol of the Revolutionary Army is freedom, equality, and even hatred of the world government. As long as these things are still there, the Revolutionary Army will not be destroyed by the regiment, and we will definitely take revenge for you. Originally, Kara agreed with the first half of Sabo's words, but when she heard the second half, Kara's expression suddenly changed and she scolded sternly. No, the sudden scolding made all the members of the Revolutionary Army who were still in a state of sadness trembled with fright. Everyone turned to look. Kara's face was solemn, and he seemed to be saying without doubt, no one is allowed to take revenge on Uchiha Rin. The goal of the Revolutionary Army is to overthrow the world government and the rule of the celestial dragons, not to participate in the fight against pirates. Moreover, Mr. Long's last words were for us to complete the mission of the Revolutionary Army, not to seek personal revenge. There was a period of silence. A few minutes later, Saab was the first to break the silence. Kurla, what are you talking about? Mr. Long was killed. Are we going to sit idly by and watch the murderer? To be honest, from some angles, this is the result of the dragon's fault. Kurla muttered in her heart. But in this atmosphere, she would not be stupid enough to say such a thing. In addition to Mr. Long, many companions have died in the fight against the world government for so many years. Do we have to avenge them one by one? Kara retorted without any sign of weakness. Since you choose to join the Revolutionary Army, you should become a brick in the organization. No one is special. Everyone must have the first goal of overthrowing the world government and the Draconians. Saab, I won't allow you to seek revenge on Uchiha Rin. You, Saab gritted his teeth angrily. But Kurla also opened her eyes wide and responded tit for tat, without giving any face. Calm down. Don't make any noise, don't make any noise. What's the point of us having internal strife just after Mr. Long left? The Revolutionary Army quickly stepped forward and pushed the two young men away. However, just as Uchiha Rin expected, the death of Monkey D. Dragon will become a ravine within the Revolutionary Army. On the left side of the gully is Sabo. On the right is Kurla. And this ravine will only get bigger and bigger. 2 weeks later, a black market exchange in the New World. Squeak. Too crazy. This is so crazy. Big News Morgans makes a high-pitched and excited whistle. This man really changes the world every time he makes a move. Sure enough, I didn't make a mistake. He is a man worthy of the name, God of Destruction. I'm getting more and more excited. How will the world government act? Where will the future of the Revolutionary Army go? And there's more. What countermeasures will the other 3 pirate groups take? He is simply born with enthusiasm. As long as you keep an eye on him, there will be a steady stream of big news. Because Monkey D. Dragon's attempt to help his son regain the Navigator was carried out in secret. Therefore, even Morgans, who has eyes all over the world, did not find out about it at the first time. However, just yesterday evening Uchiha Rin's trio of Lolita with an average age of less than 10 years old, killed the Flame Tank Pirates under the Big Mom Pirates. This was not a big deal. The Flame Tank Pirates it's just that kind of second-rate pirate group that is neither high nor low. But the problem is that the little girl with long black curly hair and red eyes among the 3 people is shown the unique elementalization ability of the natural system. And she is the one of the storm. Power. Natural system. Power of storm. Good guy. Morgans called him a good guy. Not many people know about this. But he, Morgans, happens to be one of the insiders. That is the ability of Monkey D. Dragon, the boss of the Revolutionary Army. And now it appears on a little girl. What does this mean? Needless to say, Morgans felt the skin crawling under his feathers. Mad, this Uchiha Rin is so good at causing trouble, isn't he? He will kill him. Have the Green Bulls and the Tianlongs been together for a month? Jew, they actually gave the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Morgans suddenly felt that Uchiha Rin had made so much news for him. He felt that if he didn't give him some money, he would feel a little sorry. Got it. Today's Amazon Lily Island, the Daughter's Kingdom, has now become an empty city. Under the leadership of Sundar Sonia, Marigorod, and Grandma Ya, all members of the Daughter Kingdom were transferred to Fishman Island, waiting to move the whole country to Totland with the fishmen. Not far from Amazon Lily, there is an island called Ruskina Island. Boom! A wild boar that was as big as 2 elephants was severely knocked away by a rubber fist that was more than 10 meters long and burned with flames. The giant wild boar was shot away like a bowling ball. I don't know how many big trees I broke down along the way. Yo West! Wang Lufei excitedly waved his fist. Rayleigh sat silently on a big rock next to him. In the past, he would have been quite satisfied with the progress Luffy has made. But now, when he thinks back to Shampoo Island time, the scene where Uchiha Rin stood on top of the bull-headed octopus and released a strange energy armor. Looking at Luffy now, I couldn't help but sigh. No, it's too far. Aware of the movement above his head, Rayleigh looked up to the sky. A row of newsbirds flew overhead. After noticing Rayleigh waving from below, he dropped a newspaper. Free again? Riley felt a strong sense of foreboding in his heart. With Morgan's money-obsessed character, he was able to publish newspapers for free. Those were the times when major events that could affect the world structure happened. Since the beginning of the Great Pirate Age, it would be quick to do so once every half a year. Yes, most of the time it only happens once every 2 or 3 years. The Straw Hat Pirates like to cause trouble so much. They traveled for more than half a year. Only the Judiciary Island incident and the Summit War incident have received this kind of treatment. However, Akabo Rin, a newcomer who only debuted for 3 months, has already been on the show twice. One time was when he fought against the red-haired pirates and the troops led by Garp in the Shampoo Islands. The second time was a month ago, about the fact that Gulen Tizero killed the General Green Bull and the Celestial Dragon. It can't be that kid again, right? Riley muttered and opened the newspaper. However, when I saw the headlines, even Rayleigh was accustomed to big scenes. Both hands could not help but tremble. The sensation caused this time may be greater than the previous 2. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Although he is a man, he is called the most vicious criminal in the world by the world government. At the same time, it is also considered by the world to be the only existence that can directly defeat the government. This is an extremely high honor not even given to the Yonko pirates. However, it is such a person who makes the world's governments fearful, and he is suspected to be dead. Yes, out of conservatism, Morgans did not directly announce Long's death. After all, he didn't see Monkey D. Dragon's body either. But behind the coverage, Morgans gave shocking evidence, Coronet Ui's arrest warrant. In the photo, a little girl about 6 or 7 years old is floating in the air, and the dancing wind blows her slightly curly black hair into the sky. Storm, Ui Hong. Bounty, 31 million berry. So far, Korone Ui, who is following Uchiha Rin, has not shown much strength, and Xionen's popularity is too great. She and Nohara Rin were in 2 major events. None are wanted by the world government. After all, the sense of existence is too weak, but just the nature aspect. It is enough to give a reward of more than 30 million. Morgans wrote under Yuri Hong's column, few people know that the power of the storm is exactly the ability of Monkey D. Dragon, and the evidence doesn't stop there. On the second page, the heads of Uchiha Rin and Blackbeard are lined up, and a more exciting title is given. God of Destruction Uchiha Rin and Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach are suspected of forming a pirate alliance. The Sunny and the Sword of Jybek are heading towards Totland of all nations. Good guy. Countless Melaneaters around the world call him good guy. First, let me say that the power of the storm used by Ui Hong is very similar to Monkey D. Dragon. Then there were reports that Uchiha Rin and Blackbeard were acting together. Top 2 years since the end of the war. Who hasn't heard of the Blackbeard Pirates title of Ability Hunters? When these few things are connected in series, there is only one answer. Monkey D. Dragon was killed by Uchiha Rin, and his ability was transferred to Ui Hong by Blackbeard using the power of the dark fruit. Raleigh, is there any news about my companions in the paper? At this time, Wang Lufei came up and asked. Originally, he didn't care about news reports, but now the date of the Straw Hat Pirates 3D2Y appointment is getting closer and closer. Wang Lufei is also curious whether any of his companions have already set off. No, just some innocuous gossip. Haha. Riley laughed dryly with a smile that was uglier than crying. Damn it, Long was suspected to have been killed. Laley didn't dare to tell Wang Lufei about this kind of thing. Fortunately, Wang Lufei himself is also a meta character. I didn't notice the strangeness in Rayleigh's tone at all. Oh. After saying oh, he turned back to the forest and started special training. But to be honest, I feel that even if Rayleigh said it, Wang Lufei would not have much reaction to the death of his father. In the original work, he saw the Revolutionary Army base destroyed by the Blackbeard pirates. Reports of the unknown life and death of Monkey D. Dragon. He even asked with a confused look, who is he? I don't even remember who I am. It would only be effective if Sabo died. First it was Shanks, then the general, and now the dragon. Is Lingling next? Rayleigh Gillu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His tone was a little trembling, compared with Uchiha Rin's troublemaking ability. Not to mention Roger, even Rox can only be regarded as a younger brother. Mater has not been there since his debut, less than half a year, right? Every time he is in the news, at least one world-class big shot must be killed. Riley feels that if this continues, to read Bao Swan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. The Navy Marshal and the 5 Old Stars don't feel it either. Far. Why do I feel like everyone who has a relationship with Luffy will suffer? Riley suddenly discovered a problem. That is, Uchiha Rin seems to be keen on talking. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, G Action against Luffy's relatives. The first one to clean up was Shanks, who was Luffy's guide. Then he captured Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates. He also gave away Hancock, who originally liked Wang Lufei. Now, Monkey D. Dragon has killed Luffy's father. We really just caught Luffy and fucked him hard by himself, right? Uchiha Rin said there was nothing he could do. Who told you that Wang Lufei has too many opportunities? So many benefits in the world have been taken advantage of by you alone. Do I need to pay more attention to this? Ha 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 ha. On the other side, in the holy land of Marijoya Panga City, there were continuous sounds of laughter in Wulaoxing's office. Obviously, Wulaoxing had a good heart. They never expected it. The 20-year-old star gave them a headache. Monkey D. Dragon for many years. He was actually killed by Uchiha Rin. This is undoubtedly a piece of cake in the sky for the world government. Ha ha ha. Fortunately, we didn't rush to take action against this boy. Who would have thought that he would give us a big surprise? The only one among the 5 old stars with blonde hair, farming martial god, Shepherd 10 Pit Saint laughed loudly. Uchiha Rin had wanted to complain about the nicknames of these XX gods in the 5 old stars before. It was really a 1-ow explosion. A strong Kwai style from the past life. Is Garp already furious? Over the years, he has been secretly hooking up with his son, but he was worried about his reputation as a naval hero, so he didn't take action against him. Unexpectedly. Ha ha. Legal martial god, Saint Topman Wachulai looked gloating about his misfortune. Environmental martial god, Marcus Maz Holy Interface said, according to the intelligence returned by CP, the leader's position was replaced by Chief of Staff Sabo. Although he cannot reach the height of Monkey D. Dragon, he cannot relax. After all, the influence of the Revolutionary Army is not comparable to that of a mob like the pirates. The god of scientific defense, Jago Lucia Satan nodded in agreement and said with empty eyes, "That's true, but Uchiha Rin is suspected of forming a pirate alliance with Blackbeard and is heading towards Totland, the territory of Big Mom. How do you think the government should respond to this matter? They are all scumbag pirates anyway, wouldn't it be nice to let them fight like dogs?" The financial martial god, Izambalan V Nasu Shiro Sci, who was holding an otaki, frowned and said, "There is no telling, if Big Mom dies, the ability will definitely fall into the hands of Uchiha Rin or Blackbeard, and in this case, the Yonko pattern will be reshuffled." St. Peter said solemnly, "I'm worried that the situation will get further out of control. The death of that crazy woman mom will certainly be beneficial to their world government, but they are also afraid that Uchiha Rin and Blackbeard will become bigger. A history of who thought he was and whom he killed the craziest newcomer. The other is the ultimate Yinbai who planned the war 2 years ago and played tricks on both the Navy and the White Regiment. Neither one is easy to deal with. Beat the drowned dog with a stick. Kill the Revolutionary Army first." Maz Sheng made a decision immediately. Now is the time when they are at their weakest. How long will they wait until now? This proposal was nodded in approval by the other 4 old stars. Indeed, whether it is Uchiha Rin, Blackbeard and Big Mom, they are currently in their prime. Want to fight them? The risk is a bit higher, but the Revolutionary Army is different. Monkey D. Dragon had just died, and Sabo had just taken over. He is in a period of weakness. Just in time to get rid of this nail that has been hammered into the throat of the world government for 20 years. Five adults, something is seriously wrong. At this moment, an agent rushed into Wulaoxing's office and yelled like a dead mother, "Shut up! What does it look like? You actually broke into our room casually. Do you want to be imprisoned in Imperialton?" Sheng what shall I scolded. "No, I'm very sorry, but it's because it's really important." The agent spoke slurred words and took several deep breaths before giving the report, sweating profusely. "Ching Pheasant, oh no, Kuzin has joined the Revolutionary Army." As soon as these words came out, Wulaoxing was so frightened that he jumped up from his chair. "Ching Pheasant has joined. Not bad. It seems like you have good eloquence, Kella." On the sunny, Uchiha Rin sat on the sofa, with his legs crossed on the sofa in front of him. His left hand pressed on Hancock's slender waist and his right hand hugged Nami's shoulders and pressed. Jiao Hao, using the hands-free button of the phone bug, he talked to Kara. Hancock glared at Nami with an unhappy expression. "Damn vixen. Ruined the world between Rin Chan and I." Nami, on the other hand, looked embarrassed. Because Robin was sitting on the other side. The phone bug on the coffee table also imitated Kara's expression and said, "Mr. Kuzin is surprisingly easy to talk to, but Mr. Jinbei is now a member of the Big Mom Pirates, so there is no way to invite him. Don't worry, in as little as 2 weeks or as long as a month, the Big Mom Pirates will disappear from this world. When the time comes, come to Totland and take Jinbei away." Uchiha Rin laughed. There was a short silence on the other side of the phone. After a while, he asked Feng Yu, "Why are you helping us like this? You must know that because of Mr. Long's death, many people within the Revolutionary Army want to kill you to avenge Mr. Long, didn't I say that? My position is the same as that of the revolutionary soldiers. Everyone dislikes the world government, right?" Uchiha Rin said with a smile, "And I also like you very much, Kurla. How about you dump that boy Sabo and be with me? If we get closer and closer, we can destroy the celestial dragons and the world government just by talking and laughing." "You, what are you talking nonsense about? Sabo and I don't have that kind of relationship. You don't dream either. Also, don't call. Damn scumbag." The phone bug imitated Kurla's angry and ashamed expression, and then closed his eyes and fell asleep. "That's not easy, I got it from Robin." As someone who has been operating with the Revolutionary Army for nearly 2 years, Robin can be said to be half a member of the Revolutionary Army. Not to mention that within the Revolutionary Army, the person with the best relationship with her was Kara. As for why Robin could obediently give the phone number to Uchiha Rin, forgot one of the Sharingan's abilities? Do you want to use such despicable lies to drive a wedge between Kara and Sabo, leading to a split in the Revolutionary Army? Despicable man. Robin, who was sitting on the small sofa on the other side, glared at Uchiha Rin fiercely. "Ha ha! I didn't expect that you, who has relied on betraying others to survive since childhood, would call me despicable." Uchiha Rin showed a smile that was not ashamed but proud of. He moved his right hand away from Nami's shoulder, raised his index finger and shook it. "But unfortunately, what I just said was not a lie. I really like Kara. I gave Aokiji and Jinbei to him because I didn't want to take advantage of Wang Luffy, that's all." Uchiha Rin put his feet down from the coffee table, crossed his legs and said, "As for Sabo and Kara parting ways, even without me, they would have reached this point. They are not the same kind of people in the first place. Although Sabo and Kerr often do missions together, there is a big difference in their behavior. That is Wang Luffy. While Sabo is the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, he also attaches great importance to Wang Luffy. Once Juan Luffy, if something goes wrong, he will travel thousands of miles to go to reinforcements. After losing Ace, he doesn't want to lose another brother. But Kurla is different. She has no special feelings for Juan Luffy. I just want to make a revolution and then kill him, the celestial dragons and the world government. Even Kara felt that if it weren't for Juan Luffy, Monkey D. Dragon wouldn't have died so aggrieved. Therefore, after the dragons are gone, these two people are destined to drift apart. I personally support Kurla. After all, she is quite cute and has no relationship with Juan Luffy, which suits me very well. Uchiha Rin stretched out, and then walked out of the living room after taking a sip of fragrance on the faces of Nami and Hancock. On the side of the sunny ship, there were originally only 2 Jaibeck swords, but now they have become into 3 ships. The number 1 captain of the Blackbeard pirates, Gizzard's badges, also came for reinforcements. Yes, Blackbeard's group reached an agreement with Uchiha Rin. The 2 sides attacked the Big Mom pirates together. Everyone fights together, and whoever grabs the spoils will get it. However, the Soul 557 fruit must belong to Uchiha Rin. Uchiha Rin said that Tikai had better not think about it, otherwise he should kill him first before Big Mom. Thief, ha ha ha. We are almost entering the maritime jurisdiction of all nations, god of destruction. Wait a moment. When Pizarro and Chote arrive, we will attack. Blackbeard stood on the bow of the Jaibeck sword on the right next to the Sunny, and laughed at Uchiha Rin. The 2 people he mentioned were the same people who had followed you in Grand Tezzero before. The 4th captain of the Black Group, Avaro Pizarro, and the 8th captain, Basque Chote, who are operating together with Shiryu. These 2 are not yet capable. Blackbeard wants to take advantage of this opportunity. Select 2 from Big Mom. Give your subordinates a suitable ability. The combat power of my men is enough. You are just stopping by to pick up the bargains. Also, keep your ship far away. You and your men smell too ugly, so don't let it get to me, Uchiha Rin said without giving any face. The reason why he acted with Blackbeard was because he really wanted to borrow his ability. He didn't have a good impression of Blackbeard. Thief, ha ha ha, he is really domineering and arrogant. He is worthy of being the man who killed the general and the boss of the Revolutionary Army. Blackbeard didn't care that much. He wanted to minimize the losses in this all-out war. He also needed to borrow Uchiha Rin's power. Uchiha Rin raised his hand and stroked Hancock's delicate side face. He sighed, "It's a pity that I can't extract the sweet fruit from your body, Hancock, otherwise I can make you stronger." Yesterday, he asked Blackbeard if he could extract the devil fruit from the body while the ability user is still alive, and then install a new ability into it. As a result, the ugly monster Blackbeard directly answered "Da." Directly. The person will die when extracted. This makes Uchiha Rin's plan to give Hancock another ability failed. For Hancock, a woman who is now completely dependent on him physically and mentally, Uchiha Rin still wants to make her reach a higher level. Yes. Sweet fruit, well, although it's not bad, it's not the top grade yet. I am currently practicing the Overlord color entanglement, and I will definitely not disappoint Rin, Hancock said coquettishly, like a puppy begging its owner not to abandon itself. Don't worry, I don't require my woman to be strong, she's not as strong as me anyway. Uchiha Rin touched the head of Hancock, who was half a head taller than him. When the pirate empress heard this, she rubbed her body next to Uchiha Rin with drawn eyes. I once heard that the pirate queen is a very proud person, but it feels completely different from my impression. Robin whispered, "That guy is the best at deceiving girls in the world." Nami rolled her eyes secretly. She felt that the girl named Kara in the Revolutionary Army could not escape either. Little girls are indeed easily deceived. Robin's tone was mixed with disdain and confidence. She is indeed not a little girl anymore. After all, they are already 30. Nami was speechless for a moment. When I was playing Pikachu last night, Uchiha Rin told herself to remind Robin to pay attention to her attitude. Uchiha Rin said that he didn't do anything to her now, it was all for his own sake. Otherwise, she would have been naked and working as a maid on the ship wearing only an apron. Before the general attack, let's go for a walk. Nami, are there any islands nearby? Uchiha Rin then asked Nami sideways. There is an island called Seiken Island connected by sea train. Nami recalled the intelligence report she had found on the last island. Okay, let's go there and take a look. Hearing Uchiha Rin's words, Xionin immediately activated the power of the Piao Piao fruit and controlled the Sunny to fly up. Robin's face became even more ugly when he saw this scene. If controlled by the Piao Piao fruit, the Sunny would be 99%. I can't get it back. Seiken Island, dozens of miles away. It is a trading city that looks like a miniature version of the Seven Rivers. When the Sunny fell from the sky, it instantly attracted the attention of a large number of local residents in the harbor. Among them, there was a group of people on a large ship that accommodated the Ren people. Teacher Z. It's the Uchiha Pirates. A blue-haired young read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, woman exclaimed. In the middle of the deck, there was a tall man holding a bamboo stick in his mouth, and under his right shoulder was a giant mechanical arm. The old man, who was nearly 80 years old by visual inspection, had a solemn face and looked at him without saying a word. The Sunny landed next to his own ship. Piao piao fruit. He and his previous owner were old enemies. At this time, Uchiha Rin also noticed the battleship next door. The logo on the sail was not the skull shape of the general pirate group. It was more like the seagull logo of the Navy, but with a big knife inserted in the middle. It seemed to be divided into two. And Uchiha Rin also met the eyes of the burly purple-haired old man who was looking this way. Uchiha Rin chuckled, raised his neck at Zifa, nodded and took the girls off the boat to the island. Zifa looked confused. He was a little confused. Is Bid quite friendly? And asked for instructions. Teacher Z, do you want to carry out a crusade? Zifa said in a deep voice, don't act rashly. Although now he has changed from the general who does not kill to the murderous Navy traitor, but he is not an idiot. He has seriously regressed now, plus the rookies under him. Watch it cool. For novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Taking the lead against an Imperial pirate group? For Zifa now, killing pirates is certainly important. But more importantly, and Binzi and the others are fighting for him, the students who betrayed the Navy. Zifa naturally would not let his personal hatred go to the students to die. And Uchiha Rin, who entered Saiken Island, dialed the phone bug again. Hello Kurla-chan? Do you have time to come to Saiken Island? There is a gift for you. 2 days later, in the evening, Zifa prepares to lead his Neo Navy to leave the island. Originally, they came here just to replenish supplies. It has been a year since I left the Navy. During this time, he has been killing pirates. However, the hatred in his heart did not disappear much. Instead, I feel more and more empty. Cough cough cough. Zifa in the room coughed several times and quickly picked up the respirator and took 2 breaths of oxygen. Not only did his strength improve, but he also suffered from severe asthma. To be honest, it's hard to say how long Zifa can live now. At this moment, Zifa suddenly felt the temperature around him drop suddenly. He looked down and found that at some point, the floor had been covered with a layer of white frost. Bang! Zifa stood up suddenly and kicked open the door. Ji saw that his warship had turned into a world of ice and snow. Female disciple and was kneeling on the ground, shivering. Binzi and other subordinates were frozen into ice sculptures. I'm sorry, Teacher Zifa, I didn't want to do this, but they started to attack me as soon as they saw me. The tall and thin man dressed like a homeless man looked at Chao Zifa and waved his hands repeatedly. Kuzan, you brat. Zifa cursed angrily. The man in front of him was one of his former disciples. Former Navy Admiral, Xing Pheasant Kuzan. Please calm down, Mr. Zifa. At this moment, a petite figure walked out from behind Kuzan. It was Kara. We will help your disciples lift their ice immediately, but before that, I want to talk to you. Kara raised her hand to make an invitation gesture. Please join our revolutionary army. Set the time back to an hour ago. In a coffee shop on Saiken Island. General Zifa is indeed a pitiful man, but I am even more surprised that you did not do anything to him. Kurla took a sip of coffee and said to Uchiha Rin with a strange expression, I'm not a murderer, and he didn't mess with me, so why should I care about him? What's more, I think this little old man is quite pitiful. Uchiha Rin leaned back in his chair with a lazy look on his face. At the same time, he quietly admired Kara's conditions. Well, the cafeteria is about 2 fewer than Nami, Hancock, and Robin, but this is also slightly inferior in the world of pirates, where boba is everywhere. In other worlds, it is already quite explosive. The most attractive thing is probably the waist. It is 3 points thinner than Nami. What are you looking at? Noting the look in Uchiha Rin's eyes, Kurla slapped the table with her hands and said with shame and anger. At another table not far away, Kuzan, who had just joined the Revolutionary Army, was dozing off with a blindfold on. He was frightened. A jump. Uchiha Rin skillfully changed the subject. In my eyes, Zifa is like an old man who has entered a midlife crisis and cannot get up, and the Navy and the government are like a bitch who is over 40 and dissatisfied with desires. In the past, Zifa was black and stone cold, they pampered him like a baby, but now he is weak and useless. When the 2 sluts, the world government and the Navy, saw the younger and more capable Vabel, they kicked him. It's really pitiful, so I'll show him a way out. And aren't your Revolutionary Army also short of men now? Isn't it a win-win situation? Hearing Uchiha Rin's description, Kuzan almost choked to death on his own saliva. Mater is a talented person, but if you think about it carefully, it really makes sense. In the past, Zifa was a general-level combat power of the same generation as Garp and Sengoku. Both the Navy and the government will basically give him 3 points of favor. However, now, a pirate who once cut off his right arm has been recruited to take over the position of Shishibukai. The superiors don't care about Zifa's feelings at all. In their view, Zifa has completely lost its use value. If he defected, he would just defect. A former general whose strength has weakened to the level of lieutenant general and the top elite lieutenant general. What kind of waves can he make? Kuzan sighed. To be honest, if he were to put it in Zifa's place, he might do it even harder. Kara's pretty face turned red. The dead gangster is quite good at using metaphors. No matter what, thank you for your help. Recently, the world government has been pursuing our revolutionary army fiercely. We really need new combat power. Kurla pursed her lips and said, just verbal thanks? Are you also a scumbag like the Navy and the world government? Have some actual gratitude. Uchiha Rin looked disgusted. Kurla looked up in embarrassment. I don't have much money, we have you. Before Kurla finished speaking, she saw Uchiha Rin's face zooming in sharply in front of her eyes. Kurla's face instantly turned red into an apple. This is her first time. Kuzan's eyes widened. He was like the inexplicable king of soldiers in the summer camp. Damn it. This young man. After several minutes, Kurla, who was finally able to breathe through her mouth, pointed at Uchiha Rin and cursed loudly. However, the scolding voice became smaller and smaller. Uchiha Rin smacked his mouth twice with a happy face. Obviously I'm reminiscing about what I just felt. Silence is better than sound at this time. Such an action. The beating left Kara with no power to fight back. Hentai. Dead. Kara scolded and ran out. Hey, new chief of staff, don't leave me behind. Kuzan shouted speechlessly, then shouted about Kara's new position and chased after him. All he knew about Uchiha Rin was in the newspapers. We just met for the first time today. But to be honest, Kuzan surprisingly felt that this guy was not as bad as he thought. Maybe it was because he didn't attack his mentor. But this guy's interest in women, that's really amazing. More than he imagined. He knew just by looking at him. There was the navigator Kitty Cat of the Straw Hat Pirates. Nico Robin, the only one in the world who could decipher ancient texts. The world's most beautiful woman, Boya Hancock, and the mermaid princess. Now, even his new leader was not spared. Kuzan suspected that if one of the 5 old stars was a woman, Uchiha Rin could, ahem. But although the 5 old stars are not women, their immediate boss might actually be a woman. Even many readers of Uchiha Rin's previous life suspected that Imusama was Juan Luffy's mother. Although it sounds a bit nonsense at first, it is really possible when you think about it carefully. Do you understand the value of the background, King? Wait until Kara and Kuzan leave. Robin sneered and said to Uchiha Rin, you really like to steal other people's things, whether it's the Sunny or Nami. They were all snatched from Luffy's hands. Now even Korra won't let go. Don't talk nonsense. Kara and Sabo are more than friends at most, not lovers. I don't think this is a robbery at all, and you should know it very well. Uchiha Rin made Robin silent. This is true. But in Robin's view, the relationship between the two people is only the final step. However, who would have thought that Uchiha Rin appeared and smashed the door to pieces? Look at Kara's expression just now. Robin doesn't think Sabo still has a chance, but I think it would be better if they were a couple, and it would be more exciting to snatch them. Then Uchiha Rin's second sentence made Robin completely shattered. Damn it, where did this pervert come from? Bang! But the next second, before Robin could recover from the shock, he felt a blow on his butt. Robin